Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 7 BD. 194, the two-regiment alliance divided into 4 groups. Akainu, do you really think so? On board a warship sailing to Egard, Aokiji was still thinking about what Akainu said just now. The disbelief and shock on the face. Can't go away for a long time. He didn't expect. What he said just now spoke to his heart. It turned out to be from the mouth of Akainu, who insists on radical justice and has always been ruthless. After a while, he looked around with lingering fear, for fear that the conversation just now would be overheard by others. However, it may be because the two were at the forefront of the splint of the warship. The other sailors did not dare to disturb them. Coupled with the voice of the conversation just now, it is not too loud. Make sure it's not overheard by others. Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief. If not, would I have told you this? Akainu's expression was a bit complicated. Like I said just now, if this deformed world is already at the moment of change, I hope you will think about this issue carefully. Once that time comes, what should we Marines who insist on justice do? Aokiji obviously still couldn't recover from the disbelief and shock. It seemed a little silent. He looked at Akainu with complicated eyes. He 330 really had some emotion in his heart. Successive failures may be a good thing for Akainu, even for Marine and the people. Akainu glanced up at the sky. It's just that Aokiji didn't notice his move. Looking at Aokiji still lost in thought, Akainu thought to himself, a person like Aokiji, the final result, should not be buried with the world government. And his actions today, nor did he hold the expectation of convincing Aokiji. Instead, in his heart, he planted a seed that would surely grow into a towering tree. The other side, Linley left Egard and first went back to Wonguo. Since he came and went back and forth, it took less than 2 days before and after. So when he returned to Cake Island, the banquet was still held. Generally speaking, banquets held by large-scale pirate groups will not last for only 1 day. Often it lasts for several days. So in the banquet hall, Kaido and Big Mom are still sitting in the main seat, while the others formed a circle, watching Linley walk into the banquet hall, still chatting, recalling Kaido and Big Mom, and at the same time focusing on him. CDFH. What, is it over? Linley nodded. Naturally, he walked to the seat set for him and sat down. He didn't disturb everyone's elegance. As for the secret partnership with Vegapunk, I don't intend to announce it now. Even for the safety of Vegapunk, it is impossible to do so. After all, whether it is the Beast's pirates, or the sphere of influence of the BIGMOM pirates, maybe there are CP0 intelligence personnel lurking. Therefore, the next step is naturally a toast, and the guests and hosts enjoy themselves. A few days later, the banquet is finally over. It's time to deal with Akoku, Silver Axe, and John. The three of them throw themselves into the net. So as not to die, they fall into the hands of the Shuangquan Alliance. That means these three forces, the two-regiment alliance, can be won without any effort, including the territory and the pirate group under its banner. After the Ant chose to abide by the agreement, not only these three people, but even the hidden pirate group under their banners were immediately controlled. Waiting with the three of them. According to Linley, there was nothing to say about these three things, and he simply and rudely threw out 2 choices. Surrender or die. The result is of course no suspense. Even the Ant confessed. Can they still turn the sky upside down? If you don't want to die, you have to be sensible and choose to surrender. The three chose to surrender and accept the pirate group under the three. It will happen naturally. Thus, New World's most feared opponents are the Whitebeard pirates and some other famous big pirates. Of course, the power on the surface is one aspect. At that time, it will still be necessary to lay down islands one by one. That's what takes the most time. The day after the banquet, Linley took the information obtained from Akainu, selectively speak to the core members of the Shuangquan Alliance. The core members are naturally Linley, Kaido, Beckman, Jin, Katakuri and others. For Kaido's sake, Yinma is also one of them. This guy Newgate actually put down his face and want to form an alliance with that guy Shiki. Hearing this news, Kaido couldn't help being amazed. How does he remember that when he was in the Rocks Pirates, the relationship between Whitebeard and Golden Lion was not good? At least compared to him and Linlin, that's far behind. The Golden Lion who broke both feet is no longer at the peak of strength, but that's not enough evidence. Linley shook his head lightly and said, his fruit ability is undoubtedly the most troublesome. Once the Whitebeard pirates get the help of the Golden Lion, imagine how elusive it would become. The entire Moby DK no longer needs to sail in the sea. Instead, it directly became a spaceship. In this way, it is undoubtedly firmly occupying the air supremacy. As for the two-team alliance, those with the ability to fly are just him, Kaido, Jin, and Big Mom. That's right, Newgate will be even more powerful if he can get Shiki's help. So, do you have any countermeasures? Ant asked suddenly. Linley grinned. Scheme. Simple. Just get rid of him before Golden Lion and Whitebeard formally form an alliance. Really? Beckman and the others looked at each other. I just think it really is Linley's style. Straightforward, simple and rude. Things that can be resolved by force. Why do we need to think so much? Okay, you can figure out what to do. Kaido waved his hand, looking like, I'll leave this to you. Certainly, remind everyone again and again that among civilians, large-scale bloodshed must not be caused. Kaido and Big Mom stay at Cake Island for now. Linley flew alone to East Blue. The third team, led by Bullet, assisted by Cracker, Wolf, John and others. As for you, Dad, stay at Cake Island for the time being. It's not too far to make a clean break with Whitebeard. The second team is led by the Red Earl, assisted by Katakuri, Evil King, Silver Axe and others. The first team, led by Beckman, assisted by Jin, Shiryu, Waldo, Akoku and others. The others divided into 3 teams and continued to circle New World. Even if Linley didn't say anything, he planned to stay in Cake Island for retreat in the future. Digest Linley's sentiments from the reasonable battle with Linlin before. You have sworn to promise that you will never lose again next time. Didn't you say that you have realized something? So next, the core members of the two-group alliance discussed the next action. Kaido nodded confidently. Preliminary consensus has been obtained. And Linley went to East Blue alone. 195 the most suitable candidate for physical skill return. A few days later, Linley's figure, after flying at full speed, finally appeared above the East Blue Sea. Want to find the Golden Lion in East Blue, but it is not an easy task. You know, the area of East Blue is extremely vast. If you don't mention Grand Line and New World, it occupies a quarter of the world's oceans. In terms of area, maybe the overall area of East Blue is comparable to or even surpasses New World. Both are seas, but in fact, it's not the same thing at all. The former are ordinary people, as long as the weather is not too bad, they can sail freely. And the latter, if not, has enough strength. In minutes, the ship crashed and people died. Of course, even so, it is not an easy task to find the Golden Lion in such a huge sea area. In the original book, Golden Lion floats more than a dozen islands at an altitude of 10,000 meters all year round. Think of this key message. How to find more or less have some clues. Besides, now that Golden Lion has made contact with Whitebeard, then it would be a good choice to find the Golden Lion by looking for the Whitebeard pirates. He left a death mark on Whitebeard, just to keep track of his whereabouts anytime, anywhere. But, what on earth is Whitebeard thinking? It has been more than a month since the entire Moby DK entered East Blue. You don't have to stay so long to contact the Golden Lion, do you? Otherwise, the two-group alliance will not change its strategy. Put the Whitebeard pirates last. Could it be, afraid? Thinking of this possibility, Linley himself wanted to laugh. How is it possible? Would Whitebeard be afraid? I'm afraid I don't even know how to write the word, fear. But for a while, Linley really couldn't figure out his real thoughts. Never mind. Anyway, just wait until Kaido is confident enough. Time to swing the butcher knife at the Whitebeard pirates. Unless the Whitebeard pirates have been hiding in East Blue and can't come out. The two-team alliance might really not spend a lot of trouble and ran to East Blue to clean him up. And the purpose of this trip? Very simple. Originally Linley wanted to kill the Golden Lion. People are gone, what a fart to join forces. But then I thought of Gion again. Logically speaking, the two are completely irrelevant. But isn't Linley going to get a devil fruit for Gion? Golden Lion's lion fruit, in Linley's view, is undoubtedly quite suitable. Not just for her personally. Even for the two-regiment alliance, it can also be of great help. By the time, the Ghost Island can float in the air forever. Become a sky island. Whereabouts will also become erratic. This will undoubtedly reduce many threats invisibly. As for after capturing the Golden Lion, how to get lion fruit? There are 2 methods, or find a way to capture the fruit ability, or ask Vegapunk to research a replica. When communicating with Vegapunk in Egghead not long ago, man-made devil fruit was also mentioned. From his mouth, Linley learned. The man-made devil fruit developed through Kaido's lineage factor has entered the final stage. After all, world government gets Kaido's lineage factor. It was many years ago, although Vegapunk only joined the world government later. But his research on bloodline factors is undoubtedly above all others. According to his judgment, the production can be completed in a few more months. In this regard, Linley has already booked in advance. This fruit must be obtained. Can't be like in the original book, cheap Momonosuke traveled to the future, right? You know, failure, in Vegapunk's mouth. Just the color is different, but the other abilities are exactly the same. In this way, another strong person can be cultivated for the Double Regiment Alliance. Just for whom to eat. But it made Linley hesitate. Among the 4 who haven't eaten the devil fruit yet, Hawkeye aside, Hawkeye will definitely not eat it. There is no doubt about it. As for Kuina, Linley intends to capture Marco's phoenix fruit, or reproduce it through the blood factor. And Beckman is the soul fruit. As for Gion, as I said earlier, lion fruit. Correct. Linley suddenly thought of someone. First, I opened the system interface after a long absence. Host. Linley. Age. 14. Fruit. Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru form awakened. Skills. Audio confusion, judgment control. Asking for flowers. Awakening. Natural teeth pregnant, explosive teeth pregnant. Hockey. Observation Hockey, foresee the future passive. Armament Hockey, Demon God Ultimate Compression. Conqueror's Hockey, Demon God Entangle, Demon God Element Kill. Physical Arts. Swordsmanship Advanced, Physical Arts Beginner, Firearms Dacheng Death Mark. Contract Target, Hawkeye, Gion 13/14. Returning from Katakuri Elemental Kill, Linley once again got a new contract spot. It can be known through the system interface. Linley's various abilities, such as Fruit and Conqueror's Hockey, as well as gun art, have reached a very high level. As for swordsmanship, although it is only advanced, but there are enough contract objects to be able to return in the future. Whether it's Hawkeye or Kuina, all are read with the highest qualifications. The quality that can be returned in the future can be imagined. On the contrary, gymnastics. Still getting started. Moreover, among the contracted people, there is not a single person who specializes in physical skills. Because, the person Linley thinks of is naturally someone who is good at gymnastics. That is Rob Lucci, who is now only 11 or 12 years old. Don't look at this guy in the original book, he was defeated by King Luffy who couldn't even hockey 2 years ago. But that's Wong Luffy cheating. How many times have you been knocked down? With the so-called perseverance and faith, can we climb up again? On this point, Kaido in the original book undoubtedly has a say. After all, in the world of One Piece, whoever fights to the death with King Luffy is undefeated. And Rob Lucci is known as the strongest and most ruthless killing weapon in the history of CP9. Known as the strongest Enies Lobby, CP9, in 800 years. Especially good at gymnastics. Thinking of this, Linley has a very clear idea of what to do next. First go to, invite, Golden Lion to be a guest in the Xuanquan League. By the way, I had a little get-together with 2 old friends, Kaido and Ant. Then kidnap Marco by the way. When you're done, head to the Enies Lobby at the end and take Rob Lucci away. And at this time on a small island in East Blue. Except the Moby DK stays ashore. There is also a small boat, staying on the shore. On the pirate flag of that ship, there are 2 knives crossed on the back of the skull, and 3 red scratches are clearly visible on the left eye. 196 red hair. I always feel like I lost an important partner. On a small island, somewhere where birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. A young man with red hair and 3 scars over his left eye. His tear-stained eyes stared straight at the 2 tombstones in front of him. Beside him, stood a red-nosed young man wearing a cap. 2 familiar names are engraved on the tombstone. Gull, D. Roger, Silver Rayleigh. Finally, Rayleigh's dying wish was fulfilled. Buried in the same place as Roger. Just listen to the red-haired young man in front of the tombstone muttering to himself. Buggy, I really didn't expect that the deputy captain also passed away in just a few years. It's really, the world is impermanent. The red-nosed Buggy wiped away his tears, forced a smile and said. Shanks, the vice captain must have been handsome before he died. To take back the country for the lost Odin, 507, and for the safety of those 2 children, he gave his life. Recalling the scenes on the Roger pirate's ship, both of them couldn't help feeling sad. Besides being handsome, they don't know how to evaluate the death of the vice captain. In order to avenge Odin, liberate Wano Kuni, and return a stable country to Momonosuke and Hiyori. Is this something wrong? Not at all. If they were mates, they would certainly do the same. Recalling when I sent Odin back to Daxia, the 2 of them, the deputy captain and others, offered to help solve the disaster that happened in Wano Kuni. Both were rejected by Odin. Out of trust and respect. They didn't force it. I have been looking forward to the day when we will be reunited. Who would have thought that receiving the news again would be an eternity? At the beginning, it was learned that the deputy captain was going to Wano Kuni to fight against the Beast's pirates and to fight against the Fallen. They have also volunteered to get involved. But the deputy captain sternly refused, saying it's not their job. Shanks thought of himself, and the burden entrusted by Captain Roger. Have your own mission and tasks. I didn't insist anymore. But he couldn't even see the last side of the deputy captain. This undoubtedly made him full of regrets. Back when Captain Roger was executed in Rog Town, even though he was reluctant to give up, in order to respect his will, he still reluctantly sent him off for the last time with his own eyes. If you ask him and Buggy, do they hate the tail that killed the mate? How can you not be cruel? Just, for Shanks, skills are not as good as people, and die at the hands of the enemy. Nothing to complain about either. And compared to revenge, what he cares more about now is undoubtedly finding the person Captain Roger mentioned. The man who brought change and freedom to this world. The man Captain Roger said was definitely not Linley. Shanks couldn't be more sure of that. Even, because of Linley's appearance, it has already had a profound impact on this sea. He still firmly believes that that person is someone else. Shanks, what are you talking about? Seeing Shanks talking to himself, Buggy wiped away his tears and asked with a puzzled expression. It's nothing. By the way, Buggy, do you want to join my pirate group? I do not want it. I don't want to be your subordinate. Buggy refused again, just like the scene of rejecting without hesitation in Rog Town. The answer now is still the same. What subordinates? We are all partners. And, you're all alone now, aren't you? Why don't you join me on the Red Hair Pirates? I want you to manage. Shanks' words undoubtedly hit Buggy's sore spot, and he immediately jumped up. I just like to be alone, can't I? Sighing helplessly, Shanks really has no choice but to make fun of this. Forget it, whatever you want. By the way, Shanks, if you want to seek revenge on that man in the future, remember to call me. Buggy suddenly said seriously. Revenge. Shanks shook his head wryly. Before you find that person and witness him changing the world with your own eyes. He probably won't even do that. Right now, the 2-regiment alliance has swept the entire new world. Once successful, at that time, the enemies that the prophecy will face will be 2 huge forces. Obviously, according to what Captain Roger said, the pirate forces should be able to help overthrow the world government. Now, because of the emergence of the double group alliance, the development of the form has undergone tremendous changes. Now, what those insiders can do is to reserve some help for him before that person appears. This is also when Shanks came to this island, besides paying homage to the Deputy Captain Rayleigh. Another important goal. Buggy, would you like to meet Jabba with me? By the way, I have to meet Whitebeard. What did you see him for? Buggy asked with a puzzled look on his face. Except, Shanks wanted to see Whitebeard, and he didn't want to. Even if you get to meet Jabba along the way, he bluffed and said, then let's say goodbye. All in all, when you go to take revenge in the future, call me. Without my uncle, you will be beaten away by that man in minutes. I know. Shanks shook his head resignedly. We chatted a few more words. The two officially bid farewell. Looking at the back of Buggy leaving, Shanks' eyes gradually became a little lost. Somewhere, I feel that I should be able to meet a very important and like-minded partner in West Blue. But this trip to West Blue is nothing. It made him feel empty. Feels like something is missing. Come on up, we're here. The result is really not unexpected. Soon, Jabba, West Carl, San Bell, Taro. He walked quickly towards the other side of the island. Therefore, knowing that Buggy will refuse, I can't help but invite 1.9 again. Maybe it's for Jabba's sake. Beforehand, he specifically contacted Jabba, requesting to meet with Whitebeard. A few warm calls followed. Otherwise, he should have left the island long ago. Whitebeard agreed. This is why the Moby DK is still on the shore. After reading out the names of the partners one by one, Shanks undoubtedly burst into tears. Moby DK is docked. Shanks, are you here? Came to the shore. I laughed at myself. 197 Shanks' proposal. The moment he saw Jabba and others, Shanks was like a child who had been away for many years and finally returned home. The hot tears in the eyes could not be controlled at all. Especially now that the maid Rayleigh has just been honored. Jabba even jumped off the Moby DK. Putting his arms around his shoulders, he sighed. Long time no see, Shanks, you've grown. Seeing this, the rest of Roger's remnant group also surrounded him. Eyes, nothing but concern. Shanks, how have you been all these years? Have you found a like-minded partner? Now it's not the same as before. We watch the children grow up. The grown-up Shanks is so handsome. Everyone. Hearing this, Shanks, who is only 21 years old, does not have the calmness after becoming the 4 emperors in the future. Unable to bear it any longer, she threw herself directly into Jabba's arms and burst into tears. Hey, you are such a grown-up person, how can you still cry every now and then? Jabba shook his head helplessly. That's right, it's still a child after all. In their eyes, Shanks and Buggy are the 23 most favored children on board. For a long time, only then did the redhead wipe away his tears, and with a smile on his face, he answered the questions from his friends. I have also found partners like you. I will introduce it to everyone later, and you will definitely get along very well. Okay, Shanks, what's your business with Newgate? After chatting for a while, Jabba finally got to the point. For them, Shanks is the person entrusted by Captain Roger before disembarking, carrying the future of the Roger pirates. So for Shanks' request this time, even Jabba was puzzled. Obviously, Gux shouldn't have anything to do with Whitebeard. Quote. Shanks hesitated for a moment, seeing that he was surrounded by friends who knew everything and there was nothing to hide. I want to see Whitebeard, in order to persuade him to give up the New World territory. Shanks said startlingly. Hearing this, Jabba and others couldn't help but have complicated faces. Isn't this proposal the second option they suggested to Whitebeard? Now, even Shanks, like them, is thinking of saving their strength for the future. Say revenge for Rayleigh, everyone in Roger's remnant, who isn't huh? But, it turns out that it is impossible to do it at all. Shanks continued with a serious face. It's still more than 10 years before the person Captain Roger mentioned is born. After such a long time, we all know that the alliance between the two regiments is already unstoppable. Especially, with Redfield and Bullet joining them, it's even more powerful. Yes, Jabba is well aware of this. Otherwise, this trip to East Blue would not have stayed for such a long time. Just to meet with Golden Lion and strive for cooperation. In the final analysis, it is that there is no confidence to be able to oppose the double regiment alliance. On casualties. In the First Crusade, the casualties of the Beast's pirates will undoubtedly be higher than them. Even if they died, most of them were insignificant people. Thinking of this, I can only sigh with emotion. I also tried to contact Bullet before, trying to invite him to turn to the light, but I was rejected. He is different from us. It seems that his recognition of the two-regiment alliance is even higher than ours. So, there is even a hint of longing in Shanks' eyes. Jabba, join me in convincing Whitebeard. Otherwise, if even we insiders are defeated, then after more than 10 years, when that person appears, who can escort him? In the foreseeable future, if the pirate forces of New World are unified, what kind of force would that be? You know, the pirates of New World are originally the gathering place for the most elite pirates in the world. In that way, does the person who predicted it really have the ability to push away the two mountains of the world government and the Shuangquan alliance and change the world? I know, Jabba nods, but I can only say that I will do my best. After all, Newgate always has his own choice. We can never decide our own lives for others. A consensus was reached. Led by Jabba, Shanks came to Whitebeard. Coo la la la, that brat back then has grown up now. Whitebeard eyed Shanks with interest. Martial Teach not far away saw Shanks. The brows can't help but zoe up. He looked at this red-haired guy very disliked. An operation in New World a few years ago. Just happened to come across this guy. The two disagreed and started working. In the end, it was a draw. He left 3 scratches on Shanks' left eye, and several of his own teeth were knocked out. These are not the key reasons for his dislike. It's not even talking about leaking. Rather, he always felt that this guy could see through his true thoughts. Tell me, what do you want to see me for? Whitebeard asked kindly. Even for Jabba's sake, he has to be kind. After all, the Whitebeard pirates cannot do without the support of Roger's remnants. I'm here to persuade you to temporarily avoid the edge of the 2-regiment alliance and give up the New World territory. As soon as these words came out, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates did not look surprised. After all, this proposal 023 is not the first time it has appeared. Although Marco et al. Have always said it is. I fully support my father's decision. But if you want to ask them, what do you think? I'm afraid the vast majority will be, stay out of the way. It's not that they are greedy for life and afraid of death. Rather, that guy named Linley is really too enchanting. Not normal at all. Believe in the overall combat power of the Crusade Alliance. At that time, only the old man was hesitant. Many people have already regretted that crusade. Later, after receiving Rayleigh's phone bug, I finally made up my mind. P.S. Thank you, Minato Scrub, for the monthly pass. Even the world government must panic in the face of such combat power. Whitebeard let out a long sigh. What the hell, who should I talk to? Even at the expense of Rayleigh, who had already retired. In fact, back when it was still on the ghost island of Wano-Kuni. I'm afraid it will be difficult to say clearly for a while. In the end, he was forced to heaven-defying by that monster. I don't think so many people from the Crusade Alliance should be sacrificed for Odin. If so, who should be responsible for that crusade? Then, obviously a sure win. After all, in the beginning, which of these captains was not filled with righteous indignation, clamoring to avenge Odin? Do you think so too? 198 Without even thinking about it, the second contract red-haired Shanks. This proposal, as early as when Jabba proposed it, he had carefully considered it. And, very intentional. The reason is simple. Enough of his dead sons in the crusade. It hurts a lot to die, let alone so many. Still in front of him, he was beheaded with a knife. Now, that scene of bleeding profusely. The head that fell to the ground and the unwillingness in the eyes are still vivid in my memory. Make him hard to let go. Could it be that he didn't want to avenge his sons? I really want to. When he learned what happened to Impel Down. The prisoners on the 5th and 6th floors were all packed away. What remains of those 2 floors are only corpses. And what is the lineup of Marine who participated in the hunt? Garp, Sengoku, Marine 3 monsters. With such a lineup, if the Whitebeard pirates are against each other, even if Roger's remnant team is added now, the consequences will be basically unpredictable. Basically chilled. In the end, what about Lin Fu and the group of prisoners? Standing in front of this lineup, retreat calmly. It's horrifying to think about. Although I am very interested in this proposal, I really want to temporarily avoid the edge and preserve my strength. Now, he knew very well that this was no longer his decision. He can abandon the dignity of the former strongest man in the world and choose to quit New World. In the Grand Line, or re-establish the sphere of influence in the 4 seas. But Linley and the Shuangquan Alliance, can they really let them go? Won't. This is also the reason why he came to East Blue this time, in addition to satisfying Rayleigh's long-cherished wish, and the reason why he had contact with Golden Lion. Trying to pull Golden Lion into his camp. Let the Double Regiment Alliance have some fears, so as not to let Marines sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. It's just that when he thinks of the Golden Lion, he has a headache. Really not a worry-free guy. It's not that he doesn't know that Golden Lion has the ambition to dominate the world. No matter how ambitious you are, you must have self-knowledge, right? Don't you know how many kilograms you have? So the contact during this period of time actually went very smoothly. Otherwise, they would have returned to the New World long ago. Sengoku, an old enemy, actually contacted him at this time. It is proposed that Marine is willing to provide assistance behind the Whitebeard pirates and support him. The Whitebeard pirates will fight against the Double Alliance. He's not stupid. How could he fail to see Sengoku's intentions? It's nothing more than using the Whitebeard pirates as a weapon. This kind of routine, the old Marine. Of course he couldn't agree. Not bad. Quote, Shanks nodded solemnly. I believe that if you avoid the edge for the time being, this will be the best situation at present. As soon as the Whitebeard pirates withdraw from New World, it will be the turn of the world government and Marine to have a headache. And, I believe that if it works properly, the 2-regiment alliance will be the most appropriate target to use against the world government. What you said makes sense. Whitebeard nodded. He also agrees with what Shanks said. Once the 2-group alliance really won New World, at that time, the 2 largest forces in the world will inevitably collide fiercely. The reason is simple. The beginning of the New World is the Red Line. And above the Red Line is the Holy Land Mariajoy. If world government and Marine, there are no outposts in New World. By the time, once the 2-regiment alliance tried to attack the holy place Mariajoy, it will be Yimapingchuan. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for the world government and Marine to tolerate the alliance of the 2 groups and completely occupy the entire New World. But, Thinking about it now, the crusade at the beginning was indeed ill-considered. As a result, the blood feud with the Beast's pirates has now been formed. Even if we're willing to back down, will the Beast's pirates be willing? Even if you think about it, you know it's impossible. It's like he led a group of people into someone else's house and killed the people in other people's house. Although some people were counter-killed. But when it comes to revenge, why was it also broken into that family? Although they are also famous teachers. But in the end of that crusade, both parties will undoubtedly lose. As long as we withdraw from New World, the influence of the two-regiment alliance will be greatly reduced. Could it be that they still dare to ignore the world government and marine, and break into the Grand Line mightily, or New World come to settle accounts with the Whitebeard pirates? Jabba interrupted suddenly. The only thing we're worried about is Linley. One man becomes an army. It can be said to be a very appropriate description of Lin Shao. Had it not been for Linley's existence, they would have been able to cut off Kaido's head and liberate Wano Kuni when they crusade against the alliance. Now, as Shanks said, the two-regiment alliance will indeed not leave New World in a mighty way. But Linley is not necessarily. He is alone. As long as he can find the Whitebeard pirates, it will be a mess. Neither Jabba nor Newgate can stop it. Leave this matter to me. Shanks, who is only 21 years old, doesn't know where his confidence comes from. Take the initiative to take over. As the strongest man in the world, I believe he must have the dignity of a strong man. Maybe using words to provoke each other can dispel his idea of attacking other people. Besides, I have no enmity with him, so it's perfect for me to do this. At this point, he already had the idea of going to Wano Kuni. By the way, you can pay homage to Odin who has passed away. This is not right. Whitebeard refused without even thinking about it. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates have fallen to the point where they have to rely on Shanks, a young man, to be a lobbyist? Shaking his head slightly, Whitebeard seemed to think of something. The man Roger was talking about, do you have any clues now? Shanks was about to say something. When he heard Whitebeard's question, he could only say, perhaps, Captain Roger's son will be that Hello Season Master. But everything is uncertain now. Somehow, I feel that I am not far away from meeting that person. Roger's son. When Shanks mentioned Roger, Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh. While the two were talking, Whitebeard, Shanks, Jabba and others, through knowledge, suddenly sensed a burst of sighs of crisis that was as strong as ultimate. What happened? At that moment, everyone on the Moby DK almost jumped up like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. His eyes didn't rest on Whitebeard or Jabba. Instead, it fell on Shanks first. There seems to be a light of extreme interest in his eyes. Redhead Shanks. When Linley saw the red hair, he didn't even think about it, and immediately made a contract with this one of the most wanted contract partners. 199 Jabba who doubts life. Is my mouth open? This moment, Linley had only one thought in mind. Mountain Darkly, Vista. Since his voyages to sea, the two objects who have been looking forward to the contract are Hawkeye and Red Hair. Katakuri will be behind these two. I thought that the trip to East Blue to restore Yanmo would have a high chance of encountering Red Hair along the way. In the end, it was Hawkeye who took the initiative to come to the door and was the first to be contracted. Now, after sensing Whitebeard's location through the death mark, he came to the door, but happened to meet Redbeard. It has to be said that things really are impermanent. And contracted the Redhead, which means, from now on his swordsmanship, Conqueror's hockey. Especially Conqueror's hockey, after the red hair grows to its peak. It will lead to a huge breakthrough. And there is no doubt that with the qualifications of Red Hair, it must be the highest level of red exclamation mark. Linley. When he appeared, almost everyone exclaimed in unison. Everyone never expected that Linley could find this place. Obviously Jabba just said, don't worry about the two-group alliance leaving New World, just be afraid that Lin Shui will come to the door alone. As a result, within a few seconds of 250, it really came to the door. At this moment, Jabba really doubted life. Could it be that his mouth has been opened? You, Linley. He looked at the boy who was younger than him in front of him. That is, the murderer who killed his beloved vice-captain. Shanks opened his mouth, his eyes were full of hatred, and he looked a little unbelievable. It's not that he hasn't seen Linley before. It's just that there is only one profile face in the newspaper. And all the focus at that time was on the two knives around his waist. Now meet Linley in person. The shock in my heart was simply overwhelming. It is such a young man. Have ambitions beyond the rocks. Just over a year, with absolute strength, it will be reflected in the eyes of the world. Become the well-deserved, world's strongest swordsman, and world's strongest man. It even easily made the whole new world boil. Become the most feared enemy of the world government. Just when Shanks was still unbelievable, Kang, Whitebeard, Jabba and others drew out their proficient weapons and became vigilant. Are you here to seek revenge on us? Whitebeard asked gravely. From the expression on his face, it is enough to see that he is extremely vigilant in his heart. Now this would, not on Ghost Island. There are enough people and things for Linley to care about. It also means that now he will have no scruples. When he was full of thoughts, he was ready to try his best to stop Linley. Revenge. Linley smiled, shook his head lightly, and seemed to be in a good mood at the moment. Now is not the time. You just have to wait patiently. As soon as these words came out, everyone was immediately surrounded. What does it mean to just wait patiently? Shouldn't they just wait to die? Still patient, Marco and the other captains only felt that they were going crazy. If you want revenge, do it. Anyway, they won't be caught without a fight. Who will win, each depends on his ability. Now let them wait patiently. It's not up or down. Really uncomfortable. Then what is your purpose here? Returning to God, Shanks asked immediately. Although I don't intend to take revenge now, it's okay to charge some interest. The smile on Linley's face is still there. I heard that you have contacted the Golden Lion. Are you planning to form an alliance? Sorry, this kind of thing is not allowed. In order to prevent such troubles, why don't you tell me where the Golden Lion is? Kill him, you should be honest, right? Obviously Linley's tone is CDFD, such an understatement. But to everyone's ears, it was extremely domineering. He knew he was facing retaliation. Still not letting people find foreign aid. How can there be such a domineering one? When Shanks heard this, he suddenly realized how stupid his proposal was. Just relying on him, he still wants to persuade Lin to give up sending people to other people. I'm afraid I'm crazy. I'm afraid Linley won't even look him in the eye. If Linley learned of his self-deprecation, it will definitely say, safety. Don't underestimate yourself. As one of the most valued tool people, you must work hard and reach the peak of cultivation as soon as possible. Feel sorry. Whitebeard shook his head and said, I don't know where the Golden Lion is. He is telling the truth. Only the Golden Lion has always been looking for him. When is he going to find the Golden Lion? And that fellow of the Golden Lion is floating around, very floating, and his whereabouts are erratic. How to find him? Oh, originally, Linley had no plan to learn about the Golden Lion from Whitebeard. What's more, I feel better now. It doesn't matter anymore. Only, naturally, I came here for Marco. So pretending to say, I don't like your answer. In that case, coming. The last 4 words came to my ears, and the vigilance in Whitebeard's heart has risen to the peak. He knew Linley with that unpredictable flash. Once you choose to roam, you will be sent down to other people. That would be a brutal massacre. And this is what he was most afraid of from the beginning to the end. On hard collisions, of course he has absolute confidence. But speed is originally a person's combat power. He wouldn't ridiculously think that if Linley lost that flash ability, he might not be his opponent. Therefore, I have made up my mind. Once Linley makes a move, even if he sacrifices his old life, he must minimize the casualties of his sons. He exchanged a glance with Jabba. Both were clearly ready. How? Seeing everyone's vigilance, as if the strings were tense, Linley chuckled lightly and said, Why, do you want to fight me now? I don't mind, but you guys, are you sure? Marco really felt that he was going crazy, and roared angrily. Then what do you mean? Killing is nothing more than nodding. Hanging like this, not up or down, is it fun? Tisk, okay, it's just you. As he said that, Linley, who wished for Marco to get ahead, disappeared in an instant. When he appears again, has appeared on Marco's back. Not good. Seeing this, Whitebeard and Jabba reacted immediately. But in the face of Linley's flash, still too slow. 200 humiliated Whitebeard. I saw Linley at a speed that no one could react to. He put a hand on Marco's shoulder. Conquerors quickly winds up in it. Marco rolled his eyes helplessly, and fell into a coma. Today, with his Conqueror's quality, Marco of this period is simply not enough to resist this level of Conquerors. Linley, on the other hand, carried Marco like a chick, flashed, and returned to the half-empty minister again. This whole set of actions is completed. Whitebeard and Jabba rushed to Marco's original position. See Linley disappear in front of his eyes. They raised their heads one after another, their faces becoming extremely ugly. BD. Kacha kacha. Angry, Whitebeard slammed his fist against the wall of air. The power of endless vibration. With an overwhelming momentum, it blasted towards Linley in midair. 2. The lightning-fast shaking force was about to reach Linley, but gradually subsided. He looked at Linley with unwilling eyes. Whitebeard was finally afraid of accidentally hurting Marco. I chose to give up. Hey, with a slight smile, Linley said lightly. This guy has a destiny with my Shuangquan alliance, so let's take him back as a guest. After half a year, our 2-regiment alliance will send people to your New World territory. During this time, the double alliance will not attack your Whitebeard pirates' territory. See you then. As he spoke, Linley waved his hands and was about to leave. Take Marco. Presumably, with Whitebeard's character, he will definitely go to the appointment on time. The Shuangquan alliance took advantage of this time. In the New World, other sea areas except the Whitebeard pirates' territory will be resolved for the time being. Finally, the final decisive battle. In this way, if Whitebeard wants to give up the New World territory, he must also give up Marco at the same time. But for the character of Whitebeard who loves his family, would never do that, otherwise, abandon the territory of New World, so as not to confront the Shuangquan alliance head-on. No chance for revenge. How can there be such a good thing? If it weren't for the promise to leave Whitebeard to Kaido. I'm afraid Linley killed him early in the morning. Marked for death on Whitebeard's body. Enough to allow him to control Whitebeard's movements almost anytime, anywhere. Damn it, don't even think about leaving. Beasta and Joes, who have always had a good relationship with Marco, were undoubtedly very anxious when they saw this. Immediately, he angrily yelled at Linley in midair. BD, what do you want to do to Marco? Didn't I say that? If you repeat it, I don't want to say it a second time. Not bothering to pay attention to these two, Linley lifted Marco, and his body began to rise into the air. This trip not only took away Marco, and there are windfalls, it can be said to be a rewarding experience. In Linley's mood, he couldn't even think about it. At this moment, Shanks suddenly said, I didn't expect that the most powerful person in the world would actually take a hostage as a threat. Isn't this incompatible with your identity and status? Hee hee. Hearing this, Lin Fu laughed. I do things, when will it be your turn to set the standard? In this world, only strength has the final right to interpret the morality of all behaviors. Take Marco, are you angry? Are you all angry? In that case, be angry. Hate, stupid Shanks, I'll be on top of the world, waiting for you. I hope that by that day, you will have enough strength to support your words that set standards for others. Saying that, Linley didn't pay any attention to Shanks, let alone Whitebeard and Jabba. The whole person's figure flashed, turned into a green light and disappeared into the sky. Is this the character of Linley? Do whatever you want. Extremely overbearing. Linley's remarks not only did not deal a blow to Shanks, it didn't even make hatred and anger sprout in his heart. On the contrary, it completely aroused his fighting spirit. Don't worry, wait for me. There will be such a day. And Whitebeard watched the green light fade into the sky. I realized from the beginning that I couldn't catch up. The complexion changed rapidly several times in a short period of time. At this moment, I just feel endless humiliation filling my heart. Asking for flowers, as the former, world's strongest man. Now, someone actually took away his beloved son in front of him. And I can't do anything. I can only watch this happen. What humiliation is this? Since he founded the Whitebeard Pirates, no matter what kind of opponent he faces. Even Marine has never been so humiliated. It seems that this guy has seen through our original drawing. Feeling deeply humiliated, Jabba couldn't help laughing wryly. He knew Newgate. Now Marco is being taken away in front of everyone. And it is clearly stated that after half a year, people will be sent back to the Whitebeard Pirates' territory in New World. During this time, the Double Alliance will not attack the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. This also means that, the time has completely broken the two sides. #TJ, the Whitebeard Pirates, will have no choice. They intend to dissuade Whitebeard from the New World proposal. It just doesn't work at all. Newgate is never going to give up on Marco. This, without a doubt. Cluck, not just Whitebeard, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. It seems that after all, it is impossible to escape and make a break with the Shuangquan Alliance. And looking at Whitebeard's back, the same indignation and humiliation. Return to New World as soon as possible. After a long time, Whitebeard finally let out a long sigh. The scene where Marco is taken away. Perhaps, in the Whitebeard Pirates, we will never be able to wait for the fruit of our dreams. Undoubtedly, it was on their faces that they slapped Bawang wolfishly. Yet in the heart, he has already made a decision in his heart. All were filled with righteous indignation, and the teeth were gritted. Marshal Teach's face, despite being similar to the surrounding partners, only, and they have no power to fight back. Therefore, unknowingly, a different idea came up. As the captain, he has the responsibility and obligation to be responsible for everything. In this world right now, I'm afraid there is only a two-regiment alliance which has the greatest possibility. 201 The whereabouts of Rob Lucci. This idea is not the first time it has appeared. For Marshal Teach, the biggest purpose of joining the Whitebeard Pirates. Just find that coveted dark fruit. Originally, he even thought about it, if he still couldn't find the dark fruit. Just stay with the Whitebeard Pirates forever. Because Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. With that kind of almost blind fanatical worship. It's really good to be his son. Now, the title of world's strongest man has changed. The frenzy also gradually cooled. And he's a realistic guy. The fanatical admiration for Whitebeard has been correspondingly reduced a lot. BRT, the end of the Whitebeard Pirates. He has been predictable. Half year later, it's time to make a complete break with the Shuangquan Alliance. He knows Whitebeard, knowing that it will be 197, in half a year, I will definitely go to the appointment on time. But he doesn't want to just live and die with the Whitebeard Pirates. Then, the idea of breaking away from the Whitebeard Pirates became stronger and stronger. Finally made up his mind. On a certain night, I took advantage of the gap when I went out to replenish the living supplies. He quietly left the Whitebeard Pirates. Randomly found a raft. Just like that, I headed towards the direction of New World. And the red hair saw that things were irreversible. With a heavy heart, after reluctantly parting with Jabba and others. Continue to start your own voyage. He knew it wasn't time to stop. Whether it's to become stronger, or to find the person Captain Roger said. We must act quickly. See you next time. See you next time Linley. He absolutely does not wish to be like this again, where there are only irresistible thoughts in his heart. On the other side, Linley, who took Marco away, continued to search for the Golden Lion in East Blue. It took several days to find this. That old thing can really be hidden. Temporarily land on an island. The original good mood is gone now. Since the past few days, he was constantly looking for floating islands above East Blue. Logically speaking, the line of sight in the sky is very wide. Look for a group of floating islands. Isn't that a simple thing? Whoever thought that apart from the clouds, there was no trace of the island in the sky? There is no way to find it like this. Since Golden Lion escaped impel down, the whereabouts are very secretive. Maybe it won't always be in East Blue. Thus, find it, but the difficulty is greatly increased. Even if he has the ability to fly, It is not easy to find floating islands in the sky aimlessly. Not like Sky Island after all. There is a fixed location. And Linley, like Marco who was holding a chick, woke up faintly at some point. But he never said a word. Nor did they resist. That's why Linley hadn't bothered to keep putting him to sleep. And he also seemed to see Linley's purpose. Already putting life and death aside, the yin and yang on his face strangely said. The Golden Lion's whereabouts have always been unpredictable. It's always been him who took the initiative to find someone else. When will someone find out again? Linley didn't bother to talk to him at all. After thinking about it, he seemed to feel that there was still a period of time before he would treat him like a chicken cub. So for the sake of Marco's physical and mental health, then let him enter the dream again. In that case, if you can't find the Golden Lion, go to the Enies lobby first and take Rob Lucci away. Anyway, it doesn't matter if the sequence is different. However, he originally planned to leave the last spot to Rob Lucci. In this way, as long as Rob Lucci grows fast, then he will get a new spot soon. But the appearance of red hair broke this plan. After all, it was one of the two people he most wanted to make a contract with. No, it should be one of the three objects. So I signed the contract without even thinking about it. In fact, it is completely possible to leave a death mark on the red hair and make a contract later. But, who can tell when the redhead will break through? Contractees of this quality, if you can meet it, you must never miss it, let alone have any hesitation. In the end, he didn't leave a death mark on the red hair either. Maybe, in order to get more surprises. Soon, a few days later, Linley came to the Enies lobby on the Grand Line. Rob Lucci joined CP9 at the age of 13. Calculated according to the time now, he is only about 12 years old. In other words, most of them are still in the training camp of world government. But the training camp may not be at Enies lobby. Only, on Enies lobby, there must be someone with CP9. Just find these people and control them through sound confusion. You can easily know the situation of the world government training camp. So, Linley temporarily placed the unconscious Marco in a safer place. For example, the closest country to Enies lobby, and threw Marco into the locker in the king's bedroom of the palace. Head over to the Enies lobby. Linley landed directly and above board. As soon as he landed, a group of guards immediately surrounded Linley. There is nothing but viciousness on his face. Who is here? How dare you break into the Enies lobby, which symbolizes absolute justice? This kind of thing seems to have not happened for many years. Or rather, since they were assigned to the Enies lobby. It just didn't happen. Therefore, in addition to the viciousness in his eyes, there is also the desire to do meritorious service. Too lazy to push, Linley immediately used the sound confusion skill. Quickly control this group of guards. So the next thing, it's straightforward. Through the report of this group of guards, Linley learned that the top CP9 officer currently stationed at Enies lobby is Spandane. That is, the cowardly thing in the original book, Spandam's father. As the officer of CP9, you should know. Linley met Spandane easily. It makes sense. CSC soldier guard suddenly broke into the door. With the cooperation of the guards. Tell me, Rob Lucci's whereabouts. Spandane hadn't finished speaking. Spanda reprimanded with a dissatisfied face. 1.5 is currently in Spandane's temporary office. There is more than one training camp for the world government. As far as I know, there are as many as 9. As for the Rob Lucci you mentioned, if I understand correctly, it should be in. What nonsense are you talking about? 9 offices. Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but come up with an interesting idea. Just listen to his respectful reply. It was easily controlled by the sound confusion skill. How can a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death be able to resist Yinwo's control? Don't even knock on the door. Don't tell me you Marines are so unruly. Hehe. 202 World government is infiltrated into a civ. After learning about the 9 training camp locations of the world government, it can be regarded as achieving the goal. Linley didn't stay too long. Just follow the information provided by Spandane. Find them one by one. Everywhere, including the instructor, everything is controlled. Until the 5th place, Rob Lucci was found. It is still after controlling everyone in the 5th training camp through sound confusion. Linley only took Rob Lucci away. He is only 12 years old now, and he can't resist Yinwo's control for the time being. And his will was not so firm in the first place. Otherwise, you won't be easily brainwashed by the world government. As for only Rob Lucci being taken, whether it will arouse the suspicion of the world government, Linley has already found a good reason for the instructor. Reporting directly above, Rob Lucci defected one night, and they tried to track and arrest, but ended up without a problem. Even if this will lead to reprimand, it will probably not arouse suspicion. 4 training camps after that, it is still the case. Thus, 23 including instructor, all the people in these 9 world government training camps were all controlled. And the students of these training camps will join CP1 to CP9 in the future. Which means, the entire world government, people controlled by Linley, covers almost everywhere. It's almost being infiltrated into a civ. First up are the celestial dragons at the top. Several people were controlled as puppets. And at Impel Down, everyone, including Hannibal, was also controlled. Of course, the guards new to Impel Down didn't. But that doesn't affect anything. Due to the shortage of personnel, Hannibal took over Adolf and became the new director of Impel Down. To some extent, Impel Down has become Linley's back garden. It's a pity that there are no prisoners worth taking away in the near future. And in Marine, Akainu, who is about to be promoted to Admiral, it can be said that it is currently controlled by Linley, has the most real power, and is also the most powerful. Since this period of time, it has undoubtedly played a great role. Number 26. It is the CP organization. Although currently CP0 has not found a chance to infiltrate. But CP9 is still one of the officers because of the existence of Spandine. On weekdays, it can also provide Linley with some information that is difficult for the two-regiment alliance to obtain. And all the students in the training camp, they will all become members of the CP organization. When the time comes, just think about how terrifying it will be. Except for CP0, the other CP organizations have basically been infiltrated. And what if some of these people are selected to enter CP0? It's like Rob Lucci's squad in the original book. The scope of penetration is even greater. Through those who are controlled, Linley said that he can control every move of the world government, which may be a bit satiated. But the world government wants to hide the fact from the two-group alliance, brewing some conspiracies and tricks. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Unless you don't go through Marine and CP9 at all. After finishing the work, Linley returned to the country closest to Eni's lobby and took away Marco, who was hidden in the king's bedroom locker. Holding a chick in one hand, Linley chose not to continue searching for the Golden Lion. Instead, they planned to return to Cake Island first. Of course, while rushing to the seas of all nations. Also keep an eye out for the Golden Lion in the sky. Let's see if any of you are lucky enough to come across the island group where the Golden Lion is located. Unfortunately, maybe luck ran out. Lang is all the way calm. Golden Lion may have a premonition of something. Maybe playing hide and seek with him. In this period of time, New World is undoubtedly more and more boiling. A two-regiment alliance with 3 armies. In the case of the shrinking power of the Whitebeard pirates, the 3 major forces, Akoku, Silver Axe, and John, who can barely compete with the two-group alliance, all choose to surrender. Among the remaining resistance forces, although there are still forces comparable to the above 3, they are all strong men who have never shown their faces in the original book. After all, they can hang out in the waters of New World. There are countless high-end pirates under the top powerhouses, but basically, it is no longer a threat to the two-regiment alliance. So during Linley's trip to East Blue, the situation of the 3 teams sweeping across, presenting the momentum like a broken bamboo. In just over a month, it will be near the Sea of All Nations and the Sea of Wanokuni. Almost all the islands were captured, and at an astonishing speed, it spreads towards the surroundings. Certainly, at Linley's request, none of the 3 forces avoided Whitebeard's sphere of influence, and all the islands have only been laid down initially, and the pirate flag of the two-regiment alliance has been hoisted. Complete control was not achieved. To achieve complete control, obviously there is still a long time to go. Can't rush. Only, the current double-group alliance has nothing but more time. After returning to Cake Island, Kaido and Big Mom are still in retreat. Obviously it was the harvest of the First World War, which has not yet been digested. It seems that, the time agreed with Whitebeard is just right. Believe waiting for Kaido to go out. It's time to face off against Whitebeard again. Originally, Linley wanted to ask the 733 mother for some blood. With Ant's body size, even begging for a bucket won't make any difference. Get her blood, give it to Vegapunk, and you can start the research on blood factors. By the time, not to mention copying the soul fruit, perhaps her steel balloon constitution is also expected to be reproduced on Seraphim. Of course, this kind of weapon can only be reassuring if it falls into Lin Fu's hands. Now that Ant is still retreating, this matter can only be shelved temporarily. Linley had no choice but to play Marco's idea first. Back to Cake Island for the first time. Lock him up with sea stone handcuffs and anklets. And in just a few days, at least several kilograms of his blood were drawn. If it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that he would have lost too much blood and died. But take Marco's constitution, coupled with good food and drink hospitality. Although it looks a little fake, but at least life is safe, according to the requirements obtained from the previous exchanges, after taking preservation measures. Through Akainu, learned of the new address of Vegapunk Labs. It is a hidden island located in the first half of the Grand Line. Linley made a secret trip with Marco's blood and gave it to Vegapunk for research. And surprisingly, the man-made devil fruit in the original book actually appeared at this time. 203 Gion's Return, Great Swordsmanship. That artificial devil fruit, that is to say, it is a copy of the form of Yuyu fruit, phantom beast species and blue dragon. According to Vegapunk, just a failure, and that's how he reports to the world government. I don't know why, no matter whether it is in the original book or now, the world government does not suspect him. Since it is a failure, didn't pay too much attention. In this way, the man-made devil fruit remained in the research base where Vegapunk was located. When Linley sent Marco's blood to study blood factors, he brought back the man-made devil fruit without any hassle. Wanokuni, Ghost Island. It's a pity, looking at the replica of the phantom beast in his hand. Linley couldn't help feeling quite emotional. Don't look at this in Vegapunk's mouth, it's just a failure. But in fact, the so-called failure is only for the perfectionist Vegapunk. The reality is, except the color is not the same as Kaido, everything else is exactly the same. Of course, still that sentence. Even if the replica is slightly inferior to the original, it will not be too far behind. No matter what, it is much stronger than ordinary zone or the ancient species. After all, in the original book, 4+ Punk also researched this man-made devil fruit. For the world government, maybe don't pay attention to man-made devil fruit. On the contrary, it pays attention to various weapons. Therefore, Vegapunk is the result of most of Marine's research. Basically, it is concentrated in the two studies of Pacifist and Seraphim. And in the original book, these two weapons have been popularized for Marine. And the reason why Linley felt it was a pity, it's just because there are no contract quotas anymore. Otherwise, contracted Rob Lucci, then let him eat this Phantom Beast replica. Isn't it much stronger than the Zone Cat Fruit Leopard form in the original book? I don't know what fruit ability will be returned. In other words, if there are contract quotas now, the second fruit ability can be obtained immediately. After all, the form of Sesshomaru has been awakened now. The conditions for obtaining the second fruit ability have been met. If it's a replica, what ability will it return? At the beginning, Yamato's Phantom Beast, Oguchi Shingod form, returned to the Sesshomaru form 100 times. Then, what will be returned to this replica of Inugu Fruit, Phantasmal Beast, and Azure Dragon? Linley couldn't help looking forward to it. In such anticipation, time flies by. After returning from the new experimental base in Vegapunk, Linley took Marco and Rob Lucci straight back to Ghost Island. This stay lasted nearly half a year. During this period of time, he did not look for the Golden Lion again. Anyway, if Whitebeard ends up working with Golden Lion, then solve it together. And the reason why he returned to Ghost Island, it is one aspect to guard against the Golden Lion, Happy Home. Also thinking about if he dared to bubble up, it will be much more convenient to hunt and kill again at that time. Don't be afraid of the Golden Lion jumping around, afraid that he would hide and not show his face. Besides, the biggest purpose is to accompany Gion, Smoothie and the three little ones by the way. As for conquering the islands of the New World, there is no need for him to do it himself. The two-regiment alliance, which is divided into 3 groups, is invincible in the face of New World, where the top powerhouses are almost faulted. Unless the Whitebeard pirates choose to make a break in advance. Otherwise, there are already 3 troops, enough to deal with everything. And he can receive feedback from the 3 captains Beckman, Bullet and Red Earl at any time through the phone bug. No doubt, the pace of conquering the New World is very smooth. During this period of time, in addition to being unexplored, it is still in the unknown sea of mist and the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard pirates. Then there is the Marine G1 branch near the Red Line, and several nearby islands. Other sea areas, which have been included in the sphere of influence of the Shuangquan Alliance, are basically at odds. Perhaps Marine did not get satisfactory feedback from the Whitebeard pirates. I don't want to confront the Shuangquan Alliance head-on. Therefore, we have not yet received information about Marine's large-scale march into the New World. And he was not just on vacation at Ghost Island. Instruct Gion, Smoothie and the 3 little ones to practice. It became the top priority during this time. And the results are remarkable. Each of the 3 little ones has at least 1 item of armed color and knowledge color, and has advanced to level 100. As for Black Maria, both advanced to the intermediate level. They also gave Linley tens of times of returns. It's a pity, with Linley's current quality of weapons and knowledge. Even if the 3 little ones returned it, it would be more than 10 or dozens of times. But apart from making his quality higher, it is no longer possible for him to advance. And Smoothie's results are remarkable. Observation Hawkeye has successfully advanced to the intermediate level. The armed color is steadily moving towards advanced levels. And the development of fruit ability has improved a lot compared to before. Although it has not yet reached the point of fruit awakening. But it's a solid step forward. As for Gion, because she is the tallest among them. Therefore, in just half a year, even with Linley's guidance, the progress is not too great. However, Linley could see it. Gion's swordsmanship is not far from his own mastery. That's all. Time passed day by day. The day of ending, agreed with the Whitebeard pirates, is getting closer and closer. The closer it gets, the more Linley pays attention to the situation of Kaido, who is retreating in Cake Island. If Dad can have the strength in the original book, even if the current Whitebeard is still at the peak, I'm afraid there is a great chance of winning. The current Kaido undoubtedly has the conditions to become stronger than in the original book. When the Crusade Alliance invaded, he fought Whitebeard to the death. Although he was defeated, Shin Liao Nuo Zhao was not only not hurt, but became more and more courageous as he fought. After that, talent and potential are increased. In Ghost Island, I got Linley to practice with me many times. Under the pressure he brought, he completely absorbed the gains of the Whitebeard battle. Completed the Wine Dragon 8 trigrams mode. And on Cake Island, he teamed up with Big Mom and fought with all his might. Once again let him gain a lot. Believe in another breakthrough. It's time to realize the big move of Fire Dragon Torch. Seeing that the date of the end was agreed, there was only less than half a month left. Linley intends to leave and go to Cake Island to meet Kaido. After saying goodbye to Gion, Smoothie and the 3 little ones, it turned into a dazzling green light and disappeared into the sky. However, the next day, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Contract target Gion, practice swordsmanship to the peak of oneself, to achieve great success, 12 times return to the slave of swordsmanship, Dacheng invisible sword energy. 204, choose the hidden ability of the second fruit or Sesshomaru form. Swordsmanship Dacheng Invisible Sword Chi. When you swing a slash, there is an invisible sword chi that cannot be detected by the naked eye. Invisible sword chi. Sure enough, whether it's firearms or swordsmanship, after getting the return of great achievements, you will get special abilities. And with the slash with invisible sword energy, the attack power has undoubtedly risen to a higher level. For Linley, with the addition of Dacheng's swordsmanship, it is not a small breakthrough. After all, it is only 12 times the return. Linley didn't expect too much. The invisible sword energy is already a surprise. The key is, at such a time, Linley flying through the sky at extreme speed, listening to the system's prompt and watching the introduction of the invisible sword energy, it was a face full of helplessness. Because of swordsmanship, he was promoted to Dacheng. Which means, Linley gets another contract spot. Look at the number 14/15 behind the target of the contract. Linley couldn't help thinking to himself, if only Ziyuan had broken through the swordsmanship to Dacheng earlier. In other words, as early as Ghost Island, Rob Lucci was contracted. And now, although it's only a day to leave Ghost Island. But due to his flying speed, he has reached an astonishing speed. 403 therefore, the distance to Cake Island is more than half. Returning to Ghost Island again seems a bit too eager. Quote. After thinking about it, Linley shook his head helplessly. As soon as he thinks of going back, he can get the second fruit ability. It's not too much to waste a day. Thinking about it this way, just when he wanted to turn around and rush back to Ghost Island. Not far back yet, suddenly a flash of inspiration came to my mind. Seems to think of something. Yeah, maybe try a thing or two. He suddenly thought of, because Lucci is now under the control of Yinwo. Including him, every controlled person has established an inexplicable connection with Linley, which seems to be at the soul or spiritual level. Although there is no way to have a dialogue through this connection. But it allows Linley to perceive the opponent's position. This point is quite similar to the Mark of Death. And that connection isn't like Mark of Death. Basically it will always be there. Unless the energy is completely exhausted. Instead, it will gradually dissipate. Therefore, it began to control the time of Chal's Saint. He is way through CDFB phone bugs. Spread his voice, thus extending the control time. But then, I spent some time in retreat on Ghost Island. Mastered the method of preserving voices by utilizing demonic power. The time of control can be greatly extended through the voice that constantly emerges from the hearts of the controlled. Just like the arrangement on Akainu. So, now that there is a connection, is it possible, through this connection, to make a long-distance contract with Lucci? Thinking of this, Linley immediately tried it. Anyway, if not, it wouldn't hurt to go back to Onijima again. So, he concentrated his attention and tried to move the line connected to Lucci. After finding that thread accurately, next second, the system's prompt sounded suddenly. Contract successful. Looking at the end of the contract target, Lucci's name has been added. And the last number, full again. The surprise and joy in Linley's eyes disappeared in a flash. It's really good. It seems that the system is pretty smart. He nodded happily. Now that the remote contract has been successful, Linley immediately pulled out the phone bug. Linley. It was Guillaume who answered the phone. It's me. Had a chat with Guillaume. Linley just got to the point. The man-made devil fruit can now be given to Lucci to eat. Yeah, I see. Go early and come back early. I'll wait for you on Ghost Island. Although it was only a day apart. But Linley rarely called back. Guillaume talked inside and outside, and couldn't hide his reluctance. Linley smiled and agreed. The two hang up the phone reluctantly. In this way, you can wait for the second fruit ability. So, Linley continued to fly in the direction of Cake Island. 10 minutes later, next to Linley's ear, the system prompt sounded again. The target of the contract, Lucci, who eats Inugu Fruit, Phantom Beast, Blue Dragon Form, Replica, will get 34 times the refund. Fish Fruit, Phantom Beast, Blue Dragon Form. A Black Dragon Form, Kanglong. Linley was taken aback. Kanglong, isn't it Xinglong? Same dragon, it's just a different name. However, since it is a form obtained only after 34 times the return. Don't even think about it, it's bound to be different. In fact, according to Linley, the blue dragon Kaido transforms into is not as unattainable as the blue dragon he knows. And in Pirate World, the form of the blue dragon is stronger than the form of the blue dragon, there is basically no doubt about it. No matter what, it will be returned 34 times. Although even after obtaining the form of the blue dragon, Linley probably won't transform into a black dragon either. It's like having a Sesshomaru form and never transforming into a beast form. But even so, still waiting with full anticipation for the addition of the second form. Anyway, obtaining the second fruit ability will only make him stronger. There is no doubt about it. However, suddenly, the system prompt sounded unexpectedly again. Sensed that the hidden ability of the shape of the killing pill, Tai Sui Ya, Kong Yunya, has not been activated. You can give up the form of Inugu Fruit, Phantom Beast, and Black Dragon to strengthen the form of Sesshomaru and gain hidden abilities. Please choose this. There is a choice. Hearing the prompt sound from the system again, even with Linley's current state of mind. All were surprised. After all, nothing like this has happened since the system was activated. When the previous Sesshomaru form is not awakened, the system will automatically convert it to the awakening degree and the corresponding skills. Totally random. It is not a choice. And now, unexpectedly, correct, unexpectedly, Linley suddenly remembered the scene that the Red Earl had seen deep in his mind. 4 knives are mentioned in it. It seems that, as expected, the ability hidden in the Sesshomaru form. It's Tai Sui Yan Kong Yun Ya. Think here. An uncontrollable tangle appeared on Linley's face. How should I choose? After all, choose the blue dragon form. Or strengthen the shape of the killing pill to obtain hidden abilities. 205 The power of the demon god. Kandlong clone. These 2 options. No matter which one, Linley is very excited. If he chooses the blue dragon form, it means that his constitution will be further improved. At least like Kaido, possesses the ability to control fire, wind, thunder, and clouds. Transformed into the mythical black dragon, it can cause the super scale of changing the color of the world. Become the strongest creature in the true sense. Although, perhaps after obtaining the form of the blue dragon, Linley may not turn into a blue dragon once in a few years. At most, that is to change into a dragon figure like Kaido to fight. And if you choose to strengthen the killing pill form, no doubt, it can further strengthen the ability that is already ridiculously strong, thus unlocking the 2 hidden knives of Tai Sui Yan Kong Yun Ya. How should I choose? Obviously, at this moment, Linley, who was already in the air, was very troubled. At present, we are faced with the choice of becoming stronger. Since you want to become stronger, generally speaking, you have to consider making up for your own shortcomings. Rather than strengths. After all, his current strength is already strong enough. So, what is his shortcoming? That is, the short board. Single output, large AOE, constitution, defense, speed, flight. Thinking about it. Terribly sorry, Linley couldn't think of any shortcomings in himself. It's a bit Versailles to say so though. But it is true, if you have to say yes. To impose upon oneself what does not exist. That's, physical skills are not strong enough. Or, armed colors and conquerors, or even knowledge colors, haven't played out yet. For example, the color of knowledge and knowledge did not comprehend, seeing through people's hearts, or communicating over a long distance, or even listening to the voice of all things. And armed color did not train the weapon into a permanent knife. Even on top of ultimate compression, no more esoteric tricks are known yet. And Conquerors, who was played by the red hair in the original book. Wisdom killing, and super long-range Conqueror's attack, even the legendary Conqueror's territory. And these, but it has nothing to do with the fruit ability. Linley racked his brains. I finally thought of a defect in the fruit ability that can barely be regarded as a short board. #BT. Attack capabilities are not diverse enough. Looking at the attack in the form of Sesshomaru, either it has something to do with the sword, or it has something to do with thunder. Unarmed, only poisonous claws and powerful beatings, as well as light whips. It can't cast too large AoE, even if you now master the skill of fusing a single Hawkeye with demonic power. But the fist light, at least visually, is not gorgeous enough. Unlike Kaido, with one mouth, various elemental attacks can be blurted out. And Linley, but determined to become a true octagon warrior, fill up all attributes, there is no relative weakness. If you look at it from this angle, the form of the Black Dragon will undoubtedly bring Linley closer to the octagonal warrior, to a certain extent. Also increases the variety of his attacks. In other words, to choose the form of the Black Dragon is to choose, and choosing to strengthen the form of killing pills can be regarded as choosing quality. It's just that, with my appearance, it seems that there is a somewhat mismatch with creatures like dragons. Although the dragon form looks very mighty Hawkeye, but if the face value is sacrificed, Linley may not be willing either. After all, he already has an outstanding appearance, but with the blessing of Sesshomaru's form and Yinwo, it has reached astonishing levels. If it gets too weird, that would be bad. Perhaps, in the end, it is considered from the aspect of appearance. Linley finally has a decision. Choose the enhanced Sesshomaru form. The words just fell off. System prompts followed one after another. Sesshomaru's form has been strengthened successfully. Beast-shaped dog demon obtained the blood of the Kandlong, and the demon power gave birth to the power of a few gods. The hidden knife, Kong Yunya, unlock it. Acquire a new skill in the form of Sesshomaru, Kandlong clone. This, listen to the system beep. Linley only felt that a huge surprise came from the bottom of his heart. Despite this enhancement, only one of the 2 hidden knives was unlocked. But the demonic power can get a little qualitative change again. This is what he never expected. Birth of the power of a few gods. I'm afraid just being a god is enough to explain everything. Carefully inspect the demon power in the body. Linley found that in the sea of demon power, the monster power that was supposed to be green now has a touch of gold in it. It seems that from now on, demon power can no longer be called demon power, but should be the power of a demon god. On par with the demon god 2-color Hawkeye. Perhaps the power of the demon god has not been improved in terms of quantity. Asking for flowers, but quality, don't even think about it, you must get it. As for the Kandlong avatar, looking at the introduction of the system, Azure Dragon avatar, through the materialization of a high degree of demon power, a clone with partial ability of the blue dragon form can be transformed, and the strength of the ability is different according to the degree of consumption of demon power. This is so simple. Does the avatar have the ability to form a black dragon? Even if it is part, it has greatly exceeded expectations. Without any hesitation, Linley immediately consumed about 20% of the power of the demon god and transformed into a black dragon clone. Soon, in front of Linley, a clone identical to him appeared, and it looks like flesh and blood. It can't be seen at all. This is the result of the highly substantive power of the demon god. Kanglong. From the name, it fits perfectly with the mysterious Kanglongko in the form of Sesshomaru. This is not surprising. There will be a skill like Kanglong clone. Try to see how much combat power you have. Thinking of this, he immediately cloned himself with Kanglong and started experimenting in the air. Trier came to a conclusion. Maybe it's the 20% demon power that happened to be used. The Kanglong avatar also has 20% of his body's strength. At the same time, it also has less than 20% of the recovery speed of the power of the demon god. Before the power of the demon god is exhausted, the avatar can basically last forever. Only, this avatar, in addition to being able to display his own abilities, it is even able to display a certain degree of ability in the form of a black dragon. It's like transforming into a blue sky dragon, and the giant dragon in the sky who casts the blue dragon to break the time. Very similar. It's just that the shape and appearance should be more clear. Instead of light being transformed by thunder. In terms of size, it is even bigger than Kaido's green dragon. In addition, it can also change into a dragon form. Certainly, naturally, it is not as good as the real black dragon form. What this avatar can use is only the ability of the thunder system. For example, fire, wind, and cloud are known to exist without guessing, but these three elements cannot be used. Even so, it's already very strong. Realize that I made a right choice. Linley can be said to be in an extremely happy mood. There is still the power of God. Let me see what is so special about it. 206. The magical use of God's power. The natural teeth that are about to be born. At this time, in the sea of demon power. Except that the sea of green is filled with a touch of gold. Then there is Zilla. I saw Linley fuse the power of the demon god with the two-color Hawkeye respectively. Blast out with a punch. The fist glow produced by combining with the armed color becomes even thicker visible to the naked eye. Even more heavy is Mount Tai, unstoppable. And the dark green lightning produced by combining with Conquerors. If you look carefully, there are golden threads in the dark green. It's like a little bit of starlight. Filled with lightning. It's like a strange infiltration, with a hint of sacredness. Linley judged the power of the demon god, after fusing the two-color Hawkeye respectively. At least compared to the previous combination of demon power, the power has increased by about 10%. Don't look at just 10%. After all, the divine power contained in the demon power is only a very small number. Once the 177 demon power is completely transformed into the power of God. How terrifying it will be at that time, it makes me shudder to think about it. And the most wonderful use of the power of God is not only that. Linley discovered that since the demon power contained a small amount of divine power, even the speed of giving birth to natural teeth and broken teeth has been accelerated a lot. To know, awakened from the form of Sesshomaru until now, half a year has passed. Such a long period of time is enough for Linley to have a clearer understanding of the specific breeding speed. According to him, there is at most half a year left before the birth of these two knives. The times do not coincide with each other. Natural teeth may be faster, and broken teeth is slower. But basically within the first half of the year, it can be conceived and completed. It is also because of this that it is judged that the breeding speed has been significantly accelerated. It seems that these two knives are about to be born. At that time, he will be able to seamlessly nurture Yunnan. Try to use the 7-star sword to verify whether it is suitable as the carrier of Kong Yunya. The result is very gratifying. It's like natural teeth are highly compatible with Yanmo. Second generation Gush is highly compatible with broken teeth. 7-star sword, also writes, Kong Yunya, fits very well. In fact, when he obtained the 7-star sword, Linley felt that the 7-star sword and Kong Yunya were very similar to some extent. Now such a result, not surprising. In this way, there is no need to look for another knife that fits Kong Yunya. Of course, it can also be conceived directly through demon power. But it takes more than a year for any medium to be conceived. What's more, no, conservatively estimate, at least double the time, right? Immediately afterwards, he tested the use of the power of God. Looking at the black dragon clone in front of him, Linley thought of something. Since this avatar can last for a long time, then, it can replace him to do some things that were originally exhausted. For example, keep tracking the golden lion, or go to the village of East Blue Shimotsuki and teach the little apprentice Kuina. After all, his current swordsmanship has already achieved great success, far above Koshiro, Kuina's father. If Kuina has been taught by him since she was a child, strength will increase rapidly. As for the bird fruit, phantom beast species, and phoenix form replica prepared for her by Vegapunk parlance, at most 2 years, it can be reproduced. You know, the replica of the green dragon form that Lucci just ate. Vegapunk before joining the world government. The scientific research team in the world government. It has been studied for a long time. Plus research time since Vegapunk took over. Taken together, at least 20 years. But what was considered a success for Linley was a failure for Vegapunk. The second time, it will be much faster. 2 years compared to 20 years, a full tenfold difference. It's just that before going to Shimotsuki village, I have to let the Kandlong clone find someone first. That person is extremely important to the two-regiment alliance. Well known. In the depths of the Wano-kuni Inland Sea, one of the three ancient weapons, Pluton, is hidden. If we say Pluton Pluto, it is now in the hands of the two-regiment alliance. This statement is neither right nor wrong. The reason is simple. Wano-kuni is the territory of the two-regiment alliance. From this point of view, it is indeed in their hands. But because no one in the two-regiment alliance understands the text of history, it is impossible to find the passage where Pluton is. Even if it is found, it may not be able to start. Therefore, the Shuangquan alliance must have someone who can understand the text of history. Originally, Kazuki Yuto could understand it. But it's dead. So now in this world, the only person who can understand the text of history is probably only Nico Robin. In the original book, Pudding, the aunt's 76th child, can understand it. The problem is, judging from the timing, it will take at least several years to be born. Therefore, at the moment, it is most suitable for those who are looking for it. Only Robin. With these in mind, contact Doflamingo today. Ask him to unleash all the forces of the underground at once. Try your best to find Robin's whereabouts. At this time of day, Robin probably isn't hanging around in West Blue. In order to avoid the Marines' pursuit, he hid in the underground world. Survive by betraying others. It is the moment of the most vulnerable and desperate. Linley didn't put all his hopes on Doflamingo. Control the Avatar and fly to the Doctor in the direction of West Blue. As for the deity, he continued to fly in the direction of Cake Island. Seeing that it is getting closer and closer to Cake Island, Linley, who was flying at high speed, suddenly stopped again. I just took advantage of the flight and was bored. He tried to concentrate all the power of God in the natural tooth that was being conceived. Immediately discover the speed of gestation and get skyrocketed again. It's just that even though the power of God is also consumed violently. Just a few short breaths. Just consume it. If it weren't for the power of God, it would be able to recover. Linley thought that the power of God was going to disappear. The power of God born from the demon power is less than 3% of the whole. 1.9, but it is this 3% that makes the speed of breeding increase and the dry cultivation goes up. Optimistically, before the break with Whitebeard, the natural teeth would have been conceived first. Come to this conclusion, Linley couldn't help but be satisfied. As for why broken teeth was not born first, in his opinion, it is obvious that natural teeth are more important now. After all, the war is coming. What it means to have the means of resurrection is self-evident. Wait for Linley to come to Cake Island. Mom is already out. The first time I left the customs, I was immersed in eating and drinking. Another 2 days passed. Kaido is also out. Hear his voice before seeing him. That familiar laughter seemed to indicate that he was very satisfied with what he had gained in this retreat. Oahoa. 207, the day of the end. It's finally out. It was not far from the exit time estimated by Linley. Kaido finally left before the day of ending. Walk out of the temporary residence arranged for him on Cake Island. Meet Kaido, who turns into a green dragon and soars in the sky. Linley's figure was floating steadily in the air, and he smiled with great interest. Father, it seems that the harvest is not small. Good. Kaido nodded lightly, with a rather complacent expression on his face. I believe this time against Newgate, lousy, I won't lose again. This sentence is said to be full of confidence. Obviously, the harvest of this retreat is enough to make up the gap between him and Whitebeard, and even surpass it. During this time, have you found any traces of Newgate? Aren't you still hiding in East Blue and afraid to come back? The retreat for more than half a year also means that you don't know anything about what happened in the world during this period of time. Therefore, Kaido seemed to be quite eager for this when he came up. Linley shook his head and said, the date has been agreed upon. At 23, he immediately recounted his trip to East Blue in a succinct and concise manner. Golden Lion, no problem. Kaido hears that Whitebeard is trying to team up with the former partner, Golden Lion, and even Marine wants to support him behind the scenes. It doesn't seem to care. After all, the current double regiment alliance is too strong on the surface. Just shake the whole Marine. I am afraid there is nothing to be afraid of. The one who is afraid may be Marine. This, he firmly believes. There is roughly a week or so before that day, which is enough for us to rush over. Since you have already left the customs, Dad, there is no time to delay. Because Linley gave orders to the Red Earl, Bullet and Beckman before he set off from Ghost Island. Now it is estimated that these 3 troops are rushing to Whitebeard's territory at full speed. The goal is directed at the core island of the Whitebeard territory, Moby DK. Good. The same island name as the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, Lin and Kaido once set off. There is no need to bring any subordinates, just fly over directly. Alright, tell Linlin, let's go. Kaido nodded excitedly. The expression on his face is enough to show his impatience at the moment. Lost to Whitebeard, it's been a bummer for him. Now, it's finally time for the shame to come. Mama. Just as the two were planning to fly to the castle on Cake Island. From below the clouds, a figure stepping on a dark cloud flew over. Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. Who is it if it's not Auntie? Obviously also heard Kaido's laughter, heard the sound and rushed over. Kaido, I'm really curious what breakthrough you have achieved. Get to know Kaido's big mom. In fact, when they reunited again, they were quite shocked. After all, Kaido's strength when he teamed up with her is much different than when the Rocks pirates were disbanded and the two said goodbye. One day at a time. And now, from Kaido's laughter, she also heard full of confidence. Naturally, I am very curious about this. After I take Newgate's head off, I will have a big fight with you. Don't you know by then? Oh, found Newgate. That's right, the day of the end of our two-regiment alliance and the original Crusade alliance is not far away. What a pity, I can't get away. When the ant heard the words, there was a regretful expression on her face. Kaido, who has become stronger again, fights to the death with the former strongest man in the world. You don't need to guess how shocking and wonderful it will be. But she didn't have the fate to witness it. The reason is simple, if only Katakuri was still in Cake Island, she could have accompanied Kaido for a walk. Maybe she doesn't need to take action. But it's okay to be overwhelmed. Now I have to stay on Cake Island. No problem. Kaido waved his hand and laughed. When the time comes, let the people below record it with video phone bugs. According to Linley's words, that's live broadcast, and it's not much different from witnessing it with your own eyes. If it's the next best thing, that's the only way to go. The regret on Auntie's face quickly turned into a big laugh. Mama, just, Kaido, don't think that you are the only one who becomes stronger. During this time, I have also gained a lot. She pointed to the new face of homies next to her. A piece of boiling magma, and a piece of ice that is steaming. Yeah, Kaido seemed to see something unusual from these two new homies and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of you, Linley. Wait for me to come back, let's have a showdown. Ooh, good. After the two bid farewell to the ant. No more delay, flying towards the direction and place that had been determined long ago, at extreme speed. In a few days, if you stand at a very high place in the sky, you can accurately judge the traces of the two-group alliance. We'll be able to see. 3 fleets broke into the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard pirates from different directions with the same goal. And completely ignore the islands along the way, straight to the core island, Moby DK. But, oddly enough, in the process of the 3 fleets, without exception, 580 did not encounter any resistance. Just let the 3 fleets rampage in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Quickly approaching the core island, and in the air, there are 2 figures, one big and one small. Flying towards Moby DK Island at an astonishing speed, at this time, in a certain sea area of East Blue. If Linley sees the huge ship sailing, you will be amazed, because that huge ship is the Moby DK. It is obvious that the day of ending between the two sides is just around the corner. But the Moby DK is still hovering in East Blue. Moby DK aboard. Everyone's faces were full of sadness and unwillingness. This emotion hovered over the entire ship. It seemed so depressing. Put your ears to listen. Marco, let's go back. How can I let my father teach that guy? Just leave it alone. Including Marco, Beasta and Josie. The 3 captains were all silent at the moment. Not a word, while Jabba and the others stood aside, looking at Marco and the other captains with complicated faces. For a long time, Marco turned to Jabba and said, Jabba, your hometown, is this direction. 208 Abnormal situation. Deathless Whitebeard, something's wrong. On the main ship of one of the 3 fleets, 2 figures stood on the splint of the bow. It was Beckman and Jin. And Shiryu and a few other people stood further back and chatted. At this moment, Beckman looked at Moby DK Island that was getting closer through the telescope. The puzzled look on his face became more and more intense. If we say that we haven't encountered any resistance along the way, it's reasonable to explain it by concentrating all our forces and fighting to the death with the 2-regiment alliance. DZ. Now on the coastline of Moby DK Island, there are still no ships found. This is very wrong. You can't run away without a fight, as some people speculated, right? With so much courage, give up the site that has been in New World for decades. 19. Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, falls into the hands of Linley. As far as Beckman's knowledge of Whitebeard is concerned, even most of the knowledge comes from hearsay. He didn't think Whitebeard would ignore Marco's life. Jin also opened the mouth quite puzzled and said, ask what's going on with Redfield and Bullet. Beckman, who was puzzled, nodded and immediately took out the phone bug. Soon, the response from the phone bug was exactly the same as what happened to Beckman. Beckman and Jin looked at each other. It is incredible in the eyes. Really the least likely guess. At this moment, Shiryu seemed to be very interested in the conversation between the two and walked over unhurriedly. Is this Whitebeard who cherishes his family? Ridiculous. And now he's become a deserter. After saying this, his face was already full of disdain. When Beckman confirmed to Redfield and Bullet, the situation has become very clear. The Whitebeard pirates have completely withdrawn from New World. During this period of time, the Shuangquan Alliance has focused its energy on other spheres of influence. Plus Linley's willful indulgence, he didn't get the news that the Whitebeard pirates had withdrawn from New World in the first place. But in fact, the intelligence department occasionally discovered a small number of ships flying the pirate flag of the Whitebeard pirates before leaving New World. It's just that they didn't pay attention to them. I don't believe Whitebeard is this kind of person. Quote, Jin, who was standing beside Beckman, pondered for a moment and then slowly spoke. His judgment differs from Shiryu's. How could Whitebeard be a deserter if Kaido and Linley paid so much attention to him? No matter how you think about it, it is impossible. Beckman nodded in agreement. Shiryu showed his signature evil smile indifferently. In this world, facing the alliance of two groups, nothing is impossible. Linley's strength, you should know better than me. And Whitebeard, who has personally played against Linley, will never be unfamiliar. Facing this kind of opponent, avoiding their edge is the most sensible choice, isn't it? Whitebeard is not that kind of person. Beckman sighed with emotion, and suddenly thought, could it be, the appointment is at the wrong place? As soon as he finished speaking, he himself laughed. How is it possible? The two major forces of the New World can make appointments in the wrong places. Even though Linley didn't specify the exact location. But there is no doubt that even now, regardless of any forces attacking the Double Alliance, the first choice must be to go to Wano Kuni. Just like attacking the Whitebeard pirates, Moby DK Island must be chosen for a reason. It's all consensus. It's useless to guess, Ember said in a deep voice. You can tell when you land on the island. But, I can't wait. After all, he jumped up and flew towards Moby DK Island. This guy, Beckman shook his head helplessly. However, there is inevitably a little envy in his eyes. It's so cool. Jin's flying speed is not as fast as Linley's. But it is still faster than Kaido's speed. I saw his body passing quickly in the air. Soon came to the sky over Moby DK Island. Just when he wanted to descend to a certain height and carefully observe the situation on the island. From a distance, two figures, one big and one small, were also coming towards the sky above the island. Jin looked carefully. Who were they? Not Linley and Kaido. Looking at Jin's figure, Kaido laughed heartily and said, oh, Jin, can't wait to act alone. Brother Kaido. After not seeing him for more than half a year, Jin's eyes light up when he sees Kaido. Seems to miss Kaido a lot. After greeting Linley and exchanging a few words of pleasantries, Jin quickly told about the discovery of the three troops. Oh, do you suspect that the Whitebeard pirates have completely abandoned the New World territory? Kaido was taken aback. Drop some altitude and find out. Linley couldn't believe Whitebeard would do this. Only, judging from the fact that the three troops entered the territory of the Whitebeard pirates but were never attacked by any sniper. Somewhat beyond his expectations. In his opinion, no matter what, it will be before the troops of the Double Regiment Alliance enter Moby DK Island. Do your best to consume along the way. It's the final fight to the death. Could it be? Linley thought of a possibility. He couldn't wait to land downward. Soon, the three rode in the semi-air force. Take a closer look at everything below. I see. Moby DK Island. It was very quiet. Looking from top to bottom, it looks like a picture scroll tending to be static. Below, except for the traces of flowers, plants and trees blown by the breeze. There was almost no sign of anyone walking around. Could it be? Even the people on the island have already evacuated. Looking at the almost deserted island, Jin's whole body was bewildered. No way, really withdrew. Although this way, there is no need to go through a fierce battle. But this is not what they want. Motojao result. Wrong. Linley shook his head, for he is on the top of the highest mountain of the island below. A tall and straight figure was found. Whitebeard. Kaido obviously also noticed the figure. His brows were tightly wrinkled, and he was very puzzled. Why is he alone? With this kind of doubt in their hearts, the three of them fell in front of that figure one after another. How? Kaido said with an ugly face. Newgate, do you think you can deal with me alone? Finally come. Whitebeard faced Kaido's doubts, but he didn't answer the question. Today, let this old man make a break with you. When saying this, from Whitebeard's body, there was an aura of, seeing death as home, that almost turned into reality. So that's how it is. This really looks like your style. Whitebeard, realizing that he had guessed right, Linley was undoubtedly filled with emotion. Price. 209. Peak Whitebeard versus Peak Kaido. Where's Marco? Whitebeard looked behind Linley, but did not see Marco, who had been captured. A trace of worry flashed across his expressionless face. Only, just like Linley believed that Whitebeard would come today, he also believed that Linley was a guy who kept his word. Therefore, I forcibly hold this trace of worry in the deepest part of my heart. I originally planned to bring him here, but changed my mind temporarily. How? Whitebeard frowned. You want to go back on your word? No. Linley took a step forward and said lightly. As long as I see you on this island today, then I will let him go as agreed. Now that you are on time for the appointment. As he spoke, Linley took out his phone bug and dialed it. After being connected, he said lightly to the inside. Arrange someone, send Marco out of Wano Kuni, and set him free. After hanging up the phone, he smiled lightly and said, in this way, you should have nothing to worry about, right? Hearing this, Whitebeard frowned, and he was really relieved. He wasn't at all worried that Linley would lie to him. If you say let Marco go, you will definitely let him go. This can also be regarded as trust in the promise of the strong. I have to say, you are really worthy of their title of father. I chose to face everything alone. 683. Although it has already been guessed. But when it comes to Moby DK, Whitebeard is really alone. Linley was still quite emotional. This kind of behavior is really Whitebeard. I see. When Kaido heard this, he was also filled with emotions. This really looks like Newgate style. When I was in the Rocks Pirates, I didn't fit in with them. Now, it still looks like, emphasizing love and righteousness. Put yourself in that shoes and think about it. If Linley is kidnapped, is he willing to choose to face everything alone in order to avoid the brutal massacre of Jin and others? forehead, let alone whether you want or not. Linley was kidnapped. By who? Is it possible for such a thing to happen? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that this idea was so unrealistic. Even if he was kidnapped, it couldn't be Linley, right? However, I feel really lucky in my heart. Sure enough, the sun is better than lousy. So he doesn't have to face the same situation as Whitebeard. At the beginning of the Wano-kuni battle, the decision-maker was originally an old man. Whitebeard looked indifferent, and said as it should. Now, how can the sons bear the consequences with the old man? When he chose to give the order to die, let the sun stay in East Blue. And he was alone, when he returned to the core island of the Whitebeard pirates. You were ready to put life and death aside. In fact, the Shuangtuan League didn't take his sons seriously at all. Only yourself is the target you want to get rid of the most. Since mutual grievances cannot be reconciled, then it's up to him alone to end it all, only in exchange for the future safety of the sons. Forget it. Kaido didn't say much, not to blame Whitebeard for opportunistic. Instead, he picked up the mace, carried it on his shoulder, turned his head to Linley and Jin and said solemnly. Next, none of you are allowed to intervene in my battle with Newgate. Since Newgate has this kind of courage, facing everything alone, why not help him? As he spoke, he grinned at Whitebeard. As long as you can beat me today, for the sake of your Whitebeard pirates quitting New World. Our grievances are over, but if you lose, if ordinary people listen to it, the so-called implication is that if Whitebeard loses, the promise above will not count. But actually, this is just Kaido's rhetoric to force Whitebeard to fight to the death. In fact, even if Whitebeard loses, he also does not intend to let the two-group alliance continue to attack the Whitebeard pirate group that has left New World. This is also considered, it's the last trace of respect for this former partner. CDFE, however, he believed that he would never lose again this time. Hearing this, Whitebeard frowned. Obviously, it was about the safety of his sons, and he couldn't detect Kaido's intentions immediately. Originally, he planned to face no matter who he was facing on Moby DK Island. Never let go, lest the sons be angered by this. He knew, if that was the case, that once Linley had found any trace of the others, that was a massacre. But now, I immediately realized that the next battle with Kaido must not be lost. Work hard and win, otherwise, your own sacrifice will be useless. As for where to go after defeating Kaido, he doesn't care anymore. Certainly, Linley nodded slightly. Of course he won't interfere. No one else will be allowed to interfere. This battle, to some extent, is a battle for Kaido to prove himself. It is a battle beyond the peak. He still has great confidence in Kaido. One more, looking at Yanmo at his waist. Even if Kaido loses and loses his life, he can also forcibly take his life back from Shinigami. Thinking of this, Chao Jin said, notify them, limit the number of people on the island. Those who are not strong enough, stay on the boat obediently and watch the live broadcast through the video phone bug. Oh, I see. Jin nodded decisively. Of course he also knew that this time, neither side would have any concerns. It must be full firepower. Shock Fruit and Dragon Form are fully fired. If you think about it, you know what a devastating scene it will be. Will the island still exist in the end? I'm afraid it's all unknown. Seeing Whitebeard and Kaido at this moment, only each other is left in their eyes. Linley took out the video phone bug, and slowly floated into the air. Temporarily act as a photographer. And below, Kaido turned on the strongest dragon form without saying a word. Two-color hockey, swarming from within. Whitebeard opposite him was not to be outdone. Picking up Kong Yunchi, dazzling streamers and dark red lightning also flickered on it. Zila, neither of them seemed to have any intention of doing it first. The person did not move. The aura of the two of them was like a ferocious monster, soaring into the sky. Not to be outdone, fighting in the air between the two. Finally reached a tipping point. The two moved at the same time. 210, the first battle that decides the second in the world. Two figures, one white and one blue, suddenly disappeared in a flash. Then they collided violently. Huge energy fluctuations, dark red lightning from the place where the two collided in the air. It exploded in all directions. Boom. For a moment, the two of them were submerged by the aftermath and air waves. From the outside, the situation of the two fighting against each other could not be seen. What a strong energy fluctuation. Totally covered them. The three troops watching the live broadcast through the video phone bug. All eyes widened at this moment. Everyone knows that it has reached the level of Kaido and Whitebeard. In a short period of time, there is no winner or loser. But such a rare opportunity. No one wants to miss even a second of excitement. For a long time, when the aftermath and air waves subside slightly, only then can I see Bajiajai and Kong Yunchi, trembling in the hands of the two. The trembling was accompanied by more and more bursting dark red lightning. Reflected on the determined faces of the two of them. Suffice it to say from the beginning, both chose to go all out. Everyone has a reason to win. Kaido has. Whitebeard has more. Therefore, there is no possibility of anyone releasing water. You've become stronger. Kaido. Fight Kaido again. This sentence is the most direct feeling in Whitebeard's heart. At least for now. Two-tone hockey, no longer what he once was, slightly inferior to him. But really caught up. Made it go hand in hand. Not getting stronger. How can I beat you? Newgate. Kaido grinned. That smile fully demonstrated his confidence at the moment, it was so full. Last time, Julong 8 trigrams is only a startup and has not yet been perfected. And the two-color hockey is not enough. His own limit. Now, not only has the Julong 8 trigrams been thoroughly perfected, but even a higher level of comprehension has been mastered. Two-color hockey can be said to have entered the pinnacle of life. In this way, how can there be no confidence? In contrast to Whitebeard, the last time they played against each other was at the peak of their lives. Although Kaido was defeated strongly. But since it is already at its peak, judging from the trajectory of the original book, in a few years, it should be limited by age and go downhill. One is rapidly becoming stronger, and the other has reached its peak, staying where it is and waiting to retreat. This is the growth curve of the strength of the two. Certainly, at least for now, both are at the peak of their lives. If it is in a few years, Kaido will be victorious without fighting. Yeah, Kaido is so confident in his words. In Whitebeard's view, it was just an attempt to create psychological pressure on him. Naturally dismissive. Then try it, he snorted coldly. Taking advantage of the collision between the two, it has come to an end. Kacha, I saw Kong Yunchi originally covered with two-color hockey. The power of endless vibration. Emerge from it. Make foreign objects have the power of vibration. This is one of Shock Fruit's awakening abilities. That means, he doesn't need to keep using his abilities all the time. It can make Kong Yun cut and have the power of vibration. In Linley's words, it is to enchant Kong Yunchi to have stronger lethality. Originally, the two-color hockey was only in Bazong. As soon as the power of this vibration appeared, the balance in the deadlock immediately began to tilt towards Whitebeard. Boom. Finally, when a critical value was reached, Kaido no longer chose to fight to the end, but quickly retreated. Interesting. See, Whitebeard first used the fruit ability in order to seize the advantage. On Kaido's face, not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he became more and more excited. Wine Dragon 8 trigrams. Drunk. Killing. Drunken Thunder. Yin Naluo. So without any hesitation, he activated the state move second only to the final element 8 trigrams. Boom 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 boom. Next, the two didn't intend to stop for a while. The body shape turned into a streamer. Constantly displaying various attack moves, children are together. During this process, the entire Moby DK island continued to shake, as if it had been experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. Jundali Long Shengjun, Roar Thunder 8 trigrams, David Thunder 8 trigrams, Empty Shock, one ride is worth 1,000. Sky Shock Earth Shock, Empty Shock 1,000 armies displace Yi. Every move is no longer the most. Meeting Ceremony, move like Laming 8 trigrams. Asking for Flowers, it's a move with a higher level and more lethal power. And Linley, who was broadcasting in the air, looked at the island below where the Earth Dragon roared. I can't help feeling in my heart. Maybe after this battle, this island will become history. Two strong men with full firepower. They all have the attack power of destroying islands. Whether it is in the form of a green dragon or shock fruit, it is so easy and comfortable to cast a large AoE. This island can easily be smashed to pieces. It can be expected that just the aftermath of the battle between the two is already an unbearable heaviness for this island. In this regard, if you leave aside the two-color hockey, the demon god, and the awakened two knives, Linley was not so easy to do. Is barely a weakness. Sure enough, a tiger's son has no dog's father. The Red Earl stared straight at the screen sent back by the video phone bug. As a powerhouse on the same level as Whitebeard, the heart is naturally shocked enough. In his time with Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido is just a junior. Now, I didn't expect it to grow to this extent, although the same level, but in fact, he thinks he is inferior to Roger and Whitebeard. That also means that he is also no match for Kaido now. The Double Regiment Alliance has these two, it's simply too strong. As this, the strength of the former strongest in the world. I didn't expect Kaido-sama to grow to this extent. In the three troops, the words of emotion resounded constantly. Bullet's eyes were equally fixed. Since the desire to become the strongest in the world, then it is natural to know what kind of strength the world's strongest possesses. After losing to Linley, the strongest is that he doesn't think about it, and he can't think about it. B. Still can think about it. Well, in today's world, the number one in his opinion is undoubtedly Linley. So second, who is it? I'm afraid that after this battle, this issue will be revealed. After all, I have never experienced the Wano Kuni battle, so it seems to him. The battle between Whitebeard and Kaido is the battle to determine the world's second strongest. 211 Kaido's new move, 4 elephants 8 trigrams. Boom 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 boom. The confrontation between Kaido and Whitebeard. This fight lasted for an hour. Every move is almost full force, the move is fatal. Every collision will inevitably cause the air to tear, the earth to shake, etc. to destroy the world. This hour is not only a process of testing the strength of the opponent, but also a battle of attrition that is gradually becoming anxious. Neither of the two who have reached the peak is likely to lose easily. People watching the live broadcast through the video phone bug. The shock and horror at the beginning quickly turned into numbness. After all, no matter how shocking the picture is, if you watch it intently for an hour, it's time to get used to it. Exto. The question that is on everyone's mind at the moment is, who will win? It must be the Kaido boss who wins. At Ghost Island, he said that the next time we face Whitebeard, 300, will definitely win. Everyone in the Beast's Pirates, without a doubt, was unwavering in their belief that Kaido would win. Even in Onishima, Kaido had already lost once. But the blind worship of Kaido caused this group of people to ignore this subconsciously. As for the group of people brought out from the 5th and 6th floors of Impel Down, opinions vary. It's just different. It's nothing more than Kaido winning, or Whitebeard winning. In the eyes of this group of people, Kaido lost anyway. And Linley too. So, relatively speaking, it will be more objective, and it will be analyzed from various angles, such as fame, fruit ability, etc. After all, he was the strongest man in the world. It's only been more than a year since I was deprived of this title, and my strength will definitely not drop too much. I'm still optimistic about Whitebeard. The back wave pushes the front wave, and the front wave will always be surpassed by the back wave. Otherwise, if the sea is full of old guys, why would there be any young people? So I think Kaido will win. That's right, the main reason is that the current strongest man in the world is his adopted son. Can a man who can raise such an adopted son be inferior in strength? That's true. How can the two be compared? Then according to you, why isn't Whitebeard's Lousy the strongest man in the world? For a time, there were different opinions. As of now, if you make a statistic, in the minds of this group of people, I am afraid that Whitebeard's winning percentage is as high as 6 floors. After all, he is the former, world's strongest man. It is also a strong man who competes with the older generation of strong men such as One Piece King Roger and Golden Lion, and is still at the peak. But Kaido's winning rate is only 40%. Listen to the analysis of the discussion below. Katakuri on the main ship of the other fleet asked Redfield, "Senior, what do you think?" The two were both strong in the field of knowledge and color. During this period of time, a lot of friendship has been established. This is not difficult to understand. In fact, the two are in the field of knowledge and color, and each is a peak in a different direction. Foreseeing the future and seeing through people's hearts are undoubtedly at the same level. Therefore, the two exchange knowledge and knowledge on weekdays. Both benefit from each other. Judging from the current strengths displayed by the two sides, although it seems that they are evenly matched, they are broken. But if Kaido can't come up with an eye-catching move, I'm afraid the balance of final victory will gradually tilt towards Newgate, and it will end with Newgate's tragic victory. The reason why he said this is actually well-founded. Yes, it looks like the two are evenly matched. But the power of shock fruits shock. It is not an easy task to offset. So, even Kaido's Haki is pretty much the same as Whitebeard. Reached the same level, but in terms of consumption, there is no doubt that there will be a lot more. And once Kaido Haki is the first to run out, the body was destroyed by the force of vibration. That's when you're at a disadvantage. It is true that phantom beasts can provide more durable combat power. It's not a perpetual motion machine after all. The collision between the two of them was going all out. The consumption is already intense. What's more, on the basis of intense consumption, more Haki will be consumed to counteract the power of the vibration. Miserable victory. Although Katakuri also saw the problem of consumption on both sides. But he shook his head. Master Kaido must have moves that we have never seen before. Otherwise, without absolute certainty, how can we fight Whitebeard again? Even Linley, it's impossible to watch Kaido Wooden Golem lose again. When I rushed to Onijima to support, afterwards at the banquet, Kaido's unwavering determination, suffice it to say, the battle with Whitebeard will definitely be after all the preparations have been made. And now, it must be that time. Makes sense. If you don't have the certainty of winning, I'm afraid that guy Linley won't let him make a move, right? Think about it. I also remembered that even now, the picture is still vivid in my heart. Can't help but say in a deep voice, let's wait and see. After this battle, it will be the battle for the birth of the second strongest man in the world. Just thinking that if Kaido really wins in the end, and a force with the world's top two powerhouses, how horrible it would be. It's frightening to think about. In the future, in this world, there must be a lot to do. Just as everyone watching the battle had different moods. On Moby DK Island, the excitement on Kaido's face became more and more intense as he used the 8 trigrams mode of the Wine Dragon heartily. Sure enough, with the Wine Dragon 8 trigrams alone, I can't defeat you, Newgate. That means, half a year ago, he was still no match for Whitebeard. If there is no battle with Linley to fight Linley, maybe he will need a longer time before he can have the strength to win the battle. Only, maybe it's just maybe after all. Rather than fact, Whitebeard snorted coldly. He didn't say much, but still focused on attacking Kaido. Even if Kaido casts the mode of Wine Dragon 8 trigrams, the fighting power is amazing. But he was still able to face head-to-head without losing the slightest bit. Each has its own offense and defense. But the side with more offense is undoubtedly him. Even if he already regards Kaido as an opponent of the same level as himself in his heart. It's not like it was on Ghost Island. To defeat Kaido, it's just a matter of how much it costs. Yeah, from the beginning until now, he still didn't think he would lose. 4 different elements suddenly emerged from his body. In an instant, hot flames began to ignite all over the body, as if it could burn everything around. Thunderstorm. He completely gave up on 1.7 at the beginning, the idea of letting the water die in the hands of Kaido. Kaido suddenly grinned. He murmured even more excitedly. However, he frowned slightly soon. Anyway, when he stood on the land of Moby DK Island. Since only by defeating Kaido, can the grievances between each other be completely broken. Linley, who watched this scene in the air, couldn't help but his eyes brightened. As for what to do after defeating Kaido, afterwards, his gaze was like a scorching sun, so dazzling. Do whatever you want. Flame 8 trigrams hyphenation point fire dragon torch. 4 elephants 8 trigrams flame mode. Just when he launched a fierce offensive towards Kaido again. I never thought of going back alive. No. It's a mod for draconian form. 212 beyond the previous proof. Elementalization. Can the blue dragon form also be elementalized? The people watching the live broadcast through the video phone bug. Undoubtedly shocked. At this moment, how similar is the form of Kaido to the elementalization of Logia? Even the Red Earl and Bullet, especially the former, have never seen such a state after traveling across the sea for so many years. In the original book, the fire dragon torches outside the dragon form. A huge fire dragon was created, wrapping the body. The temperature of the flame is so high that the things touched will melt instantly. The lethality is amazing, although in the end lost to Wong Luffy's 5th gear, Ape Shinso. But it is obviously mixed with the factor of the protagonist's halo. And at that time, Kaido went through the wheel battle and was in extremely poor condition. Otherwise, whoever is strong and who is weak. In the end, it's hard to say who will win. After all, the protagonist can get up countless times if he falls down, but the villain only has one chance. Only, what is certain is that the fire dragon torch is definitely worthy of Kaido's strongest move. 2. This trick is the 8 trigrams flame form. Somewhat similar to the fire dragon torch. The difference is that a layer of extremely high temperature flames are created outside the body of the dragon man. Just take a look at it. Obviously far away, but Linley felt a burst of hotness rushing towards his face. Look at the layer of flames wrapped around Kaido. The light in Linley's eyes became brighter and brighter. Interesting. It seems that not only the shape is different, but even the principle must be different from the fire dragon torch in the original book. Why would you say so? Very simple. Because he saw a familiar technique on the layer of flames on Kaido's body. Compression. The trick of combining two-color Haki with demon power is somewhat similar to the demon god's one-sword style night sinking. Seems like time goes by. The flame on Kaido's body became hotter and hotter. By absorbing air, the temperature of the flame is continuously raised. Whitebeard, who attacked Kaido, obviously also saw some tricks. There was a serious look on his face. The figure also couldn't help but stagnate suddenly. No more rash attacks, he found. Kaido at this time. How is it similar to the elementalization of Logia ability users? Only, unlike Flame Logia, more like Akainu's Lava Fruit, one of Marine's 3 monsters. Own entity. No wonder, this guy is so confident. At this moment, Whitebeard finally put away all the arrogance of being the former world's strongest man. Put Kaido really on the same level as yourself. It starts from this moment. Dare not have the slightest carelessness. Observing Kaido's every move with full concentration. Try to analyze some specific information. On the other hand, after Kaido turned on this flame form. Laughing loudly, he rushed towards Whitebeard without hesitation. Come again. Seeing this, Whitebeard naturally had no reason to back off. The ability to drive the two-color Haki and shock fruit on his body without hesitation. Rise to the challenge. Boom. In an instant, the two sides collided fiercely in the air. Two-tone Haki intertwined wildly. Flashing like a burst of light. Dark red lightning shot straight into the sky. Caused the sky to be clouded with wind and clouds. A mess. In addition to the two-color Haki, there are more vibrations and flames, which invade each other without interfering with each other. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. So close. Whitebeard felt instantly swept away by the heat. For ordinary people, that heat wave would probably melt in an instant. And if he hadn't been covered in armament Haki immediately, I'm afraid it will definitely be uncomfortable. Even so, the armed color covering the body has faint signs of being melted. Even if this sign is not obvious. But Whitebeard was undoubtedly shocked. That means, the consumption of both sides, from the very beginning, Kaido needs to consume a large amount of Haki to resist the power of the vibration. Finally pulled back to the same level. At this moment, Whitebeard also needs to consume a lot of Haki to resist the scorching temperature. Can non-Logia can create this kind of flame comparable to Logia's awakening? A trace of horror flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, and he asked in disbelief. Ooh, seeing Whitebeard's discoloration, Kaido, who was in a stalemate, grinned. This form, thanks to Linley and Linley. It's Lousy's trump card to beat you. Newgate, it's an honor for you to die in Lousy's state. He just saw Big Mom's application of various homies. Obviously it is Paramesha, it seems to be able to make all kinds of little Logia, inspired by it. Combined with the compression release technique, stealed from Linley. Only then did he successfully create a big move beyond himself, 8 trigrams. And the flame form is just one of the 4 images. This move, it is no exaggeration to say, is the proof that he has completely surpassed the past. Hearing this, Whitebeard realized immediately. Thus, because of the increasingly hot flame on Kaido's body, and it's still rising, a long stalemate will definitely be detrimental to him. After all, in terms of physical fitness, he is definitely not comparable to Kaido. Therefore, without even thinking about it, I retreated in time. Kacha kacha. Following his explosive retreat, the surrounding air walls continued to be filled with dense cracks. He finally couldn't care less about consumption. Start to use the shock fruit's awakened ability with all your strength. Give the object the power to vibrate. This gift, even, air is included, in an instant, under Whitebeard's fruit awakening ability regardless of consumption. Fang's distance of 100 meters seems to be filled with the power of vibration. Kaido did not pursue Whitebeard in time. I just felt that there was an astonishingly destructive vibration coming from all directions. Even the flames on his body were constantly shaking. If it has been in this situation of being wrapped by the force of vibration. On the contrary, it is possible to use up the two-color Haki in one step with the consumption of Haki. Even the flame form is amazingly powerful. Next second, the flames wrapped around Kaido disappeared instantly, going so far as to try to trap Kaido in the vibration field. Looking at this scene, Linley and everyone couldn't help feeling quite emotional. 4 elephants 8 trigrams hyphenation point Shongyan form. What the hell is Whitebeard? The insolent smile on his face has never faded. Boiled frogs in warm water. All the vibrating force that hit the Shongyan seems to have been relieved by the light Shongyan. Shock Fruit's ability. How could Lousy not know? However, can even melt armament Haki. But if you can't hit someone, it's useless. Turn into a layer of flying clouds. Kaido obviously expected this scene. After a moment of effort, I thought of the means to deal with it. 213 4 elephants 8 trigrams kamikaze form. Kacha. I saw that the ground under Kaido's feet was constantly filled with huge ravines. Logically speaking, if ordinary people stand on the ground like Kaido, it will inevitably fall into the ditch. However, Shongyan is the basis for Kaido's ability to fly, so Kaido seems to be standing on the ground. In fact, there is still a little distance between the feet and the earth. Clearly filling the air, it was like the vibration force that placed Kaido in the deep sea. In the beginning, it wraps Kaido almost in all directions. Make him bear the power of vibration all the time. That is to say, it makes him suffer harm all the time. Logically speaking, unless Kaido breaks through Fang Yuan 100 meters by force. Otherwise, this situation will not change. But now, Kaido used practical actions to tell the world that once he falls into the awakening ability of Whitebeard Shock Fruit. In this kind of vibrating field, how to deal with it? Very simple, just unload all the vibration force added to your body to your feet. Accepted by the earth, Exto, the ground under his feet will be continuously filled with huge and incomparable ravines. In a short time, the ground under his feet was already a mess. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see that this piece of land is already scarred. As if bearing an unbearable weight, about to split apart. What happened? The moment when Kaido transforms, flame form, into flying cloud form. Whitebeard immediately discovered the power of the vibration, and it failed. You actually thought of using this method to deal with the power of the shock. Whitebeard at this moment, the horror in my heart is almost overflowing, exerting such a large range, and the power of continuous vibration. And under his control, he deliberately avoided the earth. This is by no means an easy operation. Even if it is him, the consumption is very huge. Now, Kaido has cracked it so easily. It seems, Kaido, you really came prepared. Whitebeard, stern, realized. Kaido's research on him is probably extremely thorough. To deal with you, no matter how targeted it is, Newgate. Back then in the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard was the strongest after Rocks. He later won the title of World's Strongest Man. In the Battle of Ghost Island, he was also defeated strongly. All kinds of combinations make it impossible for Kaido to understand Whitebeard. In that case, while the field, full of vibrations is still there, Whitebeard rushed to Kaido without hesitation. Boom, another violent and explosive collision. Sure enough, at the moment of the collision, Whitebeard knew immediately. Kaido, who has turned on the floating cloud form, no longer possesses terrifying lethality like the flame form just now. It's more like going back to the beginning, similar to Wine Dragon 8 trigrams form when colliding. Only, the difference is that the power of vibration can no longer increase Kaido's consumption at this moment. On the contrary, if he keeps using the fruit ability, the consumption of physical strength must be more severe than that of Kaido. And Kaido is a phantom beast. It is obviously not a wise move to fight for physical strength. It seems, the balance of victory has tipped in favor of Kaido. The Red Earl, who was watching the battle, couldn't help feeling emotional. The reason why he initially judged Whitebeard will win badly. It is because Kaido's Haki consumption is more intense than Whitebeard's. 2. In a short period of time, the situation immediately reversed. First, the appearance of the flame form made Whitebeard not dare to confront the enemy head-on, and chose to back off by 3 points. Then use the Fruit Awakening ability, trying to kill Kaido, and Kaido is not to be outdone. Immediately start flying cloud form, remove the power of vibration, making Whitebeard's response useless. Although Kaido opens this form, it will inevitably consume a lot of physical strength. But if it is physical strength, who will Kaido be afraid of? Is it a phantom beast? I'll just say it. Katakori's face softened. Kaido really has a whole card. If the fight continues like this, Whitebeard will be exhausted even if it is consumed. Only, Linley's thoughts at the moment are obviously different from others. Father has comprehended this form, and his strength can be regarded as a breakthrough. But why didn't you return it? In the beginning, Kaido did not even think about returning the contract. But if there is, wouldn't it be better? And now Kaido's 4 elephants 8 trigrams is undoubtedly a breakthrough improvement for him. But there is no sign of returning at all. This had to make Linley think deeply. Kaido's state is neither Haki's breakthrough nor Fruit Awakening. What should be returned? Isn't there a second awakening for the fruit? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile. Shaking his head, he put these whims behind him. Watching the battle between the two of them engrossed. The situation on both sides is now clear. From the very beginning of the tie, Kaido had a slight disadvantage. Up to now, after opening the 4-elephant 8 trigrams, it has the upper hand. This battle, it seems that there is no suspense. Just like Katakuri said, Kaido can kill Whitebeard even if he consumes it. However, Kaido obviously doesn't think so. I saw him constantly colliding with Whitebeard. The elements on his body were replaced again. Shongyun covered the whole body. In an instant, it transformed into a fierce and light wind. Newgate, it's not over yet. Even if I defeat you, it must be a strong defeat. Instead of consuming it to death. Because that means nothing to him at all. Soon, he was like being swept away by a gust of wind. With his crooning, 4 elephants 8 trigrams hyphenation point kamikaze form. His figure suddenly disappeared in front of Whitebeard. When he appears again, already hundreds of meters away. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Just as Whitebeard was puzzled and didn't understand Kaido's operation. Boom. It can be seen that Guy Wongda's has a speed that exceeds Whitebeard's expectations. Suddenly appeared in front of him. Although through observation Hawkeye, Kaido's foothold has been foreseen for the first time. But for a while, under the circumstances that the physical strength and the two-color Hawkeye are already intensely exhausted. However, it hit Whitebeard hard in the stomach. Kaido pursues faster. He exploded fast. Puff. Whitebeard who was smashed into the ravine. David Thunder 8 trigrams. In the next second, the two sides only collided for a moment. Like a phantom, it appeared above Whitebeard. Blood, enough to fill the air. I don't know when. A sharper mace than before. Boom. Whitebeard was blown away by Kaido, who was carrying a huge momentum. Whitebeard was clearly caught off guard by the incredible speed. Quote exclamation mark quote. Can only barely wave Kong Yunchi to block. Boom. 214. No matter what, we must win. What a speed. At this moment, even Linley, who was famous for his speed. They were all amazed by Kaido's amazing speed. But, on second thought, in the original book, Kaido was originally a hexagonal warrior. All attributes are full. If Wong Luffy didn't rely on the protagonist's halo, there would be no possibility of defeating Kaido. Combined with the form of this wind attribute, it's no surprise that it's far faster than usual, as expected of the strongest creature and hexagonal warrior in the original book. After improving potential and talent, 2 more battles, after 2 retreats, he was able to develop the 4 attributes endowed by the green dragon form to such an extent. Flame form, continuous damage bursts. Flying cloud form, defense power dominates. But the kamikaze form endows it with unparalleled speed. Then there is the last thunder attribute form. What does it represent? Explode. Linley was still amazed, not to mention the Red Earl, Bullet and Beckman and others. This kind of speed is not much better than Linley's, right? This pair of father and son is simply amazing. One is more outrageous than the other. I'm afraid that in history, there has never been a pair of father and son who can have such powerful strength at the same time. Listening to the exclamation all around. What Katakuri thought was 723. If my mother is willing to take action in the future, what kind of horror will the alliance of 2 regiments be? Originally, the 3 major forces in New World were the forces under Whitebeard, Kaido and Mong. Once the mother is willing to help, instead of acquiescing, the BIGMOM pirates and the Beasts pirates form a double alliance. Replace Whitebeard with Linley, plus this group of people coming out of Impel Down. What's the difference between this and the merger of the 3 leading forces in New World? It is inevitable that New World will fall into the bag of the 2-regiment alliance. Then what will Linley do next? This moment, due to the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard, they have already gained the absolute upper hand. Therefore, including Katakuri, they all thought of this by coincidence. On the fragmented earth, watch Whitebeard fall into the ravine. Kaido's body floating in the air did not choose to continue chasing. He stared straight at the ravine below. In fact, it has been far away. In the mouth, inadvertently began to mutter. Newgate, death to the 8 trigrams. CDFC, it's not a disgrace, you who once won the title of World's Strongest Man. Obviously at the moment it has the upper hand. He should be happy, but there was no joy on his face. Maybe, it is because I have always had a goal in my heart that I want to surpass. Now, it is about to be realized, but it is somewhat melancholy. After developing the 4-elephant 8 trigrams, he thinks that, I am afraid that in this world, apart from Linley, there is no rival anymore. And Newgate, the former partner, has become the witness of 8 trigrams. It made him confirm his own judgment. Thoughts, unknowingly returned to many years ago. It was the eve of joining the Rocks Pirates. I still remember the first member of the Rocks Pirate group I met first. It was Newgate, also before Linley. Speaking of which, Newgate came to invite me to join the Rocks Pirates. There is still a little friendship between the two of them. And after the Rocks Pirates disbanded, he and Newgate, in fact, do not have much grievances. For so many years, the well water has never violated the river water. It's all because of Odin. Let each other become sworn enemies. Now, on the core island of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although I always thought you were naive. But maybe because of the appearance of this kid Linley, I gradually agreed with some of your ideas without knowing it. Family is really important. Otherwise, if it wasn't for the random move at the beginning, maybe during the Raid Alliance invasion, He, together with the beast's pirates, will usher in destruction. Completely disappeared in this sea. Just like those nameless pirates who longed to conquer this sea, but ended up falling halfway. And all of this, all changed by adoption, changed, not only the fate that was originally destroyed, and caring about family. Without Odin, I might not have come to this point. Despite Kaido's mumbling, barely a sound came out. But Whitebeard, who fell into the ditch, seemed to be aware of it because of his waiting. Ahem. At this time, Whitebeard's whole body was embedded in the ground. Blood flowed out of the mouth unstoppably. Forcibly took down Kaido's move, David Thunder 8 trigrams. To say it had no effect on him at all. Absolutely bullshit. Whitebeard is not the King Luffy after all, neither has the halo of the protagonist, nor the rubber constitution that is almost immune to blunt blows. Haki is less than half. Strong physical exertion. Kaido's growth is really beyond imagination. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing at himself. I thought Kaido would be able to defeat him only by releasing the water. Reality, but gave him a loud slap in the face. It's just, no matter what, we must win. He didn't care about the blood that was constantly coughing up, and secretly made up his mind. Otherwise, everything I did today was in vain. He had already determined that he would die today. Take advantage of this brief respite. In my mind, I couldn't help recalling my own setback. I don't know when a voice floated in my heart. Any regrets? If so, the only regret is that I can no longer protect my sons in the future, right? But, Boudoir thinks today. The fledglings have to learn to fly by themselves before they can grow up. Impossible to live under his wings forever. And these are the inevitable price of growth. Thinking of these, I am relieved. What else can he do at this moment? I just risked my life. In exchange for Linley's promise, not to attack the rest of the Whitebeard pirates. That's all. Ahem. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood again. His figure finally moved. Kacha kacha, accompanied by the sound of vibration. He barely stood up. Holding Kong Yunchi tightly, he stepped on it suddenly from the ground. Boom. When he landed again, he was already standing on the ground that was torn apart, and there was still room for him to land. Kaido, let's fight it out. Not until the last moment. He will never be reconciled, he will never give up. 215 Leave your whole body. Good. Kaido nodded slightly upon hearing this. It's also time. A showdown will settle everything in New World. He knows. Because of the original sentence, solve Newgate with your own hands. The pace of allowing the Double Regiment Alliance to sweep New World has slowed down. Most of the time for half a year. Put your confidants serious troubles and ignore them. Only attack the rest of the forces. Otherwise, Axia's temper. It will inevitably be after the resumption of the Battle of Ghost Island. They will take revenge at the first time, find out the retreating Crusade Alliance and kill them indiscriminately. To dispel the hatred in my heart. It took so long. Maybe Linley and the others don't care. Don't be in a hurry. But he didn't want to procrastinate any longer. All of these. STB. The last form of the 8 trigrams. Solve it completely. Looking at Whitebeard below, the momentum on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Kaido grinned again. The invisible wind on his body disappeared. The wind is gone, and the thunder is growing. Zila Zila. Dense blue lightning wrapped him up in an instant, accompanied by domineering dark red lightning. At this moment, his combat power was directly pulled to the peak of his personal, the highest peak. Linley from above watched the scene. Quite jaw-dropping, if you don't mention the dark red lightning that represents the tyranny. Really similar to Raikage lightning-style chakra mode in Hokage. It was also as he expected. Flame form represents continuous damage. The Shongyun form represents defense. Kamikaze form represents speed. Then the form of thunder and lightning is the representative instant explosion. It is also the 4 single forms of the 4 elephants 8 trigrams, and the form with the most powerful attack power. Especially suitable for 1-point wins and losses. The 4th form, if these 4 forms can be united. Even Linley, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Whitebeard, who is gaining momentum, has a panoramic view of all changes in Kaido. It's just that there is no fear in his eyes. He has already disregarded life and death. There is no possibility of fearing any enemy. There is only one thing on his mind at the moment, even to the last ounce of strength and Haki. After the last blow, fall later than Kaido, the second strongest person in the world is about to be born. The Shuangquan Alliance has made great strides since then, or it may have suffered a heavy blow. Let's see what's next. Kaido wins. The 2-team alliance with the world's top 2 powerhouses not only has no obstacles to winning New World. Even after winning, it can be considered whether it is a step closer. People from all walks of life watching the battle through video phone bugs. Especially the Red Earl, Bullet and others who were the leaders. This idea popped up in my mind almost at the same time. Then, in the eyes that everyone expects, Kaido in lightning form, and Whitebeard in charge. The momentum of the two is like a dragon. Straight into the sky, fighting and entangled in the sky above the two of them. The scene of cracking the sky. There are not enough words to describe this moment. In other words, it is just the cracking sky of the Emperor's certificate. It is not enough to use it on the two of them. These two momentums collided together. It was like the collision of dark clouds. Unexpectedly, incomparably huge lightning flashed continuously, reflected in front of everyone. Let people see the lightning first. The sound of collision followed closely behind. Perhaps the momentum of the two sides has finally reached a peak. Kacha kacha, the sound that resounded through the force of the vibration, endlessly. If you are a blind person, you may think that the whole world is going to split open. Whitebeard seemed at this moment. Combine any remaining stamina with the two-color Hawkeye. A burst of catharsis. Shock fruit itself represents a great force of destruction. It was once called, the power to destroy the world, by Sengoku. Under the destruction of this huge vibration force, Moby DK Island, which was already torn apart, is actually collapsing. The power of the vibration even spread to farther sea areas, set off a stormy sea, sweeping towards Moby DK Island. If it weren't for the ships carried by the three major armies, they would all be the most advanced and largest in the Double Regiment Alliance. I'm afraid that if they meet each other, they will be swept into the sea by the stormy waves. Even so, many members of the two-regiment alliance on the ship have also fallen into the water. Amazing destructive power. Whitebeard is desperate. Exert the power of such a large-scale vibration. The Red Earl realized this without even thinking about it. In contrast, Kaido, incarnation of a huge lightning. Rushing like a bamboo, it rushed towards the area with the densest vibration force. Asked for flowers, as if to gather all the Hawkeye into one blow. The closer to Whitebeard, the force of the vibrations encountered became more and more intense. The lightning form is obviously not good at defense. During the impact, Kaido's body inevitably popped up countless wounds. Blood oozes out unstoppably. Maybe changing into the Shongyun form is enough to resist these shaking forces. But consume Whitebeard, obviously not Kaido's character. To win upright. Just like in the Battle of Ghost Island, Whitebeard was upright and defeated him head-on. As the distance between the two gets closer, it gets closer. A loud bang, boom, the white light that deprives sight, since the last time it appeared on Cake Island. Appear again in this soon-to-be-shattered Moby DK Island. White light, except for Linley and the Red Earl. The rest of the people were all deprived of their sight for a short time. Endless air waves and fluctuations. It was the final blow to Moby DK Island. Broken stones. The sky is densely covered with clouds, and they are swept up into the sky by the endless waves and waves. Unfortunately, except for Linley and the Red Earl, others can't see this scene. What they can see, only sight is restored, and everything returns to the broken walls and ruins after the calm. And Whitebeard, whose physical strength and Hawkeye are all exhausted. Some suffered less damage, and after splitting, they drifted away into the distance. It is less than 1/10 of the original. Doesn't seem to have heard what Kaido said. Originally planned to remove the former partner's head. One person stood and the other half kneeled on the ground. Newgate, just keep your whole body. In the end, where the two figures are standing, take a closer look. Who is it if it's not Kaido? Changed my mind again. He was looking down at Whitebeard, ignoring his blood-stained body, and said calmly. Some of the rest were broken into countless stones and sank into the deep sea. Maybe how much I miss the old love of the year, or Whitebeard has become the opponent of the past tense. The two figures there were clearly visible. The entire Moby DK Island. And all eyes. At this moment, they are all gathered on the small island that is slowly drifting away. On the expressionless face, the eyes gradually dimmed. 216 New World of the Double Alliance. Linley, Lord Kaido, is Whitebeard buried? After the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard is settled, the three fleets gathered together. Under Linley's order, he left the original Moby DK Island. The reason for adding the word, original, is because the island has been fragmented and the remaining area is less than 1/10. And the converging three-way fleet, Bullet, Beckman and others, all gathered on the ship where the Red Earl was. See the two return. Beckman and others stepped forward to inquire. After Whitebeard's defeat, Linley still does not allow anyone else to land on the island. Therefore, no one knew about Whitebeard's burial. All I know is that Whitebeard died of exhaustion. Linley nodded and said with a smile, I will be buried with my father. It is not an insult to the former strongest man in the world. 450. Hearing this, Kaido glanced at Linley without saying a word. In his eyes, even though a period of time has passed, it is still difficult to hide the color of horror. It seems that when Whitebeard was buried just now, he saw something that would horrify even a strong man like him. And the Red Earl, who has a strong sense of knowledge, is also like Kaido, with a dignified expression and no words. Even if he didn't come to the scene in person, he seemed to have noticed something. My eyes are full of incredible. Beckman realized something by Kaido's reaction. But without saying much, he smiled and said, in this way, the last obstacle to conquering the New World will no longer exist. It depends on whether Marine has the courage to fight us in the New World. Anyway, the pirate forces in New World can be said to have been wiped out by the two-group alliance. The only thing that deserves the attention of the two-regiment alliance is Marine. Kong may not have the courage. No, it should be said that Sengoku may not have the courage. Kaido's expression at the moment returned to normal. From Linley, he learned that Marine has undergone a series of personnel adjustments in the past 6 months. Kong is promoted to the commander-in-chief of the world government. And Sengoku was promoted to Marine. The three monsters are now also the Marine 3 admirals. He who knows a little about Sengoku. First, don't think Marine will choose to write a double-team alliance in New World to start a war. The reason is simple. With the current overall combat power of the two-regiment alliance, how many troops does Marine need to draw from all over the world to be eligible to fight? After so many transfers, do you still care about these places? It is true that Marine has a large number of troops. Gathering the forces of the whole world must be far beyond the two-regiment alliances. But because the site is too large, it is often difficult to do this. And currently idle power. Wasn't there already a fight on the comm belt after the Impel Down incident? Certainly, the world government is not the only combat department in Marine. But there is no doubt that Marine must be the most powerful part of the world government's combat power. Otherwise, the post of Commander-in-Chief of the whole army that Kong just took would not exist. It doesn't matter. Linley shook his head and said, sooner or later we will fight. Near the Red Line, an island belonging to the world government, don't move yet. Wait until all the territory is digested, let's talk. These few words undoubtedly set the tone for the next actions of the Shuangquan alliance. In the past half a year, the three troops divided into three groups only wiped out the various forces. In addition to the islands near the Red Line belonging to the world government and the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, there are also unknown seas. The rest of the site is basically in a mess, and these islands along the way have only hoisted the pirate flag and have not achieved complete jurisdiction. Next, it is time to realize thorough governance and integrate all resources. Otherwise, just flying the pirate flag and collecting some protection fees would be almost useless to the two-regiment alliance. Let's go to a nearby island to hold a banquet while everyone is gathering together, maybe combining work and rest. When Linley proposed to hold a banquet, everyone cheered loudly. After all, I haven't seen Beckman and others for more than half a year. After being busy for so long, it is also time to cultivate and cultivate. As for the act of conquering the new world, there is no rush. Anyway, Confidant Whitebeard is dead. The Whitebeard pirates left New World and disappeared. It's not worth mentioning anymore. Take advantage of this gathering to hold a banquet. It can be considered a combination of work and rest. So everyone landed on the nearest island. A banquet was held. How enthusiastic the atmosphere is, let alone how many people have fun. A few days later, the two-regiment alliance once again split up. The troops along the way are responsible for receiving the territory left by the Whitebeard pirates. The other two roads continued to capture the islands that did not hoist the pirate flag of the Double Regiment alliance. As for Linley and Kaido, they took a fleet and sailed towards the entrance of New World. On the main ship, Linley proposed to Kaido. The base camp of the Double Regiment alliance can be confirmed. Wano-Kuni and the Sea of Nations are just the base camps of the Beasts Pirates and BIGMOM Pirates. Rather than the two-group alliance, this must be distinguished, and set up the base camp of the Double Regiment alliance. It is also conducive to forming a confrontational situation with the world government or Marine. The choice of location is naturally the entrance of New World, the one not too far from the Red King continent as the top. Well, this matter, you can figure it out yourself. Tun. Kaido raised the wine gourd in his hand and took a sip. You'll have to worry more about these things in the future. You are the leader of the two-regiment alliance, there's no doubt about it. When there is a battle, you can call lousy. Ooh, looking at the laughing Kaido, Linley shook his head helplessly. This is to want to be the shopkeeper again. However, in 1.6, Kaido's character has always been like this. Before he activated the system, Jin was basically in charge. Now, after defeating Whitebeard, I'm afraid it will be even less exciting. It didn't matter to Linley though. Anyway, after everything is back on track, it is estimated that he will also follow in Kaido's footsteps. So the next period of time, the two-regiment alliance completely swept the entire New World, facing the sweeping trend of the Double Alliance. The strange thing is, Marines are only deployed on islands that belong to the world government. And there is no intention of expanding the territory and fighting against the Shuangquan alliance. Only in this way, New World has officially become the New World of the two-regiment alliance. The other side, Naval Headquarters, 217. When the time comes, please lower. The sanction of God, Sengoku. The deployment of the G1 branch is already in place, and Sakazuki and Kuzan have rushed to station a few days ago. What does it say? Do you really want to let go of the ambitions of the two-regiment alliance? Once the G1 branch falls, our Marine, and even the world government, will fall into a very passive situation. In the marshal's office, he stood in front of the desk and asked with a worried look on his face. These days, the information sent back by the intelligence department and CP0. It has been learned that the two-group alliance is no longer a threat to the pirate forces in New World. However, the world government has not issued an order to stop the two-group alliance for a long time, and just sat and watched it grow. This makes he, the Marine's chief staff officer, puzzled. Actually, I've met the 5 elders a number of times during this time. It's just that every time I fail, it seems that they are deliberately condoning the growth of the Double Regiment alliance. A move like this is simply unreasonable. In addition, Sengoku paused, and continued with a puzzled face. Why would that Newgate guy do that? After being defeated by Kaido, it is said that the grievances between the Double Alliance and the White 23-Beard Pirates have been settled. According to the intelligence department's feedback, I have seen the Moby DK appear in East Blue. Could it be that Newgate, on the one hand, chose to withdraw from New World and hand over the territory he had won, and on the other hand, he used his own life to settle the grievances between the two parties? Obviously, Whitebeard returns to New World alone to fight Kaido. There are many witnesses. There is simply no way to hide it. It was quickly detected by Marine Intelligence or CP0. Therefore, Sengoku and others are puzzled by Whitebeard's behavior. Die alone. In their view, it is by no means the best and only choice. At least if it works with Marine. It may not end like this. What is he worried about? Crane calmly analyzed. I'm afraid that apart from Linley's personal strength, there are things we don't know about. It will make him choose to be alone, to understand the grievances of both sides, and to preserve the strength of the banner. Combined with the five elders' attitude, it has to be food for thought. Sengoku and Suru exchanged a glance. The meaning in the eyes of the two is almost self-evident. Even if Sengoku has already stood at the apex of Marine, but there are still many things that are deliberately concealed by the world government. I don't know. It makes sense. After all, like Heim's existence, Sengoku is absolutely unaware of it. Logically speaking, facing the ambitious Rocks pirate group in New World, not only Marine takes it very seriously, even the world government is the same. Therefore, the Rocks pirates obviously gathered so many strong people, but it didn't last long in New World. Be destroyed. There are many factors involved, but the most important point, it is the world government, and the Rocks pirates are not allowed to realize their ambition of dominating the world. 2. The two-group alliance is indeed at least one grade stronger than the Rocks pirate group. Especially Linley, the leader of the Double League. Personal strength is almost at an unprecedented level in this world, but precisely because of this, in Sengoku's view, it must be eliminated as soon as possible. How can we let this monstrosity lead the two-regiment alliance to continue to grow? Now New World, except near the Red Line, is an island belonging to the world government. Other sites, all belong to the Double Group Alliance. It even includes the end of the New World, Water Star Island. Thus, Roger's last words before his death, big secret treasure, the alliance between the two groups is almost at your fingertips. Of course, Raftel is not that easy to find. During these hundreds of years, only the Roger pirates ever found it. However, even if the two-regiment alliance cannot be obtained, no one else will get it either. In a sense, the two-group alliance has occupied the ultimate goal of the pirates. Although this is beneficial to the Marine, and even the world government. After all, the two-regiment alliance can be regarded as a public enemy. So what? With the power of the current two-group alliance, pirates from other sea areas, it is impossible to contend with it. Could it be, this has something to do with the stuff Roger got at Raftel? What is it? Sengoku frowned thoughtfully. For him, now the whole world is undoubtedly in chaos. By the way, over there in Gion, thinking of the undercover who stayed in the Beast's pirates, Sengoku couldn't help but shine. Hearing this, his complexion was ugly. Maybe she really quit Marine. Currently, lost contact. Well, Sengoku shook his head helplessly. With a wry smile, the order of the five elders is only to let us Marine guard the last few islands of the New World. As long as the two-regiment alliance does not leave New World, let it develop freely. Maintain this situation. Waiting for what? He hurriedly asked. I don't know. Holy Land Mariajoy. Between flowers. At this moment, the five elders kneel respectfully before the vacant throne. Among them, the five elders holding swords are constantly reporting to the owner of the throne. This is the case now. 183. Everything is being executed according to your instructions. I am, the owner of the throne, listened quietly. Not a word. It seems to be remembering something. His eyes were a little blurred. A long time, only then finally opened the mouth lightly and said, Joey Bowie, was born again. Clear. The birth of Joey Bowie is the time we have been waiting for a long time, and it is the time to completely solve the threat that has been lurking for 800 years. BT. Since you said Linley wasn't Joey Bowie. God's punishment. Linley's black dragon clone came to West Blue, unhurriedly looking for the son of the devil, Robin. Where he was born is unknown. According to the principle of randomness, only, the two-regiment alliance occupies New World, and the last piece of historical text has fallen into our hands. That means, Joey Boy will not be able to reach Raftel. That fruit. The five elders nodded one after another, understood, and said loudly. I will wait at all costs. I will go to the fruit of the sun god Nika. Then, it's not advisable to waste too many troops before solving Joey Boy. Once the two-regiment alliance leaves New World, when the time comes, please. The other side. 218 Little Dumb Coolie. West Blue, an island. Hey, it hasn't been wiped clean yet. Little Dumb, if you're lazy, you won't have dinner today. In a tavern on the island, the ferocious proprietress, while smoking a cigarette, reprimanded the girl who was too busy not far away to get dizzy. I saw that girl, hearing the greeting from the bar from time to time, quickly served rum to the guests. When it was over, I kept clearing the wine table beside me. Even though she has been working very hard, but the proprietress seemed to dislike her for not moving fast enough, and she was obviously not satisfied. Facing the dissatisfaction of the proprietress, the girl said nothing, like a mute. There was a faint smile on his face, without any expression of dissatisfaction at all. The guest saw the somewhat malnourished girl busy. Curiously, he asked the proprietress, where is this hired worker? Did you come out to work at such a young age? Where is the job? The proprietress exhaled smoke and said triumphantly, a few months ago, this little mute suddenly appeared on this island. If it weren't for the kindness of my old lady, she would have starved to death on the street. But my mother's meal can't be eaten for free. Let this little mute work here to make up for it. Boss, you are really smart. Is her name just Little Mute? One of the guests was a middle-aged man. The unshaven beard, the 2 rows of big yellow teeth exposed from the split mouth, and the weapon hanging from the waist are all enough to show that he is kind. Anyway, after I brought her back, I didn't say a word. I have to call her Little Mute. I see, it's you, Sanchi. Didn't I hear that you went to New World with your pirate group called what? Why are you back? Obviously, this middle-aged man named Sanchi is an acquaintance with the proprietress. Hearing the former mentioned New World, Sanchi said with lingering fear on his face. The news that the New World is now occupied by a force, have you heard it too? I did hear such news, it's called the Shuangquan Alliance, right? The proprietress nodded. Sanchi recalled the scenes in New World, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Originally, a few guys and I wanted to make a living in New World. As a result, when I landed on the first island, I saw the pirate flag of the Double Regiment Alliance flying, and there were still a few members of the Double Regiment Alliance stationed on the island. At first, my boss thought, just grab a ticket and leave. Who would have thought that the few people who were stationed would have beaten our pirate group to a half? If it's not for luck, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Anyway, in the future, New World, I don't dare to go to this ghostly place again, just hang out in West Blue. Just a few people will beat dozens of you to half mutilation. The proprietress was undoubtedly a little dumbfounded when she heard this. She knows a little bit about Sanchi's pirate group. I couldn't call my name for a while. But the scale and strength, even in West Blue, can be considered strong. He was beaten to a half mutilation by a few people from the Double Regiment Alliance. Don't you believe it? I'm afraid that in the New World in the future, unless the strength is super strong, so strong that even the 2 Regiment Alliance will be afraid. Otherwise, no one will dare to enter the New World. As he spoke, Sanchi glanced at the girl who was working from time to time. I always feel a little familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere. But for a while, I couldn't remember it. While Sanchi was chatting with the proprietress. Double Regiment Alliance, occupying the New World, doesn't the world government care about it? The girl seemed a little curious about the name. But soon, she noticed Sanchi's puzzled eyes. Hard for one of the chills. With a keen mind, she immediately realized that it's time to leave again. Been coming to this pub for a few months. Although it is said that the proprietress is used as an animal. But at least when I go to bed at night, she doesn't have to open another eye. But the eyes of the guest named Sanchi. She is so familiar. Over the past few years, I've seen so many looks like this. First of all, I was puzzled. After reacting, greedy eyes will appear. Several times, she is about to fall into the jaws of a tiger. If it wasn't for his quick mind, he might have been arrested long ago. The reason why she is willing to stay in the tavern on this island. It is to take this opportunity to learn the news of the outside world from the mouth of the guests. Otherwise, she always has a feeling of uneasiness. Inadvertently change the direction of work. All that was left for Sanchi was a petite and pitiful back. For a moment, he couldn't figure out where this familiar feeling came from. He also saw the girl with her back turned to him. I had to look back. Night. A girl who had a busy day. In a slightly clean corner of the back kitchen, simple bedding was spread. The proprietress was still chattering in her ear. Don't sleep too hard at night. Show me the wine barrel, don't be bitten by rats. The girl nodded, indicating that she understood. Okay, I'm going to turn off the lights, go to bed quickly. You have to get up early to work tomorrow morning. After finishing speaking, the proprietress extinguished the candle, and closed the door of the back kitchen heavily by the way. After an hour, the girl listened to the slight movement in her ears, and opened her eyes in the darkness. She knew that it was the sound of mice walking in the back kitchen. Maybe it's already used to it. She didn't understand it at all. On the contrary, from the box where the bedding was stored, he tiptoedly took out a few pitiful salutes. After packing in a dilapidated bag, she climbed up the window cautiously. First, throw the salute lightly, with money. Because there are only a few simple clothes in the salute, it fell to the ground without making much noise. And she climbed down carefully along the ventilated window. Pick it up from the ground and salute. I remembered the news I heard in the tavern during the day. Early the next morning, a cargo ship staying in the port will leave the island. And she can take this opportunity to hide among the goods and leave. This kind of thing, it's not the first time she's done it. Already familiar with the road. Taking advantage of the darkness, she calculated carefully and came to the port. Quickly identify which ship is a cargo ship, since there are only 2 ships staying in the port at this time. One of them was flying the pirate flag. The cargo ship is naturally another one. When she approached a cargo ship, she saw the pirate group beside the cargo ship, and settled down a familiar figure, it. Her face changed, and she hurriedly hid. 219 The giant dragon descending from the sky. Sanchi, it's late at night, why are you going? The figure had just left the pirate ship not long ago. A slightly drunk man came up behind him. Hearing this, Sanchi stopped in his tracks and said happily. I can't sleep, I want to go hunting on the island. Hee, let's do it together. The drunken man, not suspecting him, quickly followed Sanchi. Sanchi, who couldn't think of the reason for the refusal for a while, the coldness in his eyes flashed away. Wait until this partner is by his side, and quickly converge. After thinking about it, he suddenly lowered his voice and said. Do you remember that little mute we met in the tavern this afternoon? Huh, poor kid, what's the matter? I remembered. When Sanchi spoke, his face was inadvertently filled with a trace of ruthlessness. Where is the appearance of leaving the tavern drunk in the middle of the dusk? That little mute is very similar to the devil's son on the reward order. From the perspective of age, it's about the same. If it's really that guy, I can hand it over to the world government and get back 79 million Baileys. What, son of the devil, 79 million Baileys? Hearing this number, Sanchi's companion was half sober from the wine. 2 golden lights popped out of his eyes involuntarily. 990. So much money. Even for them, it is a huge sum of money. Go to the tavern and take that guy away. While walking, he said with emotion. This island is really my lucky island. If you can exchange for 79 million Baileys, you will have nothing to worry about in this life. It's just that you can't tell the boss about this matter, it must be done in secret. I know. Watching the two stride forward towards the direction of the tavern. A girl hiding in the dark. I couldn't help feeling extremely anxious. What to do? She didn't expect that Nachi would remember who she was so quickly. And now it is still some time before morning. If she was discovered, she would have already fled. I'm afraid I haven't waited for the cargo ship to leave. It will be detained for inspection. It seems that we can't hide in the cargo ship for the time being. Girls are panicked, but this kind of experience is not the first time for her. It can be considered quite experienced. Therefore, carrying luggage decisively, walk to the depths of the island. Every step I take, my heart bounces. And always walk in the dark. The other side, the only tavern on the island, due to the arrival of Sanchi and his companions. On such a quiet night, it was somewhat disturbing. Bang bang bang, I'm coming. The proprietress was wearing pajamas, with an ugly face and sleepy eyes, and opened the door of the tavern. Sanchi, it's late at night, what's the matter? C is an old acquaintance. The proprietress barely suppressed the anger in her heart. After all, the other party is a pirate. If the attitude is too bad, she will have no good fruit to eat. Miss Boss, I thought about it when I went back tonight. I like that little mute, so why don't you sell her to us? Just on board, we also need a handyman. As he spoke, Sanchi took out a bag of Baileys and handed it to the proprietress. The proprietress was taken aback. Looking at the bag of Baileys in his hand, he immediately smiled. After weighing it, it seems that there are thousands of Baileys. Can't help laughing even more. However, it also made her realize that Sanchi and his partner seemed to take the little mute very seriously. Just trying to bargain, in exchange for more Baileys. But inadvertently, the moonlight reflected by the knife on Sanchi's waist flashed his eyes. Thinking that the other party is a pirate. If you are too greedy, I am afraid it will anger people. He had no choice but to put away his greedy thoughts, and brought the two of them to the back kitchen with a smile on his face. Creak, open the iron door of the back kitchen. The proprietress completely ignored whether the little dumb in her eyes was asleep or not, and yelled. Little dumb, wake up. From today on, you just follow Sanchi. As he spoke, he lit a candle. 2. Looking at the empty bedding. The proprietress immediately reacted and looked at the ventilation window, which was not too big. CDFA. Unexpectedly, he ran away. The sudden departure of the little mute undoubtedly surprised her. She had never thought of such a thing. After all, in her opinion, could it be possible for the little mute to live without her? So squeeze it out on weekdays, without any psychological burden at all. Ran. I saw that the kitchen was empty. Sanchi and his partner glanced at each other, their faces became ugly at the speed of light. It's no wonder that the reward order has been issued for 4 or 5 years. No one has been able to catch her. Sure enough, it's clever enough. It's just, this island, but my lucky island, how could it be possible for you to escape? Thinking of this, he yelled at his partner, turned around and left. Take it back. His partner forcibly wrestled the bag of Baileys from the proprietress. Following Sanchi, he left the tavern. The proprietress who was sluggish in the back kitchen was left behind. Looking reluctantly at the hand that once held a bag of Baileys. After a long while, he suddenly said out of breath. Damn it, eat my clothes and wear my clothes. How dare you run away before you've done much work? Sanchi, what now? Oh, what should I do? Sanchi sneered. This island is so big. The only ships that can leave are our pirate ships and cargo ships. We split into 2 groups. You go and watch that cargo ship, and don't let it go until you find that guy. Good to know. Sanchi's partner nodded. Turning around and taking 2 steps, he seemed to think of something, and said with hesitation on his face. What if the boss finds out? When his partner mentioned the boss, Sanchi's face became even more ugly. Originally, he thought, after catching the son of the devil, immediately snatched the cargo ship and left the island to exchange for the bounty. On the way, kill this partner by the way. In this way, he can enjoy 79 million Baileys all to himself. But I didn't expect people to run away now. No way. After agreeing on a countermeasure, the two quickly divided into 2 groups, and got busy in the dead of night on the street. A long time. It's daybreak. But Sanchi found nothing. But how can it compare to eating alone? At this time, I searched all the streets on the island back and forth. Even if you report it to the boss, you will get a lot of rewards. We're leaving before noon. It really doesn't work. I can only report to the boss. It seems to be about to land. It seems that the little mute has disappeared on this island. Involuntarily looked up at the sky. But after a while, it turned back again. But he didn't see the little dumb figure. Where did you hide? He suddenly felt that the surrounding light became a little dimmer. I saw a blue sky dragon first passing over the small island. Looking at the huge monster in the sky, Sanchi was frightened and stupid, and the whole person froze in place, trembling constantly. Sanchi gritted his teeth unwillingly. And their pirate ship, 220, the box in the cave. Just as Sanchi was looking at the blue sky dragon in the sky with horror. Suddenly, eyes blurred, that behemoth disappeared in an instant, disappeared. Is it a hallucination? Subconsciously rubbed his eyes, but at this moment in the air, there was indeed no figure of that giant dragon. Sanchi could only laugh at himself. It must have been drunk, and I haven't slept all night, and my eyes are dazzled. How can there be a giant dragon in this place? It is said that the only person in this world who can turn into a dragon is Kaido, the governor of the beast's pirates. And that kind of big man, if he is not staying in New World, how can he come to this place where no shit? Sanchi, who was mumbling to himself, said this. He shook his head speechlessly again. It seems that he has made up his mind. Run towards the port. I can't help it. The ship is about to leave. It's too late. I have no choice but to report it to the boss. I hope he will give me more points for the sake of my discovery. Thinking of this, Sanchi's face showed a bit of pain. Originally, he could have swallowed 79 million Baileys all by himself. Now I can only wait for the boss to score. Those who get it, even 1/10 of it will be laughing. After all, even in New World, the pirate group he belongs to has lost more than half of it. There are also dozens of people. But now Sanchi can't think of a better way. Soon, he quickly returned to the pirate ship. Just boarded the ship. I heard my friends talking about it. Did you see it just now? You mean the dragon that appeared in the sky? Yeah, I thought it was a hallucination, but I didn't expect you to see it too. So it's not a hallucination. But in this world, isn't Kaido, the governor of the beast's pirates, the only one who can transform into a dragon? How could such a big man appear in West Blue? Who knows? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Sanchi was shocked when he heard this. He thought it was his eyesight. But I didn't expect so many people to see it. Doesn't that mean, governor of the beast's pirates, did you really pass by this island just now? Without thinking too much, he walked into the cabin and reported back to the boss what he saw and heard. What? Sanchi's boss is also a middle-aged man. Listen to Sanchi's report. Almost the same excited expression as when he showed it at the beginning. Okay, Sanchi, if you can really find the son of the devil, you have to remember it. Saying that, Boss Sanchi walked out of the cabin with a look of excitement. Shout out to everyone on deck. Little ones, come to live. Following his order, dozens of pirates rushed out of the pirate ship and headed for the depths of the island in more than 10 directions. Hoo. At this time, it was on the back hill of the island. The girl was carrying her luggage, and in her arms were some fruits that she picked when she went up the mountain. When she was in port last night, Sanchi had spotted her after recognizing her. Taking advantage of the darkness at the first moment, he ran towards the back mountain along the dark place. She knew that if she stayed in the town, I'm afraid it will be found out in minutes. The only way to escape, I can only hide in the back mountain. And it happened that when she was working in the tavern, she heard from an old man that there were several caves in the back mountain. There are often bats flying out of the cave. It is estimated to be a gloomy place. But for her now, I'm afraid that place is her only way out. Only wait until after the limelight. Only then did she have a chance to get out on the cargo ship. Otherwise, if caught, she was only 13 years old, and it was impossible for her to resist. The result of this is to be brought to the world government. That was the last thing she wanted to happen. Another half hour or so passed. She finally found the cave that the old man in the tavern said. At a glance, it was pitch black inside. I can't see my fingers. It's just a normal person seeing this. You may not even dare to go in. What's more, she's a little girl. The thought of being handed over to the world government if caught. Then no one will inherit Ohara's behest. She fought back her fear. He took out a fire pocket from the salute. This is what she took away in the back kitchen. But I didn't expect it to come in handy right away. 2. The girl plucked up her courage and just walked a few steps. I was scared off by a burst of bats. Back off to the entrance. No matter how firm the determination in my heart is. But fear is not so easy to overcome. Waited for a while. No bats continued to come out of it. She thought for a while, and once again mustered up the courage to go in. This time, I walked in for a full 10 minutes. It's just that this cave seems to be bottomless. It seems to lead to the bottom. The slope of progress is all downward. This made her shake her body backwards involuntarily as she moved forward. Pat. At this time, the torch went out. The surroundings were suddenly plunged into darkness. Asking for flowers, coupled with the sound of bats coming from the depths. The girl was terrified. Tears the size of soybeans burst out uncontrollably. So afraid. However, when I think of my mother, I think of the Titan who was frozen in order to save her. She wiped away her tears firmly. Gritting his teeth, he summoned up the courage to move on. A few small talk from behind. It seemed to be coming from the entrance. There is a cave here. Sanchi, do you think it is possible to hide in it? Impossible. Does the little mute have such courage? Hey, have you forgotten that she is called the son of the devil? That's right, why don't we go in together? In other places, under our threat, the villagers also joined the search team, but there was no trace. 0. So that little mute, the last possible place to hide is the back mountain. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Listen to the clear voice of conversation. The girl didn't expect the other party to find here so quickly. Don't dare to dawdle anymore. Even ignoring the fear, he ran to the depths crazily. After another 10 minutes, the girl came to a cave. The reason she found out was a cave. It is because although there is no light, it was pitch black all around. But she could feel the stone walls of the passage. But at this time, nothing can be touched. It is enough to explain that the place at this time is empty. She didn't stop. Keep going. Next second. Ah, it hurts so much. The girl only felt that her right foot seemed to be mounted on a stone, and she couldn't help it. She squatted down, touching the sore spot. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no bloodshed. Holding on to the stone on her feet, she slowed down for a while, and was about to stand up. But suddenly felt something wrong with the texture of the stone. It doesn't seem like a stone. It's just that, because the light is too dark, she won't be able to identify what it is for a while. Looks like a box, and it's not locked. Subconsciously groping to open the box, she reached out and poked inside. Then I touched a cold object. Almost. You can judge by feeling, most likely what kind of fruit it is. At this time, a voice came from behind again. It seemed that there was an exclamation from inside. Did you hear that? Well, Senki, I heard that too. Bad for 221. Why is this person so familiar? They're coming after. Listen to the faint echo coming from behind. The girl knew that the pirate who discovered her identity was about to catch up. He hurriedly hugged the cold object in his arms, as if it would calm her down. Over the box, continued to grope to go deeper into the cave. After crossing the box and not taking a few steps, I touched a wall. Is this the end of the cave? Realizing this, the young girl was already panic-stricken at this moment. But she still hasn't given up. Continued to grope along the stone wall. She quickly came to a conclusion. There is really no way. Groped around along the stone wall. Still haven't found a way to move on. That means, it really is the end here. Thinking of this, the whole person couldn't help. 747, and sat down on his own. Are you going to be caught? Sorry, Mom, Doctor, Saul, I failed your expectations. Panicked face. At this point it turned heartbroken. Soybean-sized tears kept flowing down, fleeing from the early morning to the present, if it weren't for the idea that he would never be caught in his heart. Holding the dead mother, the doctor is looking for the truth of history. I'm afraid she can't hold on anymore. In fact, she has long expected that such a day will come. Just a weak individual, how could he escape the capture of the world government? She just hoped that that day would come later. At least, wait for her to fulfill her wish, right? And now, Tiandu seems to want her to be captured without a fight. A girl lying limp on the ground. His eyes gradually lost color. Even inadvertently looked up. I saw the faint light above my head. Still indifferent. Is there an exit up there? What does it mean to her now? Soon, Sang-Chi and his friends who broke into the cave finally came to the cave where the girl was. With the light of fire. The girl subconsciously raised her hand to block the light. But Sang-Chi and his partner, who walked into the cave, immediately found the girl's trace. Can't help laughing wildly. Great, you little dumb, you are here. Quote. It was Sang-Chi's partner, who looked at the cold object in the girl's hand, smiled and said. Isn't this devil fruit? It's really great. I didn't expect to have a windfall. Sang-Chi, this is really rich. What? Sang-Chi then set his eyes on the fruit in the girl's arms. This texture is really devil fruit. At least it's worth 100 million. Realizing this, Sang-Chi couldn't help but sigh again. This small island is really my lucky place. Adi, let's discuss it. Don't hand in that devil fruit. Adi and Sang-Chi looked at each other. Instantly understood the meaning of the other party, grinned and said. It's easy to say. Did you pass an island just now? The Kanglong avatar had already passed by above. Looking down inadvertently, I found a small island below. He turned back without hesitation and landed slowly. According to information provided by Doflamingo, in the past few months, someone from the underground world was on a small island in a certain area of West Blue. Traces of a little girl similar to the child of the devil were found. And the island below, it is one of the islands in that area. Since Kanglong clone received the news, just rushed over from the other side of West Blue in the first place. The search for that area, island by island. Unfortunately so far, been looking for it for months. There is no news at all. It is not the first time that Doflamingo has received information from the underground world. It's a pity that it fails every time. Don't think West Blue is worth mentioning compared to Grand Line, or even New World. But the area is so wide. But very amazing. I can't find it for a few months, but it doesn't really explain what the problem is. If you really can't find it, then you can only let it go. For whether Robin can be found. Linley actually just had the idea of giving it a try. After all, in the original book, the world government has been searching for more than 20 years and has not found it. In the Sea of West Blue, tens of millions of bounties are enough to attract the attention of bounty hunters. Not to mention 79 million. He couldn't find it in a short time, which was really normal. Robin in this period, I guess it's a ghost. In just a few years, it is entirely conceivable how many betrayals he has experienced. Maybe it was because they didn't want the huge body to frighten the residents below. After the Kandlong clone transformed into a human form, with a silent displacement, it landed on the small island, because the place where it appears is a corner. Therefore, no one found him who appeared out of thin air. Just came to a street. I heard pedestrians on the road talking. Wow, a giant dragon appeared in the sky just now, did you see it? Brother, haven't you woken up yet? Where do dragons come from in this kind of place? That's right, it seems that my eyes are dazzled. Ignored the pedestrians. Discussions. The sun was just rising at this time. Linley thought about it, and remembered that he seemed to have seen a ship in the port flying the pirate flag just now. Then go straight to the direction of the port. When did such a noble guy appear on the island? Have you seen it? Not to mention, are you a foreigner who just came to our island? Because Linley didn't mean to hide, and the residents on the island knew each other very well. See a stranger suddenly appear. And so different. They discussed it secretly. Of course Linley was listening. He didn't care about it, and soon came to the port, and went straight to the pirate ship. Who are you? Just as he was about to board the ship through the plank, 2 pirates came out immediately and stopped him. Throwing a bag of Baileys to the 2 pirates, he said without a doubt. I'm sorry, the captain and most of the people have already led the team into the island. It seems that someone is going to be arrested. Linley was taken aback. Why is this person so familiar? Had no choice but to nod quickly. The consequences could be disastrous. I always feel that if I say no, you, go and order the special delicacies on the island. By the way, wait for your captain to come back. I've seen this young man whose face exploded in front of me. The 2 pirates were obviously confused. You, move out a chair, just in time to bask in the sun. While questioning, the 2 pirates showed puzzled expressions at the same time. 1.6 seems to feel somewhere. Please inform your captain. Just say that you have something to discuss. But I didn't think too much about it. Arrest. Just about to reprimand him, he saw the young man's half-smile expression. 222 girls and fruits, can you give them to me? Smile. Well, they look almost exactly the same. Sang-chi, you've done a great job now. Don't worry, Lousy will not treat you badly. On the street, a middle-aged man with scars put his arms around Sang-chi's shoulders and said enthusiastically with a smile on his face. While talking, he also looked at the reward order in his hand. On the reward order, it was Nico Robin, the son of the devil, marked with 79 million Baileys. At this time, Robin was picked up by a pirate named Audie, like a chick. Just this week little guy is worth 79 million Baileys. It seems that the world government really has nowhere to spend money. Audie muttered with a strange face. I thought there was something special about this little guy. As a result, when we bumped into each other in the cave, there is no power of resistance at all. Waiting motionless for him and Sanchi to grab it. Where is it, boss? It's all because of your leadership. Otherwise, we won't be able to find out in time, right? Sanchi had a flattering look on his face. Inadvertently looked at Audie. Both of them were quite nervous. The heart beats 23 fast. Take Nico Robin out of the cave. The 2 also gave a special warning. Warn him not to tell about devil fruit. Otherwise, there will be a lot of torture. If everything goes well, he and Audie, the Japanese, can share at least 50 million Baileys. Certainly, if you follow his vision, might even be able to eat it alone. It has always been a characteristic of serious pirates. What kind of partner? What kind of fetters? Like that kind of opening and closing at every turn. Is that a real pirate? Robin, who was held by Audie, stared blankly and said nothing. Neither struggle nor resist. It seems to have resigned to fate. I have been hiding in Tibet for the past few years. She is really tired. This kind of life, for her, it is too heavy. After all, you are only 10 years old. When he escaped from Ohara, he was only 8 years old. In just a few short years, the betrayals and sufferings experienced are already innumerable. Every day is full of fear, not enough to eat and not warm. Maybe be captured like now. Leave it to the world government. Maybe you can have a full meal before you die. This is the end. She was completely desperate and wanted nothing more. A group of people walking towards the port were all in high spirits. Sweep away the haze of not long ago. For them, with this money, you will be able to regain your strength and continue to venture into the sea. Certainly, a place like New World. They will never go again. At most, go to the Grand Line to hang out. Everyone is in this kind of happy atmosphere. Back to the pirate ship. Little ones, go in exchange for bounties. As soon as he stepped onto the plywood of the pirate ship, Boss Sang-chi waved his arms and immediately gave the order to set sail. However, I soon noticed the atmosphere on the deck. Seems a bit odd. I saw a young man with an outstanding appearance, lying on a recliner. I still hold the island's specialty jerky in my hand, while eating, basking in the sun happily. And behind him, the 2 younger brothers were standing there respectfully. Pretend to be at your beck and call. Who is this? All the pirates on board were taken aback. Where are the young people from? How did you go on vacation on their boat? Boss, this gentleman said he has something to discuss with you. The 2 pirates saw that the boss had returned. Like a savior, quickly tell the whole story about everything that happened. Need to discuss something. Hee. Sanchi's boss grinned. It seems that everything is very interesting. Swaggeringly walked up to the young man. Condescendingly said, tell me about it. He just spoke a few words, and when he saw the young man's face clearly, his face almost turned green. It seems to be wondering whether I have read it wrong. Rubbing his eyes desperately. Linley. Those who have been to New World. How could one not know this? World's strongest swordsman, and world's strongest man. It is said that the latest bounty has surpassed the previous highest record, One Piece Roger. What? When the others heard the boss's exclamation, they were all dumbfounded and stunned. Doubted his ears. The strongest man in the world. How could it be possible to appear on a boat like theirs? What do you want to tell me? Determine the identity of the young man in front of you. Sanchi's boss's face changed immediately. Become respectful. They who have traveled through the New World. The terror of the New World can be said to be clear to the chest. Just that piece of sea area, a few people from the two-group alliance, is already so terrifying. What's more, he is the actual leader of the two-regiment alliance. My god, the two pirates who served Linley realized where the feeling of déjà vu came from at first. I can't stop feeling grateful. Fortunately, such characters were not offended. Linley nodded. It's a little thing. Help me find a little girl on this island. Her name is Nico Robin. This is a reward order. As he said that, he threw the reward order in his hand. If you can find it, there will be a lot of rewards. Of course, even if you can't find it, then. I was about to continue to say something. The line of sight inadvertently swept over Adi and the chick cub, with 130 ears. Can't help but be taken aback. Ah, such a coincidence. He just arrived. Robin got caught, so a faint smile appeared on his face. It seems that we have the same heart. It turns out that you have already prepared. Not bad. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. They are absolutely unexpected. The goal of the world's strongest man. It turned out to be the girl they just captured. You want her? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Seeing that he is about to get 79 million Baileys. But it turned out that it was also the target of the world's strongest. Everyone's face remained unchanged, and they did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. But I was about to cry in my heart. Linley nodded. Look at the exclamation mark over Robin's head. I am quite emotional. I have been looking for a few months. Finally found it. Character. Robin. Opportunity. Can be contracted. If you eat the flower fruit that was originally the target of the contract, you can achieve the conditions for a breakthrough improvement. Flower fruit is also nearby. Realizing this, he smiled and said, by the way, there's a devil fruit with her. So, can you give me the girl and the fruit? Smiley face. 223 Run to hope. This. Give the girl and the fruit to him. Girls are fine, now that the big man has spoken. As long as you don't want to court death. But any smart person should be sensible and know what to do. But where is the devil fruit? Boss Sanchi, who was full of doubts, only thought about it in his mind for less than a second. Then he made a decisive decision, nodded respectfully and said, when, of course, this, son of the devil, can of course be handed over to you. It's just that, the devil fruit is something I haven't obtained. I don't know if there is any misunderstanding here. For pirates of their level, devil fruit is undoubtedly an extremely valuable item. Since the establishment of the pirate group, there are only a handful of devil fruits I've seen. That is, he himself is not qualified to eat devil fruit. So when I heard that there was a devil fruit with this girl, the whole person is blinded. In order to win the trust of the big man Linley, his attitude was almost down to dust. And his reaction, when the subordinates saw it, not only did they not show any disdain. On the contrary, I think it should be so. Joke. Who is this young man in front of him? The strongest in the world. Dare to be disrespectful. Dare not to hand in someone. I'm afraid I'm courting death. But whoever has been in the New World, as long as he is not the head is looking for death, who doesn't have such insight? Oh, no. Linley just smiled when he heard this. Since the system says there is, then there must be. If the flower fruit is not nearby, the system will not display such a prompt. It's just that through extremely strong knowledge, he found this guy talking to him. Doesn't really seem to know anything about it. The eyes can't help but be quite thought-provoking. This big brother is actually the strongest in the world. Robin with blank eyes. It was already completely hopeless. Just listening to the communication of a few people. Gradually, the words, the strongest man in the world, became known. Attracts attention. These pirates, to actually call the handsome big brother in front of him the strongest man in the world. Real or fake? In the pupils that regained their spirits, there was a puzzled look. And, this big brother actually wants to take her away from the hands of the pirates. This caused her already desperate heart to involuntarily surge with a glimmer of hope. Only, she doesn't seem to know the big brother. Why does the other party seem to have come to find her specially? With such doubts, she couldn't help but keep her eyes fixed on that figure with outstanding looks. And at the same time, the figure seemed to be watching her too. The smile is unusually gentle. This made her less vigilant, or worried. It disappeared in an instant. This moment, she only felt that big brother's smile was so warm. Sanchi and Adi, who were hiding behind the crowd, heard it. Immediately realized what Linley was referring to as devil fruit. Must be the one just snatched from Nico Robin. The two looked at each other. Look hesitant. Seemed to be asking each other. Are you going to hand it over? Bosses will know right away what they're trying to do for themselves. If not, if found out by this big man, the consequences are unimaginable. Since the other party knows the existence of such a thing, there must be some basis for it. Just when the two were hesitating. Just listen to Linley said lightly. This devil fruit, I have great use. No matter who it is, hand it over, and I will give you corresponding compensation. Today, to his identity and status. As long as it doesn't offend him. It is impossible for him to lower his status to grab other people's things. Certainly, if you don't save face, say something else. Flower fruit seemed to him. Undoubtedly a devil fruit with great potential. And the person who is most suitable for this devil fruit. In my impression, the marine hero Garp is one. If Garp eats the flower fruit. That kind of picture, with Garp's armament Hawkeye, you can imagine how terrifying it is. Certainly, for the original owner Robin, it is actually a suitable fruit. However, in the original book, Robin wandered for nearly 20 years. In a precarious life, it is estimated that it is difficult to scruple too much personal cultivation. As a result, her strength seems to be nothing more than that. But with her golden exclamation point talent, if it can be cultivated carefully from an early age, when I grow up, I will be a member of Admiral again. It was obvious what Linley meant. The said devil fruit, right on board, even among them. Otherwise, the strongest man in the world. Will it be so sure? Realizing this, Boss Sangchi turned around quickly, his face became cloudy and uncertain. Have you heard Mr. Linley's words? Whoever has a devil fruit, just hand it over honestly. Mr. Linley said that he will give you corresponding compensation. Say so. He has already made up his mind. Who will hide devil fruit later? After Linley took Nico Robin away. Make him look good, too. Facing his questioning, everyone present was silent. Just when you look at me, I look at you, looking at each other. I don't know where the so-called devil fruit came from. Really do not have. Linley's smile remained the same. Not angry, just waved to Robin. Come over. Hearing this, Robin, who had already been put down by Adidas, trotted towards Linley step by step without hesitation. It's like rushing to hope. Gently stroked Robin's little head. Linley smiled softly. I'm sorry I didn't find you sooner. I have longed for Ohara, and I admire Dr. Clover very much. I heard you are the only survivor of Ohara. After a lot of hard work, I finally found you. Wong is good these years, have you suffered a lot? Will you come with me? Big brother, do you know Dr. Clover? Hearing Linley mention Ohara, he also mentioned Dr. Clover. Robin widened her Kaziran eyes. We have been friends for a long time, but it's a pity that we don't have the chance to meet each other. It's Drive Clover's old friend. I know a few, correct. If you are willing to come with me, you will be able to meet an old friend in a short time. Hearing this, Robin didn't hesitate at all, as if afraid of Linley's repentance, he nodded quickly. In fact, even Linley didn't say anything. Just take her away, she is willing to. Anyway, it's better than being taken away by these pirates, right? Hearing Linley's words made her even more firm in her thoughts. Very good, Linley nodded with a smile. Palm, I'll give you another 5 minutes. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer before I leave. 224 Isle of Alliance. Finally, Sanchi and Adi still couldn't stand the pressure. Hand over the flower fruit. As compensation, Linley asked Sanchi's boss to go to the headquarters of the Don Quixote family to exchange for 200 million Baileys. Again, to his current status, it is no longer possible to rob other people's property without incident. Unless you don't know how to flatter. But obviously, everyone, including Sanchi and Adi, is very knowledgeable about flattery. As for Linley leaving, what would happen to Sanchi and Adi who originally planned to hide devil fruit privately is not what he cares about. Anyway, thinking about it, the end will not be too good. 200 million Baileys. Robin, who was standing by the side all the time, just answering Linley's questions, and kept silent at other times, was stunned by this number. His face was full of astonishment. She didn't expect that someone would be willing to spend a huge sum of 200 million Baileys to redeem her back. For a time, my heart was complicated. There is nowhere to put the nervous little hands, and I don't know what to do. Let's go. Due to the current Robin, the body is smaller. So Linley picked her up like a child, and flew straight into the air. Alliance Island. 330 In fact, the Kandlong Avatar has been looking for Robin these months. New World is not all smooth sailing. It's not that there is any other party that dares to challenge the authority of the two-regiment alliance. Or perhaps the Marine and World government finally couldn't bear it anymore. But since New World fell into the bag of the two-regiment alliance, the new headquarters was chosen to be built in a sea area not too far from the Marine G1 branch. About the distance apart, only 2 days' voyage. And that larger island, renamed Isle of Allies, there are countless resources invested by the Shuangquan Alliance. A new headquarters that could be called a military fortress was born in New World. Since then, with the establishment of the new headquarters, Linley himself stayed in the new headquarters most of the time. Gion, Yamato and others will also go to the new headquarters to live for a period of time from time to time. As for fully integrating New World's islands, it is also progressing steadily, but this is not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. Therefore, everyone in the Shuangquan Alliance is not in a hurry. Follow the original strategy. CDAD, it is the first step to lay down the New World and hang the flags of the two-regiment alliance. Establishing a new headquarters is the second step. Integrating the New World islands is the third step. Integration means to firmly control all the islands in your hands. Arrange personnel to guard uninhabited islands. Islands that exist in the country hold all the Daquan firmly. Take de Reis Rosa for example. It is now under the jurisdiction of Doflamingo. As for the last step, it is the establishment of a unified management system, that is, the establishment of a new order. Until then, the Shuangtuan League may change to a brand new name, officially become a force capable of rivaling the world government. Over the airspace from West Blue to the Isle of Confederation, Robin, who was hugged by the Kandlong Avatar, seemed very excited. He covered his mouth, suppressing the excitement. For her, the experience of high-altitude flight is the first time. Maybe it's the height. The world is small. It felt again that Linley had no ill intentions towards her. The haze in my heart gradually began to dissipate. During the flight, I quickly became acquainted with Linley. Big brother, you said you wanted to take me to meet an old friend. Who could it be? I remembered what Linley said not long ago. She couldn't help but be full of curiosity. She doesn't remember. What old friends do I have? To say barely counted words. Now Aokiji Admiral, one of Marine's 3 admirals, barely counts as one. However, Linley big brother will not take her to meet a Marine. Guess. Linley smiled lightly. During this period, if it is her old friend, there is only that Titan, Saul, who escaped from freezing and feigning death by Aokiji. Now Saul is still on Albuff, the island of Titan. Before the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard, the Red Earl's fleet arrived at Alba. Do not know what is the reason. The Titans did not resist, but chose to join the Double Regiment Alliance, and incorporated Albuff into the sphere of influence of the Double Regiment Alliance. Maybe everyone else is confused by what Titan is doing, but in Linley's mind, he actually had some guesses. First of all, the Titans must be anti-world government, even if it wasn't announced that way. In fact it is. This can be proved by some actions of the Titans in the original book. Second, the Titan race befriends Vegapunk. Perhaps I secretly learned about the secret cooperation between Linley and Vegapunk, which may have had a certain impact on this decision. Finally, there is the significance of the island of Alboth. It can be known from the history of the protagonist Wong Luffy of Destiny. Maybe Alboth will be an island he must pass through. Maybe there are some secrets, prompting that Alboth must be preserved intact for the future. To this, Linley didn't mean to delve into it at all. And now for him, with New World in the bag, how to obtain new contract quotas before further expanding its power has become a top priority. Don't look at the fact that Hawkeye and Red Hair have been contracted one after another, the 2 people he most wants to contract with. Wong Luffy has no contract yet. Besides, that's why she didn't let her eat the flower fruit in the first place. Everything can be said to be proceeding in an orderly manner. Hee. No way, if I tell you now, there will be no surprises then. The broken teeth are about to be born. If there are more places, Robin is also the object of his contract. Wow, big brother, look, that island is moving. The Kandlong Avatar is undoubtedly quite gratifying. I felt that Robin was gradually becoming more cheerful. Of course, I know from the history books. After the natural teeth are born. And since this time, that's it. Okay, Moon, big brother, I can't figure it out, just tell me. Giant elephant, is it the elephant owner? You also know the elephant master. Well, that island is called Zo, but it's not an island at all, but a kingdom on the back of a colossus. At the same time, Kong Yunya is already in the process of gestation. Soon, the 2 arrived at the new headquarters of the Shuangtuan Alliance, the island of the Alliance. 225 The big filial son, Lao He wants to join the Shuangtuan Alliance. This will be your home from now on, Robin. Landing at the port of the Alliance Island, Linley pointed to the magnificent building in the center of the island and said softly. That building is quite ancient, somewhat similar to the buildings on Ghost Island, but closer to the national style. At the top, hang 3 flags. The flag of the Twin Alliance, and the flag of the Beasts Pirates and BIGMOM Pirates. It symbolizes the friendship between the first 2 pirate groups. Besides, if you look down from a height, you can see the buildings around the castle, distributed in a star-like 8 trigrams. The style is clearly the same as the building in the center. It can be said that in just a few months, the island has become completely new. It is the base camp of the Double Regiment Alliance, and it also serves as the external facade of the Double Regiment Alliance. Home. Robin froze for a moment. This word, for her once, is too far away. And now I heard it from the Kandlong clone. Undoubtedly quite moved in the heart. She really didn't expect that she would have a family again. Am I dreaming? In fact, ever since meeting the Kandlong doppelganger, she felt like she was in a dream. The urgent hope in my heart, if it is really a dream. Never let her wake up. She is willing to sink into this beautiful dream. Dream. Hee. The Kandlong clone smiled. In the future, not only will you have a big brother, but you will also have older sisters and younger sisters. I'll introduce you to each other later. Yamato and others are now on the island of the Alliance. In this way, Robin can be trained together with Yamato and others. Linley already had a good impression of Robin in the original book. In addition, knowing what happened to Robin these years, I feel very sorry. Although at the beginning, it was utilitarian purpose, because I was looking for a role in Grandmaster's historical text. But as they get along, they gradually regard Robin as a younger sister. The landing of the 2 quickly attracted the attention of the patrolling guards. The first time they saw the Kandlong Avatar, everyone wondered, isn't Linley with Princess Yamato and others? Why did he suddenly bring a girl back? Doubts are doubts, and both are respectful salutes. Leader. The Kandlong clone waved his hand, and led Robin straight to the magnificent building. At the same time, Linley, who was pointing to Yamato's three little ones in the square. Through shared memory, it is already known that the Kandlong avatar brought Robin back. I'm in a good mood. Take a break. Linley smiled at the three little ones. In the future, you will have one more sister. Elder sister. Yamato, Black Maria and Jack were taken aback at the same time. Soon, in the distance, I saw another Linley big brother, walking with a young girl. Hey, how come there are two big brothers? Yamato looked at the Kandlong avatar, his eyes widened, full of puzzlement. But Black Maria's expression was not so exaggerated, but also quite puzzled. On the contrary, it was Jack who questioned in a low voice. How dare you? Someone pretends to be less aldehyde. Fool. After hearing this, Black Maria said with a speechless face. Where is this place? How could someone pretend to be the young master? Makes sense. Robin, who was approaching not far away, saw the second Linley, and his reaction was basically similar to that of Yamato. She looked back at the Kandlong avatar suspiciously, and then at the main body. It seems to want to see the difference between the two. That's my avatar. After Linley smiled, he felt relieved because of several people. Only then did the four little ones suddenly realize. When Robin came forward, Linley pulled Robin and introduced to the three Yamato little ones. Her name is Robin. From now on, he will be your sister who cultivates together. Coincidentally, Gion and Smoothie also came to the square. Also first wonder why there are two Linleys. After getting the explanation, he suddenly realized and turned his attention to Robin. The two realized it immediately. This girl is the Robin of the Grandmaster history text that Linley is looking for. Plus Linley said hello in advance. Learned what happened to her. Therefore, I am very caring and sympathetic to Robin. When did Robin, who has been lonely for a long time, face such a passionate scene? For a while, I felt a little nervous. Linley left the Kandlong clone to accompany everyone. And his true self, such as came to his office. It's a coincidence to say. Just these few days, the Isle of Allies has an unexpected guy. Asking for flowers. Marshall teach. When this guy came to the Island of Allies, he clamored to see Linley. It is said that they want to abandon the dark and turn to the bright, and join the double group alliance. How could Linley not know? This guy just thinks that now there is only a two-team alliance, and the chance of getting dark fruit is the greatest. This is why he chose to leave the Whitebeard pirates. What a filial son. Think of the glorious deeds of Blackbeard in the original book. Linley couldn't help shaking his head. This guy is really filial. In the original book, Whitebeard's last blow seems to be from him. After killing Whitebeard, he took the fruit for the first time. Originally, I learned that such a wolf-hearted guy wanted to join. Linley's first thought was to kill him. 0. To avoid future troubles. 18 to 18.30. Among the three reward orders at Im's feet in the original book, one is Blackbeard. The other two were Wong Luffy and Shirahoshi. The former Joey Poi reincarnated. The latter is Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons. Then Blackbeard, must be a secret. Only then did he put away his original idea. Whitebeard pirates, what are you doing back to New World instead of hiding in East Blue? Blackbeard froze for a moment. The whole person is simply humbled to the dust. It seems that he is eager to express his desire for the alliance of the two groups. But he, who was quite deep in the city, quickly reacted, straightened his posture, put away his smile, and said with a serious face. P.S. After being reminded by Leonzi, I realized that Robin ate devil fruit at a very young age. I always thought that Robin ate devil fruit during the escape time. Now there is no way to modify it, just treat it as a butterfly produced by the protagonist effect. Please forgive me, B.U. Lord Linley. Standing in front of the desk, Blackbeard had a restrained expression. It is you. It's been hanging out for 2 days, so it's time to see you again. Linley asked knowingly. The smile is accompanied by those leaky teeth. A trace of panic flashed in his pupils. Your Excellency Linley, it's like this. When he came to the office and sat down, he ordered someone to bring Blackbeard over. He didn't expect Linley to be aware of the Whitebeard pirates. I plan to meet and tell. 226 The method of capturing devil fruit. Blackbeard licked his cheeks and explained what he had come for. What they said was nothing more than a random lick and a rainbow fart on Shuangquanming and Linley. Telling about his longing and admiration for the foundation created by the Shuangquan Alliance. And when the Crusade Alliance attacked Wano-kuni, how much I kept my hand, and then I regretted words like that. All in all, Blackbeard's desire to join the two-group alliance is very obvious. I'm afraid that if Linley nods his head, he will have to kneel down and thank him. In this regard, Linley just wanted to say, hey, you are really suitable to be an actor. If you don't know the purpose of Blackbeard as dark fruit, another person might have been confused by Blackbeard's sincerity. Only, since Linley didn't intend to do something about this guy now, it is not a big deal to let him join naturally. As for 360 and his ambitions, in the face of absolute strength, it is not worth mentioning at all. However, there is one point that he is eager to know. That's how to get devil fruit. It is said that this method is closely related to dark fruit. At first, Linley thought it made sense. But in the original book, Blackbeard's men went to Derice Rosa alone and threatened to seize King Luffy's devil fruit. This does not match the original cognition. The devil fruit ability can also be captured without Blackbeard on the side. So in this world, is there really a way to take other people's devil fruit? And at least for now, only Blackbeard has mastered. Thinking of this, Linley wondered. Join the Shuangquan Alliance. I have a general understanding of your thoughts. It's not easy to handle. After all, you were part of the Whitebeard pirates. Said it was difficult, but he didn't refuse. Linley believed that Blackbeard, who was so smart, could understand him. Hearing this, Blackbeard first had a dejected look on his face. Of course, I am not frustrated that I can't join the two-regiment alliance. Apparently frustrated that the dark fruit he'd been longing for years was nowhere in sight. I thought it was over. Was about to say something. You can savor Linley's words carefully, and you seem to understand something. In fact, he also knows that the Double Alliance and the Whitebeard pirates were once in the same situation. As a member of the Whitebeard pirates, how could he be accepted if he rashly asked to join? This kind of thing is unreliable no matter how you look at it. Demonstrate undeniable value, and he believed that Linley meant exactly that. What used to be difficult to handle under the Whitebeard pirates? It's all bullshit. If only he was as strong as Daddy Whitebeard. I'm afraid Linley will sweep the couch. In addition, if the strength is insufficient, it can only reflect its own value. After all, the two-party alliance is not like the Whitebeard pirates, relying on the bond of father and son to link everyone, and where he can embody value. I'm afraid the only way is to capture devil fruit. So, realizing this, Blackbeard whispered, you can swear to me that I didn't kill you when I was on Ghost Island. What's more, isn't the grievance between the two-party alliance and the Whitebeard pirates already settled? Moreover, I have an ability, which will definitely be of great help to our two-regiment alliance. Ability? Tell me. Linley's eyelids twitched, secretly thought that this actor really came prepared. In order to find dark fruit. I really gave up. Just listen to Blackbeard's mysterious way. I have had an ability since I was a child, and I can steal the devil fruit ability of others. Oh, Linley pretended to be surprised and said, how can such a thing be possible? Thief, ha 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 ha. Seeing Linley's disbelief, Blackbeard laughed. This is my unique ability, and I am the only one in the whole world who can do it. If your excellency allows me to join the Double Regiment Alliance, I will unreservedly help the Double Regiment Alliance to capture all kinds of devil fruit. Yeah, if you don't believe me, just try it. It's just that capturing devil fruit requires a specific environment and props. Then, Blackbeard introduced the taboos of the method of capturing devil fruit one by one. Where can Linley fail to understand that in order to avoid leaking in this way, most of Blackbeard's bullshit is fooling around? But he didn't expose it either. Because of the moment, he has a goal and wants to experiment. It was the Golden Lion who had spent a lot of time looking for, but found nothing in the end. According to information received not long ago, the Golden Lion once appeared at the end of the New World, near Drum Mountain. And the location of Magnetic Drum Mountain can connect East Blue and South Blue. The first time I heard the news, Linley ordered people to launch the underground forces of East Blue and South Blue to continue searching for the Golden Lion. Once found, he must be the first to rush over. The purpose is very simple. Lion fruit. However, it is different from the original plan. Originally, I thought that after catching the Golden Lion, I would extract the blood factor and give it to Vegapunk for research and then make a replica. Leave it to Gion to master Lion Fruit's abilities. But why bother with replicas when you can get the real Lion Fruit? To know, even if Vegapunk already has experience with dragon form replicas. Recently, he is copying the form of the phoenix and the fruit of the soul. But according to Vegapunk's speculation, it will take at least 2 years, and the group is sure to replicate it perfectly. And the so-called perfection is at least as good as the replica of the green dragon. But Linley always believed, where can I get the original copy? Even if the difference is not much. However, there is still a difference. Linley has always believed in this point. While thinking, he nodded in satisfaction. Since you're confident you can do it, go for it. I don't care too much, as long as the result. It happens that there are a few demon fruit power imprisoned in the prison, so let's experiment with them. The results of the test, there is almost no suspense. Black 2.4 Beard really has mastered the method of taking other people's devil fruit. However, he was very cautious during the operation, and Linley didn't intend to get to the bottom of it for the time being. Finally agreed to join Blackbeard in the Island of Alliance, except for the 3 little ones, Gion and Robin. Lucci was also brought to this island, and in order to make rapid progress in his physical skills, he also abducted 2 Marine Rear Admirals from Grandmaster Marine 6 Styles as teachers through the information leaked by the people in the controlled CP organization. Soon, Time is waiting for news from the Golden Lion, and spent time cultivating feelings with Gion and Smoothie. In my spare time, I also go to Daughter Island to meet Hancock. And Lucci is worthy of being the first genius of the CP organization in the past 800 years. His physical skills have improved rapidly, and he has quickly mastered advanced physical skills. Contract target Lucci, master physical skills advanced 3004 times return physical skills Dacheng. 227 strengthen again. After getting the refund, Linley's physical skills, from the beginners, can be reached in 1 step, and they can be fully extended to the great success. Although no special skills appear. That is to say, in the physical arts field, there is still room for improvement. But let's not talk about anything else. This also means that Linley has won 2 contract spots again. This is also one of the purposes of Linley's initial contract with Lucci. There are 2 contract quotas, one of which must be reserved for the world's destined son King Luffy. As for the other, it can be much more casual. Blackbeard can be contracted, one of the big villains in the original book. Robin can also be contracted. Since he planned to contract Robin a long time ago, it happened that Flower Fruit was also in his hands. In this case, you can either get the ability of the second Devil Fruit, or strengthen the Sesshomaru form. So on the second day of getting the new quota, Linley directly gave one of the places and contracts to Robin in front of Gion and the others on the square in the center of the island of the Alliance. And let it eat the Flower Fruit for the first time. Contract target Robin, eat Flower Fruit, 5023 times the return. Inugu Fruit, sensed that the hidden ability Iron Broken Tooth in the form of Sesshomaru has not been activated. You can give up the fruit of the tree to strengthen the shape of the killing pill and gain the hidden ability. Please choose Inugu Fruit. In the square, Linley watched as Robin ate the Flower Fruit. Hearing the system's prompt, he became thoughtful. Inugu Fruit, could it be wood-style ninjutsu? Developed to the state of awakening, you can display the top of the Buddha real tree senju. Although very excited, however, Linley, who has had a strengthening experience, guessed that if he chooses to strengthen, maybe there will be an extra clone. And the skills of the avatar can also use Inugu's ability to a certain extent. So there is no hesitation. Sesshomaru's form has been strengthened successfully. Monster power transforms into the power of a few gods 10%. The hidden knife, Iron Broken Teeth, unlock. Acquire a new skill in Sesshomaru form, Wood Clone. Really, as Linley guessed, not only unlocked the last knife and broken teeth, and because of the difference in return multiples, the degree of transformation of demon power into god power has increased by 10%. In addition to the last time, about 15% of the monster power in the body has been transformed into the power of God. Because I have already experienced the magical effect of the power of God. Linley is of course quite satisfied with this. As for the broken teeth, now there is no suitable knife for breeding, and with the birth of the broken teeth and natural teeth, the last 2 knives are actually not in a hurry at all. Instead, it is Wood Clone. Little Robin, what is the Devil Fruit ability? Gion looked at Robin curiously and asked with great interest. She glanced around. The 3 little ones Yamato, Smoothie, and Linley. All are demon fruit power. She was the only one present. As a swordsman, although he has no plans to obtain the ability of Devil Fruit. But there are more demon fruit power around. It is inevitable that there will be some curiosity. Now, her strength has gradually reached the bottleneck. According to Linley, it might be a good choice to obtain a Devil Fruit that matches Jonao at this time. It's the ability of Flower Fruit. While Robin was talking, a thin arm grew out of his shoulder like a flower. Ah, what? Yamato on the side was puzzled and said, Linley big brother, this ability seems useless. Why don't you find a better Devil Fruit for Sister Robin? Although Black Maria and Jack didn't agree. But from the eyes, it is clearly the same meaning as Yamato. After all, in their opinion, whether it's Yamato's Oguchi True God form, or Black Maria's Thunder Fruit, they are all quite powerful fruit abilities. Jack's Mammoth form is not as good as Smoothie's Squeezed Fruit, though. But since it was eaten before meeting Linley, there was no way to change it. But that's clearly not the case for Robin. Listening to Yamato, it seems that he dislikes his own fruit ability. A look of sadness flashed in Robin's eyes. But it just passed by in a flash, when she thought that from now on, she would no longer be a powerless person but also a capable person. A sweet smile appeared on his face. Facing Yamato's question, Lin Fu smiled and said, don't underestimate the power of Flower Fruit. If the armed color is strong enough, it can be coordinated everywhere, even with tens of thousands of hands. The destructive power is also very terrifying. 10,000 hands. Yamato imagined the scene described by Linley, and couldn't help sticking out his tongue. Is it really possible to conjure tens of thousands of hands? Yamato obviously didn't believe it. Don't underestimate Robin. If it is her, she will definitely be able to do it. After all, in the original book, she has already done it. I will definitely work hard. Listening to Linley's expectation, Robin said seriously. Since Linley big brother believes that Sister Robin can do it, then I believe it too. Yamato walked up to Robin, put his arm around her shoulders, and looked at Gion. In this case, among us, it seems that only Sister Gion has no fruit ability. It doesn't matter. Gion shook his head and laughed. Sister is a swordsman, it doesn't really matter if she has the devil fruit ability or not. Okay, Sister Robin, let me teach you how to develop fruit abilities. Thinking that I was finally not the best one, Yamato happily took Robin to practice. Seeing this, Black Maria and Jack had no choice but to follow quickly. Smoothie looked at the backs of the 4 little ones leaving, and walked in front of Linley with a smile. Didn't you say that 883 has a fruit ability, which is very suitable for Sister Gion? Is there no news yet? Hearing this, even Gion, who said he didn't care, was quite looking forward to it. It's probably coming soon. After receiving the information from the Golden Lion, in addition to ordering people to investigate, the Kandlong Avatar also set off to search for it. Now there is one more wood clone. If you want to find the hidden Golden Lion, I believe it is only a matter of time. Since the establishment of the new headquarters of the Double Regiment Alliance, the islands of New World have been gradually integrated. Half-year later, counting it, it has been more than a year since Hawkeye left Ghost Island. Trust redheads too. I am afraid that in this world, there will not be too many major events happening. I'm afraid it's just the growing eagle eyes and red hair. However, it is estimated that there is still a long way to go before the breakthrough. The Kanglong clone finally found several floating islands in the airspace where East Blue and West Blue meet. I am afraid that the strength is not the same as before. As of a few years before the start of the plot, during this process, the whole world is unusually calm. The only thing that can cause movement. Linley is looking forward to this. It was unbelievably peaceful. In other sea areas, it is also difficult for major events to happen. Linley does know, according to the original book. Linley, who received the news, rushed over immediately with Blackbeard. Not only the world government and marine are calm. 228 floating island strong world. The airspace between East Blue and West Blue. There is an island that is constantly moving. The name of the island is Floating Island. Strongworld. Thief ha 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 ha. At the center of the island at this time, there was a Huxia man with blonde hair, 2 feet attached to 2 swords as prosthetic limbs, and his body floating off the ground. Looking at the figure in front of him like a clown, and a tube of reagents in this figure's hand, he laughed happily. This person is none other than the Golden Lion. After escaping from Impel Down, along with this floating island, he has not been alive for a long time. Good job Indigo, the evolution potion has finally been developed. Then it's time for the experiment. The old man has already prepared the experimental subjects, you see. As soon as he finished speaking, Golden Lion pointed to all kinds of animals imprisoned in the distance. These are the beasts he has collected from all over the world over the years. The reason for collecting these, it's because shortly after the original jailbreak from Impel Down, by chance, a plant with IQ ingredients was discovered from Vermejo Island. And if the animals on the island eat this kind of plant, they will become violent, which will greatly increase their combat effectiveness. With this amazing discovery, this made him, who had almost lost his original power, regain his hope of fighting for world hegemony. At the beginning, no matter what, he couldn't believe that Roger, whom he regarded as the strongest opponent, would be arrested by Marine. So single-handedly into Naval Headquarters, Marineford, want to see what's going on. Finally, from Sengoku and Garp, it is learned that Roger will be publicly executed in the town of Rog where he was born. He has always regarded East Blue as the weakest place, and he thinks it is an insult to his strongest opponent. So in a rage, they launched a fierce attack on Naval Headquarters. Ultimately defeated by the combination of Sengoku and Garp. And because of his actions, the Flying Pirates, which had suffered heavy losses in the 8-volume sea battle, almost became disbanded. After jailbreaking from Impel Down, most of the old ministries have disappeared. It can be said that at that time, he had already lost the foundation for world hegemony. How does this make him happy? Precisely because of the discovery on Vermejo Island. Let him regain hope. Therefore, he concealed his identity and studied this plant and the IQ extracted from it together with his deputy Indigo. TTO. Based on IQ, it is a strengthening potion that can make ferociousness better. Finally developed it. Calcal. Indigo smiled modestly, and because he was not good at expressing, he just pointed to a lion in the distance. Oh, test it on a lion first. Also, Golden Lion is naturally indispensable. His goal is to create an army composed of all kinds of beasts. Back then in New World he could almost be said to have the greatest power. I deeply understand the truth. Sometimes people are not necessarily more worthy of trust than beasts. Watch Indigo walk towards a lion in a cage in the distance. With full of expectation, Golden Lion couldn't help muttering to himself. Newgate. After escaping from Impel Down, the old man once said that the future will be your era. Unfortunately, Newgate does not cherish such an opportunity. Otherwise, the new One Piece will be Newgate. Rising stars like Kaido and Linley. How could it be possible to create such a huge foundation as the current Shuangquan Alliance? Now, he died absurdly at the hands of the Shuangquan Alliance. Even though he usually spends most of his time hiding on this floating island. But for some intelligence in the world, still won't ignore it. When the news of Whitebeard's death was learned, he was actually quite emotional. Because of the 3 great pirates of New World. Him, Roger and Newgate. He is the only one alive now. I remembered the scene where the Whitebeard pirates invited him to meet in East Blue. So sad. Newgate had asked him to meet. Just to work with him. Work together to fight the threat posed by the 2-group alliance. Unfortunately, different road non-phase plan. His goal is to fight for world hegemony and to take revenge on Marine. The purpose of the Whitebeard pirates is completely different. Therefore, as long as the Whitebeard pirates do not have the ambition to dominate the world, there is no basis for cooperation between them. Now, as long as the evolution medicine can pass the experiment and achieve mass production, then, this old man still has the confidence to fight for world hegemony. In his vision, once the Beast Legion is created, take advantage of Lion Fruit's abilities. You can send it anywhere in the world anytime. But the Beast Legion includes not only animals, even contains insects. Thus, as long as there are enough evolution potions, you can have as many troops as you want. Then even if it is the strongest marine in the world today. Facing the beast horde, I'm afraid I can't please him. After all, people are afraid of death, but ferocious beasts and insects are not. Golden Lion sighed while thinking. Indigo, the deputy, finally walked slowly to the lion in the cage. Because these wild animals that have been captured have been tamed. That's why even a lion looks very cute. Open your mouth. Ah. The lion glanced at the golden lion in the distance in fear and opened its mouth obediently. Indigo directly poured the evolution potion into the lion's mouth. This action is completed. He returned to the side of Golden Lion and observed with him what kind of changes would occur after the lion drank the evolution potion. Soon, in the expectant eyes of the two, the eyes of the lion who drank the evolution potion suddenly turned blood red, and the muscles all over his body swelled as if they were inflated. And the hairs on his body stood up one by one, like a hedgehog. The original, very well behaved, expression became crazy. Money is good first, he bit a hippopotamus not far away. Shao shao, the latter seemed to be frightened, and kept backing away in fear. However, the speed of the hippo back is too slow. The violent lion jumped in front of the hippo almost in an instant. After a bite, the huge hippo fell into a pool of blood. Not bad. After turning violent, this lion has become much stronger. Golden Lion nodded in satisfaction. However, the raging lion seemed to hear his voice, suddenly turned around and rushed towards him. Thief, ha 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 ha. Interesting and interesting. I didn't expect such a well-behaved lion to undergo such an amazing change after drinking the evolution potion. Facing the attack of the lion, Golden Lion is happy instead of angry. Vegetable. And on the other side, the two figures seemed to be locked on to the constantly moving floating island, and they were approaching rapidly. 229. Blackbeard. The goal is to capture the Linley fruit. The two figures quickly moved towards the floating island. Are two lights. Say two things. If you count the ball-like thing, wrapped in green light. Should be three. It's just that one of the two figures side by side held the ball in his hand like an old hen. Take a closer look. Who is the old hen, if not Blackbeard? And the two flying figures are Linley and Wood clone who successfully merged not long ago. As for why it is flying in this posture, what? Girls like Guillaume can enjoy being hugged by princesses, so is it possible that Blackbeard can do the same? To be carried and not to be rejected is not bad, if you don't want to rush to your destination as soon as possible. Linley is not interested in flying with such a big ball, although there is no pressure. But ugly. But Linley and Wood clone seem to have no intention of communicating with Blackbeard. I didn't notice the look in Blackbeard's eyes at this moment, and the meaning contained in it. Linley's Devil Fruit. Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru form. This is an ability that has never appeared in the Devil Fruit illustration. Unheard of. Unseen. This is after Blackbeard joined the two-regiment alliance. What I learned about Linley Devil Fruit's abilities. 367. This made him have a different idea in his mind. In other words, the original idea or plan has undergone some changes. Well known. Blackbeard's constitution is special. 2 or more devil fruits can be obtained. And now the reason why a devil fruit has never been eaten. Maybe this kind of constitution, which is different from ordinary people, needs to cooperate with dark fruit to take effect. That's why, in the original book, Blackbeard made up his mind that if he couldn't get dark fruit on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, he would stay honestly for the rest of his life. Be an unambitious, fat man. And join the Double Group Alliance, because the Double Group Alliance has replaced the Whitebeard pirate group now. Became the sole overlord of New World. Most likely to get dark fruit. Just let him get dark fruit. Then, the second or even the third one can be put on the agenda. For Blackbeard, there is nothing wrong with it anyway, and he just pretends to be a grandson on weekdays. It's okay to fantasize. Dark fruit is Logia. Then the latter two fruits are naturally Paramesha and Zone. Originally, in his vision, if the second one chooses Paramesha, of course he should choose the strongest one. Papa Whitebeard's shock fruit is one of the targets. It is also the best choice. Too bad Whitebeard is dead now. This also means that shock fruit has disappeared. If you want to find or wait for the next person to get the shock fruit, even if there is hope, it is probably a very distant thing. On the contrary, the Zone Devil fruit that was originally planned to be eaten by the third one. He already has a goal. If you say Logia Devil fruit, which ability is the strongest? Perhaps several abilities can compete for the best. Examples include lava and thunder. But dark fruit is undoubtedly the most special one. What about Paramesha? At least in the hearts of the world, shock fruit is the strongest. As for Zone, if it was years ago, or before Linley came along, someone asked him that, Blackbeard will definitely answer without hesitation. Human fruit, phantom beast, sun god Nika form. As for why he would know about this devil fruit, do not ask. The question is that the D family is special, and he is even more special among the special ones. Of course, he may not know the form of Nika, it is rubber fruit. But now, if someone asks him that, I'm afraid his answer will vary. Inugu Fruit Phantom Beast Sesshomaru form. Why? Linley is the strongest with this devil fruit. And it's the most well-deserved individual strength. CDAF. When I witnessed the battle between Linley and his father Whitebeard, I have already leaned towards the Sesshomaru form. After joining the two-regiment alliance, I accidentally learned about Linley's deeds a few years ago from the Beast's pirates. It's even more certain, because the rise of Linley started from obtaining the form of Sesshomaru. Dark fruit. It is said that it can make the abilities of the capable person disappear. In Blackbeard's eyes, the light named ambition became more and more vigorous. If so, if it is not prepared, it is possible to hit Linley. In this case, there will be a play in the form of Sesshomaru. FFLX. Before that, Linley's trust must be obtained. Thinking of this, his expression changed rapidly. It quickly changed into that smiling and lovable look. Next, I must show my value to Linley more. The purpose of this trip, because Linley had already told him casually. Naturally, I knew it was to find the Golden Lion. As for why bring him, is there any other possibility besides obtaining the fruit ability of Golden Lion? He is not stupid. After all, he is a person who is good at forbearance. Just as Blackbeard's expression changed, holding his Linley, he seemed to sense something. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he laughed silently and meaningfully. As the two green lights got closer, finally, the floating island was reflected in front of Linley and Blackbeard. Arrive, just stopped over the floating island. A burst of triumphant laughter was heard from below. Thief, ha 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 ha. Hearing this, familiar laughter, Linley involuntarily glanced at Blackbeard. Ah, this laughter is actually highly similar to Blackbeard's. Even Blackbeard's face was a little confused when he heard it. He suddenly felt that he had been infringed. Adding the word thief in front of laughter is obviously his patent. With dissatisfaction, Blackbeard looked down. Meet the Golden Lion, one of the legendary three great pirates. Carrying a lion, although this description is a bit strange. But that's what it is. The Golden Lion, who is carrying a lion, has a very proud expression. With a cigar in his mouth, he laughs proudly and wildly. Only, he seems to have noticed something. He suddenly looked up at the sky. The laughter suddenly stopped. Linley, R2. As for the ball being carried, he subconsciously ignored it. 230. Do you really think that the old man is too old to lift a knife? And Blackbeard, who is obviously bigger. Blackbeard like a ball, just being ignored by him gorgeously. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The moment when I saw Linley, even if Golden Lion is one of the legendary three great pirates. It has never played against it, never felt it, Linley's true strength. The understanding of him is only hearsay, and the full picture is learned from a few words. The hairs all over his body were still standing up one by one. This is a sign of high tension. The most powerful person in the world today, what's the point of visiting the old man's home? I don't remember, I have offended your excellency. As soon as Golden Lion opened his mouth, his face was serious. Bother you for something. He doesn't think Linley is a person who respects the old and loves the young. I came to the door to say hello. There must be a conspiracy. The problem is, for a while, he couldn't think of Linley's real purpose at all. Could it be, is it because the contact with Newgate was spread? But because the fundamental goals of the two parties are different, there is no agreement at all. It's not a crime, is it? What's the matter? Linley smiled meaningfully. Good question. Come here, of course it is for lion fruit. No doubt, originally he was looking for the Golden Lion's purpose. Just extract the lineage factor. But from the mouth of Vegapunk. 3 lines of devil fruit. The easiest to replicate is Zone. Next is Paramesha. As for Logia, there is no possibility of copying at all. Even with the power of Vegapunk, it is still impossible to copy and fall naturally. Certainly, Linley wasn't interested in having him copy Logia either. It's just Paramesha in the second echelon. To replicate, it will inevitably take more time than Zone, Phoenix form for Kuina, and Soul Fruit for Beckman. It's all being replicated now. The latter obviously takes more time than the former. If there is one more lion fruit, I'm afraid it will take even longer. That being the case, it happened that Blackbeard joined because of seeking dark fruit. Simply use the waste. The owner of the Soul Fruit is Big Mom. Whether it's looking at Katakori's face or Kaido's face, it is impossible for Linley to take her fruit. But the Golden Lion, but there is no such concern. It's very simple. Lion fruit. To Linley's current strength, there is no need to hint or play tricks at all. Straight to the point. This way things will undoubtedly become much simpler. New World is already the territory of the Two-Regiment Alliance. Senior Golden Lion should know this. The New World is huge, and the strategic ability of lion fruit must be controlled in the hands of the Two-Regiment Alliance. The reason why Guillaume considers lion fruit, it's based on that. For one side, in this world where the sea occupies most of the area, lion fruit is undoubtedly a strategic level ability. Not only can it easily float an island, achieve ultimate collective movement, it can also better realize resource transfer. The most important is, when islands are floating in the air, in terms of safety, it will also reach an ultimate. Looking at the original book, the Golden Lion has not been discovered by the world government for more than 20 years. It is enough to show how strong the security is. In this case, we'll be in the final battle in the future. Let Linley have a lot less worries. At least you don't have to worry about being stealed by the ability to instantly destroy an island. So, Linley paused, and wrote lightly. Give you 2 choices. Or, join the double league and play for me. Or, give lion fruit. As for the latter, it is obviously at the price of Golden Lion's life. Of course Golden Lion is well aware of this. Sure enough, the visitor is not good. As soon as Linley finished speaking, Golden Lion frowned. The young man in front of me, really domineering. The implication is that if you don't surrender, you will die. Even if he is dead, is it possible that Linley can still intercept the lion fruit ability on him? With such doubts, Golden Lion sneered. Even if the old man wants to offer lion fruit, there is nothing he can do. As we all know, only when the capable person dies, the devil fruit will disappear from the dead body of the capable person and be reborn somewhere in the world. Usually, it does. Linley waved his hand. Senior just needs to tell me to choose. Other things, don't worry about it. Thief ha 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 ha. Hear Linley say that. Blackbeard laughed smugly. In this world, I am afraid that only he can break the rules. Asking for flowers. Get the devil fruit straight from the corpse. Such value. It must have satisfied Linley. And the golden lion listened to Blackbeard's familiar laughter. His face froze. He glanced at Blackbeard rather displeased. Secretly wondered why this ugly fat man imitated his laughter. Doesn't have his domineering demeanor at all. Just watch and watch. Blackbeard seemed familiar to him. Puzzled. Fat man, aren't you from the Newgate ship? When did you join the team of killing father and enemy? Hearing this, Blackbeard's laughter stopped abruptly. This old cripple, as soon as he mentioned it, he mentioned the things he least wanted to mention. Really disgusting. None of your business. Let's think about it. How should we escape under Master Lin Zhong? Old man, this world is no longer your time. In fact, regarding the two options offered by Linley, Blackbeard didn't want the Golden Lion to submit at all. If so, what is the use of him? Only when the Golden Lion persists to the end can he reflect his value, right? Another one, it can also be from the match between Linley and the world's top powerhouses like Golden Lion. Further judge Linley's real strength. To make more preparations for his future plans. What an unfilial son. No shame. Golden Lion narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous aura flickered from them. The more you look at Blackbeard, the more you look at it, the less pleasing it is. If it wasn't for being afraid of Linley, I'm afraid I couldn't bear it long ago, and stepped forward to slaughter this fat man. So he turned his gaze back to Linley, sneered and said, surrender, escape. Do you really think that this old man is too old to lift a knife? Let this old man see what you, the strongest person in the world, can do. Even if you know you are not an opponent. But if it is escape, he is still confident. It's just that even if you want to escape, you have to walk gracefully, instead of fleeing in embarrassment. However, at this moment, Linley smiled softly and said, Old Hay, the Golden Lion will be handed over to you. Let me shoot directly. It would be a bit bullying with a gun. This is not good. Blackbeard was taken aback for a moment, and he was immediately stunned. Question mark question mark question mark. What the hell? Golden Lion, leave it to me. 231 crying. Tyrannized Blackbeard. Blackbeard looked back at Linley in disbelief. I wonder if my ears have heard it wrong. Or hallucinations. Give him the Golden Lion. This is a strong man as famous as his father Whitebeard. One of the 3 legendary pirates. Once pushed the One Piece King Roger to a dead end. If it wasn't for the explosion of Roger's luck, I'm afraid he would have been overthrown by the Golden Lion and the Flying Pirates in the 8-volume sea battle. Although the power is no longer lonely, but personal strength is still there. Don't look at him mouthing an old thing. That's because of standing by Linley's side. Confident, not to mention the Golden Lion. Even the 5 elders of the world government, as well as the Marine Marshal and the 3 admirals all came. Standing next to Linley, he can still scold him. You can play and play and play, don't make fun of your life. Let him deal with the Golden Lion, isn't that pure death? Boss Linley, you are not joking, are you? How could I be the opponent of this old thing? Blackbeard asked in disbelief. Don't worry, I won't die. Linley raised his mouth, patted him on the shoulder, and said seriously. Old Hay, others don't know, but I can see it. You guy, your potential is extraordinary. In time, it will become the pillar of our 2-regiment alliance. What is a Golden Lion? Life and death are bearish. If you don't accept it, do it. Even if you can't beat me, don't you still have my back? These words, Linley spoke seriously, seems to be looking very bullish on Blackbeard. After hearing this, Blackbeard was speechless for a while. Great potential, the pillar of the double alliance. Don't make trouble, who the hell wants to be the pillar? He sneaked in just to get the dark fruit he had dreamed of. If you have the chance, drop by Linley. Get the shape of the killing pill. In this case, he will be invincible. The ambition to dominate the world. Only then is it possible. But looking at Linley's serious expression, seems to have high hopes for him. And it's all said and done. If you refuse, how can I speak out? All right, Blackbeard with bitter gourd face, get it? Are forced to realize. Obligatory thought, except that Linley had high hopes for him. More, maybe he wanted him to test the Golden Lion's strength. Even if it's a test, he doesn't want to. In life, there is always something to fear. And he was unlucky, just afraid of pain. Although he can't die, it feels like being beaten. It's been a long time since I've experienced it. The most recent time was a one-on-one fight with the red-haired boy on Roger's boat. A few teeth were knocked out. It made him speak out. Although he is not at a disadvantage. 3 paw prints were left on the face. All right, Blackbeard grimaced, his arms unable to hold back his thighs. Reluctantly equipped his exclusive weapon, claw. As if he was about to go to the execution ground, his face was full of lovelessness. Thief ha 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 ha. Looking at Blackbeard with a Sema expression. Golden Lion is happy. He burst out laughing directly. What a coincidence, isn't it? This dead fat man looks extremely unpleasant to him. I was about to give him a hard beating. It's not. Here comes the opportunity. What are you laughing? Hearing that familiar laughter, Blackbeard gritted his teeth in embarrassment, and secretly decided to go all out in order to achieve his goal. I saw him rushing towards the Golden Lion quickly. Try to get close to win. Don't you know what level you are? There is no fruit ability. Hawkeye is half-baked again. Maybe these years, the personality has been too cowardly, resulting in not even the standard conquerors for the strong. Physical arts are also passable. Dry party Golden Lion, he didn't even think about such a thing. The only thought at the moment is to perform well in front of Linley. At least you have to be worthy of the other parties, high expectations, right? I have to say, fat man, you have the courage. Is it the courage given to you by your fat body, or the leaky teeth? Golden Lion sneered all over his face. Talking on the mouth, but not stopping on the feet. Lifting your foot towards the Golden Lion is a flick. Flying slash. Boom. I saw a huge slash, from the famous sword, Sakura 10, under his feet, slashed towards Blackbeard with lightning speed. The latter is rushing towards the Golden Lion quickly. With such a huge body, the speed is not fast. It happened to hit that flying slash head on. Puff. Next second, Blackbeard flew upside down without any suspense. From the mouth, nose, chest, etc., blood spurted out all over the brain. Whoa, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Blackbeard, who was lying face to face, rolled all over the floor in pain. Although not lost combat effectiveness, but the severe pain almost occupied his mind. And obviously, Golden Lion also has a fine tradition of not making up the knife. Or be afraid of Linley, and Linley's wood clone. So he just cast a glance at Linley, and sneered with the corner of his mouth up. That's it. Although he was also puzzled, why did Linley let this fat man come to die? But it was just what he wanted. Didn't even bother to guess what Linley was up to. Although there is indeed an insurmountable gap between Blackbeard and Golden Lion in this period. After all, there is no ability to obtain dark fruit. And it was 10 years ago. On the contrary, it is Golden Lion, although the actual experience has begun to decline. But it's obviously not as exaggerated as falling to the second year of losing Luffy. As far as Blackbeard's performance is concerned, it is too weak, right? How did you leave 3 scars on the redhead's eyes in the first place? Linley looked at Blackbeard rolling all over the floor with interest. Is it possible? Rookies pecking at each other. It seems that this fat man is not good for anything, and it's up to you, the strongest in the world. Golden Lion is behind Blackbeard. The morale increased greatly, so he shouted 2.8 to Linley with fighting spirit. Not urgent. Linley clearly has no intention of fighting the Golden Lion yet. With a flick of his hand, a wave of demon power entered Blackbeard's body. In an instant, the injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blackbeard felt his wounds heal. It's not good to pretend to be dead anymore. Standing up with a face full of lovelessness. Crying. Originally, I thought that I would be done with the pain once. Then it's Linley's turn to make the move, right? And he will show his own value when the time comes. This script is just perfect. Has it been restored now? He has already thought of his next ending. As expected, in the next period of time, Blackbeard's screams resounded throughout the floating island. Thieves, wow, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. 232 Golden Lions 3 joys in life. Comfortable, cool, the 3 joys of life. Have a meal, sleep, hit the fat man. The first 2 have nothing to say. But the third fun, for the Golden Lion at this moment. Don't be so cool, and it's easy to do. This made him experience a joy that he had never experienced before. The whole person, from the comfort of the rudder to the 2 swords. Happy, puff, when Blackbeard was blown away by a slash again. Blood spurted from the mouth, nose and chest again. Others are numb, really numb. This moment, I really want to cry up to the sky. Let me go please, let me go, poor fat baby. I really can't stand it anymore. However, the next second, another green light penetrated into his body. The injury immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole person has almost returned to the peak state. He really wanted to turn around and torture Linley with his soul. Is it intentional? As lousy, Whitebeard didn't have such high hopes for him. 23. This Linley who is younger than him. How unique is it? He suddenly thought of a possibility. That is there such a possibility? Linley just wanted to see him being abused on purpose. No 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 no. Blackbeard shuddered, shivered, and shook his head desperately in denial. How come? How can this kind of bad taste be done by the strongest person in the world? Absolutely impossible. It must be the strongest person in the world who has really seen his potential, and really has high hopes for him. Think about it this way. I finally feel a little relieved, although he didn't want Linley to have high hopes for him. But since I decided to wait for dark fruit in the double group alliance, and was abused so many times, such a terrible price was paid. How could he give up halfway? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth suddenly, stared at the Golden Lion viciously, and rushed towards the Golden Lion again like an immortal Xiaoqiang. And Indigo, who was behind the Golden Lion, looked at Blackbeard, who was alive and well again, with a look of contempt on his face. What a rascal. Even being beaten can still recover at the speed of light. Isn't this bullying the disabled old comrade Golden Lion? You really don't talk about Wood. However, even as the deputy of the Golden Lion, he still couldn't accurately guess the mental activity of the Golden Lion at the moment. Thief, ha 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 ha. If you want to pick eggplants, why don't you look at Lao Nen? Fatty, the old man just likes your rebellious appearance. A-hole, Begaya Road, taunted by the Golden Lion again. Blackbeard was furious. What he faced was not only physical pain, and Golden Lion's poisonous verbal attack that hits the soul. Shut up, fat man. Isn't he shameless? Now hard power. Really can't do this, disabled old man. But even if the whole body is soft, the mouth must be hardened. Although Lousy is fat, he can lose weight. You disabled old thing, can you connect your broken eye? Do you dare to pull out the rudder on your head? After the Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, once went to the Whitebeard pirates, trying to seek cooperation with Whitebeard. It's a pity that a cold butt is attached to a hot face. His condition is basically known by everyone. As it happens, Blackbeard was on board at the time. Of course he knows part of the information about the Golden Lion. His complexion changed when he was poked into pain, and he cursed angrily. Ugly people make a lot of trouble, and it's okay to be ugly, and the mouth still stinks, let the old man die. Swish 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 swish, the enraged Golden Lion continuously swung flying slashes with both feet. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 slashes struck Blackbeard. FG old things don't talk about martial arts. I can't make a mouthful, but do I have to do it now? Facing the dozen or so flying slashes, Blackbeard lied terribly. He quickly turned around and shouted, Lord Linley, help. The words just fell off. His eyes met Linley's, encouraging, eyes. It seemed to be patting him on the shoulder, and encouraged him meaningfully. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Ah, Blackbeard just felt like he was going crazy. Linley obviously didn't intend to help. Is this to kill him? God, do you have so much confidence in him? There is no way, no foreign aid can be found, so Blackbeard has no choice but to turn around like a horse. Just turned around. The slash has arrived. The back was severely injured immediately, and the whole person was blasted at least hundreds of meters away. If the floating island is not spacious enough, I am afraid that the whole person will fall to the ground. And after Golden Lion blasted Blackbeard out, it seems that he is still angry. Float quickly to Blackbeard lying in a pool of blood, like cutting a watermelon, continuously causing secondary damage to Blackbeard. Fatty, let your mouth be cheap. Which pot is not lifted, which pot is opened? Do you think the old man can't lift a knife anymore? While venting the anger in his heart, occasionally glanced at Linley from the corner of his eye. It seems to be testing Linley's bottom line. However, it seemed that Linley didn't intend to do anything at all. It seems that I have really realized something. Understood. Arrange. He will definitely do his best to torture this fat man. As long as you don't kill. I believe Linley won't make a move, right? This is very comfortable. Being a sparring partner is still very interesting. Quote. Ever since Haihuo 10 fell into a pool of blood, he kept making piercing screams. It's just that the further you go to the back, the weaker the voice becomes. Until he was paralyzed in a pool of blood and became silent. The whole person rolled his eyes and passed out. Only then did Golden Lion stop the movement of its feet. Comfortable. Linley and Golden Lion had the same thought in their hearts at the same time. The latter is obviously more thoughtful than the former. The former stopped seeing the latter. Another ray of green light penetrated Blackbeard's body. The wounded recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye again. It's just that Blackbeard, who passed out in a coma, won't be able to wake up in a short time. After completing this action, Linley calmly said to Golden Lion, Are you comfortable? Can you tell me your answer now? Surrender. Or give devil fruit. Do it. Golden Lion answered very simply. A man with ambitions to conquer the world. Will he be subdued? Surrender. It is simply impossible. If you want him to bow his head to a junior, then he would rather die. Also, Linley nodded. If I make a move, it will indeed be a bit bullying. Let me, this wooden wood clone, fight with you. As long as you beat this clone who possesses 20% of my strength, I will spare your life. 233 Wood Clonev's Golden Lion. A clone with 20% strength. Who do you look down on? Even if you're the strongest in the world, a clone with 20% strength, you still underestimate this old man, don't you? Golden Lion's complexion became extremely ugly. Underestimate. Linley glanced at the Golden Lion. The smile is inexplicable. Is it really underestimation, not the so-called, respecting the old and loving the young? Right now, he doesn't even know how strong he is. It can be said that there is nothing in this world except I am, the king of the world. There is simply no way to find an object that can provide a reference. Let's take a look at the configuration of Wood Clone. Physical strength, monster power, and monster power recovery speed are all 20%. Conqueror's Haki certainly goes without saying. The same as 20%. The issue is, there is no 20% limit for skillful abilities like swordsmanship. One more, Wood Clone also has the ability that the main body cannot have. Some of the abilities of Mumu Fruit. If this is the case, maybe it is not exactly 20% of the main body's strength. Certainly, Mew Mugwo's ability, how much combat power can be increased, that's another matter. But beat the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled. That's still good enough. Otherwise, Yunlei's main body will take action in person. In his opinion, he is a bit of a bully. After all, the opponent is disabled. Still an old man. See, Linley didn't mean to change his mind. Golden Lion's face was ugly, but his heart was quickly filled with dissatisfaction. The gaze revealed in the eyes. It is clear that he intends to teach Linley, the defiant young man, a lesson. Then, adhering to the principle of strike first to be strong, swinging his legs one after another, the two famous swords, Sakura 10, and Mukuru, inlaid on both feet, swung a huge slash respectively. Swish swish, the size of the slash was far beyond the level that he greeted Blackbeard just now. Obviously, Golden Lion is going all out when it comes up, determined to make Linley look good. Wooden Array Wall W. Seeing this, Wood Clone suddenly stretched his hands forward. I saw that the hands seemed to have turned into 2 branches, and they were growing at an extremely fast speed. Soon, before the 2 huge slashes came, a huge wooden wall was created in front of him, and completed the coverage of the armed color for the first time. Boom! With the slash, it hit the wooden wall covered in armed colors. Not to mention the loud noise. Covered with armed colors, the defense of the trap wall obviously exceeded the Golden Lion's expectation. Look at the nearly intact wooden wall. Unbelievably, the Golden Lion swung a flying slash again. Boom! However, the result is still the same as before. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley, not reconciled to Golden Lion, kicked a few more kicks again. And this time the slash, even denser, it seems to be enough to cut all the mountains and rivers. Boom 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 boom, a series of slashes hit the wooden formation wall. There was a huge roar. Along with the roar, the dust and smoke continued to rise. Gradually covered by Wood Clone. Although Indigo has poor verbal skills, he has no problem with hearing. Hear the sound of wood splintering. Immediately realized that the boss of Golden Lion has stabilized this wave. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the opponent is the strongest in the world. But if the boss can't even match 20% of the opponent's strength, it would be too inferior. Only, as the dust and mist dissipated, he might be disappointed. I saw the wooden wall in front of Wood Clone, although it was full of cracks. But still let the wooden Wood Clone stand unscathed in the rear. No matter how crazy the Golden Fool's attack is, unable to break the defense. This is because armament hockey is hard enough. Don't look at the amount of only 20%. But with ultimate compression tricks, there's no limit to that. Maybe in terms of staying power, Wood Clone is not good at it. But in a short period of time, it can defend against violent storm attacks. Even if the opponent is Golden Lion, don't be so simple. How can it be? Even the moves that can be named cannot cause damage to Wood Clone. In the eyes of the Golden Lion, it was full of disbelief. A clone with 20% strength, is it that strong? How strong will that deity be? Since when did this sea become so strange? It seems that you can't break Mumigwo's ability and Hockey's defense. Then, it's up to me. As he said that, the Wood Clone's branch-like arms quickly connected to the ground of the floating island. Next second, swish 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 swish, the sharp thorns broke through the ground one by one, seeming to lock onto the target, and stabbed towards the Golden Lion in one go. Seeing this, Golden Lion's eyes widened, and his body quickly rose into the air. However, Lion Fruit is obviously not good at defense. The speed of ascent is not as fast as that of the sharp thorns. It's too late to say it. Golden Lion pressed his hands forward suddenly, at the moment when countless spikes were about to pierce him. These spikes unexpectedly became light and fluttering in an instant, like silk scarves fluttering in the air. It's not over yet, since the Sword Master's method cannot cause damage to Wood Clone. Then display the ability of the fruit. I saw his hands stretched forward, raised towards the sky. In an instant, heavily clouded, I saw the dark clouds turned into lions, attacking the wooden Wood Clone on the floating island. Ability of Lion Fruit. That's right, judging from all aspects of Golden Lion, Lion Fruit must have been developed to the point of awakening. Now that I have decided to capture this fruit for Gion, it is necessary to record how the predecessor, Golden Lion, used it. Maybe everyone develops in a different direction, but the stones from other mountains can attack Jade. New Elise can always be used as a reference. The purpose is not to cause harm at all. However, I saw Wood Clone obviously inherited the fine tradition of calm deity. Then, the wooden house touched by the dark cloud lion actually floated like this. Boom boom boom. A wooden house was created unhurriedly. Black covers the armed-colored log cabins. How could the Golden Lion not know the power of this move? Even the wooden Wood Clone connected to the wooden house was also floated up. If it is said that the slash can also split a crack. Facing a lion transformed into several dark clouds. This is another reason why Linley let Wood Clone play against him. The dark cloud lion is like scraping. But to help Wood Clone get out of gravity, quality. Wu Yun looks like a bluff, but in fact, his attack power is not strong. A look at the operation is as fierce as a tiger, and a look at the record. Obviously, 234 isn't a doppelganger easy to grab. As we all know, the ability of Fruit Awakening can affect other things. But Lion Fruit has the ability to affect other things from the very beginning. Once the ability to awaken is displayed, #B%, as long as the Golden Lion has not lost consciousness, objects that are deprived of gravity are permanently deprived, before the fruit is awakened, it cannot affect the living body. Then when the fruit is awakened, this restriction no longer exists. It's a wonderful feeling, although the wooden Wood Clone was floated along with the wooden house that was manufactured. But in fact, he felt that he was also affected. The whole person is fluttering. It's like being in a gravity-free universe. If it is two opponents of equal strength, one of the parties is affected in this way, I'm afraid it's a lost game. Among the strong, small influences will be infinitely magnified. Certainly, if it is ontology, I'm afraid it won't be affected at all. And only 20% of Hockey's clone. It is obviously impossible to be completely unaffected. I saw that the ability to use fruit affected the wood clone's golden lion. The two famous knives under both feet were quickly covered with a layer of black substance. It is 220 that completes the coverage of armed colors. Appeared in front of wood clone with lightning speed. Zzz, accompanied by dark red lightning. Both feet swung several swords one after another. Another well-known one. Generally speaking, close-up slashes deal more damage to a single target than long-range slashes. Not to mention being entangled with Conqueror's Hawkeye. In the current state of Golden Lion, tyranny can obviously still be used. And all this happened in an instant. When Wood Clone was still lamenting that Lion Fruit's ability was extraordinary. The Golden Lion has already been killed. Only, facing the menacing Golden Lion who seemed to want to split him into several pieces. Wood Clone just smiled faintly. Immediately afterwards, the other free hand punched Golden Lion. Silent Thunder, a blow that combines demon power and armed color in the form of a fist. It quickly collided with the famous sword under the Golden Lion's feet. Boom. Wood Clone with only 20% strength. Obviously, it is impossible to suppress a powerhouse Sea-Dag like Golden Lion through Hawkeye. Therefore, the collision between the two gradually reached a stalemate. Because of the influence of Lion Fruit, Wood Clone is still constantly receding. Thieves ha 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 ha, it's a mere avatar, wanting to take down the old man, it's just a dream, young man, you should do it yourself. The Golden Lion, who has the upper hand, is in a particularly comfortable mood. From the very beginning, he cleaned up the fat man. Now Linley's clone is still suppressed by him. After several times of high emotions, he even had the idea of challenging Linley himself. He just said, even the strongest in the world, don't even think about defeating him with a clone with only 20% strength. Otherwise, he was really going to doubt his life. After all, even if his strength has regressed a lot now, but even Whitebeard in its heyday came, it might not be an easy task to take him down, right? No, Linley still refused. The main body is stuck there, and there is no intention of making a move at all. This battle, one aspect is to observe the application of Lion Fruit. On the other hand, I want to see the ability of Numuguru that Wood Clone can master. How far can it reach? And a powerhouse at the level of Golden Lion. It is undoubtedly the most suitable for sparring. You really underestimate people. Golden Lion sneered and said, forget it, this is the step the old man gave you. If you don't go down, don't find a reason to do it later. The reason why it is proposed to let Linley's body do it himself. Emotional heights are one aspect. But for a person his age, doing things is not just affected by emotions. More, I want to test whether Linley keeps his word. If he defeated this clone, will there be another reason to act? No matter how confident he is, he doesn't think he will be the opponent of Linley himself. As long as you can defeat my clone, so what if I spare your life this time? Linley still just smiled, and Linley's definite answer finally convinced Golden Lion. Isn't this stable? As long as this clone is defeated, the strongest person in the world, there's no reason to attack him again. Can't beat the main body, is it possible that a clone is not an opponent? When the two communicated, the stalemate between Golden Lion and Wood Clone has finally come to an end. I saw a stalemate to an ultimate time. The latter seemed to be hit by a huge force, or because it was in a weightless state, and was easily hit far away by the former. At this time, Golden Lion seems to have forgotten the principle of not making up. At an extremely fast speed, it flew straight towards the Wood Clone. It's too late to say it. The wooden Wood Clone, whose body was retreating rapidly, put away the defensive wooden house. Accompanied by a burst of green light, his figure fell straight down quickly, falling towards the floating island. At this moment, the influence exerted by Lion Fruit's awakening ability was ignored. Want to hide? Golden Lion sneered. The two famous swords under both feet made several slashes one after another. To this, the wooden Wood Clone, which is falling at a high speed, has one right hand, and countless wooden thorns are stabbing towards those several slashes. Kacha. If wood is wood, how can it withstand a slash of the level of a Golden Lion? But the nearly countless wooden thorns successfully offset several slashes after a certain period of time. At the same time, Wood Clone also returned to the ground. Then fold your hands together. It seems that the body has completely turned into wood. The body size began to expand rapidly. What ability is this? Seeing this, the Golden Lion in midair couldn't help being puzzled. He couldn't understand it from the beginning. Where did this wood-like ability come from? According to the information he received, Linley's fruit, isn't it a zone? How could this avatar turn into wood? Isn't this like Logia? Doubts are doubts, and the feet are not idle. Just as he made several slashes again, Mingming just blinked his eyes. The suddenly huge figure, it shocked him directly. What's going on? Looking at the figure that became bigger than the floating island in an instant. And the countless wooden hands stretched out all over the body of the figure. Golden Lion suddenly felt a little flustered. 8 BD, 235 Wooden Profound Truth Real Tree Senju. In front of the eyes of the Golden Lion, it is a wooden titan at least 1,000 meters high, and those countless giant hands like peacocks spreading their tails. Just the blink of an eye. This clone of Linley has become so huge. What the hell is this ability? The unbelievable Golden Lion's eyes were breaking out in cold sweat at this moment. I thought it would be easy to take down a clone. Such a huge change happened in the blink of an eye. It was like just a trance. The whole world unexpectedly became so strange. Indigo, Golden Lion's assistant even collapsed on the ground, eyes full of horror. What is this? What is this? Let's stop here. Quietly watching Linley, who was fighting Wood Clone and Golden Lion. He opened his mouth lightly. Wood Clone's demon power and Hawkeye are limited, not suitable for a war of attrition, so it was always on the defensive. And well known, the consumption of the defensive side is always lower than that of the offensive side. Now observe the application of Golden Lion Fruit is almost the same. End directly with a big move. It's better than continuing to dawdle. Otherwise, if the Wood Clone is consumed by the Golden Lion, that would be bad. In fact, after Wood Clone was born, Linley developed it consciously, and chose the object of reference, the wood-style ninjutsu in the official Hokage. Not to mention, Mumaguo's ability, even though it is only part of it. But under the conditions that Wood Clone has, many wood-style ninjutsu can still be reproduced easily. Among them is Senju Hashirama's ultimate move, wood-style Maki Senju, and the current incarnation of the Titan is just a replica of the real tree trunk. Called by Linley, Mumu Apanashi Maki Senju, I saw the wooden Titan, with countless giant hands like peacocks spreading its tail, instantly covered with armed colors. After that, he swung a dense fist, and blasted towards the Golden Lion with lightning speed. For a while, facing such stormy fist shadows, Golden Lion couldn't figure out how to dodge them. I even had the idea that I couldn't avoid it at all. Without him, all because of this densely packed boxing shadow, the coverage is too wide. Even if he can fly into the sky and escape from the ground. But for a while, he couldn't escape the boxing shadow at all. Use Lion Fruit's powers to try to make its endless punches lose gravity. But even the condescending inertia is enough for him to eat a pot. You can't sit still, it's too late to say it. Seeing the fist shadow approaching, the Golden Lion, who is a dead horse as a living horse doctor, quickly displays the ability of Lion Fruit. Have to say, anyway, he is also the world's top powerhouse. The on-the-spot reaction was quick enough. In front of him, a weightless field quickly formed. Countless fist shadows fell into it. The speed was relatively slowed down a little. Obviously, Golden Lion can easily float a huge island. Nature can also affect the woody Titan made from Wood Clone. Certainly, but it can't do the same for objects that are in an attacking state. But at least, the slowed down of fist shadow, at least gave him some more reaction time. Swish 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 swish, realizing that he couldn't escape, he quickly waved his feet. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen slashes hit the fist shadow who was close at hand. Boom 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 boom, in a blink of an eye, fist shadow and slash continued to bombard together. The chopped pieces of wood kept falling from the sky. A mere 10 or so slashes, even if they were multiplied 10 times, compared to the almost infinite shadows of fists, they are still too few after all. Undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Soon, fist shadow advanced in front of the Golden Lion. I can only fight. Golden Lion, who had expected this scene a long time ago, was quickly covered with armament Hawkeye. Trying to resist the next attack with a strong armed color. Bang 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 bang. Next second, the whole person is like falling into the deep sea. It was completely swallowed up by fist shadow. It's over. Fortunately, the location of the Golden Lion is not a floating island. Otherwise, the island will not be able to bear it for a moment. Linley knew that the Golden Lion might not be able to withstand such an attack. Ask for flowers. Once in a coma, floating islands will fall, so go to where Blackbeard is and bring it up. He glanced at Indigo, who was sitting slumped on the ground. After thinking about it, he also lifted it up, although he is not interested in the potions that Golden Lion has developed over the years that can make animals go berserk. But talk is better than nothing. Maybe it can also play a role in the Double Regiment alliance. Linley was spared the trouble, just when his figure began to float away from the floating island. Not beyond his expectations, the entire island was originally floating stably above the clouds, but suddenly at some point, gravity seemed to be restored. It began to fall rapidly towards the sea below. This also means that Golden Lion has fallen into a coma. At this time, Blackbeard, who was abused by the Golden Lion, finally woke up faintly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the floating island falling down quickly, and he couldn't help being puzzled. Master Linley, where is the old Golden Lion? Linley moved his lower body, and Blackbeard immediately saw Wood Clone floating towards them carrying the Golden Lion. How much demon power is left? So ontology, you still have a long way to go. At least if 20% of your power is the power of God. Watching the Golden Lion in a coma. True, several thousand hands consumes a lot. Fortunately, I didn't consume too much at the beginning, otherwise even if I cast true several thousand hands, I will disappear in the end. Hearing this, Lin Fu could only smile helplessly. I just feel so sorry. No idea how on earth Linley managed to beat that old thing. Linley nodded, such as barrier fruit, or shock fruit. But the power is really strong. The Blackbeard who was carried was full of doubts. Both Yaoli and Hawkeye are less than 10% successful. Of course, in this world, there are too many ways to deal with it. Really, can't understand Linley's dialogue with Wood Clone at all. And looking at this posture, it seems that the main body has not yet made a move. Of course, if the main body has the ability of Mumaguo, the above may not be able to deal with it. If all the monster power is transformed into the power of God, it goes without saying how strong it is. 236 Summary and current situation. Not to mention Blackbeard's curiosity about how Linley and the Wood Clone, on Earth, beat the Golden Lion. Naturally, Linley couldn't repeat it to him without incident. On the way back, Linley thought about waiting until he returned to the League Island. You can take away the lion fruit from the Golden Lion. Give it to Guillaume to eat. In this way, it can be returned again. It's just that now both Kong Yunya and Tai Sueya have been unlocked. And lion fruit itself is a fruit that can be called a miracle. Once returned, should I choose lion fruit for double speed return, or choose the shape of Sesshomaru? This inevitably makes people hesitate. Taking advantage of the return journey, Linley planned to make a good total. After a long absence, he opened the system interface. Host: Linley. Age: 15. Fruit: 277. Inugu Fruit. Phantom Beast. Sesshomaru form awakened. Skills: Audio Confusion, Judgment Control, Black Dragon Clone, Wood Clone. Awakening: Natural Tooth, Explosive Tooth, Kongyunya in Pregnancy. Iron Broken Tooth, to be conceived. Haki: Observation Haki, Foresee the Future. Passive: Armament Haki, Demon God Ultimate Compression, Conqueror's Haki, Demon God Entangling, Element Killing. Physical Arts: Swordsmanship. Dacheng Invisible Sword Chi. Physical Arts: Dacheng, Gun Art. Dacheng Death Mark. Monster Power: God's Power. 15% Transformation Level. Contract Targets: Shanks, Red, Luke, Gold, Robin, Purple, 16/17. If you look at it from the perspective of age, I am afraid that many people in this world will not believe it. Now Linley is only 15 years old. Calculate carefully. Since going to sea, in only about 3 months, he defeated Big Mom on Cake Island. With such a high-quality record, he was awarded the title of World's Number 1 Swordsman by the World Economic News Agency. Then in the Sabayati Archipelago, 1 against 2 of the 3 marine monsters. And with the help of Beckman, he won the battle. Consolidated the title of World's Number 1 Swordsman, waiting for the first time to return to Ghost Island and face the invasion of the Crusade Alliance. It has been more than half a year since I went to sea. It was also in that battle that he killed Rayleigh, defeated Whitebeard, and won the title of World's Strongest Man. And after the crusade against the Alliance incident, he spent about 3 months of leisure time in Oni Island. Also during that time, the strategic goal of the 2-regiment alliance was set, and Hawkeye, one of the targets most wanted to be contracted, was contracted. And developed some moves of Yali and 2-color hockey, as well as other applications. Afterwards, the Impel Down event, the Marine Encounter, and the Memory Recovery event of Big Mom on Cake Island. It all happened within the next 6 months. Then there was the trip to East Blue, and finally reached the goal of Linley's latest contract, Shanks. Then Kaido retreated for half a year and went out, defeating Whitebeard. And the subsequent Double Regiment alliance took down the entire New World in just half a year. Along the way, so much has happened. It's only been 2 years. Reminiscing about the past, Linley was really emotional during the flight. As for the form of the killing pill, if you put aside the power of God, you don't mention it. In fact, it can be said that it has been developed to ultimate. The transformation of monster power into God power can actually be transformed through self-cultivation. For example, when it was strengthened for the first time, only a small amount of God's calendar was transformed. Calculated in proportion, it is only about 3%. There was more than half a year between the second strengthening and the first strengthening. Through this period of practice, the 3% has been cultivated to the level of 5%. Then the second strengthening, it directly converted 10%. All of a sudden, the power of God was transformed to 15%. The reason why the two ratios are several times different. According to Linley, this is because God's power comes from nothing, probably requires a huge amount of energy. This can be seen from the fact that he has only transformed 2% after practicing for more than half a year. Maybe the speed of transformation will become faster and faster as we go to the back. Since you can practice by yourself, you can transform. Then face the return of the next lion fruit. Linley can fully imagine that it will definitely be a very powerful fruit ability. On the premise that the 2 hidden knives have been activated. Continue to strengthen the shape of the killing pill. Is it a little extravagant? Is it possible to consider the ability of the second fruit? To know, time is not so urgent now. Recalling the Knights of God I met at the Holy Land Mariajoy. Even if it's just a chance. But Linley still felt keenly. The 12 Pegasus Knights made him feel the kind of threat facing Sengoku and Garp. Especially the Pegasus rider who was the leader. That is, the knight who had moved his gaze to him. Can be so keen to find his unusual. I am afraid that in terms of personal strength, I am afraid that it is no less than Sengoku and Garp, the 2 top marines. At least, I'm afraid there is a substitute admiral's level, and such Pegasus Knights are called the 12 Paladins. Then, how many other lesser knights are there in the Knights of God? Even the Celestial Dragon's puppets are unclear. I'm afraid the only ones who are really clear are the 5 Elders, or I am. If you exchange Linley and I am. The rest of the Double League, plus Undercover Akainu. Against World Government and Marine, Knights of God and CP0. Is there a chance? From the perspective of top powerhouses, the 2-team alliance includes Kaido, Big Mom, Red Earl, Bullet, Beckman, Akainu and others. The next level includes Gion, Jin, Quinn, Katakuri, Silver Axe, Captain John, Akoku and others. On the World Government side, there are Kong, Zon 2.6, Garp, Kizaru, Aokiji, and the 12 Holy Knights, CP0's highest combat power. Lucci in the original book is only the highest combat power of CP9, not CP0. And the existence of 5 elders who have never shown their strength. Linley had every reason to believe it. 5 elders are definitely not weak chickens. At least the bald 5 elders who holds the first generation Goosh can control this kind of demon sword. It is definitely not easy. So, regardless of Linley's current strength, he thinks he is the best in the world. In the heads up, there was no other opponent except I am. DJ, just him alone is not enough. There is no absolute certainty in eliminating the threat posed by the world government. He will never act rashly. Thinking of this, he turned his attention to the 16 squares that had already been contracted. 237 The future vision of the double group alliance. Up to now, there are a total of 16 people contracted. At the level of the red exclamation mark, there are Kuina, Kaido, Hawkeye and Red Hair. Of course, Kuina's red rating is flawed. Not as pure as Kaido, Hawkeye and Redhead. And now, with Kaido developing the 4 Elephant 8 trigrams and defeating Whitebeard, it is enough to show that his strength has grown to his personal peak. Even in the future, it can still continue to grow. I am afraid there will not be much improvement. In the future, Hawkeye may join the double team alliance, coupled with enhanced talent and potential, he has blazed his own path. Without Linley's intervention, it will naturally grow into a top combat force. Even if you can't become the world's #1 swordsman, at least it is the second in the world. And it won't take long. It is estimated that it will be 3 or 4 years later. As for the redheads, no matter how you look at it, they are neither friends nor foes. Linley just wants to get enough back from him. That's all. In addition to the above 3 people, everyone else has a lot of room to grow. For example, Kuina, which is also at the level of the red exclamation mark. Despite the flawed red, but it's not impossible to make up for 23. I believe that we only need to wait until the phoenix form is reproduced. Kuina's extremely poor constitution will be completely perfected. In the form of a phoenix, I am afraid that I will not die no matter how I fall. It's just that Kuina is too young. It will take at least 10 years to grow up. Gold below the level of red. There are Yamato, Katakuri, Beckman, Hancock, Jin, Gion, and Lucci. Except Lucci is controlled by Linley. The rest were his close friends or partners or family members. Among the 7, Beckman is the strongest. With the great achievement of firearms, the 2-color hockey is still steadily improving. The foreseeable future is, even if Linley doesn't interfere, Beckman can at least grow into a royal entry. Even if the strength is at the imperial level, it is only the bottom of the existence. Of course, this was without Linley interfering. As Soul Fruit is being reenacted, once the copy is complete, Beckman's strength will enter a huge explosive period. According to his vision, Soul Fruit will be the best, mobile fort, ability. And now with the addition of Blackbeard, just get the method of taking Devil Fruit from Blackbeard. Even the equipment bar and pet bar envisioned by Linley are possible. At that time, Beckman's strength may be placed in the imperial class, which is also the top. And Katakuri, Jin, and Gion. In fact, the strength is almost the same. At present, they are basically at the level of the Emperor's deputy. Only, there is no Conquerors in Gion. Therefore, unlike the former 2, you can improve your strength by mastering the in-depth application of Conquerors. Of course, in the original book, the 2 did not master the tyranny. Conquerors is basically nothing. Now the talent and potential have been improved, under the influence of Linley, Kaido and others. Mastery is not a problem at all. Even the technique of armored ultimate compression is possible. As for Gion, his swordsmanship is already mastered. Ultimate compression is also in the process of mastering. However, for her, this is not a skill that can be mastered in a short time. And lion fruit can effectively make up for her deficiency. I believe it will be developed to the point of fruit awakening. Only Conquerors is worse than Golden Lion at its peak. For Gion, because it is the first and only one to share the bed with Linley. Linley discovered the power of God in his body. It can effectively improve the constitution of Gion. Of course, this is a process of dripping through stone, so let's not mention it for now. As for Lucci, there is nothing else to say, the foundation is really good. What I ate was a copy of the green dragon form, this moment can be called a god-level fruit. And has super physical talent. In the future, it is enough to develop in these 2 areas, as well as the field of hockey. The last 2 in gold are Yamato and Hancock. The former lousy is Kaido. Not only Linley, even Kaido has a set of training ideas for him. It is not difficult to believe that it is stronger than the original. No need to prepare anything else for it. As for the purple levels, there are Jack, Quinn, Smoothie, and Robin. The fruit ability of the former 3 is relatively lacking. Mammoth form, bowl dragon form, squeezing fruit. Not even a powerful fruit ability. Only 2-color hockey can break through. And Quinn himself was a scientist. Wait until Vegapunk is taken over from world government. You can consider letting Quinn partner with him. In fact, the 2 had been colleagues many years ago, before Quinn joined the Beast's Pirates. Finally there's Robin. Since Robin is a historian, more time on weekdays is of course spent on researching historical documents. Back then, Titan Sol brought back a large number of historical documents from the bottom of the lake in Ohara to the kingdom of Titan Al-Both. All these documents have now been copied and brought to the island of Alliance. As for the application of flower fruit, here Linley has some insight. It can be used for Robin's reference at that time. The last blue rank, and the only one, is Black Maria. Don't look at her poor potential. Only blue. But Thunder Fruit is just too heaven-defying. I believe that with Linley's hands-on guidance, at least it can grow to the level of the original Sabo. 557. In this regard, Linley is still confident. As for those who have not been contracted, for example, Shiryu of the Rain, Evil Wolf, Evil Government King and the like. Although it will also be cultivated. But the strength is naturally impossible to compare with these contracted persons. And these 15 contractors accept the red hair. It will be the pillar of the Shuangquan alliance in the future. If everything goes well, including Kaido and Hawkeye, there will be 8 or 9 Emperor-level combat powers. The rest are at least Deputy Emperor rank. Only in this way, against all kinds of combat forces of the world government except I am. Only Linley has greater confidence. And myself. The power of God must be 100% transformed. Then there is Conqueror's hockey and swordsmanship, body art. See if there is room for improvement. Besides, the second fruit ability, it is inevitable, A-B, if you choose the second devil fruit ability. In fact, Linley is more inclined to choose the return of Nika form. It can be called the strongest devil fruit in One Piece world. If it is returned, what will be returned? In order to grasp Wong Luffy's movements. In fact, Linley has arranged for people to sneak into the Windmill Village. Just wait until Wong Luffy gets older. Give the last place, contract to Wong Luffy. 238 information color, you have to look at the Red Earl. Confederate Island, after returning with the 2 big bastards, Blackbeard and Golden Lion. Linley didn't have the first time, let Blackbeard take the Golden Lion's lion fruit. The reason is simple, the Red Earl will be back soon. During this period of time, he did not know where he got the news about the Bat Fruit Phantom Beast vampire form. Run to find this fruit that seems to be his destiny. After nearly half a year, I finally found my hand. From this, it can be shown that it is not so easy to find a favorite fruit. Now that the Red Earl is back, Linley wanted to take this opportunity, either through his strong sense of knowledge or through reading minds. Get the way to get the devil fruit. Then Blackbeard would be useless. So Blackbeard joined for the better part of half a year. In fact, he didn't win many useful devil fruits for him. Linley's office. After the Red Earl returned to the Alliance Island, he immediately came to Linley's office to meet him. It seems that this trip has been quite rewarding. Even observation hockey, at least in the field that the Red Earl is good at, is not as good as him. But Linley still felt his breath of life at the moment, much stronger than before. Speaking of which, the Red Earl is even older than Whitebeard and Roger. So in the original book, until more than 10 years later, when Blackbeard walked out of Impel Down, his strength had already declined to an unbelievable level. In this world, even if it is WT, no matter what some old people say, their strength will not decline due to age. But in fact, it is real. This point can be seen in Madara no matter from Whitebeard, Ant, Golden Lion, or Red Earl. Unless it is a zone ability user. Only in this way can the decline in strength due to old age be avoided to a certain extent. That's right, the news is true. That phantom beast did appear in Sleeping Ancient Town. The Red Earl nodded, smiling all over his face. For him, with the phantom beast vampire form, he can restore his lifespan by absorbing the blood of others. Otherwise, it's an uncomfortable feeling to watch one's own strength decrease day by day. If you say that you were imprisoned in Impel Down like in the original book, you lost your freedom in life. If you are powerless, that's fine. Now join the Double Group Alliance. And everything is on the right track, but the feeling of decline is unbearable. Congratulations W. The stronger the Red Earl was, the happier Linley was. They exchanged a few more pleasantries. Linley finally whispered the purpose of letting the Red Earl meet him when he came back. That little Blackie, you have mastered. What? Listening to what Linley described, Blackbeard has actually mastered the ability to capture devil fruit. The Red Earl was undoubtedly extremely shocked. Even if it's unbelievable for a while. After all, in addition to being hidden by the world government, other history can be learned. The ability to capture devil fruit. Seems like it never happened. What do I need to do? The Red Earl answered concisely. There just happened to be a test product recently. I captured the Golden Lion back. Lion fruit, specially prepared for Gion. When Lao Hei took the devil fruit, you were like this. Understood. After hearing Linley's plan, the Red Earl's eyes lit up. He also thought that there must be some special conditions and abilities in order to capture the devil fruit. If it is as described by Linley, not exclusive to Blackbeard, others can do the same if they use the right method. This relieved him. This is easy. Even if real-time monitoring doesn't work, there is still reading people's hearts. Well, with your knowledge, you can be sure. Linley nodded with a smile. After agreeing on how to steal learning, Linley asked Blackbeard to start capturing the Golden Lion's lion fruit. Each time in the past, Blackbeard has asked to go it alone. That is to say, arrange a dark and lightless secret room for him. Every time he comes out, he will copy the devil fruit of the original owner. Because he is very vigilant. Even the method of capturing devil fruit is the foundation of his foothold in the two-group alliance. So be very careful every time. Make sure the method is not acquired by others. Even the fruit used to transfer abilities. I have never seen him brought into the secret room. If you don't know, it is likely to be concealed by these details. But Linley didn't know that to capture the devil fruit, the fruit must be used. With Linley's order, Blackbeard was as usual. He brought the Golden Lion tied up with sea stone into the secret room by himself. And Linley and the Red Earl, as always, watched him enter. Then guard outside the secret room. Go in, then it's up to you, Linley said to the Red Earl. Well, don't worry, if it's really what you said, it won't be difficult at all. After the Red Earl nodded, observation Hawkeye quickly covered the secret room. Well known, knowledge is divided into many fields. For example, foreseeing the future, and seeing through people's hearts, represent depth. There are also ultra-long-range communication representing breadth, ultra-long-range detection, and wide-range perception. The representative figure who foresees the future is naturally Katakuri, and the one who can see through people's hearts is naturally the Red Earl. As for ultra-long-distance communication and investigation, only Hongfa has used it in the original work. The last large-scale perception, Enel's hard network, in the original book, is the best example. As for the Red Earl, he didn't just make achievements in depth. Old things, now in the hands of Lousy, if you have the ability to speak harder. Want to perceive everything in the secret room. How could he not take revenge for the torture at the beginning? There is almost no difficulty. As he said that, in the dark secret room, Blackbeard seemed to be holding something like a whip in his hand, and was constantly whipping at Golden Lion. For him, but he still saw the malicious look of that fat man. After the Golden Lion was brought back to the Alliance Island by Linley. The ability to perceive in a large area is naturally mastered. The so-called tiger falls in Pyongyang and is bullied by dogs. In the secret room, Blackbeard seemed to be used to the darkness and kept busy. Just locked up, then, crackling, even the breadth, almost no less than the depth has become Zhao. The Golden Lion brought into the chamber by Blackbeard, despite the obstructed view. Fatty, what do you want to do? But now it's in Blackbeard's hands. 239 The method of seizing is at hand. Recalling the encounter on the floating island, Blackbeard was outraged, just be brutalized by the Golden Lion. As a result, he was treated by Linley conveniently, making him alive and well again. The time it took to be ravaged has skyrocketed several times. For him who is afraid of pain, life is like death. But Linley's kindness and expectation, he has not yet resisted, he can only accept it with gritted teeth. Who makes people have to bow their heads under the roof? Now the Golden Lion finally fell into his hands. How could he not avenge his abuse? Crackling. The sound of Golden Lion being whipped could be heard endlessly in the secret room. It was accompanied by triumphant laughter and growls from Blackbeard. The three big pirates who were famous in the New World in the past did not expect to have this day. Thief, ha 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 ha. Old man, if you beg for mercy, the circle doesn't mind making you suffer less. Blackbeard's tone was full of bewitchment. I really want to hear the appearance of this former overlord kneeling down and begging for mercy. Seems like if Golden Lion actually did it, then the humiliation he suffered would be played by 820. Unfortunately, after all, the Golden Lion was once the overlord of the sea. Destined to disappoint him, facing a series of beatings, he was tough. Except for the initial inquiry, the rest of the time was silent. Completely ignored what Blackbeard meant. There is only one thing he is puzzled at the moment. That's what Blackbeard brought him here for. Didn't I say that if you don't surrender, you will die? Since being defeated by a mere clone, he who doubts life, already loveless, you can't even beat a clone, but you still want to fulfill your long-cherished wish and conquer the world. Wouldn't it be a joke? And bringing him here couldn't be just torture and revenge, right? He didn't believe that Linley, who defeated himself with only one clone, would be so boring. Obviously, Golden Lion never imagined that there is a way to get devil fruit in this world. For a long time, Blackbeard seemed tired, or maybe the Golden Lion didn't say a word, which made him feel very boring. Then stopped. He secretly said in his heart, this old thing is stubborn. Fighting like this is not fun at all. Did not get the desired satisfaction. It took him out of interest. Hearing his panting, the Golden Lion, covered in bruises in the darkness, dared to sneer. Fatty, haven't you eaten yet? A fox who pretends to be a tiger, can't even torture people. Thief, ha 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 ha, you really are a trash. Old man, how dare you speak hard when you are about to die? Crackling. Annoyed, Blackbeard gave another slap. A.B. Never heard begging for mercy from Golden Lion. This made him not get the satisfaction he deserved at all. Spit. Blackbeard thought of Linley still waiting outside. The torture just now has been delayed for some time. Afraid of causing Linley's dissatisfaction, he rolled his eyes and sneered. Really, what's the point of arguing for the advantage of your tongue with you, a dying man? Your only value now is the lion fruit taken away by Lousy. At this point, he no longer hides it. Directly tell the purpose of bringing Golden Lion to the secret room. What do you mean? Golden Lion was stunned. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard proudly leaned into his ear, whispering. Do you know why Lousy was accepted by the Xuantu League? It's because I have mastered the method of stealing other people's devil fruit. And your only value now is the lion fruit taken away by Lousy. Golden Lion almost doubted his own ears. I can't believe that this CDAD world still has such a method. Otherwise, do you think Boss Linley will hand you over to me? It's just that, since I want to take your devil fruit, you belong to me before I take it. Lousy can play with it however he wants. Blackbeard kept talking triumphantly. Golden Lion was a shock from the start. Thought if what Blackbeard said was true, how much help will that be to the alliance of the two groups? Conquer the world. It seems that it is really not empty talk. Gradually, the eyes in the darkness gradually filled with envy. I didn't expect. You fat man, you still have some use. No wonder that guy has high hopes for you. As soon as I heard the word, high hope, Blackbeard's face was almost green. Can't help but get more annoyed. It's just that Golden Lion still looks like he doesn't like oil and salt. Realized it was getting late. I had to start. Outside the secret room, the Red Earl observed his every move through his knowledge. Linley's knowledge, in terms of investigation, although not as good as the Red Earl. But it's also possible to see, roughly what Blackbeard is doing. I just feel speechless for a while. If it weren't for Blackbeard, in addition to mastering the method of capturing devil fruit, there are other uses as well. I really want the Red Earl to kill him after he gets the method. A long time. Creak. The door of the secret room was opened. Blackbeard walked out triumphantly with a devil fruit in his hand. Looking at Linley and Golden Lion standing at the door, he said as if asking for credit. Boss Linley, live up to expectations, lion fruit is here. Not bad, old Black. Linley nodded with a smile, took the lion fruit from his hand, and said with a pleasant face. You have done a great job, just say what you want. Linley praised with a full face. Linley then asked the Red Earl. Boss is polite, this is what should be done. From now on, as long as there is a place where old hay, is useful, just ask. The secret channel is really misjudged. Well, I got it. See, Linley seems to appreciate him. How about it? It's really unexpected. Just in case, when he came out, I read people's hearts. I never thought this guy's ambition would be so great. Old Hay's ideological consciousness is still high. Not bad. After he leaves, I have to let other people learn more from you, old Black. Blackbeard's mouth almost reached Kakuzu's ears. The picture just seen inside Blackbeard. I have no ambitions, I just want to stay in the Shuangquan League for the rest of my life. Even the Red Earl, who is a top powerhouse, was shocked. 286 times the return, gravity. Contract target Gion, eat lion fruit, return 86 times. Gravity fruit, you can give up the fruit of gravity to strengthen the shape of the killing pill. Please choose. On the training ground, when everyone stares at Gion and eats lion fruit, the system's prompt sound came from Linley's ear again. Still an option, it's just that this time there is no hint of the hidden ability of the Sesshomaru form. But only pure reinforcement. Look at the introduction in detail. The fruit of gravity, in fact, it is not an exaggeration to call it the fruit of the universal calendar. Universal gravitation refers to the attraction between all objects, including the buoyancy of lion fruit and the gravity of heavy fruits. And it's not just that. The gravitational repulsion is even more included. Sum it up in one sentence. Gravity, the fruit ability to control all forces, almost equal to lion fruit plus heavy fruit plus attractive fruit plus repulsive fruit. If the latter two exist in this world. As a result, Linley was a little tangled. Which one should you choose? It is true that what he values most, or what he desires the most, is to completely transform demon power into god power. Once fully converted, it will be a qualitative change if you can imagine it. After all, there is nothing ordinary that can be called God. And the demon power can be said to be the foundation of the shape of the killing pill. It cannot be overemphasized, and after choosing to strengthen, you will inevitably get a gravitational clone. The gravitational avatar possesses some of the abilities of the gravitational fruit. At this time there is no doubt. Whether it is the Kandlong clone or the wood clone, the fruit abilities that can be displayed are extremely limited. Like the latter, the highest degree is to imitate the real tree senju. Don't look at the real tree senju as the ultimate mystery of wood style. But who displays it, there is still a big difference. Like Senju Hashirama and Yamato, who do greenery. Even if the latter is controlled by Gedo statue, the real tree senju displayed is still not worth mentioning. There is a qualitative difference here. This example can be placed on the Linley deity and clone. Wood clone casts real tree trunk hands, essentially forcing imitation through demon power. It does not rely entirely on Mumugwo's ability. In other words, it is simply impossible to perform this kind of trick with only a part of Mumu fruit and no demon power as a catalyst. Even if it is forcibly cast through demon power, it can also handle characters like Golden Lion. The strength of bullying others declines, and lion fruit is not an attacking fruit ability. If facing the heyday, Golden Lion may not be unstoppable. And if it's Whitebeard, I am afraid that the power of shock fruit is enough to confront Maki Senju without losing the wind. Against Logia, it's even more meaningless. Look at Wood Clone. After casting Senju, the demon power and Hawkeye are almost exhausted. It is enough to explain the shortcomings of the avatar. Of course, might be a bit of Versailles. After all, a clone can deal with the world's top powerhouses. What kind of bike do you want? A.B. Sesshomaru's hidden ability has been activated. It is estimated that if it is further strengthened, there will only be more power to transform the gods and obtain clones. And the power of God can be slowly transformed through daily practice. But the speed will be slower. At present, it is about 2% in half a year. And the expected second fruit ability. In fact, it is the return of Nika's form. The issue is, the current Wong Luffy is only about 2 or 3 years old. There are still several years before eating the Nika-shaped fruit. It is estimated that Shanks has not found this fruit yet. Thus, Linley's second fruit ability has a window period of several years. The first 2 times involved the hidden ability in the form of Sesshomaru. Nothing to say, it must be based on the hidden ability in the form of the killing pill. In the future, the contractee will not only have the opportunity to be returned this time. Thinking about it, in the end, he decided to use the Fruit of Gravity as his second fruit ability. After making a choice, Linley immediately noticed the change in himself. Raise your hands and feet. I immediately realized that I had an inexplicable connection with the earth, the surrounding objects, and even people. It seems that the idea has moved. You can push it farther, or pull it closer to you. Asking for flowers, it can even deprive the opponent of gravity, like lion fruit, or increase the weight of the opponent. Maybe it's because his foundation is too strong. Look up to the sky. Even sensed a meteor traveling at extreme speed in outer space. As long as the mind moves, it can be pulled into this planet and landed according to Linley's will. Gravity, it's really an exaggerated ability. Then, the conceivable future is, Spicy Tiansai is about to appear in this world, and Tien Gen hinders the star, let alone. At this moment, Yamato's exclamation interrupted Linley's meditation. Wow, Sister Gion is floating. Turn around and look. Gion's figure seemed to have lost weight, floating gently in the air like a balloon. Accompanied by her stunning beauty, and the national uniform unique to the island of Alliance. Like an elegant and agile fairy. Can you fly just by eating it? I'm really envious. Smoothie below showed a rare expression of envy. I can't help but sigh in my heart. If you eat devil fruit later, maybe Linley will find a better one for her. It actually made him and Gion have a feeling of heart-to-heart connection. Just wanted to say something. Really, Linley seemed to have sensed it too, and couldn't help being stunned. Seeing this scene, Linley nodded contentedly. As she speaks, that kind of strangeness is an incomparable sense of intimacy that suddenly appeared after putting aside all emotional factors. Gion landed slowly, more like a resonance from the soul. Although squeezing the fruit is not a spicy chicken fruit, is it because of the gravitational fruit, lion fruit's undisputed superior, or is it because of some reason? It's really too far away, but suddenly he felt something strange from Linley. Especially with the beautiful appearance and the unique temperament of the female swordsman, it is even more suitable. Lion fruit is perfect for Gion. In the staring eyes of everyone. Your body, but compared to others, 241 wait for me to grow up. After some groping, Linley couldn't figure out why this change happened. In the end, it had to be attributed to the similarity of the two fruits. And this kind of similarity is completely different from the shape of Sesshomaru and Dako Junction. While thinking, the two looked at each other from time to time. Maybe it's the tacit understanding between the lovers, coupled with the feeling of heart to heart. Often just a look, he completely understood the meaning of the other party. It's an amazing feeling. Whether it's day or night, it's amazing. As for lion fruit, when I captured Golden Lion not long ago, I had some experience. Coupled with the gravitational fruit, the ability of lion fruit is included. Linley believes that the development of Gion lion fruit will break through to awakening at an astonishing speed. Until then, not only is it a huge breakthrough for Gion's strength, but it is also true for him as 3 to 5-0. And you, Smoothie, logically speaking, the development of squeezed fruit should also break through to the point of awakening. During this time, fortunately nothing happened. Let's practice together. Good, Smoothie responded cheerfully. Correct. Linley suddenly remembered the bet that Smoothie and Gion made when they were in the Don Quixote family headquarters. Didn't you two make a 3-year agreement? Counting now, the time is almost up. How about warming up first? Smoothie, now that Gion has obtained the fruit ability, if you don't work harder, you won't be able to catch up. A 3-year agreement was originally made. Smoothie has confidence in herself. I am confident that after 3 years, I will truly have the strength to fight against Gion. Later, after Linley and Gion were together, Smoothie also came to Ghost Island. Not only did the two not become hostile, but they became good sisters. If only Linley hadn't reminded me, maybe the original bet will be forgotten. But now as time approaches, the strength of the two actually differs more and more. Can't say Smoothie didn't try hard enough. It's just that Gion's effort is no less than hers, and the talent and potential are even higher. In this way, the difference between the two will only get farther and farther. Especially the current Gion. I will work hard. Fruit awakening. It won't be too long. Hearing what Linley said, Smoothie, who couldn't help feeling pressured, immediately spoke. Although it is said that she has become a little sister with Ji Yuanshu. But you don't want to lose in front of Linley, do you? Okay, fruit development often improves the fastest in battle, so you two should often exchange ideas. There are a few of you. Linley pointed to the 3 little ones. Recently, you seem to be slack in your practice. How can there be? Yamato pouted and muttered. Obviously I've worked hard recently. HMPH, to say that Yamato is slack, really? Could it be that I misunderstood you? Oh no, aldehydes. Black Maria interrupted with a smile. It's just that the development of Hawkeye and fruit of the 3 of us seems to have fallen into a bottleneck, and we won't be able to break through for a while. Yamato is just a little irritable. That's right, we didn't slack off. Jack also said in a low voice. As that's so, Linley suddenly realized, among the 3 little ones now, when it comes to the 2-color Hawkeye, the Black Maria is undoubtedly at the forefront. Both were promoted to intermediate level, and it's all in the past. It is now steadily progressing towards advanced levels. On the contrary, it is Yamato and Jack. The former has reached the intermediate level of knowledge color, and the latter has reached the intermediate level of armed color. As for the development of the fruit ability, the progress varies. Without exception, they are still far from fruit awakening. The three are about the same age. Black Maria ranks ahead of the blue exclamation point, the gold Yamato, and the purple Jack. This can only be said that in terms of effort, it is much harder than the two. Otherwise, there is no way to explain her lead in the two-color hockey. And Yamato owns Conquerors, and it took some time to develop Conquerors. But even so, the gap between the two levels is not justified by this amount of time. Therefore, Linley looked at Black Maria more and more appreciatively. I also think that giving Thunder Fruit to Black Maria is an excellent choice. It seems that it is necessary to formulate an exclusive training plan for all of you. Just take advantage of this period of time, let you lay the foundation and become as strong as possible. You know, our enemy is very strong. Okay, everyone responded in unison. It also includes Robin. For everyone, this also means that Linley will stay with them for a long time. That would be great. As for hard training or something, isn't that what you're already doing? Even Yamato, who is the most favored, is actually working very hard. So, who to start with? After thinking about it, Linley looked at Yamato under everyone's expectant eyes. Let's start with you, good big brother. Yamato immediately agreed with a smile on his face. I am the first. Sure enough, he is the most important person in Big Brother's heart. He secretly glanced at Sister Gion, although she now also knows that the other party is with Linley Big Brother. But in my heart, I still feel that the Big Brother will be his. Wait until I grow up. Yamato squinted his eyes, thinking wildly. Time flies. One morning, started a new day full of hopeful cultivation journey. Smoothie arrives at the training ground. Take a closer look. At this time, there are already a few figures practicing on their own. Black Maria and Robin. It seems that there is no need to urge them, the two of them have always worked the hardest. This made the corners of Smoothie's mouth slightly raised, but at least they didn't continue to widen the distance, especially looking at the expression on the other side's hesitant to speak. Waiting for the arrival of Sister Gion, even if Black Maria's current height is about to surpass her, still have such emotion, see how close it is to her strength. When you see Gion appearing, during this period of time, it has become a common thing to compete with Sister Gion. Really two hardworking children 2.4, and her strength is also steadily improving. Always feel that there is something wrong with the other party. She not only frowned. Smoothie was warming up on his own. To put it simply, it may not have narrowed the difference with Sister Gion. In fact, after greeting Black Maria and Robin, today, according to yesterday's agreement, I will compete with Sister Gion. 242 Gion's determination. Smoothie's answer. Gion sister, how are you doing today? I always feel weak, is it because I didn't sleep well last night? After a short fight with Gion, Smoothie called to stop. She clearly realized that the other party's state today was very wrong, and he was very soft. As if sick, limp. This is completely different from the heroic figure of the past. Looking at Smoothie's curious and concerned eyes, Ziyuan Chao blushed. Remember what happened last night? He couldn't help complaining about Linley's almost endless physical strength in his heart. No, but, maybe it's because I'm too tired recently. Then Sister Gion, practice requires a combination of work and rest, so don't go too far. Gion blushed and nodded. I wanted to say something, but I swallowed the words again. Smoothie watched her hesitant expression. Today is not the first time I have seen it. When the other party first came to the training ground, he seemed to have something to say to her. Now I can't bear it anymore. Curiously asked, Sister Gion, is there anything you want to tell me at 23? Nope. Gion was taken aback by the revelation, and then shook his head in panic. Thinking of something, he gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind. Leaning to Smoothie's ear, whispered, my sister has something to ask you. What's the matter? Gion's expression was something Smoothie had never seen before. Therefore, she was undoubtedly very curious about what he was going to say next. That's right, what is it? Gion had already made up his mind. But the words came to his lips, but he still couldn't say them. I'm always annoyed at how I should express my thoughts. Such a shameful thing, it's so embarrassing. If it weren't for, she wouldn't. Hey, Sister Gion, you don't have a fever either. Say it quickly. Seeing her appetite, Smoothie touched her forehead and urged. Maybe it was the thought that I really couldn't bear it. Gion gritted his teeth and finally spoke. Smoothie, you like Linley too, don't you? What? As soon as Gion said this, Smoothie couldn't help being taken aback. Immediately, his face quickly turned red, and because it was asked by Linley's public girlfriend, become extremely guilty. She likes the Linley thing. The feeling of admiration is not to say that everyone knows it, but it is almost the same. At least among her siblings, who doesn't know? When she learned of the relationship between the two on Ghost Island. Learn about Linley's choice, in addition to blessings, and in the dead of night, secretly sad. What else can I do? It must be a lie to say that you are not disappointed or that you are not reconciled. After all, she was the one who knew Linley before Gion. But in the end it was Gion and Linley who confirmed their relationship. But now that Linley has made a choice, she can only accept it. And paired to Gion, she always feels ashamed of herself. Although I am not reconciled, I have to admit that Gion is better than her from any angle. Logically speaking, now that there is no hope, she should return to Cake Island honestly like other brothers and sisters. To avoid always staying on the island of Alliance, often watching the sweetness of the two and secretly feeling sad. But in the end even she didn't know what she was thinking. Did not choose to do so, but continued to stay. Maybe it's not reconciled, or maybe you think you haven't confessed your feelings. And Linley has feelings of admiration. And she's not alone, so you feel at ease and think that you can get along with him as a friend, right? Now Guion asks. She was suddenly distraught. I don't know what Guion's purpose is. Maybe it was thinking of a possibility that I never wanted to see. And because he clearly knows that Guion must know her mind, he forced a smile and said, Linley is so good, who doesn't like it? Just don't worry, Sister Guion, I will never disturb you. Please do not drive me away and haven't said the 3 words yet. Guion whispered, what are you talking about? Smoothie was taken aback, and was about to ask something, when Guion continued to whisper. My sister also knows what you mean. I don't mean to blame you. I just want to ask you something. What's the matter? Hearing what Guion said, Smoothie was curious, but at last he felt relieved. As long as it's not what she expected, if you drive her away, that's enough. She knew that Sister Guion was definitely not the kind of person with a small belly. That is, if Linley is a big carrot, do you still like him? Ah, why would you say so? He obviously didn't do that. Sister Guion, did you wrong him? Smoothie asked puzzled. No, that's not what it means, it's just. Guion looked around for a while, and after confirming that there was no one around, he continued to lean into 670 Smoothie's ear. It's him. Too strong. If you want, we. After hearing this, Smoothie couldn't help covering his face in embarrassment. And Guion who spoke his mind. At this moment, the face is also flushed. Always feel like I'm crazy. So that night, if you don't want to, forget it, just treat it like your sister didn't say it. He hastily said in a low voice. When Smoothie heard that Guion had the idea of giving up, he felt anxious, and he could no longer be shy, and asked seriously. No, just, Sister Guion, is what you said true? If not, the facts speak louder than words. In fact, it's really hard for her to do it alone. I also prepared a portion for one more person. Which woman wants to share with others? Smoothie, couldn't you? Looking at Smoothie's blushing face, maybe he realized that he was a little reckless and unrealistic. Linley was forced to prepare supper for Guion. I do. How could you come up with such absurd idea? How dare you say such words and make such requests to little sisters? Smoothie lowered her head shyly. After saying this, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. 243 Marriage. Fingers crossed 5 years. Cake Island. The latest address has been Shuangtuan League, New World, Wangguo Regional Administrative Center. This is one of the areas currently divided by the Alliance on New World. In addition to the 10,000 Nations region, there are 5 other major regions. They are the Wanokuni area, the Al Buff area, the Hive Island area, the Punk Hazard area, and finally the Water Star area. The last area is a mysterious and basically unexplored area. Since this area is the most dangerous, the Alliance has not yet developed it. Instead, the remaining 5 regions should be managed as a whole. As time goes by, the resources of the 5 major regions are being continuously sent to the island of Alliance. Prepare for the arrival of Vegapunk, as well as the expansion of troops and the formation of legions. And because of the BIGMOM pirates, they have made great contributions in the Double Alliance. He is also the veteran of the Alliance. Therefore, the group led by Katakuri was assigned to a large area including the original sea area of all nations. As the person in charge of regional overall jurisdiction, on this day, Katakuri was sitting in the office, dealing with government affairs from various islands in the 10,000 Kingdoms region. Cracker suddenly pushed the door open, with excitement on his face. Katakuri, have you heard? What? Katakuri, who was looking at the file, raised his head slightly. His eyes were full of puzzlement. It's endless, how does he know what Cracker is talking about? The Smoothie thing. What's the matter with Smoothie? Isn't she in the Isle of Allies? Something happened. It shouldn't be. Now in this world, is it possible that there is a safer place than the island of the Alliance? That's not true. Cracker shook his head quickly, the excitement on his face remained. According to that Beckman guy, Smoothie and Lim Fu are together. Really or not? Katakuri froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief at first. Then it turned into excitement. That would be great, only, after the excitement, it soon turned into doubts. Where's Guion? Could it be that he and Linley are separated? Can't you? He didn't believe that a person like Linley would give up willingly. After all, in order to be with Linley, Guion gave up on Marine. At least that's how it seemed to him. It's the same as Smoothie, now it's Linley's target. That's it, Katakuri suddenly realized, showing a look of, it really is. Just say it. Linley will definitely give Smoothie an explanation. Although she is not alone. But it's not unacceptable for someone with Linley's level of achievement. As long as Smoothie is happy. And let's not talk about anything else. In this way, the relationship with each other will become stronger. Linley became his brother-in-law. Although the relationship between the two sides is already very close. But who wouldn't say no to getting closer, right? Another one. Even though I am a big brother, I hope my sister will be happier. But who can say for sure that Smoothie is not happy now? I think so too. That guy, not any woman can monopolize it. This sentence, Katakuri obviously also deeply agrees. As a result, the news that Smoothie became the woman of the Lord of the Alliance quickly spread across the seas of all nations. Everyone in the Charlotte family was all smiling, as if a major festival was approaching. Think about it too, now New World, including the sea area of all nations, is under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. And the younger sister of the Lord of all Kingdoms became the woman of the Lord of the Alliance, wouldn't she just get closer? It's not just the Charlotte family's desire for Smoothie happiness. There is also a certain degree of political factor mixed in it. It also means that the Charlotte family has become more influential among the top leaders of the Alliance. And this news was soon known by the aunt who stayed behind at Cake Island. Mama, that would be great. Even the aunt's face was filled with joy when she heard the news. Ever since he and Kaido teamed up and couldn't win Linley, she also looked away. What about contending for world hegemony? What proves that women can also become emperors of the sea, and so on? It's all unimportant. With Linley's personal strength, coupled with the many strong men under his banner, it is impossible to compete with him. That being the case, then enjoy life honestly. It's okay to get together with Kaido, who is also the shopkeeper, hold banquets, fight, and live a carefree and happy life. No, of course, secretly, she would also mutter, whether the BIGMOM pirates have been being used without knowing it. Katakuri and the other children were dazzled by Linley's personal charm. But now that we're all family, all these concerns were allayed. The laughing aunt suddenly thought of something, and her face was filled with intriguing joy. Call me Katakuri. Okay, I got it, Mom. When Katakuri came in a hurry, before he had time to ask anything, he heard Big Mom ask with a smile. Since Smoothie and that kid have made their relationship public, should marriage be put on the agenda? Our daughter of the Charlotte family, we can't just follow that kid so vaguely. This. Katakuri froze. I kept complaining in my heart, did this mother think too far? After all, now that kid Linley is only 15 years old, not even 16 yet. Looking at the world, it is very rare to get married at this age. Mom, the problem now is, Linley is not yet 10, Qian Zhao, 6 years old. Isn't it too early to get married now? Under 16, only then did Aunt remember Linley's age, and she couldn't help but lose interest for a while. Such a young age, she has achieved such a great achievement, how can it embarrass her? Let's ask first. I'm not in such a hurry. It's just that after you reach adulthood, it's almost time to get married, right? Mom was right. If it was Linley who became an adult, Katakuri would probably mention it even if Auntie didn't mention it. So this question was quickly spread to Linley of the Alliance Island. It's just that, as Big Mom and Katakuri expected, Linley prevaricated because he was not too old. That's all. The time was quietly spent in the process of everyone's waiting, the rapid development of the two-regiment alliance, and the continuous improvement of the strength of the contractees. In the blink of an eye, 5 years later, 244, her master is the world's #1 swordsman. East Blue, Shimotsuki Village, Shimotsuki Dojo, also called Yixin Dojo. Hey, swish, hey, swish. In the dojo, the voices of students practicing swordsmanship can be heard endlessly. Koshiro, the master of the gymnasium, watched the disciples practicing swordsmanship with a look of relief. Sudden, there was a sound outside the dojo. Hello, anyone? Koshiro and the students looked at the gate of the dojo with doubts on their faces. I saw a young man with a green algae head, meeting his eyes, and said confidently. I'm here to kick the gym. Great guy, come out and fight me. Ha 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 ha. Koshiro smiled and walked to the door, cheerfully said. It's really rare to come to kick the gym. In recent years, there are not many people who come to Yixin Dojo to play gymnastics. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Chlorella grinned. I'm in the next village, but I'm invincible. Okay. Fortunately, nothing happened. Koshiro also wanted to see how much the confident boy in front of him weighed. Just accept your challenge. As he spoke, he motioned for Chlorella to come in 177. The latter didn't enter the dojo for a while. Instead, he held a grass in his chest, with the same confident expression. If I win, I'll take your signs. What if we lose? Lose? Livzautu's tone froze, as if he hadn't thought of this possibility. He hesitated for a moment before saying. If you lose, I will join your sect. Ha 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 ha. Koshiro smiled, and seemed to have a good impression of the stronger boy in front of him. That's the deal, then. Kuina, Koshiro shouted into the dojo. A slim girl with short hair came out in the eyes of the students in the dojo. Yes, my lord father. What? Seeing that his opponent turned out to be a girl older than himself, Chlorzato was obviously very dissatisfied. Aren't you here to be my opponent? Koshiro heard this and explained softly. Although Kuina is a girl, in the dojo, she is more powerful than some adults. Although it's not appropriate for her father to say that. After listening to Shiro's explanation, Chrysodu reluctantly accepted that his opponent was a girl. Shout. He glanced at the green algae head who was shorter than himself. People are small and big. Kuina couldn't help frowning. Where did the little kid want to challenge his father? Although the current her is not much worse than Koshiro as a father. Then please come inside. In the dojo, Koshiro brought the head of Chlorella to the basket full of wooden swords. Can I use either one? Random. Puff. Chlorella spat out the grass he was biting in his mouth and smiled triumphantly. Then under the incredulous eyes of all the students, he took a full 9 wooden swords. They hold 3 in their left and right hands, and 3 more in their mouths. 9 Swordsmanship. The students were obviously stunned by his operation. Salute to the altar. Koshiro took Kuina and Chlorla head to the altar hanging on the wall. Under his gesture, Kuina and Chlorla bowed to the altar respectively. Pat. However, just as Chlorla lowered his head, a wooden sword fell from his mouth. Ah, this. What is that guy doing? Like an idiot. Only then did the students suddenly realize. I thought the green algae head was some kind of genius. It turned out to be an idiot. Bow to each other. I saw Kuina and Chlorla standing on one side, and Koshiro stood in the middle and acted as a referee. Pat. Then Kuina and Chlorla bowed one after another. A wooden sword fell from the latter's mouth again. It directly left the students watching the battle speechless. Start. Following Koshiro's order, Kuina quickly rushed to the opponent in front of him and swung his sword. Wow, the 7 wooden swords in Chrysanthemum Head's hand and mouth were all dropped. The whole person flew upside down and fell to the ground. This. Isn't this guy too weak? Isn't Kuina's all-in-one enemy? With this kind of strength, what's the point of going to the stadium? Hearing the ridicule coming from his ears, looking at Kuina who just swung his sword, Chlorla growled in a low voice with a face full of reluctance. But, damn it, as he spoke, he picked up a wooden sword in each hand and stood up again. Oh, Kuina was taken aback for a moment, but she didn't expect that the other party hadn't realized the huge gap in strength between the two sides. Still want to fight again? Have you ever learned the two-sword swordsmanship? Kuina asked curiously. Not at all. Today is the first time I hold a bamboo sword. I see. Koshiro watched the scene with a smile. Chlorla thought to himself. Damn it, I'm very strong. How can I lose to a woman? Thinking of this, his heart skipped a beat, and he rushed towards Kuina quickly. Snap. However, since he has never practiced swordsmanship before, how could he be Kuina's opponent? It was another simple move, and Chlorla fell to the ground again. It hurts, right? Why doesn't he hide? The students watching obviously couldn't understand Chlorla's thoughts. Let's stop here. Koshiro smiled and shook his head. Too weak. Kuina shook her head, unwilling to be delayed by the green algae head in front of her. She walked to the depths of the dojo. Hateful. Seeing Kuina's leaving back, Chrysotu clenched the wooden sword in his hand with a face full of fear. So, Koshiro looked at him with a smile. I will accept the bet and join your sect. After finishing speaking, Chlorla shouted to Kuina's back. I will practice desperately, and then I will definitely defeat you. Remember it. Kuina listened, turned her head slowly, and responded arrogantly. There won't be such a day. As the disciple of the world's #1 swordsman. Even more, he was given high hopes by his mentor, thinking that he would succeed him as the new world's #1 swordsman. She will not lose to anyone before this. Then, he walked in without looking back. Hey, Chlorla head, don't even think about defeating Kuina. Kuina is invincible. It's just, seeing that Chrysanthemum's ambition is so lofty, the students admonish them one after another. I do not care. One day, I will defeat her. But, her master is the world's #1 swordsman. Ah, hearing this, LD Zhao was taken aback for a moment, and the whole person froze in place. 245 Those who have dreams should never be ridiculed. Even a kid like him knows what it means to be the #1 swordsman in the world. That must be the person with the strongest swordsmanship in this world. And Kuina's master is actually in existence of this level. The unbelievable green algae head stared dumbfounded at the place where Kuina disappeared for a long time. Until he came to his senses, maybe because he didn't want to admit defeat in front of others, he raised his head and refused to admit defeat. So what if that's the case? I will definitely do what I say. Hee. Koshiro listened and smiled. Not only is there no wishful thinking that this green algae head is unrealistic. On the contrary, I think courage is commendable. After all, people with dreams should never be ridiculed. In this way, Chlorla stayed in Yixin Dojo and became a disciple of Koshiro. Under the guidance of Koshiro, he practiced swordsmanship more than ordinary people every day. One day after more than half a year, it is a regular day off for the dojo. Koshiro stayed in the backyard of the dojo as usual, making tea while looking up at the sky, seeming to be thinking. The time His Excellency Linley said, is almost here. When Linley, Beckman and Smoothie first came to Yixin Dojo, Linley proposed that one day after 7 years, Kuina will encounter a life-threatening hurdle. If you can't make it through, since then, heaven and man will be separated, and everything will stop. Once you have passed, it is natural that the sea is wide and the fish can leap, and the sky is high and the birds can fly. And now, 7 years have passed since Linley and others first came to the door. It also means that every day in the future, Kuina will face the difficult hurdle. Over the years, although His Excellency Linley would come to the Yixin Dojo from time to instruct Kuina to leave after a period of time, he never meant to take her away. This puzzled Koshiro. Thinking room. He was in the backyard of the dojo when he heard movement from the front yard. Let's decide the outcome. Again, Koshiro covered his head, looking helpless. Ever since the green algae named Zoro entered the Yixin Dojo, things that challenge Kuina happen frequently, although the result ended with Kuina winning without any suspense every time. But Zoro never tires of it. It seems to be immersed in masochism. The key is, if only you could feel the obvious progress. For example, from being defeated with one move at the beginning, to being undefeated for a short time later. But every time, he was defeated by Kuina with one move, without exception. Under such circumstances, he was able to dare to challenge without fear of failure. This made Koshiro appreciate Zoro even more. Unfortunately, he knew that Kuina was not only as talented as Zoro, but even stronger. The key is to worship under the sect of the world's strongest swordsman. The superb swordsmanship is unmatched even by him. He's only 11 years old, but if he doesn't use haki. Compared with swordsmanship, even the father himself is no match. In this case, Zoro wants Kuina to make a second move, which is a luxury. Because of this, Koshiro sometimes has a feeling that he has buried Zoro's talent. Crack, hateful, sure enough. Hearing the voice of unwillingness coming from the front yard, Koshiro showed a really so expression. I hope that kid Zoro can continue to maintain this spirit. As a master, it seems that I have to do something. Thinking of this, he got up and walked towards the front yard. As soon as he walked into the front yard, he saw Kuina with a calm face, and said to Zoro, who was knocked down by one move. Give up, why challenge someone who can never be defeated? Kuina's tone was very flat, and seemed to be just addressing the facts. There was no disdain in the words. In her eyes, from the beginning of consciousness, I am marching towards the strongest swordsman in the world. And how can you pay attention to the scenery along the way before you achieve your goal? But to Zoro's ears, it was so harsh. I will never give up. Kuina, even if your master is the world's #1 swordsman, one day, I will defeat you. Zoro growled with eyes full of resignation. Kuina gave Zoro a deadpan look. Without saying anything, he turned and left. Koshiro walked up to Zoro at this moment and smiled. Asking for flowers. Have you been defeated again? Damn it, I've practiced so hard, why can't I even take one move from Kuina? Zoro hit the ground with a fist, his face full of unwillingness. Being abused from beginning to end by a girl who was only 2 years older than him made him extremely unwilling. Well, Koshiro pondered for a moment, before saying in an uncertain tone. Perhaps you set your goals too high. Perhaps try to challenge others first, put the strongest opponent last. But, Zoro said a little aggrieved. Other people in the dojo are no longer my opponents. Except for the adults, the other underage students were defeated by Zoro one after another in less than a year after he entered the dojo. Have to say, in less than a year of training, he has achieved such a feat. His talent for swordsmanship can be seen as moderate. From this point, it can be shown that Kuina and other people in the dojo have formed a gap like a natural moat. Right, since this is the case, Zoro, you should take the goal of becoming a teacher first, and after that, try to challenge Kuina. But, the truth is, if Zoro has been practicing under his sect, I'm afraid there will be no hope of surpassing Kuina in this life. Without him, just because Kuina's master is the world's #1 swordsman, the high level of swordsmanship is far beyond what Koshiro can match. Speaking of this, an idea has already sprouted in Koshiro's mind. BT, when Your Excellency Linley comes to Yixin Dojo next time, can he have the cheek to ask him to accept Zoro as his disciple? Otherwise, he always has the feeling that he has buried such an excellent seedling. Good, then I will defeat you, master, and then challenge Kuina. Zoro regained his confidence and stood up abruptly. Run quickly towards the door. He will practice non-stop until he defeats his master Koshiro before challenging Kuina. One night after half a month, Zoro came to Linley not far from the dojo to practice as usual. Whoever saw a familiar figure looking up at the night sky with melancholy? 246 Shinigami can't take Kuina away. You don't sleep at night, what are you doing here? Kuina, the originally silent forest broke the tranquility because of the appearance of Zoro. Kuina, whose train of thought was interrupted, couldn't help but frown slightly and retorted dissatisfiedly. Aren't you too? I'm different. With a grass in his mouth and 3 wooden swords in his arms, Zoro said excitedly. I'm here to practice. It's not like you, who still have time to daze here. He doesn't have enough time to practice every day. How can it be like Kuina, who still has leisure and interest to take advantage of the dead of night to be in a daze? Kuina didn't speak, but raised her head to look at the sky, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing that Kuina ignored him, Zoro didn't feel bored, but continued to ask enthusiastically. I didn't expect that you, who are so powerful, would have troubles. Obviously they have become so strong. 147, what the hell are you bothering about? Zoro is really incomprehensible. In his world, there are simply 3 things. Get stronger, or just get stronger. You do not understand. Confused, Kuina finally turned her head and glanced at Zoro. Don't I understand if you just say it? Is it the troubles of the so-called strong? I really want to have this kind of trouble. Zoro asked inexplicably. Not at all. Kuina turned annoyed and gave Zoro a look. Then can you talk to me? At this time, Zoro, who hadn't been defeated by a girl countless times, felt frustrated in his self-esteem, and asked with great interest. Originally, Kuina didn't want to talk to him more. But in such a dark night, the longing in my heart became extremely hot. Looking at Zoro's stupid and cute appearance, he lowered his head unconsciously. I miss my master. Your master, is that the world's #1 swordsman? I wonder what kind of person he will be. Without waiting for Kuina to answer, he continued to guess. Is it an old man with a gray beard? Or a majestic middle-aged uncle? #1 in the world, you must have the demeanor of a strong man, right? Zoro described to Kuina the appearance of the world's #1 swordsman in his fantasy. It seems to be asking for proof to satisfy curiosity. Nonsense. Linley big brother is the best looking man in the world. It's not some old grandpa and middle-aged uncle. Linley, Really? Zoro froze for a moment. Immediately there was an expression of disbelief. The number one swordsman in the world, is his name Linley? And, he turned out to be the most beautiful man in the world. Kuina's evaluation was beyond his expectation. The appearance of the world's number one swordsman is actually quite different from what he imagined. This made him a little suspicious, and he didn't mean to hide it, so he blurted out. TCH, how is that possible? Kuina, you must not have seen many men before saying that your master is the most beautiful man in the world. HMPH, that's not it. You'll know when you see him later. Then when will he come? Thinking that he had the opportunity to meet the world's number one swordsman, Zoro was undoubtedly extremely excited. He couldn't wait to ask out. He didn't notice Kuina's sad eyes after hearing this question at all. For a long time, under Zoro's expectant eyes, Kuina said softly, I don't know either. Linley big brother, he hasn't seen me for 2 years, 27 days, 12 hours, 37 minutes and 25 seconds. Seeing that Kuina recorded the time in the unit of second, Zoro was confused. How much does Kuina miss her master? Hello, Kuina, what? Anyway, if you're idle, you're idle. Do you want to have a showdown with me? Never. Why? Are you afraid? No, it's too boring to bully you. Like the Linley big brother said, you're falling before I hit it. Boring. Damn it, I will beat you one day. You have said this sentence countless times. Aren't you tired? I'm not tired. It's my life creed to do what I say. Okay, as long as you're happy, you can go on your own if you have nothing to do. Don't disturb my missing Linley big brother. Although Zoro was eventually chased away, Kuina also did not agree to a duel with him. But the bickering between the two that night was the most since they met each other. Kuina seems to have accepted this gifted disciple of her father unconsciously. Although compared to myself, it is so insignificant. When he woke up the next day, Zoro came to Yixin Dojo in good spirits. Only, as soon as I walked to the door, I felt the atmosphere in the dojo, something seemed wrong. What happened? At this time in the yard, a group of people formed a circle around something. What are you doing? Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Zoro squeezed into the crowd curiously. Then I saw a figure lying on a stretcher with a white cloth covering his head. Carefully observing the figure's clothes, Zoro's eyes widened instantly. Kuina, master, what happened to Gaina? He looked up at his master Koshiro in disbelief. Zoro, who squeezed into the crowd, saw everyone's sad expressions at this moment. Kuina running to the storage room last night, looking for the knife that her master gave her, she fell from upstairs. Koshiro took off his eyes and said with a sad face. What? Zoro froze for a moment, and fell into a daze. It's such a pity. She is so talented, but she is like this. The current number one swordsman in the world, even said that she will be the next. I didn't expect that. Hearing the sound of regret coming from his ear, Koshiro's face undoubtedly became more sad. So, is this the hurdle that Kuina will face? Your Excellency Linley, you really hit the spot. It's just that, even you can't stop this from happening. Koshiro felt bitter. Kuina, but I didn't expect things to happen so unexpectedly in 3.2. And this is the first meeting between Zoro and Linley. But who knows what will happen in the future. Not late. Finally caught up, fortunately. I saw Linley stepping forward from the door unhurriedly, pulled out Yanmo from his waist, and said lightly. Kuina's body, which was covered with a white cloth, moved unexpectedly. At the same time, Koshiro heard Linley exhale softly. At first he was skeptical about it. Koshiro turned his head and saw that familiar figure, not only saddened from his heart. Don't worry, Shinigami can't take Kuina away. Your Excellency Linley, you are too late. At this moment, a sigh came from the door of the dojo. Seeing Kuina lift the white cloth covering his head, the dull Zoro was shocked and incredulous. Although faith is better than doubt. Immediately afterwards, the blade fell with a silver light. 247. It really deserves to be the number 2 protagonist of Destiny, Ancient, Kuina, revived. An unbelievable exclamation sounded in this not-so-big courtyard. The resurrection of the dead. It can be said that it is completely beyond the cognition of this world. At least for Koshiro, and for everyone present at Yixin Dojo. Barely considered well-informed, Koshiro has never thought that people who have clearly died can be resurrected. Didn't Kuina just lose her vital signs? Instead, it has been confirmed that the signs of life have been lost, and the death has been confirmed for at least 2 hours. And now, the people who have been clearly dead are actually resurrected. What kind of mysterious medical technique is this? Or is it sorcery? This. An expression like seeing a ghost was revealed on everyone's faces. They all looked at Linley, then at Guina, who was about to get up, and retreated unconsciously. Weak people are often simple, but they may also be ignorant. Encounter incomprehensible things, because they are all attributed to ghosts. Limited by knowledge, human nature. 23. No wonder. Well, Kuina rubbed her eyes, sat up from the stretcher, looked at the exaggerated expressions and reactions of the crowd, and said in confusion. What happened to you guys? Why this reaction? Kuina, don't you remember what happened? Despite the horror, for Koshiro, the surprise brought by his daughter's resurrection is obviously enough to cover up the horror. Kuina frowned, seemed to be lost in thought, and said slowly after a long while. I couldn't sleep last night, so I wanted to find out the Tianyu Zon that Linley big brother gave me, but I fell down the stairs, and then. Ji Yuna, who was lost in thought, wanted to continue talking, but inadvertently saw that familiar figure. His eyes froze. When the words came to my lips, I couldn't say anything. Immediately afterwards, he stood up suddenly, and rushed towards the figure with a face full of joy. Linley, big brother, you finally came to see me. Kuina looks like you. Hee hee. Linley naturally put his arms around Kuina, like a kind father hugging his child. The smile on the face is slow and full of love. I haven't seen you for more than 2 years, and you are already slim. For his chief disciple, it may also be the only disciple. Of course he loves her very much. She even loves her as a daughter. Although at first, it was only because of Kuina's super talent. But people are always emotional creatures. After getting along for a long time, I naturally love this little guy very much. So, after I couldn't wait to get the Phoenix Fruit successfully copied by Vegapunk, I rushed over immediately. It happened to be catching up. Certainly, even if he can't catch up, he actually has other backups. Naturally, it is impossible to know that when Gaina was 11 years old, there was a destined disaster and not make any preparations. That guy, Green Algae, Linley, who had a panoramic view of everyone present, naturally saw Zoro, who was still not in a daze. Sure enough, Zoro's arrival prompted such an outrageous thing to happen to Kuina. And before that, for 11 years, Gaina was bouncing around, wondering what happened. Is this the power of fate? In the original book, Guina seems to be destined to give Zoro, who is one of the protagonists, a dagger. Otherwise, Guina's talent is very likely to hinder Zoro from becoming the world's #1 swordsman. In other words, the death of Guina became the fundamental reason why Zoro must become the world's #1 swordsman. Now because of natural teeth, Guina's fate has completely changed. However, the red exclamation mark on Zoro's head was so eye-catching that Linley couldn't help feeling. You really deserve to be the #2 protagonist of Destiny. In the original book, the second combat power of the Straw Hats will definitely become the second protagonist of the world's #1 swordsman. Sure enough, it is the highest level red exclamation mark. While Linley was observing the red exclamation mark on Zoro's head, Zoro recovered from his horror, and looked at him with eyes full of curiosity. Is this Kuina's master, the world's #1 swordsman? Kuina really didn't lie to me. In this world, there are still such good-looking people. The figure hugging Kuina in Zoro's pupils really stunned him. As the strongest swordsman in the world, he actually looks so good-looking. It's completely different from what he imagined. Originally, I thought Kuina was just no worldly person, and had not seen many men, so she had a certain subjective consciousness. Now that I see it with my own eyes, I know how wrong I am. Hee hee. Smiling kindly at Zoro, Linley looked at Koshiro. The latter immediately understood what he meant. Immediately said loudly, Guina is fine, everyone please go back. Don't hang around here. Hearing this, everyone seemed to have come to their senses, and immediately dispersed. Linley, who was hugging Guina, took out a devil fruit out of nowhere, and said, this time, the master brought you a gift. 130 gift. Hearing this, Kuina couldn't help but shine. Every time the master came to see her, he would bring gifts. All kinds. Compared with presents, she actually came to Linfu to see her more. Even without presents, she is already satisfied. Devil fruit. Koshiro on the side saw the fruit in Linley's hand, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Devil fruit is not common in East Blue. And for Koshiro, who has lived in Shimotsuki village for a long time, what he saw was even more amazing. He didn't expect that this time, Linley would bring such a precious thing. Linley ignored him and said with a smile, Kuina, eat this devil fruit, and you won't have to worry about this happening again. The phoenix form of the phantom beast is enough to increase the vitality of Kuina to an exaggerated level. It can be said that in Linley's opinion, this fruit is the most suitable for her. Even if she doesn't develop it in the future. Just focus on swordplay and hockey. In the future, I will be on par with Hawkeye. It is estimated that it is very likely. Of course, there are defects of fear of water, and there are also. But compared to the increased vitality and the flame of regeneration, with extremely strong recovery ability. This shortcoming is nothing. Wow, thank you Linley big brother. 248 Koshiro's shock. Kuina was delighted, not because Linley big brother brought her the precious devil fruit. As for why she knows devil fruit is precious, it's not hard to see from the shocked expression of my father. After all, she is already 11 years old, and she is not a kid who doesn't understand anything. It's just compared to the arrival of Linley big brother. No matter how precious the devil fruit is, it is nothing. Eat it. Linley stroked Kuina's little head. Just eating a devil fruit, there is no need to choose an auspicious date. The sooner she can correct her own defects, the better for Kuina. Yeah, Kuina nodded obediently, without any hesitation, directly ate the phoenix form. The moment she ate it, a system notification sounded in Linley's ear as expected. Still those two options, strengthen the shape of the killing pill, or choose the ability after returning. That is the ability of the third devil fruit. But Linley chose the former without any hesitation this time. Sesshomaru's form has been strengthened successfully. Monster power transforms into the power of a few gods 12%. Acquire a new skill in the form of Sesshomaru, pterodactyl clone. The reason is very simple, the ability of the fruit of universal gravitation has been developed to a great level by him in the past 5 years. And the third devil fruit ability, he has already made arrangements. It happened to be the next destination. At this time, it is naturally impossible to obtain the third Devil Fruit's calendar here. Taking advantage of the time when Kuina's body began to be transformed by Devil Fruit, Linley opened the system interface after a long absence. Host: Linley. Age: 20. Fruit: Inugu Fruit. Phantom Beast. Sesshomaru form: Awakened. Gravitational Fruit. Awakened. Skills: Kandlong Clone, Wood Clone, God Luo Tianjiang, Skyquake. Awakening: Natural Teeth, Broken Teeth, Clustered Teeth, Iron Broken Teeth. Hawkeye: Observation Hawkeye, Foreseeing the Future passive, Ultra Long Distance Perception. Armament Hawkeye, Demon God Ultimate Compression. Conqueror's Hawkeye, Demon God Entanglement, Element Killing. Physical Arts: Swordsmanship. Dacheng Invisible Sword Chi. Physical Arts: Dacheng, Gun Art. Dacheng Death Mark. Monster Power: God's Power. Transformation level 47%. Contract targets: Shanks, Red, Lu Chi, Gold, Robin, Purple, 16/18. On the whole, it seems that there is not much change except that the Fruit of Gravity has awakened. In fact, this fruit has already been developed by Linley with many skills related to gravity. For example, various famous scenes familiar to the world of Hokage, how many floors are carried by a bag of rice, etc. And the reason why he can wake up so quickly. Of course, it is Linley's current strength factor. However, since the awakening difficulty of the gravity fruit is dozens of times that of the flower fruit, Linley actually relied on Beckman's return after eating the soul fruit. Awakened successfully. As for Kong Yunya and Tai Suya, they have also been conceived in the past 5 years. It's just that the former has the 7-star sword as the carrier of gestation. But the latter could not find a carrier for breeding, but could only forcefully breed. Linley didn't think much of it. After all, just bursting teeth is completely enough for him. As for Conqueror's Hawkeye, it doesn't look like much has changed though. The color of knowledge and knowledge is only because of the return, and there is an extra long distance perception, and the color of arms and Conquerors have not changed. But in invisible places, such as the quality of Hawkeye, it is much better than it was 5 years ago. Sword art, body art, and gun art are basically similar. After all, it's all done. It is undoubtedly very difficult to go further. Then there is the transformation of the power of God. In the beginning, when strengthening the form of Sesshomaru for the first time, in addition to activating Kong Yunya, the power of God was only transformed by 3% because it was created from scratch. After that, half a year passed. Through self-cultivation, the power of God was transformed by 2% again. In the second strengthening, in addition to activating Iron Broken Fang, the power of God was transformed by an additional 10%. Then in the past 5 years, with a conversion rate of 4% per year, a total of 20% has been converted in 5 years. Coupled with the enhancement just now, since there are no other weapons to activate, the transformation range becomes larger, directly transforming by 15%. So up to now, the power of God is almost half converted. If you simply rely on cultivation to transform, it may take more than 10 years to completely transform a body of monster power into divine power. But now the quota of the contract has increased by 1 again due to the awakening of the Fruit of Gravity. Therefore, there will definitely be no shortage of opportunities to obtain enhancements. Anyway, there is still some time before Linley's drama, and Ben. This period of time is completely enough for him to completely transform the power of God. Thinking room. After eating Kuina in the form of a phoenix, the whole body began to emit blue flames. Not only that, but a pair of wings full of green flames grew out of his back. Phantom Beast. Koshiro was stunned when he saw this scene. I thought that the fruit Linley prepared for Kuina was just an ordinary fruit. After all, the ordinary devil fruit is shocking enough for a small place like Shimotsuki village. Now it turns out to be a phantom beast. The shock was beyond words. Phantom Beast. Zoro on the side frowned, and asked with a puzzled face. What does Phantom Beast mean? There are roughly 3 categories of devil fruit: Logia, Paramesha and Zone. The shock in Koshiro's eyes explained according to Zhao Nuo's old. Among the 3 categories, Logia is recognized as the strongest among the 3 devil fruits. The biggest feature of Logia is that it can elementize the body, thus making physical attacks ineffective. But there is one, so-called, that is rarer than Logia. That's a special type in Zone, Phantom Beast. Your Excellency Linley, what exactly is this devil fruit that Kuina ate? Bird fruit Phantom Beast hyphenation point Phoenix form. It turned out to be this devil fruit donkey. Koshiro froze for a moment. Even though he stayed in the backcountry of Shimotsuki village for a long time, he knew that this fruit was the ability of Marco, the captain of the first team of Whitebeard pirates. Now this phantom beast fell into Linley's hands, and was eaten by his own daughter. Could it be that Whitebeard, the first captain of the pirates, is dead? 249 The most suitable knife for Kuina, the initial iron broken teeth. Not at all, it's just taking his blood factor and copying this phantom beast. Although it is a replica, it is not worse than the real one. Speaking of duplicating devil fruit, in addition to providing Vegapunk with the bloodline factors of Marco and Ant, Linley originally provided Vegapunk. He also handed over his blood factor to him. I just want to see if it is possible to replicate the shape of the killing pill. And after several years of research, the conclusion given by Vegapunk is, Linley's pedigree does not seem to contain devil fruit. This study is undoubtedly surprising. After all, it has been many years since Vegapunk studied the 3 series of devil fruit, but they have never seen such a weird thing. It is obvious that Linley is a devil fruit, capable person, but the blood factor in his body does not contain the ingredients of devil fruit. This kind of thing is unbelievable no matter how you look at it. And reaching this conclusion, Linley already had the answer in his heart. Mostly because the system returned the reason, so it was not detected from the bloodline factor. In this way, there is no need to talk about copying. And from many places, it can be seen that Linley is different. For example, even if you are in seawater, you will not be affected at all. This is something other demon fruit power can never do with 910. I see, copy later, Koshiro suddenly realized, and then he reacted and said in shock. Could it be that the Alliance has now mastered the ability to copy devil fruit? If this kind of thing spreads to the world, it will undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Almost. Linley thought for a while and nodded. When the two were communicating, Kuina, who was being transformed by devil fruit, flew into the air. It seems that because it is the first time to fly alone, it is impossible to accurately grasp the direction, and it flies crookedly. But it couldn't hide the excitement on her face. Linley, big brother, look, I can fly myself. Wow, Kuina can fly. Seeing this scene, Zoro was undoubtedly full of envy. It's great to have the master of the world's #1 swordsman. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but look at Koshiro with a rather resentful look. Also the master. Why is there such a big difference? Koshiro was attracted by Kuina flying into the sky at this time, so he didn't see Zoro's ghost eyes. Otherwise, I would probably be speechless for a while. So under Zoro's envious eyes, Kuina gradually mastered a little bit of flying skills from being jerky at the beginning. Soon it landed from the air and continued into Linley's arms. Linley, big brother, thank you. As long as Kuina likes it. Correct. Linley seemed to remember the third purpose of this trip, and said. Then what about chopping the sky feathers? Hearing this, Kuina couldn't help but turn to look at Koshiro. Oh, it's in the dojo. Koshiro shook his head with a smile, and quickly took Tien Yu out of the dojo. This Tien Yu's on, from now on it will be taken with you as a saber. It is also time to develop a relationship with this knife. Quote. With that said, Linley took over the Tien Yu's on from Koshiro. Then there was a burst of green light in the hand holding the knife. It seemed that some kind of power was sent into Tien Yu's on through Linley's palm. Although I don't need Tai Sueya, but I can possess Tien Yu's on and give it to Kuina to use. And Tai Sueya happened to be a knife with strong growth potential. Perhaps in the early days, compared with Baoshaya and Kongyunya, it was much inferior, and it was even impossible to compare. But if it grows up, it is completely enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Baoshaya and Kongyunya. In the world of Inuyasha, Inuyasha is constantly absorbing the abilities of other monsters, thus increasing the ability of Tetsuya. In the end, it grew into one of the veritable 3 swords under heaven. In the world of One Piece, it may be possible to grow by defeating the enemy, absorbing the enemy's CDAF energy or the ability of devil fruit. With Linley's current strength, naturally he doesn't need to waste so much effort to grow his iron teeth slowly. It's perfect for Kuina. This is, Linley, big brother, why did Tien Yu's on become like this? I saw that the appearance of the sky feather cut that Kuina took over from Linley changed a little, and it became closer to the real Tai Sueya. Try injecting a little haki. Because haki, in Kaido's eyes, is considered a power above all. Therefore, when Linley came to Shimotsuki village to visit Kuina a few times earlier, he began to teach her haki. So don't look at Kuina, who is only 11 years old now, but haki is almost promoted to the intermediate level. Alright, I got it. Kuina nodded obediently and obeyed. With the injection of haki, Tien Yu's on began to undergo drastic changes, unexpectedly in the blink of an eye, in the eyes of Koshiro, Zoro, and even Kuina, the owner of Tien Yu's on. It turned out to be the same as Tishoya in Inuyasha's world, turning into a giant sword in a fighting state. Well, it's heavy. Feeling the weight from Tien Yu's on, or Tai Sueya, Kuina couldn't help exclaiming, almost lost his grip and was about to fall to the ground. Get used to the weight of this knife. Linley smiled faintly. Even if Tai Sueya is in its original form, it has not yet undergone growth and evolution. In fact, Yin Yu's on was originally at the 21st level of the Great Kue Dao. Aha, such a high quality is probably the dream of many swordsmen, even 99 out of 10 swordsmen, who can't reach it all their lives. And phantom beasts that can improve constitution. Believe that this knife can accompany you through the life of a swordsman. Koshiro suddenly asked, once in the combat state, that is, the state of the broadsword that Kuina is currently holding, the rank is absolutely beyond the Supreme 12 swords. The grade will definitely not be worse than the Supreme Fast Knife 12 works. So for the next few days, Linley temporarily stayed in the Yixin dojo to accompany and teach Kuina for a period of time. Your Excellency Linley, have you considered accepting another disciple? #TF. Even if Linley didn't say it, she still decided like this. After being injected into iron broken teeth, Linley and Koshiro were sitting in the reception room drinking tea and chatting. And before Kuina made her debut, Linley arranged for her to be Jonao's most important partner. It can be said that the starting point of Kuina is the key point that many people cannot reach in their lifetime. Kuina grabbed the hilt of the knife with both hands, and nodded solemnly. 250 accept Zoro as a disciple. Take another disciple. Koshiro's words were true. Linley was stunned by the question. He really didn't think about this question. On the one hand, his age is here, he is only 20 years old, so it is too early to accept disciples. Kuina is an exception. It is a kind of fate. When I accepted her as an apprentice at the beginning, although I felt that it was a good match for my eyes, it was also because of the red exclamation point. But it may not be that there is no reason for Kozaburo to restore Yanmo for him wholeheartedly. Even if this factor does not account for much. Later, as I visited Kuina in Shimotsuki village several times, I gradually established a deeper relationship. That's right, that kid Zoro, it can be said that his talent is equally excellent. He's not even much inferior to Kuina. It's been less than a year since he joined the dojo. Except for Kuina, the other students are no longer his opponents. If this child is lucky enough to be taught by you, his future achievements will be limitless. In this regard, Koshiro is undoubtedly convinced. So his tone was quite serious. Zoro. In the entire Yixin dojo, the only person Koshiro can recommend to Linley is Zoro. So basically as soon as Koshiro opened his mouth, Linley knew what he meant. But he never thought of taking Zoro as his apprentice. Now Koshiro speaks. Seeing that Linley pondered and didn't give a reply for a long time, Koshiro continued. That child is not only extremely talented, but also cultivates with unimaginable hardships. He doesn't look like a child of this age at all. One more thing, if Kuina has an opponent like Zoro who can keep up with the pace, maybe Kuina will improve faster. Makes sense, since it was recommended by you. If he also has the wish, then accept him. If it is Zoro, after his guidance, he can indeed compete with Kuina. Coupled with the red exclamation mark level, Linley agreed after a little thought. After all, he really couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Though it may be years before Zoro grows up, and then gives him back. But now the general repayment can no longer cause Linley to have emotional fluctuations. That would be great. Seeing Linley nodding, Koshiro immediately stood up with a smile on his face, and couldn't wait to walk to the sidelines. It seems that he wants to tell Zoro the good news as soon as possible. Is it so urgent? Looking at the back of Koshiro leaving, Linley shook his head helplessly. Wait for Koshiro to come back again. Sure enough, Zoro followed. The latter's face was filled with excitement, and the pure pupils shone with light. Koshiro had apparently gotten through with him and learned that Linley was willing to take him as an apprentice. Aside from the excitement, it seemed that some couldn't believe all of this, so the whole person was a little confused. Mr. Koshiro already told me. Zoro, what do you mean? Will you be my disciple? Will. Zoro nodded without hesitation. After finishing speaking, the whole person jumped up excitedly. Wow, my master is also the #1 swordsman in the world. What the hell? Just then, Kuina, who heard the noise, came in. Hearing Zoro's cheers, he hurried to Linley and asked nervously. Linley, big brother, is this kid also your disciple? Well, you will have one more teacher in the future. Ah, hearing this, Kuina couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. And he didn't want to disobey Linley's decision. He could only give Zoro a dissatisfied look. That look seemed to say, this disgusting ghost, really disgusting, he even robbed her of the master. Obviously the master is her own master. Hey, Kuina, why are you staring at me? Wouldn't it be nice for us to be fellow students? In the future, I can practice with you under the master's hands. TCH, who wants to practice with you? Kuina proudly raised her head like a proud peacock. This look is something Zoro has never seen before. So the latter touched his head, puzzled, and said, Kuina, why do I feel that you have become different recently? Kuina ignored Zoro. Perhaps the latter was accepted as a disciple by Linley, which gave her a sense of urgency, so she couldn't wait to say. Asking for flowers. Linley, big brother, teach me swordsmanship today too. Let's go. After finishing speaking, he took Lin Fu's hand and walked outside the dojo. In the process, Linley also made a contract with Zoro. In this way, there is only one contract quota left. For some time after that, Linley still stayed in Shimotsuki village, accompanied Kuina, and guided her in Zoro's swordsmanship and Hawkeye by the way. It's just that the progress of the two is completely different, so it is basically a one-to-one individual teaching. Under Kuina's, overbearing, Zoro's, teaching, time is undoubtedly much shorter than her. And Linley had no problem with that either. After all, girls always get more preferential treatment. 0. As for Kuina, even if she doesn't get guidance, as long as she can stay with the master, she is already satisfied. What kind of knife should I prepare for that kid? As a master, Linley began to think about what kind of knife he should prepare for Zoro as a meeting gift. Because I didn't even think about accepting apprentices at the beginning. So just didn't bring the right gift. He has quite a lot of knives. Yanmo, who merged with Natural Ya, 2nd generation Onitsu, who merged with Burst Ya, and 7-star Sword, who merged with Kong Yunya. But none of the three are suitable for Zoro. So he simply approached Kozaburo and proposed to build a new supreme sword. And with the power and resources of the Alliance today, it is not too difficult to create a supreme sword, at least in terms of materials. After all, occupying New World is undoubtedly unique in terms of resources. In this regard, Kozaburo just proposed to give it a try, not daring to guarantee that it will be able to be built. After all, the supreme sword is extremely rare in the entire world. For hundreds of years, there have been less than 20. After the Alliance received Linley's notice, they sent people to send the materials for making the supreme sharp knife. At the same time, news was received that the Red Hair Pirates were staying in Windmill Town. So I bid farewell to Kuina and Zoro, and proposed to leave for a while, and then come to pick them up. BU 251, an exclamation point as dazzling as the sun. Windmill Town. A group of uninvited guests came this day. Shanks, here they come. However, the residents living along the coast of the town saw the huge pirate ship approaching the shore, and the crew fixed the anchor familiarly. Not only did they not panic, but they were all calm and composed. Curiously paying attention, it seems that they are very familiar with the pirate group on this pirate ship, knowing that this group of people is completely different from the pirates who plundered everywhere in the past. What's more, he even greeted the crew members acquaintedly. On the pirate ship at this time, a girl with red hair on the right and white on the left, wearing earphones and a yellow dress, is walking along the thick fence with her arms open. And with a curious look, looked at everything on the island. There's nothing in this place. In the words, it seems that I am quite puzzled about why I came to this, June 1st. Hearing this, a red-haired young man with a straw hat under the pole smiled and said, "After all, Windmill Town is also a border area for Goa Kingdom." Okay. After listening to the girl, she didn't continue to struggle, but concentrated on maintaining her balance and continued to walk on the fence. At this moment, she heard footsteps coming from below, and she couldn't help turning around to look at the shore below the pirate ship. "I saw a black boy running panting, and stopped in front of the pirate ship." "Are you pirates?" the young man Zoe asked, frowning. "Yeah, do you have an opinion?" Maybe it was because of the dissatisfaction on the girl's expression of hostility. "Speak out, let Captain Shanks' daughter, Ben Yuta, come in here." This, due to the trot all the way, the boy was already sweating, but he still raised his fist and said fiercely, "Pirate, then get out. What are you doing? Want to fight?" Yuta replied dissatisfied, "Do not do that." Shanks heard the unhappiness between the adoptive daughter and the boy on the shore, and walked over with a smile to make a rescue. "We didn't come to fight. In this small town, there is a very troublesome sheriff." Thinking of the famous marine who was still in the small town for the time being. He really didn't want to conflict with it if he didn't have to. "Who are you?" Seeing the red hair walking to the bow, the young man frowned slightly and asked. "I'm Shanks, captain of this ship. If you dare to do strange things, I won't let it go easily." The teenager clearly doesn't know what the name Shanks means in East Blue. Maybe it's the so-called young people who don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, so they dare to make such a naked threat. Seeing the young man being so violent, Yuta just felt bored, so he turned his head away, not bothering to pay attention to this impolite kid. Turning her head inadvertently, she saw something incredible, and she couldn't help exclaiming, "Look, Shanks, there's someone flying in the sky." Shanks froze for a moment. When I looked up, when I saw the flying person clearly, there was a rare expression of disbelief on his face. "This guy, why is he in East Blue?" The crew members who were about to disembark all looked up when they heard his exclamation. This. It turned out to be this one. He is not staying in New World. What is he doing here in the weakest East Blue? Obviously we are the Red Hair Pirates, but we didn't offend their double alliance. It's not for us, is it? Maybe they know that the other party is not a friend but an enemy. Therefore, as the figure in the sky got closer and closer, it was landing towards the port of Windmill Town. Shanks, Yaso, Lajulu and the others became vigilant with serious expressions. Is it such a coincidence? As soon as the visitor landed, seeing that the pirate ship seemed to have just docked, he couldn't help feeling that the timing was really coincidental. Linley, Pat, Shanks leapt for life, quickly jumped off the pirate ship, and stopped in front of Linley. The left hand has already landed on the handle of the knife. Before he could ask the other party's purpose, Linley said with a faint smile. "It's Shanks, long time no see, why are you so tense when we meet? Do you want to have a fight with me?" Yuta has never seen such a nervous look on Shanks, so she climbed down the fence curiously and walked over to Shanks asking curiously. "Shanks, who is he? How did you get down? Get back to the ship. This is a tricky enemy." When Yuta heard this, he couldn't help being stunned. I wondered in my heart that such a good-looking little big brother is actually an enemy. Seeing him motionless, Yaso hurriedly disembarked and pulled Yuta behind him. "What are you doing here?" Seeing that Linley's gaze moved to Yuta, Shanks subconsciously blocked Linley's sight and asked with a serious face. Another red exclamation point. Linley didn't expect that Shanks' adopted daughter also had the highest level. Seeing Shanks so nervous, he smiled slightly. "Why, is this your territory? Quote. Since it's not, can you control where I want to go?" After all, Linley looked at Shanks carefully. I thought to myself, this guy, it seems that the past few years haven't worked hard enough. Don't even Master Conqueror's winding now. Residents on the shore, who may have never seen the red hair pirates looking like an enemy, couldn't help guessing. What happened? Are Shanks' enemies coming? I really don't care about it. It's the first time I've seen Shanks look so serious. It really deserves a beating. The exclamation point. I had to look along the street with great interest. It is conceivable that the talent and potential will definitely be the strongest and the highest among the people Linley has met. It can be said to be dazzling to the apex. You really deserve to be the #1 protagonist in the pirate world. Only, although 2.7 is not very satisfied with Shanks' growth progress. The exclamation point on Wong Luffy's head, which was as dazzling as the sun, still made Linley feel extremely emotional. This is more or less. Naturally, I also saw Wong Luffy standing in the port, and Shanks was relieved to realize that Linley wasn't here for him. Is this the King Luffy from childhood? But Linley didn't want to come up and clean him up. And I have no intention of being your enemy, please do it yourself. Maybe it's because of same-sex repulsion, or because he doesn't like people who are also hacking. Mingming Wang Luffy was dumb when he was a child, and logically speaking, he was quite cute, but he couldn't help but appreciate it. 252 Shanks of Yali Mountain. The contract is successful. The purpose of Linley coming to Windmill Town is for the contract King Luffy. When passing by him, he naturally threw the last contract spot on him. Then I walked towards Windmill Town without looking back. It stands to reason that if the purpose of this trip has been achieved, it is time to leave. But since the red hair is also here, let's find an opportunity to give some encouragement, learn from the great teacher Kaido, and leave after preaching and receiving vocation. It's strange to say, the two contractees he was most looking forward to, red hair and eagle eyes. Through returning these years, I learned that the conquerors of the former has not mastered the tyrant, as for the territory of the tyrant, or the killing of knowledge is even far away. That's all right. The key is that according to Linley's prediction, the latter would be able to master swordsmanship within a few years. But until now, he still hasn't got the latter's great swordsmanship, or the return reminder of the black sword. Could something have happened here? While walking towards Windmill Town, Linley was thinking. He wondered if he should find a time to meet Hawkeye. Although, since Ghost Island, it's not like he hasn't met Hawkeye. 23. After the two-regiment alliance completely won New World, after a while, Hawkeye also came to congratulate. But do the math, at least they haven't seen each other for nearly 5 years. Of course, regardless of the fact that Hawkeye's swordsmanship is not yet great, but Gion's swordsmanship is already great, one can take it for granted that Gion's swordsmanship surpasses Hawkeye's when compared in terms of the level of swordsmanship. Not so. Everyone's growth trajectory is different, their talents and potentials are different, and the swordsmanship and even the way of swordsmanship that they naturally follow and comprehend are completely different. The more advanced the way of swordsmanship, the more difficult it is to achieve greatness. And once it is completed, the combat power will naturally be incomparable. This is like the Sesshomaru form and Dako Junction form, the difficulty of awakening is 100 times different, and the gap in natural abilities is also 100 times different. Or the martial arts secrets of the martial arts world. General martial arts cheats, of course, cannot be compared with the intensive magic arts. Looking at the back of Linley leaving, even if he already knew that the other party was not coming for him, maybe he really happened to pass by. But Shanks frowning couldn't relax for a long time. It's the pressure that Linley puts on him, too much. Not only him, but even Yasop and other backbones of the Red Hair Pirates, one counts as one, basically. Even if some people are seeing the legendary, world's strongest man, and world's strongest swordsman, for the first time. But if you haven't seen it, it doesn't mean you haven't heard of his reputation. Shanks, what do you say? This guy suddenly came to Windmill Town, are we going to stay here for a while? Yasop asked sullenly. Originally, according to their plan, they would stay in Windmill Town for a period of time, which could be regarded as a refreshment. Then set off again to conquer the Grand Line. As for New World, it's now a forbidden place. But now there's a big guy in town. The expected comfortable days of recuperation may not meet expectations. If you continue to stay, you may have to tremble with fear. How about, we come back after he leaves? Lajalu was holding a big meaty leg in his hand, but he had already forgotten the existence of the big meaty leg at this moment, so he proposed it naively. Yuta, who was hiding behind Yasop, heard the conversation between the two, and asked in puzzlement. Ah, what, is the little big brother so scary? He's so scared that he dare not stay in a small town with him. It's too strange. This kind of thing has never happened to Yuta since he became conscious. You do not understand. Yasop wiped the cold sweat that just broke out on his forehead before it evaporated. That guy is the strongest man in the world. He is also the leader of the biggest pirate group in this world besides the world government. Once there is a conflict with him, I'm afraid that none of us can deal with it alone. When encountering such a character, the best policy is to hide as far away as possible. Whitebeard pirates, do you know? It was because of the grievances formed with the Double Pirates Alliance that the former strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, died, while the rest of them hid in East Blue and dared not show their heads. Real or fake? Yuta looked at Linley's back in doubt, and couldn't believe that such a good-looking little big brother could be the one Yasop mentioned. It is true. The redhead nodded solemnly. Now, Yuta no longer doubts. Shanks had never cheated on her since she was conscious. So she believes what Shanks said 100%. Just curiosity in the eyes. Even though Linley's figure had disappeared from sight, he still couldn't go away for a long time. Wang Luffy apparently overheard the conversation of several people. There is also a curious look in the eyes. Although I don't know his purpose. Shanks thought for a while, recalled the evaluation of Linley by his best friend Hawkeye, and finally made up his mind. But as long as you don't provoke him, I don't think there will be any conflicts. Let's stay as planned. And he had a hunch. This time, we will definitely meet the person in the prophecy. That premonition, ever since he snatched the 940 Nika fruit from CP0, has become more and more intense. All right, now that Shanks has made a decision, Yasop and Lajalu will naturally not refute. Makino, here we come. And the only tavern in the town is the place they must visit whenever they come to Windmill Town. It is not the first time for red hair pirates to come here, and they are very familiar with the town. The thought of being able to drink the sake made by Ms. Makino herself. How, is he here too? Just seeing a figure in a corner of the tavern, his face froze. Shanks and others left from the solemn mood just now, obviously, so after the group calmed down, they arrived at the familiar tavern with ease. Looking at the familiar woman, a smile finally appeared on Shanks' face. No matter where you go, you can meet that guy who makes people feel like a pear mountain. Is it Shanks? Yes, today is not to hell. And others will not. It's really been a long time. Standing behind the bar, Makino's eyes lit up when he heard the voices of Shanks and others. Shanks was dumbfounded. 253 Why are they so afraid of you? Shanks, what's the matter? Yasuo, who was walking behind Shanks, didn't react for a moment and bumped into Shanks' back. Seeing him motionless, with a serious expression, he looked in the direction of his line of sight. Why is the ghost lingering? At this time Linley was sitting in the corner of the tavern, drinking a glass of wine quietly. Hearing the movement from the door, he knew it was Shanks and others, and he didn't look back, but the corners of his mouth raised slightly. If it wasn't for looking for an opportunity to prod Shanks to improve, after contracting Wong Luffy, he probably should have left directly. Coming to this tavern was also a whim. First, I want to see the place where Wong Luffy ate the fruit of Nika in the original book. Secondly, I want to see if the child Makino is holding has anything to do with Shanks. For a while, Yasuo didn't know what to do. The tavern, which was supposed to be a meeting place for the red hair pirates, is now occupied by people. This made Yasuo a little confused. We'll come again later, or? Lajalu asked in a low voice. Now they can still stay sober, regulate themselves, and not anger that guy. But if it's after drinking, that's not necessarily the case. In case I offend that guy. But it's too bad. Conflict with it, the result can already be met. The consequences are definitely not something they can afford. Instead of such a hidden danger, it is better to stay away and eliminate the possibility of contact with it. What are you afraid of? Everyone does not violate the water in the well. Shanks are Shanks after all. Because it is impossible to guess Linley's purpose in this remote town. I know better that disaster cannot be avoided. So he pretended to be calm, and went straight to Makino as if he didn't see Linley. Miss Makino, long time no see, how are you doing lately? Well, Shanks, how about you? Makino didn't seem to see Red Hair Pirate's nervousness, and his tone was quite relaxed. Is everything going well at sea? Of course it's smooth, it's still the old rules. Here's to serving as much wine as you can. Looking at Makino's reassuring face, Shanks felt like a spring breeze, and felt his body and mind calm down. And no longer think about why Linley came here. It's been a long time since I've had wine made by Ms. Makino, and everyone misses it very much. The eyes looking at Makino are full of tenderness at this moment. Boss is right. On the boat, the beak faded out, and the wine I took from Miss Makino at that time was all drunk early in the morning. Anyone who drinks the wine brewed by Miss Makino will say yes. That's it. Makino is not to mention how happy he is when his drinking skills are praised. Cheerfully replied, okay, everyone, wait a moment, the wine will be here soon. Who is this? Makino, who was about to turn around and go back to the back kitchen, finally saw Yuta, pointed at her and asked curiously. It's really strange that there is a little girl in the pirate group. Never seen the red hair pirates before when they came to Windmill. Yuta is my daughter, and our red hair pirates musician. Shanks rubbed Yuta's little head and replied with a smile. Wow, Shanks, you already have a daughter. But why have you never heard of it? After all, I haven't seen Shanks for a few years, and Yuta, judging from his age, cannot be created in the past few years. It's a long story, and I'll talk to you in detail when I have a chance. Okay, wait a minute, the wine will be ready soon. Makino knew that red hair pirates would stay for a while every time they came, so instead of satisfying curiosity blindly, he walked into the back kitchen. Everyone in the red hair pirates carefully glanced at Linley, who was slowly tasting wine, and quietly found a seat and sat down. Therefore, due to the presence of Linley, although everyone in the red hair pirates did not change positions, they all behaved so well that they didn't seem to be in a tavern at all. It's really strange, is the little big brother so scary? Yuta felt that the uncles in the pirate group suddenly turned into quails, and they didn't even dare to breathe. A group of well-behaved babies seemed to be alive and well. I just feel very curious. Here comes the wine. Makino came out from the back kitchen and called the staff to serve wine for the red hair pirates. Yuta, taking advantage of Shanks not noticing her, was more curious than anything else, walked up to Linley alone, and cast obedient and curious eyes. What's the matter, kid? Linley, who was tasting wine, was taken aback for a moment, then looked up and smiled strangely. Big brother, are you really the strongest man in the world? That Shanks said. Has even the brat heard his name by now? Seeing the red exclamation mark on Yuta's head, Linley chuckled. If it weren't for the last contract spot, Wong Luffy has already been booked. In fact, Yuta is also an excellent contractor. In the original book, her singing fruit can be called Infinite Tsukuyomi of One Piece World. If the contract is made, wait until she develops to the point of fruit awakening. I'm afraid the return will be quite considerable. Unfortunately, at this moment, the door of the tavern was pushed open. Big brother, you don't look like a bad guy at all. Doesn't it look like it? Then why are they so afraid of you? I saw Wong Luffy walking in swaggeringly, and seeing everyone was stunned, he wondered. Oops, really, little sister, you really have vision. Looking at the well-behaved and lovely Yuta, Linley smiled kindly. Hey, Yuta, come here. Shanks' complexion changed, and he was careless for a moment, and he didn't realize that Yuta went to strike up a conversation with Linley. It's just that I don't know why they are afraid of me. I don't want it. The short conversation between the two immediately attracted the redhead's attention. Seeing Yuta approaching Linley on his own initiative, Shanks was taken aback. Curiosity has not been satisfied, and Yuta is the group favorite in Red Hair Pirates on weekdays, so she didn't listen to Shanks' call it the first time. Jingle, if this is Yuta's childish talk, which makes people angry, what should I do? Why are you all here? 254 CP0 Feet S Conspiracy. Just when Wong Luffy broke into the tavern in Windmill Town and became the lubricant of the atmosphere to a certain extent. Far away at the CPO headquarters in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, there is information about the Alliance, large or small, which is passed on to the top person in charge of CP0 through various CPO members and its CP organizations. At this time in a dark office, a small amount of light shines on several masked CPO members. They are reporting the recently collected information to a figure hidden in the darkness. My lord, the intelligence aspect of New World, as always, because the Alliance has recently started anti-reconnaissance operations, the infiltration work has become more and more difficult. It's hard to know the whereabouts of the Alliance as before, and all the intelligence shows that the Alliance currently has no intention of expanding to see areas other than New World. All actions are limited to New World. For example, get to the point. The shadow hidden in the darkness waved his hand. This basic information about the Alliance, and the situation facing CP0, is not new. As analyzed by CP0 at the beginning, the Alliance's ambition to expand beyond New World 980 is not obvious. Otherwise, cross the bottom line of the upper layer. The upper echelon will also take corresponding countermeasures. Since the Alliance won New World nearly 6 years ago, it has only blindly consolidated the fruits of victory and has no intention of continuing to expand. Consistent with the judgment of the upper class. As a result, the Alliance and the world government became a confrontation at the entrance of New World. Neither side ever crossed half a step. Of course, even as the top leader of CP0, he doesn't understand the reason why the Five Elders tolerate the rise of the Alliance and occupy New World City and remain indifferent. Whether it is for CP0 or Marine. In terms of the policy towards the Alliance, they all focus on defense and carry out deep penetration secretly. For example, the current order given to Marine by the world government is to stick to the entrance and exit of New World to prevent the forces of the Alliance from leaving New World. That's all, at least on the surface, and the information known to CP0 inches that's it. The orders given to CPO are only to infiltrate and collect CDFG intelligence. Other than that, no big moves. Infiltration and intelligence gathering, the two main tasks of CP0, also became more and more difficult as the Alliance consolidated the fruits of victory in New World and began to clean up the interior. In other words, with the passage of time, even CP0, who is the world's strongest cipher pole, can hardly know the whereabouts of the Alliance as he did at the beginning. What you specifically explained before. Several CP0s certainly knew what information the leaders wanted to know, but they didn't expect it to be so urgent, and they didn't even have the patience to listen to the daily reports. Regarding the two places that are suspected to have secret contacts with the Alliance, the facts are confirmed to be correct, and both of them have a great connection with Linley, the leader of the Alliance. Among them, Mejima Shindi takes Linley as lover, and Kuina, daughter of Shimotsuki Village's Shindojo, considers Linley's apprentice. Our people have infiltrated into these two places and are always on standby, ready to carry out capture missions at any time. Hearing the information he wanted to hear, the figure in the darkness nodded in satisfaction. East Blue Shimotsuki Village is worth mentioning. After all, the world government doesn't pay much attention to East Blue, the weakest of the four seas. Calm Belt Daughter Isle, it is adjacent to naval headquarters and Impel Down, on the same island. As the leader of the Alliance, the most feared force in the world government, they have every reason to believe that behind Linley's better relationship with Daughter's Island, it has something to do with targeting the world government. In fact, the East Blue Shimotsuki Village has only discovered its relationship with Linley in recent years. But Daughter Island has been discovered a long time ago, but it was not paid attention to at the beginning. After all, Daughter's Island is closed to the outside world, and it is difficult for outsiders to get in, so how can we talk about infiltration or spying on intelligence? At that time, the Alliance occupied New World not long ago. Before it is uncertain whether the Alliance has greater ambitions, it is not advisable to make too many moves, lest the Alliance take the momentum of dominating New World and rush out of New World in one go. So just doubts are not enough to support CP0's further actions. Now, after several years of hard work, and the specific information and the relationship between Hancock and Linley, the key figures of Daughter's Island have been determined. #B%. It's just that they don't pay attention to it. Continue. As for the time when Linley travels to and from Daughter Island and New World, according to the collected information, Linley will go to Daughter Island approximately every year. Although the time is not fixed, there has never been a record of more than 1 year between two times, and there are still 7 months before the time of 1 year. In other words, even if Hancock is secretly taken away, just blocking the phone bug signal in the Daughter's Island area is enough to keep the Alliance from knowing the situation in Daughter's Island for 7 months. According to Vegapunk's estimates, the technology of transforming people has matured, and it only takes 5 months to complete the transformation of a normal person. As for the Yixin dojo in Shimotsuki village, the interval between Linley and Linley is even longer. According to past records, he only goes there once every 2 years. However, as the 2 years are approaching, there is a risk of encountering Linley and not suitable for starting. In that case, without further ado, take down Hancock first. The figure in the darkness said in a low voice. Hancock is just the beginning, and it's an attempt. If it succeeds, the next goal, besides the daughter of the owner of the Ishindo Gymnasium in Shimotsuki village, others will focus on the body of the former Marine Rear Admiral Guillaume, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, Shiji. Quote, of course, 5 months is still too long. Unless Vegapunk can improve the artificial human technology, Guillaume and Smoothie will have a hard time getting a chance. In addition, this action should not be publicized, so that the members lurking in Daughter's Island secretly led Vice Admiral Hancock to Daughter's Island. Even in the Amazon Kingdom, it is only believed that the king is traveling, not being taken away. Everything must be seamless. Yes, 255 the so-called artificial human project. When the Alliance brought New World into its sphere of influence, but the world government chose to remain indifferent for some purpose. It is doomed that unless one of the two parties is determined to completely eradicate the other party, all secret measures will not be excessive. In order to prevent the gun from being fired, the situation will become out of control. The world government is like this. Allies are even more so. Therefore, in a short period of time, there is no possibility of a large-scale war. The secret confrontation will be intelligence warfare, infiltration warfare and even economic warfare. Only in the world of pirates. The latter is only a kind of vassal to a certain extent, and it is difficult to play a decisive role. After all, this world is always a world of force. Intelligence warfare and infiltration warfare are naturally indispensable. It's not just the world government doing this. When the League put everything on track, it also did a lot of work in this regard. Infiltration warfare means placing spies on the opponent to prepare for the complete elimination of the opponent in the future. For example, Linley used the sound confusing skill to control a large number of people from the very beginning. Marine, Celestial Dragons, and CP organizations all have them. It can be said that Linley alone contributed half of the Alliance's infiltration mission. Where there is osmosis, there is naturally reverse osmosis. All in all, for the two sides, there are very few direct conflicts on the surface, but the confrontation in the dark has never stopped. After all, the world government has existed for hundreds of years. Whether it is in terms of organizational structure or work process, it has advantages that the Alliance cannot match for the time being. For example, when the head of CP-0-0 ordered the secret capture of Hancock, the new Empress of the Amazon Kingdom on Daughter Island. Various departments affiliated to the world government have begun to take action in full swing. Perhaps many departments do not know the purpose of this coordinated operation. But it doesn't affect performance at all. It is no exaggeration to say that when the person in charge of CP-0 gives the order, after completing the mission, how to secretly move Hancock to the secret base, as well as the details of the materials and steps required for the transformation of the robot, have all been prepared. However, as it happens, in the past 5 years, many members of the CP organization have been promoted to peripheral members of CP-0. Although not an official member, the target of this operation is Daughter Island. Even without knowing that the ultimate goal is to capture the new Empress Hancock. But this information secretly reached Linley's ears. At the same time, Linley in Windmill Town, Goa Kingdom, East Blue, fell into deep thought after receiving this news. Hello, oh, is there any action at last? According to the analysis, is Hancock the most likely target? The more specific purpose is temporarily unknown. But where did Vegapunk end up? Okay, I get it. The latter message is information from Vegapunk. The specific content of the information is the plan to transform people. Speaking of this plan, Linley didn't just learn about it now. When the Vegapunk project was initially established under the order of the world government, Lin Fu had already received the news. It's just that it didn't pay attention at first. After all, the world government requires Vegapunk to study many projects. Projects like the Peacemaker in the original book, and even the Seraph project, are already on the horizon. But Linley now thinks back to the Artificial Man project, but feels a little weird. The so-called Artificial Man does not mean transforming normal people into half-human, half-machine, or transforming them into fighting weapons, like pacifists. The essence lies in control. Control your brain, control your mind. Therefore, judging from the experimental results of Vegapunk, the people who have undergone the human transformation plan actually look, even completely, the same as normal people. The difference between before and after transformation is that after transformation, if the device in the brain is activated, thinking and actions will be controlled, and the level of control will be different according to the authority of the controller. So, who is CP0 targeting? Hancock. With almost no guesswork, Linley came up with the answer. In the entire Daughter Island, he is Hancock in the end. And if it's a plan to transform someone from Daughter's Island, Hancock is undoubtedly the most suitable. It's about time. A few years ago, Lin Yong actually considered the safety of Daughter Island. After all, Daughter Island is too close to Marine headquarters, Eni's lobby, and Impel Down, even if it is in the Calm Belt. Once the world government wants to attack Daughter Island, the latter will have difficulty resisting. Asking for flowers. After all, the alliance is in New World. Once the world government attacks Daughter's Island, it will be somewhat beyond its reach. In the original book, because of Rayleigh's relationship, the world government is somewhat scrupulous. But now it is different. Regarding this issue, it is not that Linley has not considered moving Daughter Island into New World. It's just that the king of Daughter Island was not Hancock after all. She was still the crown prince at that time. For this question, the former empress directly refused. I don't think Daughter Island is anyone's subsidiary, and I have adapted to the sea area of Calm Belt, so I can't leave my homeland. Linley didn't force it either. It's just that now with Hancock's ascendancy, coupled with the upcoming plot of CP0, moving Daughter Island into New World will usher in an opportunity. 0. After hanging up the phone, Linley realized that his trip to Windmill Town was coming to an end. In the past few days, because of following the principle of letting nature take its course, Wong Luffy did not interfere with eating the Nika fruit, nor did he just find a reason to fix Shanks. Now it seems that it is impossible to let nature take its course. Did you get along so well with the Red Hair Pirates after a few days' absence? I didn't expect that the guy who won many times with Mihawk is you. Never, and also sensed a strong aura in the mountains not far from Windmill Town. Obviously at the beginning, Wong Luffy was full of hostility towards the Red Hair Pirates. It's only been a few days, but it's blue like paint. Let me join. Don't want. Take a closer look. Isn't Wong Luffy begging Shanks to join the Red Hair Pirates? Just didn't meet him face to face. If Linley expected it to be correct, it was probably Garp's breath who was on vacation. But this has nothing to do with Linley, walked into the tavern and said directly to Shanks. In the past few days, he didn't stay in the tavern every day, but his footprints, or the trajectory of his flight, spread all over the entire kingdom of Goa. Shanks, parting is imminent, but I have to test how much weight you have. Then, let me join. Just as I walked to the door of the tavern, I heard a commotion from inside. Linley came to the tavern in Windmill Town again. 256 Whip Shanks. Quote. As soon as Linley said this, everyone in the Red Hair Pirates in the tavern was stunned. What's the fuss about this? From Linley's point of view, this is planning to leave. Before leaving, beat up Shanks as a parting gift. Shanks' face is almost green. During this period of time, as long as Linley was present, one of the Red Hair Pirates counted as one, and they all behaved honestly. Didn't expect to come to the end, still can't escape this catastrophe. Try a few caddies. What's the difference between this and come here? Lousy is going to beat you up. Logically speaking, although Linley was on the Moby DK, he felt so oppressive that Whitebeard and Jabba were helpless. They could only watch Marco being taken away, but that time wasn't Linley's real challenge. He has also hardly seen Lin, 230, Lay make a move. Those who don't know are naturally fearless. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. What's more, in the past few years, his progress can be said to be by leaps and bounds, and it has long been different from before. Be more confident in yourself. However, in these years, through the eagle eye, which looks like an enemy or a friend, he has learned all the information about Linley's strength. Hawkeye had this to say about Linley. Bottomless, unrivaled, and he has played against Hawkeye many times, and each time it is a dead end. Knowing Hawkeye better, I know that he is not a complimenter. Such people give such horrible evaluations. He wouldn't be Shanks if he didn't understand the weight of it. Can I say no? Shanks smiled wryly, recalling that I have formed a pirate group and recruited partners for so many years. No matter what challenges you face, you will accept them with a smile. Except for being tied with Hawkeye, he has basically never been deflated. Now facing the existence of Linley who looks up to the mountains. He has no nets to fight with at all, even if it's just a simple exchange. None. After all, who wants to seek abuse when they have nothing to do? But he couldn't control the matter, only Linley said with a faint smile. It is reported that Mihawk is about to practice a black sword, becoming the second person in history to practice a black sword besides Shimotsuki Ryoma, the Wano-kuni sword master. And in terms of swordsmanship, it is not far from Dacheng in reaching the top of the world. It stands to reason that you, who have been tied with him all the time, should have the strength to match. It's a pity, what I saw this time is very disappointing. Now you are too weak. Redhead's weak, of course not weak. Looking at the alliance, there are only a few dozens of people who can fight against him without losing. But for Linley, now that he met him, seeing that he didn't even master the tyranny, how could he bear it? And maybe it's because he's younger than Hawkeye. The explosive period of Red Hair's strength came later than Hawkeye's. So, following the tie with Shanks a year ago. During this year, as far as Linley knew, Hawkeye's strength had improved rapidly, and he was getting closer and closer to the world's #1 swordsman in the original book. On the other hand, Redhead's. Although it won't take long, Shanks will definitely grow up. But since Linley met him, why doesn't Tien learn from the teacher of Shuedu? This Mihawk guy, is he improving so fast? Hearing the news from Hawkeye, Shanks was clearly in disbelief. A year ago, when he played against Hawkeye, each had their own strengths, but the final strength was almost the same. In terms of armed color and sword skills, he is slightly inferior. The color of knowledge is almost the same, and he relied on Conquerors to influence Hawkeye's knowledge, thus gaining an advantage in knowledge, and then tied with it. But now the eagle-eyed swordsmanship is about to become great, and the armed color is even more important. Great breakthrough. Practicing a black knife means that the armed color will reach the top of the world. Then his disadvantage becomes even greater. Even as in the past, through Conqueror's influence the color of knowledge, so as to gain an advantage in the color of knowledge. I'm afraid it's hard to avoid falling into an absolute disadvantage. Speaking of which, fighting against a weak person is actually meaningless. Linley said calmly, but Hawkeye and I are invincible, since it is rare to have an opponent who can stand shoulder to shoulder. It's rare to meet him, but I don't want his opponent to fall too far behind. Although Linley said what he said, he was full of disdain for Shanks' strength. But everyone present, except Yuta and Wong Luffy, knew what he said was the truth. However, Yuta was unhappy after hearing this. Stop looking down on Shanks, he's strong. Even in her heart, it is not an exaggeration to call it the strongest. After all, he is his adoptive father. And Wong Luffy is also full of confidence in Shanks after getting along with him in the past few days, so he also frowned and shouted. Shanks, show him how good you are. Shanks looked helpless. No matter how strong he is, can he compare with the strongest in the world? Just as he was about to say something, he heard a commotion coming from the entrance of the tavern. Creak. I saw a group of arrogant and domineering guys pushing open the door of the tavern and barging in. Seeing Linley standing at the door, he said rather bluntly, "Hey, a good dog doesn't get in the way, get the hell out of here. I delayed Lousy's drinking, can you afford the responsibility?" As he spoke, one of them took a step forward and pushed Linley's back. Seeing this scene, everyone in Guk's Red Hair Pirates was stunned. Do these guys know who they're talking to? Are you still moving your hands? Are you afraid that you think your life is too long? Linley doesn't care what Shanks thinks, just mentioning Hawkeye, it's just to stimulate the red hair and hold on to him for a longer time. What just happened is that, logically speaking, anyone who owns Conquerors, as long as they can freely control it, can do it. Next second, I saw that wherever they looked, the bandits rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Shanks was stunned. Plop plop, then it didn't exceed their expectations. 1.8. Linley turned around slightly and glanced at the group of people. I'll wait for you outside. Originally, he wanted to wipe out the minions directly, but suddenly changed his mind. The Bandit King. Glance. If he didn't know about this group of bandits, it would have something to do with Wong Luffy's growth. Can't sense the release of Conquerors. Miases of Conquerors. Then it's not the same thing at all. I'm afraid that a face-to-face meeting will cause the world to evaporate. 257 Empress going to sea. I wish you all a happy new year. Daughter Island Shore. Perfume Snake. Two huge cyan snakes spit out long letters, and turned their heads to look at the kings and subjects of the Amazon Lily Kingdom on the shore. The pupils that are not dull seem to say that everything is ready to sail at any time. On the shore, Hancock, the new king of Amazon Lily Kingdom, is waving goodbye to his subjects. Hancock, who is the king, is also the captain of the 9 snake pirates. On weekdays, he is not only responsible for managing the affairs of the kingdom. It also takes into account the command of the 9 snake pirates, the most elite force in the kingdom. The Kuja pirates are not like other pirates. The purpose of other pirate groups is quite clear, either to go out to sea, rob houses, and seek ill-gotten gains. Either to find the treasure of One Piece King Roger, or to occupy a certain island and become a site of power. The original intention of the establishment of the 9 snake pirates was to protect Daughter Island. It is necessary to show the military power of Daughter Island to the world in a timely manner, and it can be regarded as a deterrent to those with malicious intentions. And today is the day when the 9 snake pirates go to sea every once in a while. It was also the day when the new King Hancock sailed for the first time as king and captain. So in addition to the original patrol in a specific area, at the suggestion of some ministers, the Kuja pirates will sail on the first half of the Grand Line for a week. Announce to the world the news that Daughter Island has changed ownership. The time is estimated to be a few months to less than half a year. When my concubine is not around, please take more care. Hancock saluted the former empress. Don't worry, Hancock, when you're not here, I will leave everything at home to me. Just one thing to remind you again, since you are sailing in the name of the 9 snake pirates, don't enter New World and contact the Alliance. Daughter Island is too close to the world government. If the world government learns that we have colluded with the Alliance, the Little Calm Belt will not be able to stop Marine and CP organization. The ex-distress exhorted with a serious face. I know, don't worry. Anyway, after returning from the sea trip this time, it will be the day when Linley Big Brother comes to Daughter's Island. I will not cause trouble before then. It's good that you know it in your heart. Be careful all the way, be careful. Well, the concubine knows. After bidding farewell to the former empress, Hancock boarded the Perfume Snake with the 2 sisters and a group of elite warriors from the kingdom. Among the group of elite warriors, a black-haired and burly woman had a flash in her eyes, and an entreating smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. As the Perfume Snake gradually departed from Daughter Island, it sailed towards the upcoming route. Outside the Calm Belt, a ship that neither hoists a pirate flag, nor any flags that indicate its identity, and its hull has no distinctive features, and its history cannot be seen, is sailing towards the established route of the Perfume Snake. In half a day, there will be. On the other side, facing Linley, he wants to try Shanks' request. The latter has absolutely no room for rejection. They had no choice but to follow Linley out of the tavern and came to an open space suitable for fighting. In a blink of an eye, the two handed over. The sound of slashing vertically and horizontally, and the sharp sword energy, can be heard for a while. However, from the very beginning, Linley only defended and did not attack, with his hands on his back, and he didn't even raise the sword at his waist. For this, Shanks has no dissatisfaction at all, and he doesn't feel that Linley is insulting him. It was pretty much all out from the start. In his hands, Griffin became pitch black, slashing continuously, as if he wanted to put Linley to death. It's a pity that even though Linley didn't use silent displacement, he could easily dodge all of Shanks' attacks by virtue of his own speed. When the interest comes, he waved his hand casually, and the slash that would be fatal to others is like a ladle of clear water, which disappears with one easy swipe. Such a powerful attack can be easily crushed with your hands. Yuta frowned. With her eyesight, she could actually only see two shadows. What is clearly visible is only the powerful slashing strikes. But in her opinion, such a powerful slash was crushed so easily. The strengths of the two sides are not in the same dimension at all. The strongest man in the world, so amazing. Wong Luffy's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Is he a pirate too? Well, strictly speaking, he should be considered 10 pirates. Yasop thought for a while and replied, even though Linley is now the leader of the Alliance, he is the most powerful person in this world after the 5 elders. But the essence of the Alliance is still pirates. Then I want to be a pirate like him too. Hearing this, everyone in the Red Hair Pirates immediately recovered from their horror, looked at each other, but said nothing. It's easy to say you want to be a pirate. You can become a pirate like Linley. Let's go to sleep, don't dream. It's simply impossible. It's just that everyone in Red Hair Pirates doesn't know how to compete with a child, so naturally they don't say much. Hoo. The camera pans to Shanks, who was attacking Linley with all his strength. The series of attacks from the beginning to the present did not pose even the slightest threat to Linley. Even Shanks is starting to gasp. That's it, Shanks, didn't you eat 610? Your armed color and knowledgeable color are completely rookie level. Also, I heard that you also own Conquerors, don't you know even the most basic applications? Kang, I saw 2 fingers clamping Griffin tightly. No matter how hard Shanks tried, he didn't move. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Listening to Linley's disdainful words, Shanks though knew from the start that he was no match. But he didn't expect that Griffin, who was covered with armed colors, could be pinched with 2 fingers, but he was helpless. Show you how Conquerors works. Due to the rush of time, Linley didn't give Shanks the time to comprehend. Instead, he used the Conqueror's technique roughly in front of Shanks. And also slowly, lest Shanks didn't see it. Just when he was pointing Shanks around, there was Mount Gulpa not far from Windmill Town. A black-haired middle-aged man pouted leisurely, walking towards the direction of Windmill Town. I heard from Dayton, that kid Luffy has gone to Windmill Town. It's so worrying. Let him taste the iron fist of Grandpa's love, by the way. Be sure to set up your determination to join the Marine in the future. P.S. I wish you all a happy new year, and get rich in 2023. 258, 100 times the return, ghosts and gods dominate the territory. Zarazla. Dark red lightning emerged from the 2 fingers holding Griffin. Shanks, who was holding a knife in both hands, only felt his arms go numb. Accompanied by the dark red lightning all over every corner of Griffin. Shanks couldn't hold it anymore, as if he had been hit hard, he flew backwards straight away. As this, the Conqueror's winding technique that Captain Roger also mastered back then. Shanks, who barely stood still, couldn't help but have a dignified face. While dignified, recalling the exploration of Conquerors once, his eyes burst out with light unconsciously. Linley's demonstration, so close. With the genius of Shanks, it is impossible to be completely unaware. Ding. While thinking about it, Griffin was thrown out of Linley's 2 fingers and landed at Shanks' feet accurately. Just listen to Linley with a faint smile. Kaido once said that in this world, only Hawkeye can surpass everything. And when he said Hawkeye, he meant more Conquerors. Since you don't even master Conqueror's most basic combat skills, you are not good enough to teach the current Hawkeye. Shanks was silent. He knew Linley was telling the truth. But there is no depression in my heart. On the contrary, it is full of hope. Certainly, if Hawkeye is really like what Linley said, he is about to become a black sword, and his swordsmanship is about to become great. And if he doesn't change, then once he fights against him again, the ending of the tie will be rewritten. But for the 26-year-old him, in fact, whether it is the color of knowledge or the color of arms, he has been promoted to a high level. At this age, it can be said that he is not strong enough to achieve such achievements in the field of 2-color hockey. But who asked him to compare all the talents in this sea? Like Hawkeye, that's it. Without the appearance of Linley, he would definitely become the world's #1 swordsman. And he is 2 years older than Shanks, the period of strength explosion will only come earlier. Certainly, if Shanks followed the growth trajectory in the original book, at the age of 31, he would have real imperial strength and become one of the 4 emperors of New World. Also the youngest 4 emperors. But now with the Alliance's status in New World, it is no longer possible for the title of 4 emperors to appear again. In other words, Shanks' original trajectory of fate has changed. Therefore, Linley decided to take advantage of this trip, while the contract King Luffy spurs Shanks in advance. At least, let him master Conqueror's winding earlier. What is the purpose of this guy? Shanks looked at Linley with a hint of doubt. As smart as he is, he can naturally see that Linley has no hostility towards him and the Red Hair Pirates. and the disdain in words. It also gave him a vague feeling of being pointed, at least in front of him just now, so, slowly, displaying domineering, it is definitely a clear instruction. Even the red hair pirates don't want to be enemies of the Alliance, but we have our purpose. In the final analysis, once that person appears in the end, friend. Could it be, really just as Linley said, he didn't want his friend Hawkeye's opponent to be vulnerable, so he chose to give advice. Other than that, he couldn't think of a second possibility. While Shanks was still deep in thought, Linley who was opposite him was not idle. A figure flashed and appeared beside Shanks. Still, it's not a silent displacement, but pure physical speed. Kang. Seeing this, Shanks had no choice but to quickly recover from his contemplation and slashed towards Linley who was on the side. Conqueror's winding. Maybe that's what it feels like. The griffin who slashed towards Linley began to emit traces of dark red lightning, which undoubtedly made Linley's eyes light up. That is, the red hair pirates who were watching the battle from a distance saw this scene, and they all beamed with joy. Shanks recently fumbled for the Conqueror's Hawkeye's entanglement technique. Has it finally succeeded in the face of such a strong enemy? Confidence in Shanks, though, remains limited. But for Shanks, progress, no one is not happy. Swish swish swish. For a moment, Griffin seemed to turn into a phantom, and kept slashing at Linley, accompanied by the slightest trace at the beginning, and the dark red lightning that exploded more and more at the end. In a blink of an eye, Shanks made at least dozens of cuts. One after another, the dark red lightning exploded more and more. As expected of Shanks, Linley sighed in his heart. It seems that even if I don't push myself a bit today, Shanks will be able to master the bully in a short time. It's no wonder that in the original book, in addition to the tyranny, it also mastered the ultra-long-distance shock, knowledge-killing, and the legendary tyrant's territory. It can be called the strongest conquerors of One Piece world. Of course, the strongest one, which has not been officially certified, may not be the real fishiest one. But judging from the demonstrated strength, in the application of conquerors, even if there are people who can match it, I am afraid that there are not many. Realizing that Shanks has easily mastered the tangle, Linley didn't go beyond his expectations. The system beeps one after another. Contract target Shanks, comprehend Conqueror's entanglement, return 100 times. Ghosts and Gods Conqueror's tyrant's territory. Before I leave, let you experience what Conqueror's advanced application is, demon. Thinking of this, I have cut off the idea of continuing to push, and said to Shanks in a deep voice. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no reason to stay here any longer. It's just that I hope that Nika will be sure, and there will be no accidents. That's a higher quality Conqueror's Hawkeye than ordinary Conquerors. As he said that, he ran impatiently towards the direction of the Conqueror's transmission. It's not bad. Only after you have realized how domineering are you, can you continue to compete with Hawkeye. At the same time, Garp, who came to Windmill Town, felt the extremely powerful conquerors appearing in the town, and his face changed drastically. The only person who has mastered it so far is Rox, the overlord who tried to dominate the world many years ago. Not good. Luffy must be fine. Only now is not the time to grope. Now, Linley got this kind of conquerors from the return. Saying that, the tyrant's territory spread from him in all directions. I don't know whether the ghost god conquerors or the demon god conquerors is stronger, Zhao or weaker. What kind of strong man will come to this small place like Wind Town? Ghost conquerors. This kind of conquerors, perhaps for ordinary people, does not know what it is. Only among the strong, can we know the meaning of ghosts and gods conquerors. 259 Wong Luffy becomes a landlubber. Let me join. In the tavern, Wong Luffy's begging remained the same. Don't want. Shanks held the wine glass and refused again with a smile on his face. After Linley left, the group of red hair pirates happily returned to the tavern. At least Shanks himself is happy. Although people used words to underestimate a wave. But his confidence will not be affected at all. So I realized the application of conquerors in battle. Conqueror's Twine. In addition, before Linley left Windmill Town, he also experienced Conqueror's higher level applications. This wave is simply lucrative. The territory of the Overlord. Stewing the wine in the glass in one gulp, Shanks ignored Wong Luffy and became thoughtful. He clearly remembered that when Linley released the Overlord territory, his whole body felt as if he had fallen into the water, and he only felt icy cold, as if even moving was a luxury. Even if it has been separated from the territory of the Overlord. That cold feeling is still vivid in my mind. Apart from the bone-piercing cold feeling, what frightened him the most was the feeling of his own spirit, which was constantly being impacted at that time. An extremely domineering will unexpectedly made him have the urge to surrender on the spot. If it wasn't for the subconscious, reactive release of conquerors, and the entanglement of armed resistance, I'm afraid it would be difficult to even move. Not to mention that Linley was just releasing, not 413 attacking him. In the territory of the Overlord, if you don't have conquerors, or the armed color is not strong enough, I'm afraid. His strength has become more and more unpredictable. With this in mind, Shanks not only had some doubts about his persistence. Linley is not Joey Poe, not the man Captain Roger said he was. That's for sure. Is what Captain Roger said must be correct. At least in terms of strength, Roger's achievements, compared to Linley's, are worlds apart. With Roger's strength, Shanks thinks that he still has the hope of catching up with, or even surpassing, but what about Linley? No, absolutely not. Is the prophecy that Captain Roger learned from Raftel true or false? Could the man he's talking about really be a match for Linley? If not, how about changing the world? In Shanks' view, in order to change the world, when the Alliance has not dominated New World, it is necessary to unite all the forces that can be united under the leadership of that person, and then overthrow the world government and bring real freedom to the world. But now there is one more alliance, which means that if you want to change the world, you have to overthrow the alliance at the same time. This kind of thing, no matter how you think about it, it's impossible. How good would it be if Linley was Joey Poe? Then Shanks will not feel that the possibility of the prophecy coming true is getting slimmer. What the hell? Seeing that Shanks rejected him, he stopped paying attention to himself. Wong Luffy pouted, with a very dissatisfied expression. If it wasn't for that guy Linley walking fast, he even wanted to find Linley to join that alliance. It's still interesting to be a pirate, so don't be a marine. Wong Luffy muttered something, grabbed Shanks' arm persistently, and shouted. Hey, Shanks, let me join you. Shanks may have been too deep in thought to hear what Wong Luffy said, and the latter immediately shifted his target. Yaso, let me join you. Well, this kind of thing requires the captain's consent. It's useless if you ask us. Snort. After listening, Wong Luffy snorted in dissatisfaction, ran to the sidebar and sat down angrily, feeling bad all over. This guy is just a child. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Yasopp and the red hair pirates beside him burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter, Wong Luffy was undoubtedly even more unhappy. Hey, what's in this box? Having nothing to do for a while, and temporarily ignoring Shanks and others, Wong Luffy had to compete with the box in front of him. Sitting on a table, dangling little feet dangling back and forth, Yuta, who was so boring, didn't want to pay attention to Wong Luffy at first. After all, such an annoying guy, after joining CDFF, Red Hair Pirates, wouldn't he see it every day? So when Wong Luffy proposed to join at the beginning, her reaction was bigger than that of Shanks, and she directly refused. Whoever thought that this annoying guy is really annoying enough? He was obviously rejected, but he still had the cheek to ask again and again. She asked so tirelessly that she didn't want to pay attention to him in the end. All in all, this guy must not be allowed to join. And that guy, she thought of Linley who stayed in Windmill Town not long ago. According to Shanks, the guy is only 20 years old, and he has achieved such a great result, it's really amazing. And he looks so handsome. Thinking of this, she turned to look at Shanks. Well, much handsomer than Shanks. Although Shanks is her adoptive father. But she's always been blunt about everything. Just as she was remembering Linley's appearance like Shanks, she saw Wong Luffy opening the box that even she couldn't touch. Ah, what a daring BD. Yuta exclaimed, his face instantly became dissatisfied, and he walked towards the King Luffy aggressively. Hey, brat, don't move that box. What do you do with a piece of fruit in the box? However, after Wong Luffy opened the box, he saw a fruit in it, so he took it out involuntarily. Hearing Yuta's scolding, he was already angry, and he yelled in dissatisfaction. Just move and move. As he spoke, he actually stuffed the fruit in his hand into his mouth. Woo, when the fruit entered his mouth, his face almost turned green. That fruit was surprisingly unpalatable. If it weren't for not wanting to admit defeat in front of Yuta, he would almost spit it out. Brat, how dare you eat something that even I can't? Quote. Yuta's exclamation immediately attracted the attention of Shanks et al. When his eyes moved to the open box, the whole person jumped up like a cannonball, jumped in front of Wong Luffy, and his face changed drastically. Luffy, did you eat the fruit in it? Ah, it's so unpalatable. No wonder you have to pack it in a box. It turns out that the fruit is broken. Water, fruit. Shanks slapped Wong Luffy on the head, dumbfounded. That's devil fruit. From now on, you will become a landlubber, and you will never be able to swim again. What? Wow. Wong Luffy stared, almost crying. Can't swim. How can he be a pirate? Creak. At this moment, the door of the tavern was opened, and Garp walked in with a heavy face. Luffy, you are here. Hey, isn't this the kid on Roger's boat? 260 makeup fruit. Imminent danger. The perfumed snake of the 9 snake pirates is expected to enter this sea area in 30 minutes. My lord, are you sure you want to do it yourself this time? On a ship with no history, several masked CP-0s looked at the middle-aged man standing at the bow. The reason why I ask this question is because if Hancock is captured, the leader will do it himself, which is somewhat overkill. No one knows the true strength of the leader of CP-0. In other words, no one has ever seen him make a move in person. Everyone who has seen it, all of them are no longer in this world. In fact, CP-0s have also analyzed it in private. The result of the analysis is that the strength of the leader is at least not inferior to Marine Admiral Sengoku or Marine Hero Garp. As with the latter, the boss is not a demon fruit power, but a pure physicist. With the cultivation base of Marine 6 styles, it can be said that he has reached an extreme state. In contrast to Hancock, for CP-0, even if Hancock is the new king of Daughter Island, he is still not too threatening. Not to mention that the leader took action himself, just the members of CPO are enough to deal with it. This operation must not be missed. This is related to the layout of the Alliance, and it has a far-reaching impact. What's more, anyone who has had contact with that guy from the Alliance should not be underestimated. Understood. Hearing this, CP-0s nodded respectfully. Although according to the information, Hancock's strength is only so. Comparing Marine's strength, It is only at the level of the elite vice admiral, but no one can guarantee that the man who claimed to be the strongest at the time did not leave any hands for his woman. The leader's concerns is correct. Stussy, is everything ready? The middle-aged man looked back at the only blonde woman in CPO who was not wearing it. Lalalo, my lord, please don't worry, the makeup fruit, although it has been developed for a short time, has been able to match the fake with the real one. I believe it is impossible to see the difference in speed just by the people in Daughter Island. Stussy covered his mouth and laughed. That gesture was quite similar to Hancock's. That's good. Stussy's voice changed and became exactly the same as Hancock. My concubine is very confident about this. Originally, as the #1 successful product of the cloning experiment, you shouldn't just eat this cosmetic fruit. It's a pity that other than you, other clones don't always perform this task. It's okay, my lord, the makeup is fruity, and I like it very much. That's good. Hearing this, the middle-aged man finally stopped talking, looking quietly at the sea level ahead. Half an hour later, Perfume Snake, Your Majesty, a ship of unknown origin was found ahead, do you want to drive it away? A 9-snake warrior came to the luxurious cabin, knelt in front of Hancock, and reported respectfully. Well, it has nothing to do with others, so I ordered them not to get in the way. Shanks leaned on the recliner, waved his hands, and seemed to have gotten used to it, and didn't care about it. It's just that her complexion is not good at the moment, her cheeks are flushed, and her face is melancholy. Yes. After the 9-snake warrior left, the guard beside Hancock said worriedly. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Why did you feel wrong from the moment you got on the boat? Could it be that, as Gloriosa said, your lovesickness has fallen again? Quote. Hancock covered his face with his hands, his tone seemed rather uncomfortable. Although I know that Linley Big Brother will come to Daughter's Island to visit my concubine after the first half of my Grand Line tour, but there is still half a year. It's really hard, every day feels like a year has passed. The guard looked embarrassed, and didn't know what to say for a moment. But seeing Her Majesty getting more and more uncomfortable, thinking of a way to relieve lovesickness, she reminded. Didn't you bring Linley's photo? Take it out and have a look, maybe it can alleviate the symptoms. It seems that the concubine is sick and confused. As he said that, Hancock carefully took out a photo from his arms, as if he was taking out some treasure. In the photo, the slightly youthful self is nestled in the arms of the handsome figure, with a happy smile on his face. I really miss Linley Big Brother. Now that my concubine has become an empress, maybe it's time to convince those stubborn old guys to move Daughter Island into New World. Otherwise, we'll make Linley Big Brother worry. Listening to Her Majesty the Empress talking to herself, the guard looked helpless. This matter, in fact, it was already mentioned before Her Majesty the Empress ascended the throne. It's a pity that she was sternly rejected by the former Empress. In her opinion, she is not in favor of moving Daughter Island into New World. After all, a golden nest and a silver nest are not as good as your own doghouse. Although it is a common saying, but the land of hometown, can you do it? Unless, the entire Daughter Island can be relocated to New World. But, such a thing should be impossible, right? A 9-snake warrior rushed in and said anxiously. We have tried to snipe, but all have been neutralized. That ship is about to board us. The guard obviously didn't know that even if she could do what she wanted, the former Empress still refused. Finally, there were some interesting things that diverted Hancock's thoughts, and her spirit recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The figure above is clearly visible. 0. It's bad. That ship of unknown origin is approaching our Perfume Snake. We are in the Alliance. See your ship, come and see you. Let this concubine see who is so closed-eyed. What courage. Just when Hancock was staring at the photo with burning eyes, he was about to be immersed in it. I saw a ship of unknown origin, which was already very close to the Perfume Snake. You are His Majesty Hancock. Because the sea area here is not New World, we need to be more cautious in our actions. It is not good to use the banner of the Alliance to avoid disputes. Please forgive me. Oh, Confederates, said, under the swimming of Salome, Hancock's pet boa constrictor. Hancock came to the bow of the Perfume Snake. Hearing this, Hancock frowned and relaxed 5 times. When the two ships were completely parallel, a person stepped out of the unknown ship and jumped onto the Perfume Snake, and said respectfully to Hancock. 261 Hancock who loves the brain. Because the Alliance and the world government have been in a state of internal tightness and external looseness in recent years. Since he is a mortal enemy, he can't wait for the other party to be destroyed immediately. At the same time, to some extent, it is also a business partner. Because it continued the secret seastone business between the Beast's pirates and the world government, there has always been back and forth. Therefore, vaguely, the two sides reached an unwritten consensus. That is, the latter ships will not enter the New World openly, so as not to cause some unnecessary disputes. At least an unnecessary dispute for now, and the former is basically the same. Therefore, even if the members of the Alliance enter the Grand Line or other sea areas except New World, the flag of the Alliance has never been flown, or the logo of the Alliance has been seldom displayed on the ships. Of course, there are also factors in which the Alliance rarely enters other sea areas. Except for the secret business of 353. Like Linley, naturally, he will not hide it wherever he goes. He is upright, and it is not the first time that Hancock has encountered a situation. In these years, apart from going to Daughter Island personally, Linley also secretly arranged for people to deliver some supplies. It can be regarded as improving the life of Daughter Island. After all, apart from Linley's personal factors, Daughter's Island is also a member of the Alliance to some extent. So when Hancock heard the other party's explanation, maybe it was because he didn't have enough experience in the sea, or he had confidence in his own strength, so he believed it without hesitation. Yes, this time I came to the Grand Line. In addition to delivering a batch of supplies to trade with partners, I also brought you a gift prepared by Your Excellency Linley. Since I happen to meet Her Majesty the Empress, if you don't mind, please board the ship and take a look. Oh, a gift from Linley, big brother. Upon hearing this, Hancock completely put away his little vigilance and nodded without hesitation. Take my concubine to have a look. Your Majesty, why are you in such a hurry? Wouldn't it be better to let them move to our perfume snake? Suggested the guard next to Hancock. No need, since it's a gift from Linley, big brother, I don't want to wait a second longer. As he spoke, he jumped onto the ship of unknown origin, without hesitation. The guards beside Hancock and the 9-snake warrior behind him wanted to dissuade him. But when I think about Hancock's strength, if the other party is really weird, what kind of evil will he really have? If Her Majesty the Empress loses, even if they are present, the result will be the same, so there will be no further dissuasion. On Daughter Island, besides the former Empress, His Majesty Hancock is the strongest. Seeing Hancock's cooperation, even CP0, who had made various plans in mind, couldn't help being stunned. He didn't expect things to develop so smoothly. After all, it has been done long ago. Even if the entire perfume snake is captured, it will not hesitate to prepare. And because of the suggestion of CP0 lurking into Daughter's Island, Hancock's time to go to sea this time just extended to match the time required by the artificial man plan. In this way, even if the perfume snake is captured, the people on Daughter Island will not be afraid of the anomaly. Moreover, the leader personally took action, even if Linley had any backhands on Hancock's body. After all, I was not there. It can be said that everything was planned seamlessly. But the plan had just begun, and it went so smoothly, which he never expected. With good professionalism, he reacted quickly, jumped back to his boat, and led the way for Hancock. Your Majesty, Dao Ching. Hancock nodded and glanced at the crew on board. All of them were dressed in pavement, and they couldn't tell they were members of the Alliance at all, and they didn't suspect him. Under the leadership of that CP0, they couldn't wait to follow him into the huge cabin. Please. The moment Hancock enters the cabin, several disguised CP0s standing outside the cabin looked at each other. One of them turned his back on the perfume snake, took out a square device from his arms, and pressed the button in the middle. This is a noise reduction device. Once activated, no sound will come from the cabin no matter how loud the movement is. And the devices that realize all of this are covered by some goods outside the cabin, so from a distance, there is no abnormality at all. At this point in the cabin, Hancock was led to a large box. In the cabin, there were already 3 staff members who were moving the cargo. When Hancock walked towards the big box, he moved his feet and came to the entrance of the cabin. Open it. Linley, big brother really misses me from time to time. Hancock clasped his hands together and couldn't wait for Linley's gift for her. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress. The CP0 who brought Hancock into the cabin saw Hancock's behavior, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly unconsciously. I thought to myself, the leader is still too cautious after all. Hancock, although her appearance is overwhelming, and she is even vaguely known as the most beautiful woman in the world, but judging from the collected information, she is a complete love brain 7 feet. To deal with this kind of nympho, there's no need. It took a lot of trouble. As long as I get involved with that person, it seems that my brain will be short-circuited. Sure enough, the threat posed by that person is too great. As long as it is related to him, even if there is only a slight overlap, the leader is so cautious. While complaining in his heart, the movements of his hands were not idle. Under Hancock's expectant eyes, he quickly opened the box. Next second, Kacha, a figure flew out of the box quickly, and an invisible shock wave quickly blasted towards the expectant Hancock. Since she had completely let go of her vigilance at this moment, how could she have expected that this was a trap? That invisible shock wave hit Hancock's 1.6 accurately. Boom. Then, almost without resistance, he was blasted into the cargo box behind Hancock. That's how it works. What came out of the box turned out to be a figure exactly the same as Hancock's appearance, even the same clothes. It was Stussy after the makeup fruit was cast. It's too early to say this now. The voice of the leader of CP0 came from the cabin door. As expected, Hancock yelled angrily, coming from the pile of smashed cargo boxes. BD. Wait, how dare you deceive my concubine? The crime is unforgivable, let the concubine die. As soon as the words fell, the extremely powerful conquerors filled every corner of the cabin in an instant. 262 The strength of Igia is beyond your imagination. Except for the leader of CP0, under this powerful conquerors, all the faces of the others changed, and at the same time that the pressure increased sharply, the cold sweat on the forehead couldn't stop flowing down. The strength of this conquerors is totally inconsistent with the information. Even they felt a lot of pressure. You should know, as the strongest CPO in the CP organization, he must have had conquerors resistance training. As long as they are members, all of them have great resistance to conquerors. But now, although unexpected, they are elite agents of the world government after all. With Hancock's conquerors alone, it's hard to stun it straight away. Therefore, After quickly overcoming the discomfort, all CPO members, including Stussy, went down to Hancock together. Take it together. Stussy took the lead. Fly finger pistol. I saw her stretch out a finger, and a small shock wave like a bullet was fired from it. Regardless of its small size, its penetrating power is obviously better than the shock wave that sneaked up just now. And the other CP0s were not idle. Finger pistol finger tiger, Tempest kick Moonblade 23, Tempest kick Guy Bird, super spin iron body Jade, except for the leader of CP0 standing motionless at the door of the cabin. The other four also displayed the moves of Marine 6 styles, or close-up, like a high-speed spinning top, or like a slash, as sharp as a crescent moon, and so on. 5 different attacks appeared before Hancock in the blink of an eye, interrupting her Conqueror's release. Seeing the 5 attacks coming, Hancock just snorted coldly. Igia, never fear an enemy that is several times bigger than myself. As soon as the words fell, Hancock's counterattack followed. The net of captives. She touched her lips lightly with her finger, and instantly a huge pink heart-shaped substance was transformed into a dense giant net, which blocked her body. Kaka, in an instant, any attack that touches this net will be turned into quartz. The ability of the sweet fruit can even petrify an attack. This information is beyond the expectation of CP0. Even the leader of CP0 had a surprised expression on his face. Seeing this, the CP0 who turned into a high-speed spinning top tried his best to stop approaching Hancock. Due to inertial factors, some parts of the body were still touched by the captive net, and those parts began to petrify in an instant. How come? Looking at the petrified shoulder, CP0's expression was horrified. Obviously covering the armed color, unexpectedly. Still petrified. Information is wrong. Hancock usually has hidden powers. Seeing this scene, Stussy's face immediately became serious. Almost the same is true of the rest. Only the face of the leader of CP0 was slightly surprised. He stood motionless, his deep and mysterious pupils were quietly watching Hancock, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hancock sneered and explained why. Because Igia's armed color is above you. This is the reason why this CP0 is still petrified even though it is covered with armed colors. And she has been coached and practiced by Linley over the years. Her strength is naturally not the same as it was 5 years ago. Not only did he fully comprehend the Conqueror's haki, but also developed many different usages in Linley's imagination in terms of the fruit ability. It can be said that after Linley's guidance, as long as you are a normal person, you will grow much faster than before. As soon as the word, Shang, was pronounced, Hancock rushed towards the CP0 whose shoulders began to petrify. Perfume femur, not good. CP0 immediately sensed a huge sense of crisis through his knowledge. Subconsciously trampled on the ground dozens of times at high speed, relying on this huge reaction force, barely escaped the kick that danced lightly like a dance. The disrespectful person, do you hide quite quickly? Hancock kept walking and attacked the CP0 again. The speed of the pursuit, it's even faster than the CP0 with, shaved. Support him. Not far away, Stussy saw that his teammates were about to be chased, and his fingers were like pistols, shooting small shock waves continuously, trying to stop Hancock's pursuit. And the other 3 people were also not idle, using, shaving, to question Hancock all over their bodies. Cut. There were waves of shock waves sniping in front of him, and 3 figures from the side attacked him at the same time. Naturally, it was impossible for Hancock to ignore it and insist on catching up to CP0 at the risk of being besieged, so he turned around and stretched his hands forward at the same time. Fatal temptation. In the blink of an eye, a group of beautiful love bubbles burst out from her palm, facing the 3 people who were besieging her. Tempest kick by Lei, moonwalk hyphenation point road of blades. While counter-attacking continuously, the voice became more and more frosty, piercingly cold. The dense love bubble group collided with various forms of attacks. Deplete her stamina with haki. The leader stands at the door, blocking the only exit, and the walls of the cabin are made of special materials, which are extremely strong, and with the installation of sound insulation devices, it can be said that dealing with Hancock is like catching a turtle in an urn. Hancock still just sneered. As soon as the words fell, a small heart emerged from her palm, and then expanded at an extremely fast speed. It seemed to ignore all kinds of attacks, and was penetrated by various attacks, and it had the tendency to expand to every corner of the cabin. Just like before, when the love bubble shattered, all the attacks that collided with it turned into stones of different shapes. Seeing this, the CP0s frowned one after another, and even the leader of the CP0 put down his hands that were clasping his chest. Kacha kacha kacha. Others responded to his suggestion, speeding up the frequency of long-range attacks. Perhaps because they were afraid of being petrified, except for the CP0 whose petrified area gradually expanded, the other 4 only used long-range attacks and did not approach Hancock. You should never should, just use the name of Linley Big Brother to deceive Igia. There is no need to risk being petrified to forcefully control Hancock. Tempest kick stars. Clap 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 clap. A CP0 shouted. The strength of Igia is beyond your imagination. 263 Who made you the confidant of Lord Linley? The leader of CP0, who lowered his hands, let out a light snort. His face gradually became serious, but his eyes became more and more curious. With his strength, he naturally saw the unusualness of Hancock's move. Even if it is penetrated by various attacks, it is definitely not as insignificant as it seems, and there is no threat. And, it seems that the location they chose to capture Hancock actually helped this move unfold. If not, at the speed of CP0s even if this minister-type love spreads. You can also use the shave in the 6 moves to avoid it in time, so you don't need to guess what kind of danger is in this move. Sure enough, it did not exceed his expectations. When the expanding love almost filled the entire cabin, Hancock, who was confronting waves with the CP0s, clenched his right fist suddenly. The entire giant love heart trembled slightly. #B-U. A great sense of crisis came from the hearts of the 5 CPOs through observation hockey. This feeling, not good, danger. Next second, almost at the same time as the sense of crisis appeared, there were also several sounds like falling into hell. Several CP0s looked down at their feet. Caw caw caw. I don't know when. The feet turned into stones, and the petrification was so fast, it was spreading to the upper limbs at an extremely fast speed. Let's all die for Igia. Only by using your death can you get the forgiveness of the family. With a frosty voice, he hesitated to announce that those who offend Her Majesty the Empress will receive the most ruthless trial. The result of judgment is death. Only now did Stussy fully understand why the leader was so cautious and chose to go out in person. With Hancock's strength, they can't win at all. In other words, if the leader does not come this time, I am afraid that this mission will end in annihilation of the entire army. This is worth mentioning. If the news reaches the Alliance and it is found that it is a conspiracy against Linley and the Alliance, then how violent will it be to retaliate? At the moment when a vague consensus has been reached, this kind of thing is definitely not what the higher authorities want to see. And if this matter is known to Linley, with his character. Fortunately, in the process of her body being petrified and spreading, there was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Perhaps because the leader participated in this operation, the success rate of the mission became infallible. The reason is simple: the strength of the leader, even in the entire world government, is the top group. Even if you have never seen his strength with your own eyes, you can see a thing or two from some information details and even the attitude of the Knights of God towards him. When thinking about it, most of the body has been petrified. Maybe thinking of some guy with a big head and worrying about something. The invisible, almost invisible smile disappeared quickly. As for the other 4 CP0s, their faces changed drastically, and they tried every means to prevent their bodies from being petrified. It's a pity that no matter how they try their best, no matter how they cover their armed forces, they can't stop the trend of petrification spreading. Careless. At the moment when the petrification spread to the top of the head, the 4 CPOs almost had the same idea in their minds, and then they were completely petrified and turned into a stone statue. The awakening moves that Linley Big Brother helped Igia develop, how could you be able to decipher them? Now, you are the only one left. Are you ready to bear the wrath of Igia? Hancock chuckled, and finally looked at the leader of CP0. Because the latter was standing at the entrance of the cabin, just outside the giant love heart, it was not affected, so it was safe and sound. Certainly, even if it is affected, with his strength, it may not necessarily be affected. Bang bang, the sound of clapping hands comes from the leader of CP0. I saw him calmly, ignoring the murderous intent in Hancock's eyes, and talked eloquently. 7 years ago, Her Majesty the Empress was just a slave of the celestial dragons, but now she has a completely new life. At the age of 19, to be able to defeat the 5 members of CP0, I have to say that the strength of Her Majesty the Empress is completely beyond the imagination of the world. And all these changes are because of that man. Because of him, Her Majesty the Empress is reborn and has the current status. Even in terms of strength, under the training of that person, he has improved by leaps and bounds. If you give Her Majesty the Empress a few more years, maybe she won't be your opponent anymore. Unfortunately, in the words, even if the female enemy killed the 5 CPO members except him with one move, she still turned a blind eye. With a polite tone, it seemed that Hancock was not taken seriously at all. CP0. Hancock was stunned for a moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and when he was full of thoughts, he suddenly sneered. You are so clear about Igia's matter. Your CP organization's hands are stretched long enough. Not to mention collecting intelligence secretly, but now CP0, the highest level in the CP organization, dares to attack her, the king of the country. So bold, although I don't know why you took action against Igia today, but have you considered the consequences? This matter will not be left alone. Even if everyone on this ship is executed today, she will continue to use her own way to find out the root cause. Since CP0 dared to deceive her here in the name of Linley, and even blatantly attacked her. The conspiracy that exists here has to be thought-provoking. For her who got Lee, anyone who tries to harm Linley Big Brother will be executed. Now, she is no longer the weak girl she was back then. Consequences. The leader of CP0 waved his hand and said solemnly. Your Majesty, you will become a part of the world government, and then, you will be the vanguard to destroy the Alliance. I wonder if Her Majesty the Empress is satisfied with this consequence. However, even if Her Majesty the Empress has objections, unfortunately, you can only accept it. Why, you are the confidant of Lord Linley. In words, the ending after Hancock seems to be doomed in his mouth and cannot be reversed. So even if the purpose of this trip is slightly mentioned and the information is exposed, it doesn't matter at all. Because, his mission success rate is 100%, and he has never made a mistake. This time, there will be no exception. 264. The background of the world government, the strength of the leader of CP0. Even if the alliance no longer exists, Linley Big Brother is invincible. With him, there is an alliance. Now the alliance makes the world government helpless, forced to rule across the sea, and can no longer enter the new world, precisely because of his existence. A group of people who hide their heads and show their tails are also worthy of trying to destroy the alliance. Ridiculous. Obviously, in Hancock's heart, Linley's personal strength is invincible in the world, and there is no opponent in this sea. The fundamental factor for the existence of the alliance is precisely because of his existence. This point is well understood by anyone who understands the alliance. In this regard, the leader of CP0 did not deny it. Regarding Lord Linley's personal strength, maybe you were right. Throughout his entry into CP0, for so many years, he knows the intelligence and information that most ordinary people in this world can't even reach. Looking back at these information for comparison, there's no one who can compare with him in terms of personal strength. Years ago careerist rocks can't. Marine heroes, marshals, and admirals cannot. Even the leader of the 12 paladins, whom he thought he could not match, was probably inferior. But, you people in the backcountry also don't understand the world government. Does Her Majesty the Empress think only the Marine and CP organizations are the real strength of the world government? Even without mentioning Marine and CP0, not even the Knights of God, and the most elite 12 paladins among them. Just the real rulers of those celestial dragons. It is enough to suppress any enemy in this world. Do you really think some celestial dragons, which are as useless as pigs, can represent all? Even if the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, have gone through 800 years of corruption, the foundation on which the world government depends will never disappear. Because in this world, strength is the foundation of all power. Maybe he can't really understand the real reason why the upper class tolerates the existence of the alliance. I don't even know the real strength of the celestial dragon's ruler. But in the past, it took an instant to erase the Valley of Gods from this world, and even from history. The unforgivable celestial dragons, do you have any cards left? Ah, if so, why does the alliance exist because of that? Not to mention the behemoth of the alliance, which poses a huge threat to the world government. On weekdays, even CDFC, some more restrained pirates will be captured by Marine. If the world government is really like what he said, it has a strength far beyond the alliance, why should it be tolerated? It can be destroyed directly and powerfully. Facts speak louder than words. Hancock shook his head lightly. No matter how much you try to disturb Igea's cognition, it will not change your fate today, and you will die as an apology. Haha, really, I'm just stating a fact. As for whether Hancock believes it or not, it is not his task. Having said so much, I don't want to try to shake Hancock's mind, so as to sneak attack while he is not prepared. 2. Let Hancock die, clearly, and finally fall into the life trajectory that the world government has arranged for him. After all, the leader of CP0 moved. He is not fast. I can clearly see his steps, one step at a time, like strolling in the back garden of his home. But Hancock blinked. The leader of CP0 had already appeared in front of her. Blast out with one punch. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. At this moment, Hancock felt a great sense of crisis in his heart. Arms crossed, the armed color moved freely, and quickly covered the arms, trying to parry the punch of the leader of CP0. But, boom. Kacha kacha. The sound of a slight bone crack came into Hancock's ears as Hancock was quickly knocked into the air. It turns out, so strong, extremely powerful, with a casual punch, her arms covered with armed colors were smashed into bone fractures. This level of armed color can be said to have greatly exceeded her expectations. In terms of strength, it is definitely far superior to her. In terms of attack power and strength, I'm afraid it's even stronger than the bullet who fought Linley in Daughter's Island back then. Perhaps the current bullet, after Linley's guidance, is no longer the same. But how much better is the CP0 leader than Bullet? On this point, Hancock himself has no way of judging. You can't go head to head with it. Realizing this, Hancock was knocked into the air, and quickly backed away, pulling away from the leader of CP0. The strong man was in pain, and raised his right hand, releasing a small pink love heart again. Sweet Fruit Awakening Technique Dream Fall. Just like before, love rapidly expanded, trying to wrap the entire cabin again. She obviously wanted to reproduce the victory just now, and use the ability of Fruit Awakening to petrify the leader of CP0. Unexpectedly, the leader of CP0 actually just watched love cover him, completely indifferent. Soon, the giant love heart quickly covered the cabin, and the leader of CP0 was easily wrapped in it. Hancock flicked his right hand. But this time, the leader of CP0 was not affected at all, and there were no signs of petrification anywhere in his body. Awakening ability, invalid. Seeing this, Hancock with a dignified face recalled the point of view that Linley put forward when he taught her in the past. As long as armament Hawkeye is strong enough, it will be able to nullify the negative effect on the body. Among them, sweet fruits are included. In this case, Hancock's face straightened, and the fighting spirit burst out of her figure. Since the sweet fruit is invalid for this person, then it will be a showdown in the hockey field, even if she already knew that the other party's armed forces were extremely powerful. She was not afraid at all. Who made her the Empress of Daughter Island? Who made her absolutely intolerant of any enemies? Not good for Brother Linley. It's really worthy of being Your Majesty the Empress. Knowing that there is a huge difference in strength, since I still have the courage to fight. The difference is huge, Hancock sneered. Perhaps your armed color is far superior to that of Igia. But Haki, it's not just armed colors, there are more. As soon as the words fell, dark red lightning quickly covered her body. At this moment, even the leader of CP0 couldn't help but change his expression. 265 armed color Dacheng skills, armed domination. This kind of dark red lightning, this kind of powerful fluctuation, is clearly a sign that he has mastered the Conqueror's winding. Have you mastered the Conqueror's winding? The CPO leader's eyes were filled with horror in an instant, and he asked in disbelief. How old is Hancock? 19, 20. At this age, can you master the electric pressure-colored fighting skills that can only be mastered by people who have Conqueror's Haki? If only 1 out of millions of people in this ocean had Conqueror's Haki. According to the data collected by CP0 over the years, only 1/10 of those who own Conqueror's Haki can master Conqueror's Haki. 2. Hancock actually became one of them. I didn't expect that even in my own country, facing the elders, I would hide my strength. This undoubtedly made him greatly unexpected. Recall the information collected not long ago that Hancock fought against the previous empress. It was a battle to get her to the throne. At that time, the two sides were just evenly matched, and there was no show of dominance at all. Fortunately, this time, otherwise, I really underestimated you. If the plan fails, I will scare the snake. If he hadn't participated this time, I'm afraid it would be impossible to complete the task of capturing Hancock with other people alone. Thinking of this, the leader of CP0 couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. Sure enough, someone had a close relationship with Linley. Everything has become extraordinary, you know, in this sea, no matter how talented. Such is the son of the celestial dragons that CP0 is secretly following. In his opinion, the talent is almost extreme, and the speed is not so fast, and he probably hasn't even mastered it yet. And that one is already 26 years old. Obviously, he didn't know that just recently, the son of the celestial dragons finally mastered Conquerors, and also saw the more advanced application skills of Conquerors. He was deeply shocked by this, and gained a lot of insights. I believe that in the future Conqueror's Haki field, it will make rapid progress and gradually become the strongest Conquerors in the original book. Is this something unexpected? Seeing the shocked look of the leader of CP0, Hancock replied blankly. Over the years, I have been able to accept Linley's guidance for a period of time every year. Conquerors winding this kind of skill is a hand-in-hand teaching. If it doesn't happen again, wouldn't it be good? Hancock's situation is very different from Shanks' situation. Perhaps the latter is much more gifted than the former. But the latter was not as well treated as the former. At the best time, he was taught by the world's strongest. When I was still on Roger's ship, although I had already started to contact Haki. But at that time, the age was still too young, and it was enough to have some basic Haki skills. Makes sense. Hearing this, the leader of CP0 smiled and quickly recovered from the shock. After all, you are that woman. It's not surprising that you can master domination. Shock is shock. He quickly returned to the look of having everything under control. So what if you mastered the tyranny? Could it be that in this world, without the Conqueror's Haki, without comprehending the Haki fighting skills, one cannot reach the top ranks of the world's top powerhouses? No, in Marine, the trend of those who own Conquerors can be seen. But the strongest among them, even without Conquerors, can still climb to the top. And he, as the leader of CP0, is no exception. So, even if Hancock has mastered the tyranny, in his opinion, the gap between the two sides has only been shortened a little. While the two were talking, Hancock walked in front of the leader of CP0 with graceful and quick steps. Big perfume femur, accompanied by the dark red lightning, the sharp kick kicked heavily towards the leader of CPO. Well done. I hope Her Majesty's tyranny can make people feel refreshed. I saw him calmly, taking half a step back, and armament Haki quickly wrapped around his fist. 6 styles verdict! Exclamation mark. In a blink of an eye, that graceful kick collided with the fist of the leader of CP0 in the air. Asking for flowers. Zila. For a moment, under the ravages of dark red lightning and extremely powerful shock waves, the entire cabin vibrated continuously, and the waves were turbulent. Under this strong fluctuation, the goods piled around were shattered in the blink of an eye. Kacha. The sound of crumbling boxes all around could be heard for a while. However, Hancock, who fell into a brief stalemate, gradually became ugly. This guy is stronger than Bullet. Even compared to the Red Earl, it is not much better, and it is much younger. A move entwined with 2-color Haki can easily smash even the hardest and huge stones. 0. But the person in front of him took it so easily. Can't get the desired effect at all. Swish. One move was useless. Hancock quickly retreated, his mind was full of thoughts, and he was thinking about the way to defend against the enemy. This level of armed color is not just as simple as advanced. She suddenly remembered what Linley introduced to her at the beginning, about armament Haki, which is a more advanced skill after advanced to advanced level. Could it be that you also comprehended the armed color ultimate compression? Armed color, ultimate compression. The leader of CP0 was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted. It seems that after reaching the pinnacle in the armed color field, the technique he comprehended is called ultimate compression. Peak. Hancock frowned slightly, puzzled. The leader of CP0 does not seem to be stingy about satisfying Hancock's curiosity, writing lightly. Conqueror's Haki, no matter what kind it is, in addition to junior high skills, it will have a state called Dacheng, just like swordsmanship. Everyone's esoteric meanings are not the same after they have achieved great success. For example, the eternal black sword comprehended by Shimotsuki Ryoma, Wanokuni's sword god hundreds of years ago, is one kind. For another example, the marine hero Garp, the true damage, he comprehends as a kind of damage. And in the field of armed color, after reaching the peak and making great achievements, the profound meaning that I comprehended is called armed domination too. 266 Advanced direction of advanced armed color. Just like the field of knowledge and knowledge, after advanced to advanced level, there are many different higher level advanced directions. Predict the future, see through people's hearts, listen to the voice of all things, super wide range perception, super long distance locking, and so on. The same is true for armed colors. Linley's ultimate compression, Shimotsuki Ryoma's permanent black sword, Garp's true damage, and the armed control of the CP0 leader, etc., are all advanced directions for armed colors to surpass advanced levels. Ultimate compression, to put it bluntly, is to compress the armed color, so that whether it is in attack or defense, it will achieve a more powerful effect. For example, the three techniques of winding, covering, or internal destruction can be used alone or at the same time, and the damage they can cause to the enemy varies from person to person, but no matter what, there will always be an upper limit, and the ultimate, 047, compression can break this upper limit. Through compression, break the upper limit of the quality of the human body armed color. The same goes for defense. As for Shimotsuki Ryoma, or Hawkeye who is about to become a permanent black sword, he will work hard on the manifestation of armed colors. Similar to the effect of permanent enchantment. In fact, the permanent black knife can also be called the embodiment of armed forces. Generally speaking, attaching an armed color to a weapon and turning it into a black knife is something every swordsman who has mastered the armed color can do. You must know that something like Haki is essentially a kind of energy of the human body. And what kind of concept is it to manifest this energy permanently? Energy interferes with matter. At least the premise of being able to achieve this level is that the quality and quantity of the armed color, as well as the control over the armed color, have reached a very astonishing level. And that's just the premise. The vast majority of swordsmen cover their weapons with armed colors in battle, and need to consume Haki continuously. Once the Haki is exhausted, the temporary, enchanted, state of the black knife will no longer exist. The permanent black knife will not have this defect. Even, on the basis of the permanent black knife, it can be covered with another layer of armed color, so as to achieve the double effect. And real damage is actually a step further on the basis of internal destruction techniques. Realize the effect of truly ignoring the defense, so that as many attacks as are output will not be offset. The advanced directions of the above three armed colors, whether it is ultimate compression, armed manifestation, or real damage, have different achievements in attack. Ultimate compresses attack and defense in one, which can enhance both attack and defense. Armed and real damage, more inclined to attack. The former is suitable for swordsmen, while the latter is suitable for physique practitioners. If anyone can combine 2 into 1, or even combine 3 into 1, even if it's just a simple armed color, the output will explode. As for armed control, it is different from the above three advanced directions. Better in the field of defense. As the name suggests, what is domination? It is already difficult for ordinary people to control armament Haki perfectly, so what about domination? Armed dominance is the direction of controlling the armed color, reaching a kind of ultimate. Perhaps for the leader of CP0, when the quality and quantity of his armed forces reach the limit of the human body, he will not break the limit of the human body in terms of quality or the emperor after he realizes the control of the armed forces. But it can achieve the best effect with the least consumption in the most perfect way. For example, if the enemy's attack output value is an armed color of 10, then through armed domination, using a value lower than 10, lower than 5 or even lower to offset the enemy's attack is what armed domination can do. Not only will there be no waste, it can also greatly save the consumption of armed colors. Be invincible first, then seek victory. This is the power of armed domination. The leader of CP0 smiled faintly at Hancock. So, even if Her Majesty understood the Conqueror's entanglement, even your attack, it also entangles armament Haki, making the attack reach a terrifying level. But still, can't break through the defense below. Then, Your Majesty the Empress, if you want to be safe and sound today, you'd better pray that your Haki is inexhaustible. I see. Hancock nodded slightly. He finally understood why the other party was able to take his attack so easily. Even if I used Tyrant Entanglement, it still couldn't cause any damage. This reminded her of the chat with Linley back then. Hancock, if you can master the Conqueror's entanglement, you undoubtedly have the ticket to become the world's top powerhouse. But, don't think that the Conqueror's entanglement is the only ticket for top powerhouses. Top-level knowledge, armed color, and even the awakening of unimaginable fruit abilities are all ways to become top-notch. Now she finally fully understands the meaning of these words. It seems that even the Linley big brother is not aware of the advanced direction of the armed color. However, this fact is too normal. Everyone's life experience and human body limits are different. Naturally, in the Haki field, no matter what color it is, the understanding of reaching the ultimate seat will be completely different. And Igia at the moment, obviously, the defense of the CP0 in front of him cannot be broken. This is the fact that lies before us. Maybe in a short period of time, you can still deal with it, but once the Haki is exhausted, you will definitely lose. Unless, in a short period of time, Igia can also achieve higher achievements in the field of armed colors or the field of conquerors. But this kind of thing is obviously impossible. Not everyone is a wall hanger like Linley or Wong Luffy. What to do? Thinking of this, Hancock frowned, and kept thinking about how to deal with it. Just dropped 5 CP zeros just now. It undoubtedly consumed a lot of Haki and stamina. 1.2. If you can't quickly defeat the enemy in front of you right now, you will surely fall into a desperate situation. Through just a few words, she already understood the other party's purpose. It must have been controlled by some means, so as to use her and Daughter Island to backstab Linley and the Alliance at a critical moment. Otherwise, the CP0 organization would never attack Girl Island so easily. Then, Your Majesty, the one who knows the current affairs is a hero, and the matter has come to an end. If you want the warrior on the ship next door to be safe and sound, please unlock their petrification status. Of course, it's okay if you don't cooperate. It's just that the Daughter Island warrior on that ship can't survive. As for them, after you will be willing to untie them. 267 follower. Why hasn't Her Majesty come out yet? Could it be that you are addicted to it again? On the perfume snake, a group of 9 snake warrior and Hancock's guards, as time passed, saw that Her Majesty the Empress had not come out after entering the opposite cabin, and finally noticed a little bit of something wrong. His expression inevitably became anxious. But at this time, the 2 ships were approaching, and everything on the opposite ship could be seen clearly. Except in the cabin, and the distance is so close, logically speaking, once something happens, such as the Queen's scolding, they will definitely know it immediately. But right now, everything is calm. Silently, it seems that there is silence in the cabin. On the opposite deck, the people who came and went had a panoramic view, and they were all doing their corresponding duties, so that no one could see anything unusual. DJ, Her Majesty the Empress entered the cabin, but nearly 20 minutes had passed. No matter how much he valued the gift His Excellency Linley had prepared for her. It's time to tell them to move back. 23. Lovesickness again. Thinking of this, Hancock's personal guard looked solemnly and whispered to the 9 snake warrior beside him. Her Majesty the Empress has been out of my sight for too long. You guys, follow me to board the opposite ship. Yes. Following the order from Hancock's personal guard, 6 people walked out of the 9 snake warrior, followed behind her, jumped up at the same time, and landed on the opposite boat. Take me to see Her Majesty the Empress. The guard brought 6 9 snake warriors straight to the door of the cabin, and shouted at the person standing at the door. At the same time, the staff on the deck stopped their natural movements one after another, tensed their muscles uncontrollably, and watched every move of the guards and 9 snake warrior. Feel sorry, the 2 CPOs standing at the door said with serious faces. We are guarding here because of the order of Her Majesty the Empress, asking that no one should be allowed to enter before she comes out. Please forgive me. Due to the sound insulation device installed in the cabin, in order to avoid suspicion, the 2 CP0 guarding the door had never entered, so they did not know the situation inside. In fact, even they were quite surprised. Because according to the plan, at this time, Her Majesty the Empress should have already come out and returned to the perfume snake. And they will quickly go to the established experimental base with the real Empress. This, an order from Her Majesty the Empress. The guard frowned, half believing. The relationship between Your Excellency and His Majesty the Empress, if an order is really issued, is not incomprehensible. The premise is that the people on this ship are really from the Alliance. If he fell ill again at this time, it would not be incomprehensible for him to be dazed while watching the gifts prepared by His Excellency Linley for 20 or 30 minutes. However, even if they are sick, they should be in their sight. Otherwise, I will always feel uneasy in my heart. Thinking of this, the guard said solemnly, when you receive some information, you need to report to Her Majesty the Empress as soon as possible. You'd better not stop it. If you delay things, can you bear the responsibility? Hearing this, the 2 CP0s looked at each other, and the CPO on the left side of the cabin entrance said helplessly. How about it? Let me go in and report, and see if Her Majesty the Empress has any other arrangements. How about it? The CP0 on the right also echoed. It stands to reason that it's just a gift, so it shouldn't take so long. I'm tired again. The guard nodded slightly. Inside the boat, CP0 on the left crept into the cabin quietly, blocking the sight of the guards and the warrior of Hydra Island. My lord, isn't Stussy ready yet? Hydra warrior of the perfume snake, C.E.H. Then CP0 entered the cabin, and the leader's back was greeted in front of his eyes. And 5 stone statues motionless around him, and Hancock on the ground surrounded by a green light curtain. My lord, is this? The leader of CP0 turned his head and glanced at him with an ugly face, and said in a cold tone. Things are a little tricky. Hancock didn't have much resistance in front of his powerful armed dominance. Hawkeye and his physical strength were easily exhausted by him, and he fell into a coma. 2. This is just the beginning. After Hancock fell into a coma, a green light curtain appeared on his body, wrapping Hancock firmly, extremely strong. Even he can't break it. In this way, things will undoubtedly become extremely difficult. According to the original plan, after subduing Hancock, the Stussy who transformed into her will immediately bring a gift, and return to the perfume snake. Continue to start the mission of the Empress to travel around the sea. And they will return to the artificial human laboratory base as soon as possible. When the perfume snake completes the scheduled mission and returns, just in time to complete the transformation plan, you can find a suitable opportunity to exchange back. In this case, there is no doubt that the clothes are seamless, and no flaws can be found at all. But right now, Stussy 827 was petrified. Or to put it another way, it's impossible to keep silent now. The CP0 who came in also understood the predicament at this time, and asked aloud. The leader of CP0 nodded slightly, his eyes were stern. It is even bound to be found abnormal. My lord, do you want to silence me? For a while, it was impossible to break the light curtain, feed it a temporary insanity potion, and undo the petrification state of Stussy and others. At this point, this kind of thing is not easy to explain. The Hydra warrior on the perfume snake must also be exterminated. Even bring Hancock back to the experimental base. Let them do it. All the people on the boat died, but the Empress was safe and sound. However, if a whole ship of 9 snake warriors were wiped out, the risk would be too great. Even if the modification is completed, the chances of Hancock being found to be abnormal will also increase greatly. It's a pity, the fruit of the door was not brought. I really underestimated that guy. Sure enough, there is a backhand on Hancock. And Hancock is protected by a light curtain. In this case, the plan will undoubtedly fail. Otherwise, using the ability of the door fruit, maybe they can ignore this green light curtain and forcibly get Hancock out of the light curtain. 268 The limit of the world. Linley left behind Hancock, as the leader of CP0 had expected. After all, Daughter's Island is almost at hand from the Marine headquarters, so how can you feel at ease if you don't leave behind? He didn't expect that such an inconspicuous mask, even a hockey powerhouse like him who has mastered the pinnacle of armed control, can't do anything. Even armed dominance is not good at attacking, but it is not comparable to high-level armed forces. One leaf knows autumn. The current plan has changed. The top priority is not to control Hancock, but to find out what kind of strength that guy has now. Thinking of this, the leader of CP0 frowned solemnly, and he was no longer as indifferent as before. World government's judgment on Linley's strength. Still stuck in more than 5 years ago. According to the feedback from the intelligence personnel who infiltrated the world, Linley fought against Big Mom and Kaido with 1 against 2 at Cake Island, and within an hour, he did not lose at all. At that time, Linley appeared in the sight of the world government, but it was only less than 2 years ago. With such a record, it can be said that he has become the well-deserved, world's strongest. It's been 5 years now. How far will it grow? Just thinking about it makes you feel urgent. While the leader of CP0 was thinking, the rest of CP0 got his order and carried out a merciless killing on the 2 ships. Holy Land Mariajoy. Linley left behind on Hancock's body. With the power of the leader, he couldn't break it. Moreover, because he slaughtered all the 9 snake warriors on the perfume snake, the artificial man project failed. At this time, a CP0 was looking down at the 5 figures on the sofa, reporting the latest information. Follower, an unknown shield, wearing a black suit, with white curly hair and a fluffy white beard, the 5 elders named Jakaruja Satan Saint, crossed his hands, and listened to CP0's report, thinking about everything. What do you think, Mercury? After thinking for a moment, Satan Saint looked at another 5 elders. Mercury Saint crossed his arms and said lightly, since there is a big commotion, Hancock is no longer suitable for transformation and infiltration. If you fail, you will fail. On the contrary, it is. He suddenly thought of something, and a bright light suddenly popped out of his eyes. Perhaps, bring Hancock back, and I will be able to analyze what kind of power it is, and what is its essence. Good. Another 5 elders named Jupiter Street waved at the reporting CP0, and waited for the latter to leave. The regiment continued. According to Lord Im's wishes, let the Alliance's rampage go unnoticed for the time being. However, we need to know the strength of the backbone of the Alliance. Now except for Linley, everyone else has basically been determined. Maybe the protective shield on Hancock is enough for us to see something. Ma Shang nodded and said, in this world, in our eyes, everything has traces to follow. The human body has limits. Hockey, fruit, and physical swordsmanship are nothing more than that. Among the backbone of the Alliance, Kaido, Charlotte Linley, Bullet. These people, based on the data collected by the world government over the past 800 years, and intelligence evidence, are enough to judge the specific data. Even the rocks back then, in our eyes, didn't have many secrets at all. Only Linley, based on the parameters of countless strong men collected over the past 800 years, can't analyze similar data. Perhaps, besides Lord Im and Joey Boy, he is the third existence that cannot be measured by common sense. Individuals in this world, there is a limit. For 800 years, there have been countless strong men in the world. These people, although vertical and horizontal for a while, are in the limelight for a while. But in the end, without exception, the world government transformed their personal strength into data and included them in the database accumulated over 800 years. And for the world government, even the essence of the 2 power systems in this world, Devil Fruit and Hockey. It's all been thoroughly researched. Devil Fruit, where did it come from? What does Hockey mean to the human body? Even with Vegapunk's technology, except for Logia, the other 2 lines have already conquered the cloning technology. In front of the database that has seen all the truths. But still can't match the values for Linley. This has to make 5 elders feel incredible. And in Conqueror's Hockey, the realm of high-level knowledge and armed color is already a peak that ordinary people can hardly reach. The pinnacle of the two-color Haki is the limit that human beings can achieve. As for Conquerors, turning it into a means of combat, that is, Conqueror's entanglement, or other applications, such as knowledge killing for knowledge-colored, elemental killing for Logia-capable users, etc., can already compete with the peak two-color Haki compares. #Z. For 800 years, only Conqueror's powerhouses with less than 5 fingers can claim the dominant territory. This is the pinnacle of Conquerors. And in the field of Devil Fruit, the awakening of the fruit has already exerted the fruit's ability to the limit. It can also be called the pinnacle of fruit ability, not to mention physical and sword skills. Great achievement is the end of the individual. As for whether there is a higher level, maybe, but this world is dominated by Haki and Devil Fruit abilities. No matter how brilliant the swordsmanship is, maybe it can be used with Haki. In other words, no matter how talented a person is, it is a genius that is rare in hundreds of years. If calculated by data, we only talk about the realm, without considering the strength of the fruit and the quality of Haki. Conqueror's Haki has been cultivated to the pinnacle, and with the fruit awakening, it is the limit of the limit in this world. However, in reality, this situation is basically difficult to achieve. It is different from taijutsu or swordsmanship. As long as a swordsman who focuses on swordsmanship reaches a certain level, he will gain his own comprehension and thus achieve great swordsmanship. But if it is demon fruit power, it is difficult to reach the pinnacle in the field of Haki. In addition to the fruit awakening, barely among the two-color Haki except the color of knowledge, one of the colors reaches the pinnacle, and it is already standing at the top of the world. That is to say, fruit feeling de Li Hao awakening plus knowledge color, armed color, is at its peak. For example, the former, world's strongest man, Whitebeard, is the fruit awakening plus the peak of knowledge and knowledge plus Conqueror's winding plus advanced armed color. Only the state is considered, regardless of the strength of the fruit ability and the quality of chi. As for the example of fruit awakening plus two-color Haki reaching the pinnacle, in the past 800 years, it is almost the same as the person who has mastered the territory of the overlord, less than 5 fingers. If there is no Conqueror's physique powerhouse or swordsman, the knowledge of the color reaches the peak plus the armed color reaches the peak, it is already the limit. Such as Garp, the leader of CP0, and Hawkeye in the original book. And the red hair in the original book is the pinnacle of knowledge and Conquerors. As for Conqueror's Haki, both reach the pinnacle of popularity. For 800 years, it is also less than 5 fingers. Finally, fruit ability plus Conqueror's Haki are both at their peak. For 800 years, in the cognition of 5 elders, there are only 2 suspected people. Attention, it is suspected. Master I am, Joey Bowie, 269 can't be measured by common sense. If it is said that the ability to foresee the future and see through people's hearts is the pinnacle of knowledge. So Katakuri is also the pinnacle of knowledgeable color. No, only by normalizing things such as foreseeing the future or seeing through people's hearts can it be regarded as the real peak. Katakuri can only cast, foreseeing the future, in a state of peace of mind. And the time we met was extremely short. It can only be regarded as a half step into the peak level of knowledge and knowledge. Unlike the Red Earl, he can cast it anytime, anywhere, without any constraints. As for 5 elders, YIM and Joey Boy are undoubtedly the limit of the limit. It's not that these 2 people can't reach this level. 2. Master IM and Joey Boy, 800 years ago, the fruit ability and Haki have reached ultimate. Become the only existence in history. Now, 800 years have passed, what level will Lord IM enter? A person with eternal life can no longer be measured by common sense. Perhaps, the legendary. In other words, in the opinion of 5 elders, the limit of fruit and Haki is no longer enough to measure Master IM. It is even more impossible to judge IM's current real strength. Hearing this, Satan Sheng nodded, with a rather bitter face. I don't know whether Lord IM's decision 5 years ago was right or wrong. 020 his growth is too fast. 5 years, it is hard to imagine his strength, what level he stands on. Only the last appearance, a 1-2 confrontation between Kaido and Charlotte Linley, at least shows that it is a 3-limit player. Because, Kaido is fruit awakening plus wisdom color to the pinnacle, double limit. Similar to Whitebeard, Big Mom is the pinnacle of fruit awakening plus armed color. Of course, the latter's armed color is better at defense. To some extent, the constitution of the steel balloon can be regarded as the embodiment of the natural armed color. If it is the same double limiter, it is impossible to fight against 2 with 1. In fact, Satan-san's judgment was not wrong. In that battle back then, in terms of realm, Linley was indeed fruit awakening plus 2-color Haki reached the pinnacle, 3 extremes. It's not like Linley hasn't collected any data over the years. Knowledge, from all kinds of information, it can be determined that the development direction of the pinnacle is foreseeing the future. Armed colors, the direction of development is not yet clear. As for Conquerors, what is certain is that besides Rocks, he is the 3rd person. No, if you count the one from the Knights of God, he is the 4th person who owns Conquerors of Ghosts and Gods. As for whether to comprehend the territory of the Overlord, at least there has never been any information that has been displayed. Mercury Sheng nodded. Man Liang solemnly said, Haki field is fine. His devil fruit ability is the main factor that really can't be judged. It is completely different from the form of the Sun God Nika, or the other 3 series of devil fruit. Xiao's report is enough to show that the backhand left on Hancock is not Haki. Then, it can only be the ability of the fruit named Sesshomaru. Hearing this, Jupiter Saint nodded slightly, frowned slightly, and muttered to himself. Is it in the form of dog fruit, phantom beast, Sesshomaru? This fruit has never appeared in history, and this is what they fear Linley the most. In their view, even Linley Conqueror's Hawkeye has reached its peak. It does not pose any threat to the world government. After all, since the establishment of the world government 800 years ago, it is not uncommon for 3 limiters to appear. Only the fruit that has never appeared in history, and the displayed ability, the unimaginable form of Sesshomaru, is the biggest threat to the world government. Maybe only Master I Am knows. Is there a possibility? Venus Saint, who had never spoken, suddenly said, "That's the second awakening of the legendary devil fruit." Second awakening. Hearing this, the other 4 old stars were taken aback. That is a realm that only exists in legends. It has never been proven at all. Venus, your guess is completely groundless. Makes sense. Venus CDEG, Sheng smiled dumbly, and did not continue to say anything. As for the second awakening of the fruit ability, it's just speculation after all. If Linley really achieves the second fruit awakening, then, in his heart, he has really placed himself in a realm comparable to Lord I Am. Satan-san seems reluctant to continue speculating. World government, some lawbreakers in the corner can be tolerated. The premise is, everything is under control. Believe in Hancock, that's what breaks the mystery of using guys. Okay, it doesn't matter if the plan fails, Hancock, you must make sure everything is safe. Marine and CP0 cannot be guaranteed to be infallible. This matter must be reported to Lord I Am, if possible. Between flowers. As always, when the 5 elders came here, they respectfully half-kneeled on the ground, waiting for the arrival of the king. Soon, Im's slender figure sat on the vacant throne. After listening to 5 elders' report, there was a rare look of interest in his eyes. Hancock, this matter, Charlemagne will follow up. Yes, wait for the 5 elders to leave. Im stared blankly into the distance, as if his sight could pass through layers of obstacles. After a while, the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly. The decisive battle has been postponed for 800 years, but such a change suddenly appeared. However, the position is at odds with Joey Bowie. So, Joey Bowie, what are you going to do? I'm really looking forward to it, your choice. The first half of the Grand Line, Paradise. Tenoriki Islands. If you look down from the sky, you can see the entire archipelago, with a total of 9 islands of various sizes. Among them, the main island is located in the center, while the other 8 islands, though different in size, roughly, guard the main island like a 9-square grid. The location of the main island is exactly the new scientific research base chosen by the world government for Vegapunk 6 years ago after Egghead in New World. Even if it is located in the first half of the Grand Line, it is a minister in the sphere of influence of the world government. A large number of troops are still deployed on the remaining 8 guard islands. One is to monitor, and the other is to guard. After all, the importance of Vegapunk is far beyond imagination, and it cannot be overemphasized. At this time in the laboratory on the main island, Vegapunk is working hard on the project at hand. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw a familiar figure. He was quite puzzled and said, "How did you come here? Could it be that the Alliance is ready to welcome me?" It was Linley who came. After coming out of Windmill Town in East Blue, Linley didn't go anywhere else, but came here directly. 270 Misfortune. The current Alliance has integrated most of New World's resources, which is enough for research. If you want to move, Old Bay, you can do so at any time. Linley found a chair and sat down, writing lightly. After seeing each other in Egghead many years ago, the 2 parties established a cooperative relationship. Take the resources of the world government and let the Alliance enjoy the results. Although it is very cool to take advantage of this kind of thing, in the final analysis, it was a helpless move because the Alliance could not provide enough resources at that time. Today is different. For the several islands near the sea area of Egghead Island, the Alliance has poured a lot of resources into the original foundation and built a group of scientific research bases. Your old colleagues Quinn and Caesar have already stationed in 2 of the islands. Eggert is specially reserved for you. The embarrassment of the year, now that the Alliance has integrated the resources of New World, no longer exists. In addition to secretly cooperating with Vegapunk, for the 2 scientists in the Alliance, Quinn and Caesar, Linley did not let them idle. Although in terms of science and technology, the 2 cannot compare with Vegapunk, but each has its own uniqueness. For example, Quinn is good at human body modification and biochemical virus technology, and Caesar is good at man-made devil fruit. Of course, Caesar's artificial devil fruit can't compare with Vegapunk in terms of quality. But the victory is in the control of National Taiwan University. In addition, the animal rage potion obtained from the Golden Lion was also handed over to Caesar for research. Judging from the results of the experiment, the combination of the 2 researchers produced some chemical reactions, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Let's not mention this matter for now. In this way, in addition to the top experts, the subordinates of the Alliance can become stronger through the technology of Quinn and Caesar. So that's it. Seeing that Linley gave himself the right to choose, Vegapunk nodded slightly, thinking. Although they are not in the same heart with world government, the 2 parties are still in the honeymoon period. If it's not necessary, he doesn't really want to spend a lot of time moving. And the factors involved are complex. If you think about it, you know how much turmoil it will cause if you, as the chief scientist who is highly valued by the world government, switch to the Alliance. Seeing the hesitation on Vegapunk's face, Linley laughed. It's not in a hurry now, you can think about it slowly. The Alliance now has the ability to free you from the shackles of the world government anytime, anywhere. As for whether the world government will be angry and take retaliatory measures, that's not on Linley's radar. Of course, the most important thing right now is Hancock. For Hancock's conspiracy, part of the intelligence was provided by Vegapunk. Now that he has understood the conspiracy long ago, and he has left coordinates and backhands on Hancock's body, it is undoubtedly easy for Linley to prevent the conspiracy from happening. But at the same time, Linley also realized that this was an opportunity to fight back. Over the years, the world government and the Alliance have infiltrated each other. But for equals, the establishment is too short, and Cypher Pol cannot be compared with the CP organization, and most of them are infiltrated through Linley's personal ability. And now isn't the world government trying to transform Hancock? Vegapunk is his again. If so, why not count on it? Anyway, I left a backhand on Hancock to ensure that he would not be harmed, so I just went straight to Vegapunk and waited for it. Wait for CP0 to arrive with Hancock. At that time, these CP0s will become his people through the skills of audio confusion. If the legendary CP0 is also there, even if the sound confusing skill is ineffective, you can fight back with a tooth for a tooth, using the means that the world government tried to use on Hancock, and use it on the leader of CP0 to counter, control. It's strange to say, as soon as Linley mentioned Hancock, Vegapunk scratched his head with a puzzled expression. In the beginning, CP0 had already prepared my side, just wait for Hancock to arrive, and start the transformation. But now there is no movement, I am worried that something has changed. Variety, Linley pondered without changing his expression. And Mind has already contacted the clone that was sent out. Currently Linley has 3 avatars: Kandlong clone, Wood clone, and Winged Dragon clone, asking for flowers. Among them, the Kandlong clone and Wood clone rushed over with their natural teeth after learning of the conspiracy against Hancock. This connection immediately saw everything that the avatar could see. I see. Through the sight and memory from the avatar, Lin Zhong knew everything in an instant. After Hancock Hawkeye fell into a coma from exhaustion, due to the protective cover, the enemy, including the leader of CP0, has nothing to do with it. We had to attack the Hydra warrior of the perfume snake. With the strength of CP0, even if the leader of CP0 does not make another shot in the next battle, other CP0s are not comparable to Hydra warrior. After some killings, no one survived on the perfume snake. However, the 2 avatars hiding in the dark did not act hastily. On the one hand, the natural teeth were brought over. Even if the Cussnake warrior was killed, it would not be a big deal. As long as the CP organization takes Hancock away, he can be resurrected through natural teeth at any time. Another one, the 2 avatars are not to rescue Hancock, but to make sure nothing goes wrong. As for why 2 clones were sent there, since it is necessary to ensure everything is safe, of course it is necessary to consider that if things change and Hancock must be rescued. A clone is no match for the CP0 leader. After all, the leader of CP0 is not old, weak, sick and disabled like Golden Lion. It turned out that everything was under the control of the king. I never thought that after that. I thought that the CP organization would sail in the direction of the Teneleki Islands. The leader of CP0 seemed to be receiving new orders, and even took Hancock to leave in the direction of the Holy Land Mariajoy and naval headquarters. Change direction, to take Hancock to the naval headquarters or the Holy Land Mariajoy. Seeing that things had changed, Linley frowned directly. Fortunately, if the 2 avatars rescue Hancock, it will be close. Just don't worry, let's see the situation first. At the same time, from the sky above the Holy Land of Mariajoy, the figure of 6 paths riding a Pegasus flew out. Yi, 271, 6th of the 12 Paladins. Daughter Island is not far from Naval Headquarters Marineford, so even if the perfume snake sailed for about half a day, it would not sail too far. It is expected to return to the Holy Land of Mariajoy in 4 hours. At this time, the leader of the CP0 named Xiao was on the ship. The CP0 stood on the deck. After confirming the current sea area and the exact location, they might have noticed that the leader was in a bad mood, so they carefully reported to Xiao. Well, 4 hours, plus. Xiao nodded expressionlessly. The surface is calm, but in fact the heart is extremely dignified. The operation failed. Let him realize that he underestimated that man. Moreover, as the leader of the CP organization and the strongest among CP0, he has never had a record of 907 failure in carrying out missions for many years, but now, he has returned home with a broken halberd on Hancock. All of this is because of that man's means, which made him helpless. Otherwise, why slaughter the Hydra warriors of the perfume snake? If so, that's fine. The key is that I just received the notification. Some members of the 12 Holy Knights in the Knights of God will come to support them. Make sure Hancock reaches the Holy Land Mariajoy safely. The joining of the Knights of God undoubtedly made him further understand the threat of that man to the world government. From being an ordinary person to where he is today, it is naturally impossible not to understand the meaning of this move. Could it be, they think something will happen on the way back? Even the 12 paladins are dispatched. If Charlemagne Saint came together, it would be. Thinking of this, Xiao's eyes flickered, and an idea came up. It's just that this requires the cooperation of your Excellency Charlemagne. In terms of status, the other party was far above him, even comparable to 5 elders. For some ideas, you must seek the opinions of the other party. As soon as the thought came to mind, he took out a golden phone bug from his pocket. At this time, it is at an altitude of 10,000 meters in the sea area. The two figures, hidden above the clouds, seemed to have locked onto the whereabouts of the ships below and floated with the clouds leisurely. At the speed of this ship, the Holy Land of Mariajoy can be reached in 4 hours. Until then, enjoy the Hancock. Otherwise, if you enter the Holy Land Mariajoy, even if it is the main body, it will not be easy to rescue Hancock. Wood Clone spoke lightly, while Kandlong Clone listened quietly. Time to rescue Hancock. Yes, order, wait and see. See if it will yaw, or determine the purpose of bringing Hancock back to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. But no matter how you wait and see what happens, you must rescue people before they are sent to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Otherwise, if you want to save people in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, it may be as difficult as heaven. It is a completely different concept from the last time the main body sneaked into the Holy Land Mariajoy. No matter how strong the body is, before figuring out the hidden power of the world government and the true strength of I am, the king of the world, it would be unwise to make noise in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. The world government gave up the plan to implement the artificial human on Hancock, but temporarily wanted to bring her back to the Holy Land Mariajoy. I am afraid it has some new purpose. The Kandlong Clone asked lightly. There should be a lot of plants on that ship, have you heard anything? Although Wood Clone only has part of the wood fruit ability, including establishing contact with nearby plants. Therefore, as long as there are plants, the information of the corresponding places can be obtained through contact with the plants. The leader of CP0 seems to be communicating with someone in the cabin, but it's a pity, that plant is too far away, and I can barely capture the word, God. God, the Knights of God, or does it have something to do with Nika, the sun god? The Kandlong Clone frowned slightly, preferring the former. Could it be that the Knights of God will be dispatched this time? The two clones looked at each other the same way. Wood Clone said. If this is the case, maybe this time, the Knights of God will unveil the mystery. The Knights of God can be said to be the most hidden force in the world government. Especially the 12 Paladins. Over the years, Ontology has been trying to figure out the information about the Knights of God, but unfortunately, whether it is Admiral Akainu, or people in the CP organization, or even celestial dragons, these controlled people cannot get close to the relevant information of the Knights of God, let alone contact. It's so mysterious, it's a fool's dream to inquire about information. This time, if it matches the guess, maybe we can find out. It's just that if the Knights of God come, with our strength. The Avatar only has 20% of the strength of the main body, plus some fruit abilities. To deal with the old, weak, sick and disabled who are not at their peak like Golden Lion. Naturally, it doesn't matter. But against a powerhouse like the CP0 leader who is still at the peak, it's hard to say. The point is, if the Knights of the Gods appear, it is unknown whether they are ordinary knights or the 12 holy knights. If the latter one, 2 clones are clearly not enough. To ensure nothing goes wrong, you need to summon the main body. Soon, 2 hours passed quickly. 2 hours to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. It can be said that it is close at hand. Even from naval headquarters, it is actually less than half an hour's flight. Suddenly, the sleepy Avatar said, coming. The Kandlong Avatar looked in the direction of the Holy Land Mariajoy, and sure enough, it saw 6 figures riding on Pegasus towards the ship. Riding a Pegasus, it really is a paladin, or 6. At the same time, the head of the 6 Pegasus Knights seemed to have noticed something, and looked towards the clouds hidden by the 2 clones. Someone, quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Hearing this, the other 5 Pegasus Knights all looked towards the clouds. Discovered, the 12 Paladins are really extraordinary. Just as Wood Clone expressed emotion blankly, the person headed by the 6 Pegasus Knights pulled out a handful that was shining with dazzling light. With a wave, a tsunami-like holy light came towards the clouds overwhelmingly. 272, the amazing combat power of the deputy head of the Knights of God. The speed of the holy light slash is like the speed of light. Get out of the way. For a moment and a half, it would be unwise for the 2 clones to resist forcefully, and it would be too late. Therefore, at almost the same time, when the tsunami-like holy light hit the clouds, it already performed a silent displacement and left its original position. It's just that in this way, the traces of the 2 clones were exposed, and they were reflected in front of the 6 Paladins and the CP organization. Oh, 2 Linleys. The Paladin who swung the holy light slashed, his eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. One of them must be the Avatar, the fruit ability called the Shape of the Killing Pill. Deputy Captain Roland, since there are 2 enemies, how should they be distributed? Another Paladin eagerly asked the head Paladin, and the movement from the sky immediately attracted the attention of the owl on the boat. Are they coming? That's 2 Linleys. Xiao Xiao, who was standing on the deck looking up at the sky, couldn't help being stunned, and then quickly reacted, leaping for life. The relaxed and comfortable moonwalk, cast out from under his feet, quickly, stepped towards the air, and soon came to the in front of the 2 clones of the Paladin and Linley. Distribute. Roland glanced at the owl who was stepping on moonwalk, and said calmly. The enemy's intelligence is not yet clear. It seems that one of 23 should be a clone. If so, he pointed to the Kandlong clone with stronger aura. Leave this to me, and the rest. Oliver, you and Xiao Xiao can do it together. In his dictionary, except for himself, other people cannot abide by the principle of chivalry. This, okay. Oliver waved his hands helplessly, and he could naturally see the excitement of Deputy Captain Roland at the moment. After all, the Knights of God are completely different from Marine and CP organizations. As the world government's highest combat power hidden in the dark, it is difficult to get a hearty battle if you don't show up in front of others on weekdays. Now it is rare to be sent out to perform missions, and the opponent is Linley, who is now known as the strongest man in the world. The head of the group, Charlemagne, didn't come. Otherwise, among the two opponents in front of them, the rest of them wouldn't even be able to match one of them. When will the main body arrive? Seeing the 6 paladins and the leader of CP0 faintly form a siege to the 2 clones in the air. Wood Clone frowned slightly. From the blow just now, he could judge the level of strength of that paladin named Roland. I'm afraid, at least on the same level as Whitebeard. That sword that is shining with dazzling light must be at the level of the supreme great Kuaisao 12 craftsman. That guy, since he is the deputy leader of the Knights of God, second only to the leader, and the strongest combat power hidden in the world government, it is not difficult for a deputy leader to have a combat power comparable to that of Whitebeard. Let alone the Knights of God. Even in the Marine and CP organizations, there are not a few who have the strength to rival Whitebeard. Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and even the top 3 admirals can compete with one of them. It is the leader of CP0. From the perspective of the 2 clones, he also has the strength to rival Whitebeard. I don't know about the main body, just take this opportunity to test the strength of these paladins, but with our 2 clones, we probably won't be able to withstand it for long. This point, the 2 clones are well aware of it. Still the same sentence, it is not enough to beat the old, weak, sick and disabled with rapidly declining strength like the Golden Lion. In that battle between the Wood Clone and the Golden Lion, even though he won, the Wood Clone was almost dissipated at that time, with less than 10% of its monster power remaining. And this, in order to quickly solve the Golden Lion, cast Maki Senju. Otherwise, let the Golden Lion slow down. If the demon power dissipates, he won't be able to take it. Your Excellency Roland, the leader this time. Taking advantage of the lack of confrontation between the 2 sides, Xiao turned to Roland and asked. The head of the team is now in a critical period. It is not suitable to go out. This time I will lead the team. Critical period. Xiao's heart trembled. He realized something, and became suddenly enlightened. While the 2 clones were thinking, they heard Roland say in a deep voice. Your Excellency Linley, I have heard of your name for a long time, and you really came. Oh, the 2 avatars couldn't help being taken aback when they heard the words. Could you have expected that I would come? Hancock has a very close relationship with your Excellency, and you have left behind her. If you don't come, wouldn't it be your style? I'm sorry. From now on, this person will be excluded from history. Roland's words were quite polite, but the tone seemed unquestionable. Since he is here, as for the task of escorting Hancock back to the holy place of Mariajoy, of course nothing goes wrong. Certainly, it's not that I look down on Linley's strength. How can it be underestimated that it can make the top leaders of the world government so afraid? Only, judging from the breath coming from the 2 Linleys in front of him. It seems that the world thinks Linley too highly. Xiao listened from the sidelines, frowning slightly, but didn't speak. His sense of knowledge is also at the peak, and he can naturally see the strength of the 2 avatars. Therefore, a trace of confusion flashed across his brows. The 2 Linleys in front of me seem to be very wrong. Hearing this, the 2 clones just looked at each other and smiled. Doppelganger seems to be underestimated. It's useless to talk too much. Hancock's affiliation, speak with strength. Talking about it, coming back is not his style. As soon as the words were finished, the Black Dragon clone appeared in front of Roland in a flash like a phantom. His only task at the moment, there is only one, is to test the strength of the deputy head of the Knights of God. Therefore, when it comes up, it will be fully fired, imitating the lightning form of Kaido's 8 trigrams, and it will be turned on instantly. Wrapped around the 2-colored Haki's fist, he punched Roland. Therefore, the long sword bursting with holy light swung out suddenly, and the eyes burst out with holy light at the same time. Judgment of the holy light. Facing the overwhelming holy light, the Kandlong clone only felt that the ultimate sense of crisis was coming from the golden hexagram. Realizing this, the moment the thought just came to mind, the Kandlong avatar once again performed silent displacement and appeared behind Roland. As for Wood Clone, facing the siege of 5 paladins and the leader of CP0, he threw out his big move immediately. Unexpectedly, the wings on Roland's back seemed to have been prepared a long time ago. Each of the flawless white feathers, like a sharp hidden weapon, shot towards the avatar of the blue dragon. It's too late to say it. Although the sudden approach of the Kandlong avatar somewhat exceeded Roland's expectations, but this level, obviously did not exceed his reaction speed. Interesting. 950 inches wood system mysteries true several thousand hands. At the same time, a huge golden hexagram appeared from below the 2 of them. You must avoid it, otherwise, you will be regarded as. What's even more shocking is that 6 flawless white wings grew out of his back, like an angel. I saw the overwhelming holy light, and in a blink of an eye, the dragon avatar came into view. Shrinking towards the Kandlong clone with lightning speed. In an instant, a gigantic wooden titan appeared, spreading countless giant hands like a peacock, and the moment it appeared, it was quickly covered with armed colors. Xiao and the 5 paladins stared wide-eyed, stunned by the wooden titan in front of them. 273 human fruit phantom beast seraphim form. Seeing the dense and overwhelming white feathers attacking, if you think that these feathers look light and insignificant, it is a big mistake. At least at this moment, in the heart of the Kandlong avatar, there is already a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Since the Kandlong avatar only has the power of the Kandlong fruit lightning element, and has no fire, wind, or cloud, it is not good at defense. Almost as soon as the figure appeared, the white feathers followed, but the figure flickered again, disappeared from its original position, and appeared above Roland. It's been many years since I used silent displacement so frequently. The emotion in my heart is enough to show the strength of the deputy head of the Knights of God. Up, so fast. While the Kandlong avatar was emotional, Roland was also deeply emotional. Only by personally experiencing Linley's speed, can you understand how fast the 4 words, amazing speed, written on paper are. It is impossible for Roland to be unaware of the information about Linley held by the world government, so no matter how confident he is in his heart, he will never underestimate him. That's why he made the move with all his strength. Bondage. I saw that the 6-pointed star representing Holy Light Judgment, under the control of Roland, seemed to lock the position of the Black Dragon clone. Therefore, no matter where the Kandlong avatar is located, whether it was in the front at the beginning, or the rear, or the current top, no matter how the position changes, the 6-pointed star will definitely shrink towards the Kandlong avatar. Obviously, the purpose is self-evident, anyone can see it. I believe that once bound by this hexagram, the skill of silent displacement will be affected. Since that's the case, the Kandlong avatar is not going to continue flashing at this moment. After performing silent displacement 3 times in a row, it is naturally impossible to say that the monster power is exhausted and cannot continue to be used. Of course you can keep flashing. Or stay away from Roland, stay away from the threatening 6-pointed star, and then seek a counterattack. But who does the Kandlong avatar represent at this moment? The strongest man in the world. So even if the opponent is the deputy head of the legendary Knights of God, it is impossible to avoid the edge again and again. Exodo. Zila, accompanied by the dark green lightning representing the tyranny, and the azure blue lightning representing the ability of the Kandlong fruit, the natural teeth carried this time were unsheathed. And quickly attached a layer of green and golden demon god armed color. With the influx of demon power, Linley's signature move appeared. Demon God 1 sword style dawn breaks. Boom. In an instant, the main explosive move set off a sharp edge that was as strong as ultimate, sweeping the sky in an instant. So the wild waves swept across the world, and the aftermath swept across the sky. Exclamation mark. Caret backquote. Because the distance was too close, just above him, Roland noticed it almost at the moment when the Blue Dragon clone counterattacked, through his peak knowledge. It was too late to say it, but under Roland's control, the strange light judgment just now quickly transformed into Guardian of the Holy Light. The hexagram, which originally represented bondage, also appeared around Roland, transforming into a round of transparent dazzling light ball. The movements, offense and defense of both sides are performed at the same time, so at the moment when dawn breaks dawn appears, the dazzling light ball also appears. Boom. In an instant, the dazzling ball of light that surrounded Roland and the Pegasus sitting down was like a floating ball on the shore, submerged in the stormy waves. Is this the strength of the strongest man in the world? This trick, is it possible to defend by means of armed domination? At this moment, Xiao, the leader of CP0 who was busy dealing with the real tree trunk, swept over the terrifying, huge wave, feeling horrified in his heart. While the other 5 paladins swung all kinds of weapons to chop off the densely packed fists, their faces also put away their indifference at this moment, and all of them became dignified. If they are like this, don't mention Roland who bears the brunt. However, because he was overwhelmed by the stormy attack, no one could see at this moment, except for the wings on his back and his eyes, his whole body began to change. At a glance, it is almost the same as the legendary angel. Boom. With a falling that pierced the sky, the sound of kacha kacha can be heard endlessly. That round of dazzling light ball is like a ship hit by waves. Constantly being blasted down into the air by extremely terrifying power, the surface of the ball of light also continuously spread cracks. After he transformed into an angel, the holy sword in his hand glowed more and more intensely, and he quickly repaired the cracked light ball. When the dazzling light ball is getting closer and closer to the sea level, the power of dawn breaks dawn is finally exhausted, and the ball of light around Roland also disappeared. The whole person seemed to be completely safe and sound. The defense power is really amazing. Having reached this conclusion, the Kandlong clone silently remembered it. Although it was only the dawn-breaking dawn, performed by the avatar, Roland was able to block it safely and without any effort. Even Whitebeard might not be able to do this kind of thing. Of course, Whitebeard is not good at defense after all, so it cannot be compared with defense. Good fruit ability. Seeing Roland riding the Pegasus back to the Azure Dragon clone quickly, the latter couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It's a rare opportunity, but let's see if your excellency's Sesshomaru form is stronger, or the one below is stronger in the form of human fruit phantom beast Seraphim. The Kandlong clone nodded lightly. Demon power, Haki, stamina, all consumed 20%. Just when the Kandlong clone was thinking about the method of delay. That move just now, used up 20% of his strength. Quote, interesting. However, knowing the strength of the deputy head is also a big gain. After Roland introduced the name of his fruit ability, without hesitation, under the illumination of the holy light, he waved a seemingly warm but extremely dangerous attack towards the avatar of the blue dragon. Then, what kind of fruit ability will that leader have? It's a pity. There is no doubt that this phantom beast is definitely one of the top fruit abilities. Seraphim form, with the strength of clone. A devil fruit that can be eaten by such a strong person must be extraordinary. The attack just now was a combination of the fruit ability and the two-color hockey. The Sesshomaru form is really extraordinary. Fighting to the end, losing to the enemy or dissipating due to exhaustion of strength is almost inevitable. Calmly watching the avatar of the blue dragon, Roland's tone was like a calm sea level, with waves of ripples. However, the Wolong avatar only needs to be supported until the main body arrives. It didn't show up this time. 274, Mind Killing. Light should represent warmth and hope. In fact, Roland, shining under the holy light, gave people that feeling. At this moment, the wings of the 6 angels swayed against the wind, and the celestial horses soared high. Under their feet, it was as dazzling as the holy light of the Milky Way. It's a pity that what is hidden in this beautiful scene is a deadly threat that is so strong that it penetrates people. At this moment, the Kandlong avatar was shrouded in holy light, and it felt extremely warm to the naked eye, but in the heart, a turbulent sea was set off. These holy lights seemed to be able to penetrate directly into the heart and dissolve the hostility in the heart. Only then did the Kandlong avatar realize that this was an attack on the spiritual level. For a moment, the blue dragon avatar had an absurd illusion, as if Roland's attack on him was so reasonable and correct. It was so reasonable that he couldn't even think of a trace of resistance. To be correct, even if he died in the hands of Roland, it seemed that he died well. If ordinary people are bathed in the holy light, they will sink into it in the blink of an eye. Willing to be beheaded by Roland. It's a pity that this ridiculous thought only lasted for a moment. I see. Another direction of conquerors, and a psychic attack combined with the fruit ability. Undoubtedly, in the world of pirates, such attacks are extremely rare. The illusion at that moment immediately made the Kandlong clone analyze many details. In it, I actually felt the application of Conquerors. 850. Mind Kill. As we all know, Conqueror's rooting is just a trick to apply Conquerors directly to combat. In addition, when it comes to assisting combat skills, there are also the Knowledge Killing, mastered by Hongfa in the original book, and the Element Killing, comprehended by Katakuri. Now, Roland's psychic attack, because he sensed Conqueror's breath, is called Psychic Killing. It's not an exaggeration. But Roland's offensive was obviously more than that, followed closely by the beams of light from the Holy Sword. Seeing several beams of light attacking, the analysis of the Kandlong clone was interrupted. In that case, one sword style of the demon god Erosion of the Night. With a wave of the hand, the combination of the demon power and the armed color of the demon god gave birth to a huge and strange dark green slash. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the light beam and the bewitching slash struck together. Is it invalid? Seeing that the Kandlong clone was not affected by the holy light at all, Roland's face changed slightly. Obviously, subsequent attacks serve the former. The mind is only affected for a moment. Otherwise, if it lasts longer, even if it only lasts for 2 or 3 seconds. Several beams of light have already pierced through the enemy in front of them. CDEC, in this way, even if he does not die, he will probably suffer a lot of trauma. As expected of you, Linley. With a sigh, Roland also knew very well that if the other party was instantly killed by him like this, he might not deserve the title of the strongest in the world. As soon as the thought fell, the Kandlong clone's counterattack followed. I saw the flashing blue lightning figure, even in front of the peak of knowledge and knowledge, he disappeared for a short time. When it appeared again, it had already appeared in front of him. Demon God One Sword style Silent Thunder. The Kandlong clone's counterattack was fierce. But this time, it is not only the combination of the demon power and the demon god conquerors, but also the thunder and lightning power that belongs to the avatar of the blue dragon. So the speed is really as fast as lightning, such as thunder. Well done. There was no fear in Roland's eyes, and the light of the holy sword in his hand quickly materialized. A move of the holy sword, accompanied by the lightning that was dyed from dark red to golden by the holy light, collided heavily with the natural teeth in the air. Zila Zila, Kacha Kacha. When the two forces collided, it was as if shock fruit had exerted its strength, and even the surrounding air walls began to shatter. The battle between the two attracted the attention of almost everyone else. After all, no matter how strong Wood Clone is, it is also impossible to be stronger than the 5 paladins and the leader of CP0. Even if the latter is alone, it is enough to compete with Wood Clone, and there is even a greater possibility of winning. Therefore, whether it is the 5 paladins or the leader of CP0, they are only passively resisting this as the attack on Senju. Maybe it's not easy, but it's easy to devote a little energy to the battle between Roland and the clone. Something is wrong. Xiao Xiao only felt that the weirdness in his heart was even worse at the moment. Whether it is Roland, or the attack of the Black Dragon Avatar, in his opinion, it is very strong. The breath of the former is almost unchanged, extremely stable. This also means that there is not much consumption. In contrast to the latter, whenever such a strong attack is performed, the aura will become relatively unstable. His knowledge and color perception ability is extremely strong, and he clearly observed this point. If that's all Linley is, he is even confident that even if he goes up by himself, he can win the battle. Even if it is going to be a tough fight, he must be the one who wins in the end. Is that really all there is to it? If this is the case, why are the higher-ups so fearful? While Xiao Xiao was thinking wildly, time passed by quickly. Under the gaze of the 6 people, the Kandlong Avatar and Roland exchanged more than 10 moves in the air. The fluctuations and air waves caused by each bombardment are like thunder in a thunderstorm. The sound is deafening. The momentum is huge, the waves are stormy. In the process of fighting and watching the battle, the 6 people finally blocked all of Masaki Senju. Fortunately, it was the trick that the 6 of us faced. If Xiao himself is the only one, even if he can carry it in the end, it will probably cost a lot. At the same time, he quickly noticed that the Wood clone and the Kandlong clone had the same problem. This avatar, the breath has also become weaker. Could it be, even the one fighting Roland is also a clone? If this is the case. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiao's face changed instantly. Is it possible? Of course, the 8 trigrams that Kaido comprehends are naturally superior in terms of diversity and attack. The recovery and defense of the awakened seraphim form can be called heaven-defying. Even compared with the blue dragon form, the recovery and defense alone are half a chip stronger. Seeing that the Kandlong avatar retreated suddenly, Roland let out a breath slowly, his tone calm. If the Kandlong avatar is also an avatar, then this world is too crazy. I saw the Kandlong clone and Wood clone talking at the same time. So he and Roland have been cultivating on dogs in this life. But even if he couldn't believe it, as the battle between Roland and the Black Dragon clone came to an end, even Roland began to breathe. Linley's avatar is enough to fight with the deputy head of the Knights of God to this extent. The Kandlong avatar suddenly retreated hundreds of meters away, staring at Roland indifferently. Give you time to recover. Next, you will face the real opponent. But even so, the blazing angel form is really too strong. And the breath of the latter has become weaker and weaker. Impossible. What a joke. Absolutely impossible. Too much consumption. Demon power, Haki and stamina are about to run out. Why are you going to admit defeat? 275. The real opponent. What's the meaning? The words spoken by the 2 avatars at the same time stunned everyone in the air. Real opponent. Could it be? The deputy head guessed wrong just now. Are these 2 clones? How come? Who told me? Is this a dream? Hearing the unbelievable words of the 5 paladins, Xiao Xiao's face changed drastically, and he immediately realized that his guess had come true. The 2 Linleys in front of me are not one body and one clone, but both are clones. But how is this possible? Just 2 avatars, how could they contain so many people present? Let's see what configurations are there. 6 paladins. Among them is the deputy head Roland. And he is the highest combat power of the CP organization. I think that even if first face the marine hero Garp, I will never be inferior. And Roland's strength, even if he doesn't want to admit it, is very clear that it must be above his own. The people who stopped this configuration turned out to be just 2 clones. I see. How can Roland not see what Xiao Xiao can understand? In fact, he had noticed the strangeness as early as when he fought against the Kandlong clone just now. It can make the world government so fearful that it even tolerates its domination in New World, and treats New World as its own back garden without doing anything. How can the real strength be able to fight against him in a short period of time without losing the wind? If it's an avatar, shocking as this astonishing fact is, it all makes sense. It's different from Xiao Xiao's unacceptable. Roland's complexion only changed for a few seconds before he regained his indifference and confidence. Okay, I thought the rumors were exaggerated. If this is the case, it will inevitably disappoint people. It seems that I am thinking too much. Since your majesty's deity is coming soon, let me learn from you. This time he led the team to ensure that Hancock was brought back to the Holy Land of Mariajoy safely, which is one aspect. Since even the paladins in the Knights of God have been used to ensure everything is safe, how can they not consider whether the Alliance will receive the news in time and come to Hancock during the response process? You know, the purpose of bringing Hancock back to the Holy Land Mariajoy is to study what Linley left behind on her. Now, Linley's deity is coming soon, which means that besides studying Hancock, there is another way. Originally, I thought that Linley's true strength had been explored almost in the fight just now, but now it seems that it is whimsical. However, even though the Kandlong avatar was extremely difficult just now, in a short period of time, it was like a hard bone that could not be chewed at all. But Roland still retains a considerable degree of confidence in himself. Because of his talent just now, he also never went all out. 3 minutes. The Kandlong clone raised 3 fingers. 3 minutes later, the main body is coming. During this time, you can also try to go all out to defeat my clone and take Hancock away calmly. Of course, this avatar suggests, take advantage of this short time to recover your physical strength, otherwise. If you want to block the 7 of you for 3 minutes, it's still easy. Don't think that the 2 clones seem to be at a disadvantage, losing the initiative with little energy left on their bodies. In fact, not so. Seemingly 2 choices, but in the final analysis there is only one. That is, recover obediently, waiting for Linley's body to arrive. Then it's a showdown. Otherwise, no matter how fast the Knights of God and Owl are, the distance of only 3 minutes obviously cannot escape the pursuit of Linley himself. In terms of speed, this deity has never been afraid of anyone. Also, before Xiao Xiao could answer, Roland nodded. It was also his wish to fight Linley himself, so he agreed very simply. So after getting Roland's approval, the scene suddenly became weird. I saw the Kandlong clone standing side by side with the Wood clone, looking at the group of enemies calmly. And Roland, Xiao and the others did not continue to attack, but recovered their physical strength that was not consumed much. The leader of CP0, Owl, seems to be a strong physicist similar to Garp and Kong. Wood clone began to summarize the conclusions drawn from the fight just now. Maybe it's the commonality of the strong, also mentioned about the pinnacle of fruit and hockey. Armed color that has reached the pinnacle is especially good at defense, and knowledge color seems to be taking a completely different path from what is known so far. With that root, you can have a panoramic view of almost all changes in the human body. That's why it's easy to see that the Kandlong avatar is not the main body. It seems that another ability of seeing and hearing has emerged in a different direction from foreseeing the future and seeing through people's hearts. Maybe it is more appropriate to call it the Eye of Truth. 11. As for the other 5 paladins, the fruit abilities are completely different from the weapons they specialize in. Asking for flowers, in addition to the holy sword held by Roland, or the great sword as it is called. The weapons of the other 5 paladins are also different, namely spears, firearms, bows, axes, and sickles. And without exception, all of them are fruit ability users. It's a pity that wood clone alone is not enough to force these people to display more obvious abilities, so except for the side holder, it can be determined that it is the fruit ability of the space system. The remaining 4 people have achieved knowledge, and the Kandlong avatar was not idle, and began to summarize the abilities that Roland displayed just now. Roland's fruit ability is in the form of human fruit phantom beast seraphim. Besides, Conquerors, not only mastering Conqueror's entanglement, but also a move that combines fruit abilities, which can be named Mind Kill. As for armed color and knowledge color, 0. Although it is impossible to determine the direction after reaching the peak, both are also in the state of reaching the peak. This can be confirmed. Fruit awakening plus 2 color hockey at its peak. This kind of strength is really rare. It is enough to show the profound background of world government. And in the alliance, in terms of one-on-one, I am afraid that there are not many people who can fight with it. The player with a higher winning percentage is now only Kaido. Don't look at Kaido's fruit awakening plus knowledge and knowledge reaching the pinnacle now, you think it's too late to be a realm. In fact, the realm belongs to the realm, and the combat power belongs to the combat power. For people like Kaido, realm and combat power cannot be equated. Look at Kaido at the same level when he first played against Whitebeard. Later, after comprehending the 8 trigrams of the 4 elephants, they faced Whitebeard again, and it was almost crushed. But the realm, strictly speaking, has not changed. Now 5 years have passed, and during these 5 years, because of Linley's suggestion, Kaido has already started to study the final state of the 8 trigrams unification. I am afraid that in a certain sense, it is the real, second awakening of fruit. Time flies by. 3 minutes is almost fleeting, and a figure, flickering from the distant sky, has appeared in front of everyone. Linley, it's been a long time. From Linley, I feel the breath of seemingly ordinary people. Roland's eyes instantly burst into a hot light. It's so back to basics, it's almost impossible to see any power. I'm afraid that's the only way that can arouse such fear from the world government. 9 BD, 276 1 against 7. If it weren't for the deputy head, Roland's eyes were blazing, they were extremely hot. Full of fighting spirit, the other 5 paladins never imagined that they were the legendary, world's strongest man. This is because the aura on Linley's body at the moment is highly restrained. If you don't mention the factor of appearance, he looks like an ordinary person through and through. The kind that can't be found in the crowd. Back to basics. At this moment, Xiao Xiao's mind is filled with only these 4 characters. The main body of Linley in front of him is not even comparable to any clone in terms of aura. Anyone who reads it will think that the threat level of the avatar is much higher. However, through his peak observation hockey and his excellent perception ability in the direction of insight, he faintly felt a strong and deadly threat from the real body that returned to the original, 650. It's like being in a volcano that has been silent for a long time at this moment. I believe that once it erupts, it will be earth-shattering and unstoppable. Since Linley can retrieve the memory of the avatar at any time, everything that happened just now is like being there in person. It's a pity. He looked at Roland indifferently and said, the leader of the Knights of God has never appeared. It can be expected that the head of the legendary Knights of God is probably the most powerful combat force in the world government other than I am. But now he has no chance to see him. For him who can hardly find an opponent now, it has to be said that it is a pity. Don't be disappointed. Roland's face remained unchanged. Trust me, I will definitely not let you lose the pot. Linley's meaning couldn't be more obvious. Eager to fight against the head of the Knights of God. However, maybe he is not the opponent of the leader Charlemagne, but the gap is definitely not too big. Therefore, he also has a lot of confidence. What's more, the Knights of the Gods are powerful in single-player combat. But what is really commendable is the group. Xiao, the leader of CP0, is the strongest combat force in the CP organization. I have only heard about it, but now I finally have the chance to see it. Linley looked at Xiao Xiao. Even though he controlled a lot of people in the CP organization, and even a few of them entered CP0 because of their outstanding performance, he still couldn't detect the leader's intelligence. This time, because of Hancock, these tricky enemies hidden in the dark suddenly popped up. Linley expressed satisfaction, not afraid of powerful opponents, but afraid of not being able to hide. The strongest man in the world, he has been admired for a long time. Xiao Xiao cupped his hands with a half-smile. Then, the greeting session is over. Linley came to the Kandlong clone, retracted his natural teeth, and looked at Roland and the others. Let's go together. If you want to take Hancock from me, you will see the truth. I hope you can put pressure on me. Bang bang. Following 2 successive explosions, Chulong's clone and wood clone disappeared into the sky. Looking up at the sky, Linley couldn't help but regret. I'm sorry, it's noon at this time, and it's the time when the sun is shining brightly, so it's somewhat unfair to you. In order to make the next fight less disparate, I'll just use my fists. As we all know, in a sense, his profession is considered to be a swordsman. Therefore, only when using a sword can the most fishy fighting power be displayed. Even a move like the demon god's one-sword style night sinking can be performed with fists, but compared to using burst-shattering fang or Kong Yunya, its power is undoubtedly greatly reduced. Especially broken teeth, the moves performed by Blast Fang have the destruction characteristic of continuous damage. Lethality can almost be said to have undergone a qualitative change. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Obviously Linley's words were understated, as if stating a fact. But such a defiant attitude still makes Roland and others feel very angry. In the next battle, it is inevitable to have 7 enemies in one. No matter how confident Roland is, he can't be arrogant enough to play heads up. But in this kind of unfair battle, the weak party actually wants to limit itself. Who do you look down on? No matter how good Roland and Xiao's psychological quality is and how well trained they are, they can't bear it. Not to mention the other 5 paladins. While Xiao was in the fire, he also looked up at the sky, his face full of doubts. Is it unfair to them when the sun is shining brightly? What does it mean? Before he could figure it out, the 5 paladins couldn't bear it any longer, and all rode their Pegasus horses to kill Linley. Stop looking down on people. Even if you are the strongest man in the world, the so-called world does not include our gods' knights. I hope your strength can be worthy of your title. Let's kill you, pirate. Accept the judgment of the Knights of God. Accompanied by angry roars, the 5 weapons, spears, firearms, bows, axes, and sickles, in this sunny sky, bloomed with a holy light similar to that of Roland. I saw that long spear seem to penetrate the sky and the earth, and the light of the spear pierced the sky. The gunshots exploded, and the bullets were like balls of light, exploding upon contact. The bow is not inferior, the bow is like a thunderbolt, and the arrow is like a shooting star. And that axe, carrying the momentum of opening up the world, the air blade wants to cut people in half. If the first 4 weapons are attacking in the open, the sickle is hidden but not visible. Oh, Linley turned his head and looked, and found that there was a gap in the space where he was sideways, and a sharp and almost transparent sickle appeared from it, trying to cut him off with lightning speed. Interesting fun. Linley nodded slightly, but the regret in his eyes didn't decrease in half. Boxing Dawn breaks. This punch didn't target any opponent at 0.9, it just punched forward casually. But the moment it exploded, the sun above his head seemed to have resonated with Linley, and an inexplicable force poured into his fist from the sun. At that moment, it was really a punch, it was earth-shattering. Boom, accompanied by a loud noise, everywhere it went. No matter how the spear pierces the sky, no matter how the bullets and arrows shoot like meteors, no matter how the axe blade tries to open up the world, no matter how weird and unpredictable the sickle is. In the light of the fist, all of them disappeared. Even so, the fist glow still hadn't reached its limit, it seemed to be under precise control, divided into 7, and blasted towards the 7 people respectively. Bang 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 bang, 5 times in a row. Even though Linley hadn't used silent displacement, he still approached the 5 paladins one by one with the power of his fists. 277 Spicy Tiansai. If you ask about today, how fast can Linley reach without using the magic skill of instant movement like silent displacement? Those 5 paladins who made the first move, I believe they can tell you the answer. I can't react at all. This is the unanimous thought in the minds of the 5 paladins at the moment. After driving Tianma to avoid the fierce fist glow, the 5 paladins only felt a blur in front of them. Then he saw Linley's figure flickering, and the 5 paladins were hit one after another at an incomparable speed just moments away from each other. Bang 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 bang, 5 sounds of hitting the flesh sounded, bringing 5 muffled groans. These paladins, even though their bodies were covered with armed defenses, still felt a surge of energy and blood in their bodies, as if blood would come out of their mouths in the next second. It was just a casual punch, which actually caused a lot of trauma to the organs in their bodies. What's more terrible is that the intense pain is constantly coming from the injured organs. The will of these 23 paladins can be called indestructible, but the Pegasus under the seat was affected by that force, and kept howling. Cough cough. Accompanied by howling, the 5 figures Jin Ping fell from the sky without any resistance. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Seeing that the 5 paladins were shot down within a few seconds of the start of the battle, Xiao's eyes widened, and he felt uncontrollable fear surging from his heart. Obviously already quite high on Linley's strength. After having 2 avatars as a reference, the prediction value has been pulled to full value. Only when you really see it with your own eyes can you understand the most editorial division in the world. It's so strong, it's ridiculously strong. It's one thing to be frightened, but how could he stand and watch the show? After realizing that he still underestimated the strongest man in the world, he went all out when he made a move, not daring to hold back the slightest bit. The pinnacle of armed domination is expensive and spare power is displayed. As the 2 fists continued to strike, they shot towards Linley like shooting stars. 6 styles shooting stars, holy judgment. On the other side, Roland saw his companion falling into the sky in a few seconds, and his expression was extremely ugly. Even before the owl, He waved the holy sword in his hand without hesitation, and in an instant, a huge formation of golden hexagrams appeared in the sky like this. At this moment, Linley just happened to blast the 5 paladins from the sky and stayed above the hexagram formation. Ruling. The next second, when the hexagram formation appeared, the holy sword in Roland's hand shone with unprecedented light. The light is so dazzling that it is so dazzling. Xiao Xiao, who was not far away, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. From the formation of hexagrams, a curtain of light suddenly surged, and after the fist light like meteors entered, it instantly enveloped Linley above it. Afterwards, holy flames continuously emerged from the light curtain, and the flames blazed into the sky, as if they wanted to burn Linley to death. From the appearance of the hexagram formation, to the formation of the light curtain, to the appearance of the holy flame, it actually took less than a second. In less than a second, Roland and Xiao perfectly executed a combo. It's interesting. If ordinary people are blocked in it and suffer 2 kinds of attacks at the same time, even if they don't die, they will lose their skin. It's a pity that those are ordinary people. Linley sighed with emotion, and stretched his hands forward suddenly. In the next instant, when the meteor-like fist lights and the holy flames were about to overwhelm him, an invisible repulsive force popped out from his whole body. Spicy Tiansai. Boom. I saw that invisible repulsive force, after ejecting from his body, spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Wherever he went, it was like a vacuum. The meteor-like fist lights and the holy flames disappeared in a blink of an eye, just like flames submerged in seawater. Soon, the invisible repulsive force completely occupied every corner of the hexagram formation and the light curtain. Dash. Boom. Then, within less than a second, the hexagram array and the light curtain were exploded, turning into light spots and disappearing into the air. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. What kind of ability is this? Repulsion. Could it be that the special attribute possessed by the Sesshomaru form is actually repulsion? Xiao Xiao looked at this scene with a puzzled look on his face. As we all know, each species of phantom beast, in addition to possessing the characteristics of Zone, also possesses various special abilities. For example, the blue dragon form has 4 attributes, while the seraphim form has holy light and holy flame. But, obviously, Linley has never used this kind of repulsion since he went to sea. On the contrary, when performing various moves, a kind of green light will emerge. Could it be that he is a double fruit ability user? Thinking of this, Xiao was undoubtedly shocked. As the leader of the CP organization, the information he possesses is second only to 5 elders and Charlemagne, the head of the Knights of God. It is natural to know that in the 800 years since the establishment of the world government, there have been people with double fruit abilities. Not to mention double fruits, even triple fruits have been recorded. It's just that these people who are different from ordinary people will be erased in history by the world government without exception. Just like the rocks back then. Maybe the older generation still has many people who know of his existence. But I believe that in a few decades, he will really be erased from history. And Linley, is he also a multi-fruit ability user like rocks? Roland on the side also thought of this possibility, his eyes burst into a strong light. I can't help but sigh in my heart, this mission really didn't come in vain, to learn such important information. If Linley knew what the 2 of them were thinking, he might feel that they really deserved to be the top hidden powers of the world government. He even saw that he possessed the second fruit ability from the Luotian sign just now. The thoughts in the minds of the 2 only lasted for a moment. Seeing that the combo of the 2 was easily cracked, he didn't feel discouraged at all. Instead, he was very excited because he learned the information about Guan Linley. At this moment, the 2 of them had only one thought in their minds. Be sure to do your best to let Linley show more strength. So, next, the hockey and physical strength in the 2 of them, as if they don't want money, keep blasting towards Linley like crazy. Maybe Linley also planned to test the 2 of them, so in the face of continuous attacks, he chose to only defend but not attack. 278. The comparison of the combat power of the 2 major forces. The gravitational fruit returned by lion fruit dozens of times can be said to make up for Linley's own shortcomings to a certain extent. Why in a way? Because the so-called shortcomings are actually nothing more than Linley's own nitpicking. In terms of attack power, after the awakening of Sesshomaru's form gave birth to Bakushaya, combined with the power of God and 2-color hockey, his attack has truly become an unparalleled ceiling. On the premise that IM has never revealed his true strength, no one can compare with him. In terms of speed, even if the magical skill of silent displacement disappeared, he said that his speed was the first in the world, and no one would dare to say that he was second. Even Kizaru, who ate sparkling fruit, cannot match him in terms of speed. Compared with attack power and speed, his defense is undoubtedly much inferior, so throughout Linley's growth, he will rarely take defensive countermeasures. No matter how bad he is, he will use offense to attack. Now, the various abilities developed after the awakening of the Fruit of Gravity, plus the return of the form of the Sun God Nika 800 times. Just relying on repulsion is enough to make him almost invincible in battle. Therefore, even if Roland and Xiao launched a fierce attack, Linley didn't need to use the ability of Sesshomaru at all, and the Fruit of Gravity alone was enough to deal with it easily. The defensive ability of this repulsion is much stronger than the barrier fruit. Hoo-hoo, the continuous onslaught made Xiao Xiao's forehead break out in a little cold sweat. However, no matter how fierce it is, in front of that unlimited repulsion force, no matter how thick the fist light is, it can't get close to it, so how can it hurt? Armed dominance, not good at attacking. Realizing this, his onslaught slowed unconsciously. Compared with Xiao Xiao, Roland is actually a strong player of the same type as him. Better at defense than offense. Because of the Seraph form, it is originally known for its defense and recovery. The special abilities Holy Light and Holy Flame are stronger than Control and Continuous Damage. Relatively speaking, the explosive ability is much inferior. And his two-color Haki is comparable to the Owl, the color of knowledge and the color of armed, both reach the pinnacle. In addition, Conquerors has mastered the mind kill that combines the tyranny and the Seraphim form. But unfortunately, it may be a distraction. If you only talk about the two-color Haki, even if he is both at the top of the double peak, he is slightly inferior to Xiao Xiao. This is very reasonable, comparing the cultivation of 4 items at the same time, and the cultivation of only 2 items, even if the realm is the same, the background may be different. Sheng Yan can't get close at all. If you get close, you will be bounced away by repulsion. But Shengguang can't pose a threat to this guy at all. The mind has no flaws, and several times of mind kills have no effect. At this moment, Roland felt that Linley was wrapped in a tortoise shell. No matter what methods he used, he was helpless. Lost Holy Flame, immediately bounced off. Throw the Holy Light that can't be bounced at all. Against someone like Linley, the damage is not enough. The pinnacle of armed color and tyranny. It doesn't work either. Look at Xiao Xiao, his fist can shake the world, but it can't shake Linley at all. If Charlemagne was here, he wouldn't be so powerless. Of course, if he wanted to take me down, it would be impossible. For his own defense and recovery, Roland still has full confidence. I believe this is also the purpose of Charlemagne's decision to lead the team here. If other people come to rescue Hancock, they will naturally give as much as they come. And if Linley comes, I believe it will be a while. Facing his defense and recovery, it is also helpless. It can't go on like this, he must expose more things. It is their fundamental purpose to study Linley thoroughly. Coincidentally, Linley also had the same idea at this time. The deputy head of the Knights of the Gods, the strength is comparable to the current Kaido. It's just that one is good at explosives and the other is good at defense. Even if the latter loses, he will not be inferior. In addition to easily diffusing the continuous punches and holy flames of the two, Linley still has the strength to compare the strength of the two with the people in the alliance. This is quite important. Compared with the world government, the time since the alliance was established is really too short. The background is very different. Among them, Linley, who has the strongest combat power, does his part. Kaido is next, second only to him in the league. If it is said that the peak Haki cultivation base represents realm, not combat power. Then put aside the realm and only talk about combat power, and use the consensus of some of his previous lives as the classification. Linley can now be called a super king. Most of IM is also at this level. And Kaido is king. Roland, the deputy head of the Knights of God, is also within this level. Whitebeard and Roger at their peak were also at this level. The deputy heads are all at this level, presumably the head of the Knights of God, Charlemagne, is at least this level. Further down, there is the General Emperor level. Among the Alliance members at this level, there are Big Mom, Red Earl, Bullet, and Beckman who has greatly increased his strength after eating the replica of the Soul Fruit. If Hawkeye and Undercover Akainu are also counted, there are 6 Admiral Emperor level powerhouses in the Alliance. On the other hand, the world government, CP0 Chief Owl, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Aokiji, Kizaru. Just for the Marine and CP organizations, there are as many as 7. And that's not counting the 5 elders. Then there is the Deputy Emperor. Gion, Hancock, Smoothie, Katakori, Jin, Quinn and others, due to their enhanced talents and potential, have entered this level one after another in 5 years, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. The other 5 members of the Knights of God who were present, as well as the other no one who had not appeared, were all at this level. Below the Deputy Emperor level is the Cadre level. Yamato, Black Maria, Jack, Lu Chi, Robin, Evil King, Shiliu and others are all at this level. Not to mention the Cadre level. With the qualifications and potential of Yamato and others, the Cadre level is not the key point, and the Deputy Emperor level good may be just too much, and the real endpoint may reach the General Emperor level. In this way, the contrast is obvious. Super King level, 1-1, the alliance is equivalent to the world government. King level, 1-2, the alliance gap is not small. General Emperor level, 6-7, or even 6-12, the difference is huge. The reason why it is 12, in Linley's view, the 5 elders must have combat power. The reason is simple, this is a world with extraordinary power, not the modern skin of the previous life. As the person in power on the surface of the world government, how can he not have strength? Now that he has the strength, the guarantee is also at the general level. Not to mention the deputy rank of the Emperor, just the other 10 paladins of the Knights of God, everyone is at least a deputy rank. Naturally, the Marine and CP organizations also have this level. So, everything is a long way to go. On this sea, a person's power is always limited. 279 Sanctuary. 1 king, 1 general, and 5 lieutenants. This lineup will ensure that Hancock will be brought back to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. It seems that IM or 5 elders are also very interested in me. Quote, straighten out the gap between the current alliance and the world government. This temptation has come to an end. At the same time, Linley naturally couldn't fail to see that Roland and Xiao wanted to test his truth. In this regard, everyone is just about the same. The Alliance wants to understand the background of the world government, and the latter also tries to understand the reality of the former. Only, today, these two people will probably be disappointed. From the beginning to the end, he just used the ability of the Fruit of Gravity to deal with it. Strength is not at the same level after all. Just like, if this time, the world government and the Alliance were reversed. Except for Linley, I'm afraid. Others are not qualified to fight I am. That is to say, in the current world government, I am afraid that only I am is qualified to fight against him. And Charlemagne, the head of the Knights of God, may also be qualified, but after all, he has never met, so it is uncertain. The gap in strength, is there such a huge gap? Roland felt very unwilling. Even though he tried his best, he couldn't find out more. The gap between the two sides is already obvious. Sure enough, Charlemagne and their emphasis on 227 is correct. The matter has come to this, since it is useless to waste time, then Hancock, you must take it back. He led the team to meet the purpose, from the very beginning is Hancock. The arrival of Linley's body is just an unexpected harvest. Now, it's time to take Hancock away from Linley. As for how to take it away, he glanced at the sea level. Understood. Roland's offensive slowed down, so he naturally understood what he meant. Going to retreat. Hit. You can't beat it. When the two join hands, they can't even break the tortoise shell, so what else can they fight? Only, even if he had to retreat, Hancock had to make sure he brought it back smoothly. But, with Linley's speed, how to get Hancock back from his hands? This is a big question. When Xiao was pondering solemnly, he saw 5 paladins at the Emperor's deputy level riding Pegasus horses back to the battlefield. And quickly came behind Roland. Oh, seeing the movements of the 5 paladins, Xiao's eyes lit up, and he could see that the 6 of them vaguely formed the formation of knights recorded in the rumors. I see. In an instant, Xiao understood everything. The Knights of the Gods, especially the 12 paladins, should not be underestimated. At the same time, the words, "so that's how it is," appeared in Linley's heart. After the temptation is over, it's time to get real. He believed that it was impossible for Roland and Xiao not to understand this. However, there is still no choice to get lost and get lost. Those 5 paladins still want to fight again. Among them, must obey. In that case, you might as well wait a little longer. The strong should have the mind to tolerate the weak jumping and reaping the fun. Half of the 12 paladins, what surprises can they bring me? Roland, don't let me down. The sky that had been silent for a long time finally heard Linley's expectation. I believe you will not be disappointed. Seeing the next move, Roland's face remained unchanged. He fanned the wings on his back and sent the sitting Pegasus to Xiao's side. Immediately understood Tianma, and quickly fell from a high altitude. The place where it fell was the ship Hancock was on. Divide into 2 groups, let Xiao take Hancock away first, and the others stay to stop it. With such an obvious intention, Linley just smiled slightly. Sorry, this is not allowed. The fight is not over yet, but someone retreats first. Hee. With a chuckle, Linley just waved his hand, and a clone appeared out of nowhere. It is the 3rd avatar that he has mastered, Pterosaur Avatar. CDEC afterwards, I saw the clone of the winged dragon, burning golden immortal flames all over its body, and the flames flickered, blocking the only way for Xiao to return to the ship. Stop. Before the battle is over, Xiao, you can't be absent. Seeing the avatar of the winged dragon, Xiao's expression undoubtedly changed. After the 2 avatars disappeared, they were able to condense the avatars again. And the avatar in front of him is completely different from the 2 just now. Avatars who were good at lightning, and avatars who were good at wood, and now there is no avatar who is good at fire. Sesshomaru form, what kind of fruit ability is it? Or to put it another way, in addition to the fruit related to the shape of the killing pill and the repulsion force, what is Linley's 3rd fruit ability? Obviously, some important information has been obtained from Linley, but now, it is still full of mysteries. Xiao had no choice but to drive Tianma to stop. If it is the heyday, it will take a lot of effort to solve a clone, it is by no means easy. And now that his condition is not good, how can he break through the obstruction of Linley's avatar? That being the case, he simply stopped. On the one hand, he had no choice but to hope that the paladins could gain effective control over Linley's body. On the other hand, it is hoped that the CP-0s will take Hancock out of here in time. Under his instruction, the CP-0s can be said to have driven the ship to full power at this moment, and are rushing to the holy land of Mariajoy with all their strength. A2. No matter how fast the speed at sea level is, when a person is in the air, he will still feel slow. At this time, the 5 paladins behind Roland began to emit dazzling light from their bodies, and from the huge light group, 5 beams of light were connected to Roland. As Tianma spread its wings, the 6 people gradually formed a circle of hexagrams. And this time, it was completely different from just now. While Roland's eyes were shining with holy light, he whispered in a sacred voice. Sanctuary. It's too late to say it. As soon as the word sanctuary was pronounced, the whole sky seemed to have turned into a heaven, imagined in legends and novels. Countless angels appeared out of thin air, including 4 winged angels and even more double-winged angels. The same feature is that each holds a weapon. There are holy swords, spears, firearms, bows, axes, and sickles. In a blink of an eye, countless angels occupied the entire sky, surrounding Linley from inside to outside. At that moment, Linley seemed to have entered the army of millions, and was attacked by the army of millions. Countless angels have followed. What's more, there are countless slashes, gun lights, bullets, arrows, axe blades, and air-piercing sickle cuts. 280 God's punishment. Worthy of the name of a paladin. Looking at the overwhelming scene in front of him, Linley's eyes flickered. The formation of 6 people combined the power of 5 people into one body. The aura at this moment has surpassed Kaido. Even if the other 5 paladins are only at the rank of Emperor's deputy. But the superposition of 5 ranks has already far surpassed the general rank, even the king rank. After all, superposition and separation are not the same concept. What's more, in the world of pirates, the gap between each level is not that big. Except for the Super King level and the 3rd level. Judging from the breath, Roland's breath has almost doubled at the moment, so he is naturally stronger than Kaido. If Kaido is trapped here, he won't die, but I'm afraid most of them will be exhausted in the end, and their combat effectiveness will drop sharply. It was like encountering a wheel war. If the Alliance also has this kind of formation, maybe it can narrow the gap with the world government. After all, there is still a big gap between the two sides between the King level and the General Emperor level. If you add the Holy Knight formation, this gap will only get bigger and bigger. At this moment, Linley couldn't help feeling the depth of the world government. Being able to dominate for 800 years is by no means an easy task. In the original book, how much does the old WT thief have to do to Wong Luffy in order to overthrow the world government? Unfortunately, if it is in the form of Sesshomaru before transforming into the power of God, if you don't choose to get out of the way in the first place, but choose to carry it hard, I am afraid that you will not be able to please yourself. Now, nearly half of the power of God has been converted, plus the recent return from the form of the sun god Nika 100-fold. The situation in front of me, it's too late to say it. With all kinds of attacks coming quickly, Linley is a spicy shot with a wave of his hand. However, this time it was completely different from before. Previously, Roland and Xiao, no matter how to output full power, there is always a limit. And at this moment, in this sanctuary, it seems that the angels with thousands of horses have created a steady stream. It's like going from being under a cloud at first to going into the depths of a volcano. The former has intervals between lightning strikes, while the latter has a steady stream of lava. Linley, gathering the strength of the 6 of us, I think even you won't be able to please me. At this moment, Roland breathed a sigh of relief as he lowered his head and watched the ship holding Hancock leave. He believes that even if Linley is imprisoned in the sanctuary, it will be very difficult to get out in a short while. As for completely eradicating it, it will never be extinguished. With him alone, I'm afraid I can't do it. Even if the leader Charlemagne led the rest of the paladins to form the formation of 12 paladins, I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible. But in the end, there must be a battle between the world government and the alliance. This return, I believe that Charlemagne and 5 elders will definitely raise Linley's threat to a higher level. As he spoke, Roland suddenly turned around and swooped down, heading towards the pterosaur clone. Due to the formation of a certain formation, the 5 paladins also moved at the same time. Kill this clone and take Hancock away. Temporarily trapping Linley himself, Roland will naturally not foolishly wait until he escapes. Clear. The owl riding on the Pegasus nodded, jumped up without hesitation, and rushed towards the avatar of the winged dragon. 6 styles shooting stars. Holy judgment. Seeing this, the winged dragon clone was speechless. These guys, what are you thinking? Don't you think that a mere domain-like move can trap the main body? Thinking about it, he wasn't idle. His whole body instantly transformed into a pterodactyl burning with golden flames, and he spewed out deadly moves from his mouth. Kamui Flame Cannon. Boom. Golden flames soared into the sky. Carrying the momentum of burning the sky, he blasted at Roland and the other 7 people head-on. Compared with the wood clone and the Kandlong clone, the energy attack of the winged dragon clone is obviously better. Since the summoning, there has been no loss at all. On the other hand, the 7 people including Roland have consumed a lot of physical strength and haki after the battle with Linley. For a while, facing the Kamui Flame Cannon, the 7 of them unanimously had the irresistible idea. Get out of the way. Roland just made a gesture, and the 5 paladins immediately rushed towards the coverage of the cannon. But the owl is the closest, hiding. It's too late. Armed domination. Absolute defense. In an instant, he folded his arms across his chest, and quickly formed a black semicircular sphere in front of him. Obviously, it is formed by the condensation of armed colors. Boom. The moment it was condensed, the cannon hit the black semicircular sphere heavily. Kacha. Blocked. Although the black semicircular sphere was constantly filled with cracks, and Xiao Xiao's whole body kept rising into the air, but this blow was finally blocked. Asking for flowers, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Turning his head and looking, the whole sky was dyed into a red sea because of the pterodactyl's avatar move on the basis of the original holiness. At this time, suddenly he heard a low moan. Super spicy Tiansai. Next moment, accompanied by a roar that seems to be able to deprive the sight and hearing. I can only feel the terrifying invisible fluctuations in the air. Just for a moment, the whole world seemed to have become a vast expanse of whiteness. After a long while, when the vision returned to normal, Roland had just gathered the power of the 5 paladins to display the sanctuary, which disappeared completely in the sky. What? Seeing this scene, Roland's eyes widened in horror. 0. It's not that he can't accept the disappearance of the sanctuary, but it is unacceptable that they were scattered so easily. Are you kidding? What repulsion, is it so strong? One move, Let's stop here. Before Roland and the others could continue to be shocked, Linley's faint words came from the sky. Sanctuary, it should be your last move, right? I've seen it, I've learned it. Then, Your Excellency Roland, the Paladins, and the Owl, come back to the Alliance with me. At this moment, Linley didn't want to waste any more time. People, don't rush to kill them. But it has to be brought back to the Alliance to compress the remaining value. Maybe we can get more information about the world government from them, as well as the joint attack formation just now. Hearing this, the faces of Roland and others all changed drastically. Could it be, will it fall into Linley's hands today? At this time, just when Linley was about to make a move to deal with the seven. From the sky, there was a strong sense of threat. Looking up, I don't know when, in the deep space that is much higher than where everyone is, a certain force that can destroy the world begins to brew. Could it be? Linley was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly realized something. Such a close distance. I am not going to sit back and watch Roland and I'll be taken away. Seeing Linley's actions, Roland and Xiao also realized this, and said in horror. Could it be, that one is going to make a move, and drop? God's sanction. Pill, 281 cents of security. Roland and Xiao, apart from the 5 elders, are the few people who know the existence of the king of the world. Naturally know the God's punishment, which can be called an unsolvable terrorist sanction method. And where the few people are located is too close to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Even sailing by boat is only 4 hours at most. What is the concept of 4 hours? That's the speed of a boat. As we all know, in this era, even the fastest ships can sail at a very limited speed. The ship that the CP organization is on is one of the best, maybe 4 hours. To change the flight, even if it's just a Tianma, I'm afraid it will only take more than 10 minutes at most. If Linley used the flight of light, the speed would be several times faster. In other words, this place must be within IM's attack range. Quote. Linley shook his head slightly. August 17th, should not take risks. At this moment, there is an increasingly strong sense of threat coming from the color of knowledge. It also means that the attack that I am brewing above his head is enough to pose a threat to him. This is worth mentioning. If you don't even have the confidence to resist IM's attack, how can you fight her? The key is Hancock, and judging from the fact that the threat is becoming more and more intense, it can be seen that the attack brewing above the head is brewing extremely fast, and it will never be 5 inches too long. During this period of time, even if they just wanted to take away Roland, Xiao and Hancock, it might be too late. In this way, maybe he never got to meet IM, but Linley already understood what she meant. Or, except for Linley, everyone including Hancock died here together and turned into ashes. Or, Linley quickly takes Hancock out of IM's reach. Obviously, Linley would choose the latter. Fortunately for you, then see you later. As soon as the words were finished, Linley's figure flickered and landed on the ship where Hancock was being held. Seeing the flashing back of Linley with Hancock in his arms, Roland and Xiao's faces turned green and pale, and they were speechless. And with Linley's departure, the offensive brewing above everyone's heads gradually began to dissipate. Does he see everything in his eyes from the beginning to the end? If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid today. At this moment, Roland only felt a burst of happiness in his heart. Thanks to Lord IM for making the move. Otherwise, with his strength and status, once he is captured, what a shame it will be for them. Things have come to this point, and the task of bringing Hancock back is a complete failure. It is even more impossible to study Linley's backhand on Hancock. The only thing to be thankful for is probably knowing the abilities Linley has mastered, adding a kind of repulsion, and 3 clones with different abilities. Thinking of this, Roland was not even in the mood to say hello to Xiao, and without saying a word, he took the 5 paladins and flew towards the Holy Land of Mariajoy. And Xiao looked at the figure of 6 paths flying farther and farther, and silently returned to the ship. Holy Land Mariajoy. Between flowers. Great throne. The corner of the mouth of the figure hidden in the darkness is slightly raised. The only exposed eyes seemed to pass through countless spaces and saw Linley's leaving back. It seems that the breath is much separated from the last time. This world is becoming more and more interesting. It's just, besides Joey Boy, why is there a third person who can surpass the limit? Hey, a chuckle echoed faintly in this empty space. Soon, Linley big brother. When Hancock slowly woke up, immediately, he realized that he was lying in the arms of the person he was thinking about day and night. He felt his heart beating wildly like a deer, and his beautiful face was blushing. In addition, I felt warm in my heart, and an extremely strong sense of security filled my heart. Wake up. Linley's voice was as gentle as ever. Hancock knew, Linley big brother will come to save me in time. Since ascending to the throne of Daughter Island, she will only use I, instead of Igia, in front of Linley. Because she, even though she has ascended to the position of Empress of Daughter Island, is still the little girl Linley saved. Fortunately, their speed is too slow, and they also have the idea of luring me over. Otherwise, after bringing you to the Holy Land Mariajoy, I'm afraid even I will have a headache. In the final analysis, I was too careless this time to give them a chance. If she is more careful, maybe. The strength of that CP0 is really too strong. I am not an opponent. Even if I use Conquerors to deal with it, it will be difficult to pose a threat to him. His armament hockey must be the pinnacle of Linley big brother, you said. Linley nodded and comforted softly. After all, he is the leader of the CP organization. It is not surprising to have such strength. His name is Shao. Even if his strength ranks at the top among all the combat power of the world government, you are still young, so you are not inferior to yourself. That's what it says. Hancock was still a little scared in his heart. If the Linley big brother didn't show up in time, everything would be screwed. According to what CP0 said, the world government wanted to use her to achieve the goal of disintegrating the alliance and attacking Linley. This is absolutely unacceptable to her. Daughter Island is too close to the world government. Although it is in the Calm Belt, for the world government, the Calm Belt is like its own back garden. Once it has evil intentions, it can easily destroy Daughter Island. Even ordered Marine to surround Daughter's Island to threaten you, Linley big brother. This is also impossible. Linley shook his head faintly. The former empress did not agree to relocate the Daughter's Island, so it's not a good idea to force it. The robbery of Hancock this time happened because Daughter's Island is located in the Calm Belt, which is closer to the world government. It has to be changed to New World. There's no way it's going to happen. Hancock is clearly aware of this. Face firmly. 0.4. Go back this time. Hancock will definitely convince her. Since you have been deeply bound with the alliance, you need to clarify your position and be firm, otherwise it will only bring troubles to you, Linley big brother. Well, Hancock, give it a try, do your best and obey the destiny. She really doesn't want to, so don't force her. Although she also hopes to move Daughter Island into New World to reduce weaknesses, it is obviously not good to mention this kind of thing by herself, and Linley is very happy that Hancock can take the initiative. It's just a pity, the Paladin formation, there is no way to get it. Shaking his head, Linley stopped thinking about these unpleasant things, and chatted with Hancock in a low voice. And Hancock finally saw Linley big brother whom he missed for a long time. It seems that there are endless things to say in his heart, and he keeps telling his thoughts and love through words. #Z. 28200 times return of the form of the sun god Nika. Linley and Hancock did not go directly to Daughter Island, but together, went to find the perfume snake first. This ship is of great significance to Daughter Island. Now that Hancock is safe, it is impossible to give up like this. Since Linley's two avatars followed from beginning to end, of course they knew the destroyed coordinates of the perfume snake, and soon flew to the sea area where the perfume snake was located. Quote. However, the scene of the perfume snake below was beyond Hancock's expectation, and it was not the same as what she had imagined in her mind. It can even be said to be completely different, because at this time, all the 9 snake warriors on the perfume snake were all safe and sound. Without exception, it's just that everyone was at a loss, not knowing what happened. How is this possible? How could the CP organization let them go? Hancock's face was full of disbelief. According to her vision, or judgment, once he loses, the 9 snake warriors sung by Shueyu will never end well. Being slaughtered is almost inevitable. In order to keep the secret, maybe the perfume snake will be destroyed and sink to the bottom of the sea. Could it be? Hancock looked at Linley, thinking of the unpredictable power of life and death in the opponent's world. For a while, how can you not guess that everything in front of you is completely different from what you expected, and what is the reason? All of this is of course the credit of the Kanglong clone and Wood clone. After the CP0 leader Owl defeated Hancock, he ordered the 23 remaining CPO members to carry out a massacre on the perfume serpent. Then, maybe in order not to cause too much noise, they just pierced a big hole in the bottom of the perfume snake, and left gracefully, allowing the perfume snake to slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. When CP0 left, the Kanglong clone immediately used the power of natural teeth to resurrect the dead of the perfume snake, and then Wood clone repaired the gap in the bottom of the perfume snake. So except that the cabin and deck were soaked in seawater for a while, it was almost the same as before meeting CP0. It's just a small thing. Linley didn't deny it, and slowly landed towards the perfume number with Hancock in his arms. After my avatar got the news this time, it has been paying attention. It also wanted to take the opportunity to draw out the world government's whole card, so it didn't act immediately. So that's the case, then Linley big brother must have gone through a fierce battle to rescue me, right? The fierce battle is not enough. I wanted to bring those people back to the alliance, but it's a pity. As he spoke, Linley shook his head lightly and said, "Go and report to your subjects first. In addition, regarding the matter of death and resurrection, maybe these 9 snake warriors don't know what happened, but it is inevitable to have a lot of guesses. You have to deal with this matter." Hancock think of a good reason to hide it from the past. It is not appropriate to spread the matter of resurrecting the dead, we just need to know. Well, of course, don't worry, Linley big brother. Hancock nodded earnestly, and when he landed, as soon as he got out of Linley's arms, he seemed to turn back into the Empress who stood tall in front of his subjects. It is unimaginable for people in this world to resurrect the dead. If it is leaked, it may cause a major earthquake in the world. Hancock certainly understood this. Her Majesty the Empress. All the Hydra warriors on board were surprised to see Linley landing with Hancock in his arms. Seeing Linley's figure, they all showed respect. Lord Linley. Linley nodded, then walked to the bow of the boat, looked at the sea, and ignored everyone. A group of 9 snake warriors had to surround Hancock. Your Majesty, what happened just now? I thought you were missing. Also, aren't we dead? Why are we all safe and sound? That's right, I thought it was a dream. Cough cough. Hancock coughed lightly, and said in a dignified tone, "It is so, Gardener." After some explanations, the 9 snake warriors were finally fooled away. At this time, Linley was lost in thought, recalling the God's sanction that was just brewing above his head. In fact, if it wasn't for the presence of Hancock just now, I'm afraid he would really experience the power of God's sanction for himself. What exactly is it like? After all, can it pose a threat to him? After all, the person who casts the God's sanction is the imaginary enemy in his heart for many years. The owner of the great vacant throne, the king of the world, I am. 5 or 6 years ago, he and I am had a brief meeting in the holy land of Mariajoy. Strictly speaking, it is not actually a meeting, but a collision of eyes. At that time, because he was in the enemy camp, he was not sure of winning the battle, so after a face-to-face meeting, he quietly left the holy land of Mariajoy. Now 5 or 6 years have passed, and his strength can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes compared to that time. Especially not long ago, the most powerful return in history was obtained. 100-fold return in the form of the sun god Nika. At that time, in Windmill Town, he made a contract with King Luffy, trained Shanks, and returned to obtain the Ghost Conqueror's Overlord territory, and then set off for the Teneleki Islands where Vegapunk is located. After leaving Windmill Town for less than an hour, they suddenly received a notification from the system. The target of the contract is Luffy, who eats the human fruit, Phantom Beast, and the form of the sun god Nika, and the return will be 100 times. Choice 1. Human fruit Phantom Beast creator of light Hell Acti form. Option 2. Strengthen the shape of the Shishengwan, gain 100% transformation of the power of God, and increase the creation of light god avatar. Option 3. Obtain the sun gift buff. Please choose. At that time, when Linley saw these 3 choices, even with his self-cultivation today, he was stunned. The form of God of creation of light, her Acti, selected in the first choice is actually related to the form of the winged dragon returned by Kuina. It can be regarded as the superior of the pterodactyl form. If there is a sky dragon form and a giant soldier form in this world, then the form of the god of creation of light, her Acti, needs the combination of the winged dragon form, the sky dragon form and the giant soldier form to be born. Logically speaking, as soon as Hell Acti, the god of creation of light, takes form, the other 2 options are almost unnecessary just by looking at the name. It is simply unimaginable how strong it is to be called the god of creation of light. But Linley is no longer the novice. For the best return in history, maybe there will be no better one in the future, so Linley is quite cautious in choosing this time. So, after Linley had some understanding of the form of Hell Acti, the god of creation of light, finally, this option was abandoned. Give up. Why? The reason is simple because the transformation into the creator of light will present femininity. And only by transforming can the most perfect display of the power of the creator of light Hell Ache form. This point is hard for Linley to accept. In terms of strength, the 100-fold return in the form of the sun god Nika is of course far more than the 100-fold return in the form of Dako true god. In other words, in terms of ability, the form of the creator of light, her Acti, is far superior to the form of Sesshomaru. Even if the form of Sesshomaru has been strengthened several times so far, I am afraid it is still not as good as it is. Unless the power of God is completely transformed, it may be possible to match. It is also the femininity of transformation that made Linley shift his attention to option 2. That is to strengthen the form of killing pills, completely transform the demonic power into the power of God, and obtain a new avatar, the avatar of the god of creation of light. This option to strengthen the original fruit ability is not the first time. But it is the only time. The extent of strengthening is so large. He actually transformed the monster power into the power of a god. You know, Linley has been strengthened several times and practiced for several years, but he has only converted nearly half of his demon power into a divine calendar. It can be said that this option will save Linley's efforts for the next 10 years. Moreover, it also has a clone with a certain ability in the form of the creator of light Hell Acti. There is no doubt that if you choose this option, not only will the power of God be completely transformed, but you will also get the strongest avatar. It can be said that if you are sure not to choose one, maybe it will be a good option. Looking at the third option. Sun Bounty Buff. The moment Linley saw this option, his eyes lit up. 283 Gift of the Sun. In the sky and in the world, I am the only one. According to the detailed introduction, Linley has a basic understanding of the Sun Gift Buff. First of all, this is an eternal state of blessing in itself. According to the time period of the sun above the head, give yourself different degrees of growth. It is mainly divided into 2 time periods, night and day. At night, the moon's light is at a weaker level due to the reflection of the sun's light. But no matter how weak it is, if it is in the full moon, it will be the strongest state at night, and it can increase by 20% in all directions on its own basis. What is this concept? That means, even at night, as long as the moon is full, whether it is one's own demon power, stamina, haki, attack, speed, or even the moves and skills performed, etc. will all increase by 20% in all directions. For the current Linley, even if it is only 20%, it is already quite scary. Of course, the strongest increase at night will stop at 20%. If it is a gibbous moon, first quarter moon, MA moon, new moon, or when the moon is not visible on cloudy days, the increase rate will decrease significantly, which are 16%, 12%, 8%, 4% and no increase rate respectively. But the night is not the highlight. The real power of the sun's gift lies in the daytime. Even in rainy weather, there is a 10% all-round increase at the start. And if it is sunny, it is divided into 7 states. Early morning, morning, near noon, 1 minute of noon, noon, dusk, evening. Early morning and evening increase by 30%, morning and evening increase by 60%, close to noon and midday increase by 100%, as for 1 minute at noon. 150%. This is not the final increase. Only in the 3 time periods of close to noon, rang noon, and 1 minute at noon, can a state called, heaven and world, I am the only one, be opened. In this state, close to the 2 time periods of noon and noon, the increase will skyrocket to 150%. And in 1 minute at noon, the rate of increase skyrocketed to an astonishing 500%. What is the concept of 500%? In that minute, Linley's strength will increase 5-fold. It's just terrifying, even if it's just for a minute. And it just so happens that the state of, I am the only one in the sky and the world, can only last for 1 minute, which is consistent with 1 minute at noon. Before, facing Roland, Shao and the 5 paladins, the reason why Linley said that they were unlucky was because it was at noon and the sky was bright and sunny. Even if the state of, heaven and earth, I am the only one, has not been activated, there is still a 100% increase. There is no doubt that when looking at the introduction, Linley already has the best choice. The buff bestowed by the sun is just right for someone like him whose strength has reached a certain level. If this return is the first return when Linley initially activated the system, then I believe that option 1 will be the best option. After recovering from the memories, Linley was fine, and turned on the system after a long absence. Host: Linley. Age: 20. Status: Gift of the Sun, Heaven and Earth, I am the only one. Fruit: Inugu Fruit, Phantom Beast, Sesshomaru form, awakened, gravitational fruit, awakened. Skills: Kandlong clone, Wood clone, Shen Luo Tianjiang, Skyquake. Winged Dragon clone, Awakening. Natural teeth, Broken teeth, Clustered teeth, Iron broken teeth, isolated. Hockey: Observation Hockey Peak, Foreseeing the future passive, Ultra long distance perception, Armament Hockey Peak, Demon God ultimate compression, Conqueror's Hockey Peak, Conqueror, Demon God ghost, entangling, Element killing, Overlord territory. Physical arts: Swordsmanship, Dacheng invisible sword energy, Physical arts, Dacheng none, Firearms art, Dacheng death mark. Monster power: God's power, transformation level 47%. Contract targets: Shanks red, Lucci gold, Robin purple, Zoro red, Wong Luffy red, 18/19. After choosing the third option of the 100-fold return of the form of the sun god Nika, the system interface has an additional status bar, which is a new addition that is different from other enhancements. Perhaps it was the addition of the status bar that led to a breakthrough improvement in Linley's strength, so the contract target was added again. But for Linley, who has almost wiped out all the targets who want to make a contract at this time, it is insignificant. Since the contract with Wong Luffy, Shanks, Hawkeye, and Wong Luffy, the 3 best contract targets, have now all been won. Others seem less important. If you choose a contract in the future, it is mostly just to improve the other party's talent and potential, not to get a refund. Looking at the interface of the system, if you see it as a development game, it can be said that it has reached the late stage. There is still a lot of room for improvement, and only the power of God. Currently converted to 47%. If there is no return, it will take more than 10 years to rely on self-cultivation. In other aspects, whether it is the form of Sesshomaru or the fruit of universal gravitation, they have all awakened. Conqueror's Haki are the pinnacle of the state. Conquerors, in particular, was elevated to the pinnacle not long ago with the return of Shanks. If you use 5 Elder standards, you don't even consider the power of God and the sun's gift buff. Linley is fruit awakening plus triple peak. In addition, in the prefix of Tyrant's territory, in addition to Demon God, there is actually an additional word Ghost and God. This means that Linley not only owns the Demon God Conquerors, but also has the legendary Ghost God Conquerors, double Overlord colors. Because the time obtained is too short, so far Linley has only found out that when casting Conquerors, in addition to casting the most primitive Conquerors, he can also freely switch between Demon God Conquerors and Ghost God Conquerors. As for the Demon God Conquerors and the Ghost God Conquerors, which of these 2 Conquerors is stronger? Meaningless. At the moment when 47% of the demon power has been transformed into the power of gods, it is natural that the Demon God Conquerors is stronger. But does this mean that Conquerors is meaningless? Linley's tendency is not. Maybe these 2 Conquerors can not only be freely switched, maybe they can be superimposed together. But it takes time to figure it out. The peak of Conquerors is probably different from the armed color and knowledge color. After the latter 2 enter the peak state, everyone will have different comprehensions and thus walk in different directions. And Tyrant Zhao Lihao territory is, in the final analysis, a kind of territory. It is a completely different realm from the Sanctuary that Roland cast not long ago. If Sanctuary is a pseudo-field, skill that relies on fruit abilities as the main body and is assisted by formations, then the domain of the Overlord is the real field. And Tyrant territory is just a collective term. Maybe everyone's comprehension will be different, so the core of the field will also be different. Other than that, Xiao Xiao's armed color seems quite interesting. At present, Linley's knowledge color has mastered 2 peak directions at the same time, while the armed color has only one direction of ultimate compression. In the years to come, in the gap between transforming the power of the gods, maybe we can study the other peak directions of the victors, armed forces. Thinking about, the perfume snake gradually returned to Daughter Island. When Shanks mastered the Conqueror's winding under the whip of Linley, his lifelong enemy, Hawkeye, came to the Island of Alliance for the first time alone. 284 Hawkeye returns from traveling around the world. Here is the foundation laid by Your Excellency Linley over the years. In just a few years of hard work, it has become a force capable of countering the world government. Much more spectacular than naval headquarters. Very impressive. At the port of the Island of Alliance, a man with a long knife and hat on his back looked at the majestic buildings on the island, and for a moment he felt infinite emotion in his heart. This person is Hawkeye, who has returned from traveling around the world. During these years of traveling around the world, he also came into contact with reports about the Alliance from time to time. Just hearing is believing, seeing is believing. Witnessing the magnificence and grandeur of the Alliance base camp at this moment, he finally understood how worthy the praise of the Alliance in the newspapers was. It's a pity, I have never contributed to such a foundation. Although in recent years, he has often proposed to contribute to the Alliance for Linley through phone bugs, especially the Alliance is still a two-regiment alliance. Unfortunately, Your Excellency Linley has too high expectations of him. Always think that with his potential, time should not be wasted on trivial matters without suspense. Without the approval of His Excellency Linley, he had no choice but to give up. But I have to say, for him, this is undoubtedly a pity. So in the 6 years before and after, he traveled to almost every corner of the world. During this process, I have fought against countless swordsmen from all over the world, especially a man named Shanks, who fought against him several times without a score, and finally fell in love with each other, and became a famous swordsman. The existence of friends and foes. Needless to say, I have accumulated a huge amount of combat experience. Not only have my swordsmanship and hockey been improved by leaps and bounds, but I have also obtained a sword of the highest 12-level sword in a small island. Zato. There were two things that he kept falling short of. Originally, I thought that in the past few years, I would practice swordsmanship to a great degree, and at the same time, practice it into the first black sword in the world today, or in this era. Too bad I haven't been able to do both. He had a premonition in the dark, and CDEI, Shu's mastery of swordsmanship and his training in the underworld are closely related to him. Otherwise, among the many opponents he has met, some of them have already mastered the sword skills, and his sword skills are still higher than them. However, even in this situation, my own swordsmanship has never been great. This is undoubtedly a very strange thing. Certainly, everyone's swordsmanship level is not the same, and even Dacheng's swordsmanship has high and low levels. The highest level of swordsmanship mastery is obviously much more difficult than ordinary swordsmanship mastery. While Hawkeye was thinking, the news that he came to the Island of Alliance quickly spread to Beckman and Jin, who stayed on the Island of Alliance. So Hawkeye was still wandering around the port area of the Island of Alliance, and Beckman and Rong couldn't wait to come to meet him. Yo, isn't this Mahawk? What wind brought you, a great swordsman, here? As soon as Beckman saw Hawkeye, he laughed and joked. Mahawk, you are finally willing to come and see us. It's really possible. Jin didn't give up much, and his tone was full of resentment. Regardless of the fact that the two of them didn't spend much time with Hawkeye, the depth of friendship often doesn't depend on time to accumulate. During my time on Ghost Island, before the Hawkeye played against Linley, they exchanged ideas with Beckman, Jin and the third player of the Kaido army every day. In this process, not only the strength between the four has improved by leaps and bounds, but the friendship is even more so. Before Hawkeye left, the three of them kept admonishing him to stay. In fact, Hawkeye was also moved at that time. If it hadn't been for Linley's understanding and support, perhaps he would have agreed under the circumstances. And in the 6 years before and after, although the four of them didn't meet each other, they had a lot of conversations on the phone. Why are you here? Hawkeye, who was in deep thought, froze for a moment, and looked behind the two of them. Where's Katakuri? He, in the past few years, has often traveled back and forth between the Island of the Alliance and the 10,000 Kingdoms, and unfortunately returned to the 10,000 Nations recently. That's it. However, if he knows that you are back, he will definitely rush over, ha 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 ha. Beckman patted Hawkeye on the shoulder enthusiastically, and led him to the depths of the Island of Alliance. As soon as you landed, the people below came to report. This day, not only us, I believe Linley has been waiting for a long time. Here we come, at least a few months. That's right, don't be a passerby. Jin smiled and said, the Island of Alliance is our home, but it is also your home, don't treat yourself as a guest. Polite. Hawkeye shook his head seriously. Sorry, I don't know how to write these two words. Ha 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 ha, that's good. Linley will probably go to the Grand Line. It may take a while to come back, so don't rush to leave. Hawkeye nodded, and a trace of fatigue flashed across the pupils of the magnificent buildings around him from time to time. Maybe this time, not going. On the way to the Island of Alliance, he was also thinking, what is the difference in swordsmanship in order to achieve great success? It wasn't until he logged in that he finally thought of the answer. Maybe, need to fight against the world's top powerhouses, the group can see their own shortcomings. Although I have encountered many opponents in these years, in terms of level. The highest level, however, Marine Admiral, and that Kizaru who has no fighting spirit. But after fighting with him for a few moves, the lazy guy raised his hands, shouted, it's so scary, and then got out of the way. Before leaving, he complained in a low voice, how much money is only a month, what fate? He took it all. Obviously his occupation is, marine hunter. In this sea, apart from Marine and that guy named Shanks, there are really few masters he can look up to. And in this world, apart from the above-mentioned ones, in terms of powerhouses, the Alliance is probably the most powerful. This is also the reason why he has made up his mind clearly that he has not mastered swordsmanship, he has not mastered the Black Knife, and will never join the Alliance, but now he chooses to join the Alliance. No, not leaving. Hearing this, Beckman and Jin's eyes widened at the same time. 285 Armed Color, Dynamic Vision. We've waited too long for this day. Beckman and Jin all showed excitement in their eyes at this time. From now on, Mihawk, let us fight side by side. Jin held out his hand to Hawkeye. Beckman followed suit. Well, we will fight side by side from now on. Hawkeye nodded and put his hands on the two of them. Then Jin put his arms around Hawkeye's shoulders like Beckman did, and laughed loudly. For a moment, the three big men hugged shoulders without hesitation in appearance, walking on the most spacious street in the Island of Alliance, attracting countless people looking at each other. Isn't that Master Beckman and Lord Jin? Who is that among them? Master Jin, who has always been serious, unexpectedly has such elated expressions sometimes. That is to say, Master Jin always has a serious look that no strangers should enter. I didn't expect. It's been a long time. Pedestrians on the road, of course, could not understand the friendship between the three. And the three of them naturally ignored the pedestrians' discussions. By the way, Mihawk, I haven't seen you for 6 years, and I don't know your strength. How far have you grown? Jin asked curiously. Among the men in this sea, after talking about experience, they must talk about strength. When I was in Ghost Island, among the three, Beckman had the highest winning rate because he was the oldest and closest to his personal peak. Then Hawkeye came next, and Jin last. 6 years have now passed. Jin and Katakuri are also gradually reaching their peak. Because Beckman are almost sitting on the island of the Alliance, and rarely leave, and Katakuri, although half of the time will return to 10,000 kingdoms, but every time he comes to the island of the Alliance, they will learn from each other, so they understand each other and know their strength. Well aware. From Jin's point of view, after he and Katakuri entered the peak successively and mastered the Conquerors winding one after another, their strength was already faintly surpassing that of Beckman. However, before he and Katakuri were happy, Beckman got a copy of the Soul Fruit, so his strength increased greatly, and he surpassed him again. And if he wants to increase his strength again and achieve overtaking, it will be impossible in a short time. On the contrary, Katakuri has mastered another technique of Conquerors, element killing, which can quite restrain the ability of Beckman's Soul Fruit replica. Therefore, the winning percentage against Beckman is even higher than him. However, if he faced Katakuri, in the end, relying on Zone's advantage, he would still need to win. So the three of them restrained each other. Jin played against Beckman, basically 30-70, but if the opponent Katakuri, he would be 64-40. The same is true for Katakuri. Against Beckman, he can also open 6 or 4. Now that Hawkeye has returned, he is undoubtedly extremely curious about Hawkeye's strength. After all, neither he nor Beckman nor Katakuri received Linley's super high evaluation. Strength. I haven't played against you two for a long time, and I have been looking forward to it for a long time. In fact, this is one of the purposes of my return this time. Not only Beckman and Katakuri are curious about his current strength, but he is equally curious about how far the two of them and Katakuri have grown. After the banquet, there will be a few sparring sessions. No hurry now, since you have decided not to leave, don't be in a hurry. Good. Although Beckman and Jin were curious, the more important thing now was undoubtedly to clean up Hawkeye. News of Hawkeye's arrival traveled quickly. Under the orders of Beckman and Jin, a banquet was soon held in the largest and most luxurious banquet hall on the Island of Alliance. Even faster, it was quickly crowded with people from the Alliance who heard the news. For example, Bullet, the Red Earl and others who happened to be on the Island of the Alliance and never went out. Let me introduce you, this is Mihawk. Admiration for a long time. Bullet and the Red Earl nodded. For Hawkeye, the two undoubtedly have long been fascinated. After all, these years, Linley has often mentioned it, and every time he mentioned it, his words were full of praise, which naturally aroused everyone's curiosity. This is Bullet Leadfield, their reputation. Mihawk, you must have heard a lot, right? That's natural. Bullet, the descendant of the devil, one of the legendary Red Earl Redfield, who has never heard of anyone who wanders in this sea. Ha 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 ha, seeking flowers oh. Hawkeye's words were of course not a compliment, and in fact he wouldn't be flattering either, he was just telling the truth. If you meet each other on the internet, you may have to wait and see. But now everyone is in the Alliance, there may be tit-for-tat confrontation, but when the banquet is held, there is only harmony. In addition to Bullet and the Red Earl, Shiliu, the Evil King and others also rushed over. Soon, under everyone's intention or unconsciousness, Hawkeye, who became the core of the banquet, mingled with everyone. It goes without saying that the guests and the host enjoy themselves, toasting and drinking. Once the banquet was held, it lasted for several days. After receiving the news, Quinn immediately put down the scientific research project in his hand and rushed back, finally attending the banquet in the last few days. 0. The same is true for Katakuri. After receiving the news, he immediately dropped everything and rushed to the Alliance area. After the banquet, Beckman, Jin, and Katakuri enthusiastically walked around the island of the Alliance with eagle eyes, showing him the achievements of the Alliance in the past 6 years. It naturally aroused Hawkeye's emotion. Wait until everyone arrives at the training ground. Several people present were all excited. 6 years. How far has Hawkeye grown? The answer will be revealed soon. In fact, Hawkeye's current situation is very special. Let's talk about the color of knowledge. If you say you haven't reached the peak, that's not the case, but it's not quite the peak. Just like Katakuri 6 years ago, foreseeing the future, has gone halfway in the direction of reaching the pinnacle of knowledge and knowledge. As we all know, the so-called reaching the pinnacle just means that a certain foundation of knowledge and color has been brought to perfection. For example, the basic low, medium and high level knowledge color is nothing more than strengthening the 5 senses, detecting breath, detecting emotions, detecting objects, predicting crises, listening to inner voices, and so on. Foreseeing the future is ultimate's pre-judgment crisis. Seeing through people's hearts is ultimate's awareness of emotions. Listening to the voice of all things is ultimate's listening to the heart. Ultra-long-range perception, that is, ultimate's perception of out-of-sight enemies. The direction that Hawkeye is going is ultimate's perception of breath, which he calls dynamic vision. 286 gap. Foreseeing the future, that is, see through people's hearts, that is, listen to the voice of all things, that is, ultra-long distance perception, which is ultimate's perception of objects. The direction that Hawkeye is going is ultimate's enhanced 5 senses, which he calls dynamic vision. There is an error in the previous chapter, corrected here. Consistent with Katakuri, it can only be cast in a state of emotional stability and concentration. So it's not quite the pinnacle. As for swordsmanship, it is also not as great as it is, but it is far stronger than the general swordsmanship Dacheng Janao. Armor color is the same. Generally speaking, swordsmen's armaments reach the pinnacle direction, and most of them are trained into permanent black swords, which is the embodiment of armaments. He was also a little short. As for Conqueror's entanglement, after several battles with Shanks, he has naturally mastered it since 940. So in general, his strength is weird. As a swordsman, not only the swordsmanship is not great, even Haki has not reached the peak, but each one is not weak. If there is only one strong person who has reached the pinnacle, maybe he may not be defeated. Which of us will go first? Katakuri spoke first, looking eager to try. At the same level in the league, he has played against Jin and Beckman too many times, and the freshness has long since disappeared. As for Bullet and the Red Earl, as veteran general masters, it wasn't like Beckman had just stepped into the general rank from the deputy rank. Against the two of them, there is basically a defeat but no victory. If you lose a lot, it's naturally meaningless. On the contrary, it was Hawkeye who made him look forward to it. Especially in Ghost Island, the last time Hawkeye fought against him. I still remember it was after Hawkeye played Linley. Hawkeye, who was advancing by leaps and bounds, was invincible from the beginning, and surpassed him in a blink of an eye. This made him eager to get back the place. Jin, look at Katakuri, who is usually so calm, why is he so anxious now? How can Beckman fail to see that Katakuri wants to fight Hawkeye first? Did not fight, but laughed and joked. After all, since Mihawk beat him, he was at the bottom, and now he is eager to prove himself. Jin's words undoubtedly hit the nail on the head. Katakuri didn't bother to pay attention to them, and his eyes moved to the sword on Hawkeye's back. Your knife, doesn't it look simple? Could it be the quality of the Supreme Knife 12 works? Good. Hawkeye nodded and said with a smile, this knife is called Yi. Then I have to learn a lot. As he spoke, he showed his trident named Earth Dragon. Hawkeye doesn't care who makes the first move, he wants to fight with them anyway. So the two went straight to the center of the training ground and stood aside. I'm going up, Katakuri yelled, holding the trident, and quickly attached the armed color and conquerors and rushed towards Hawkeye. In this process, foreseeing the future unfolds. As soon as he made a shot, he almost went all out. On the other hand, Hawkeye seemed calm in the face of Katakuri's attack. Kang, with Yi unsheathed, the pupils of his eyes began to shrink indistinctly. This is the performance characteristic of Shishi's dynamic vision. What is dynamic vision? Once this state is turned on, in the eyes of the person who opened it, the enemy will be in slow motion and the overall speed will slow down. The weaker the color of knowledge, the slower the speed in his eyes. In fact, the enemy has not actually slowed down in reality, everything is as usual. But in any case, when dynamic vision is turned on, Katakuri is not only slow as a snail in the eyes of the eagle eye, but the speed is definitely not fast. There is no doubt that dynamic vision is the pinnacle direction of knowledge and knowledge born for combat. The moment Hawkeye turned on dynamic vision, Katakuri, who was attacking him, only felt a strange feeling in his heart. Can't say why, but it just wasn't right. Fortunately, he finally mastered foreseeing the future. So after the handover of soldiers between the two sides, the battle became weird. For Katakuri, Hawkeye's every move, any intention, cannot be hidden from his eyes. But he found that he seemed to be unable to keep up with Hawkeye's reaction. As for Hawkeye, Katakuri seems to have predicted all his attacks. No matter how he moves, the opponent seems to have predicted it in advance. But luckily he has plenty of time to deal with it. So in this way, coupled with the fact that the sword is written on the weapon, it has an advantage. Hawkeye quickly gained the upper hand. I always feel that the speed of the Mihawk, somewhat unbelievably fast. Jin and Beckman, who were watching the battle, frowned more and more. Not bad, but he doesn't seem to be so fast all the time, but at the moment of the shot, the speed suddenly changes. If the two stand in the vision of Hawkeye, they may understand that Hawkeye's speed has not actually increased. Rather, Katakuri's speed slowed down. Back to reality, since Katakuri's speed remains the same, the faster one is naturally Hawkeye. This is the power of dynamic vision. Maybe I can't predict exactly what you're going to do next, but I always have plenty of time and can deal with it faster than you. This is dynamic vision. In battle, it can be like a tiger with wings added. Only, maybe it's because it's not really reaching the pinnacle, so once it encounters knowledge killing, it will fail. Otherwise, against Shanks, the two wouldn't just be tied. Kang kang kang. In a blink of an eye, Hawkeye and Katakuri fought dozens of rounds. Pressing Katakuri almost from the head and rubbing on the ground. This feeling, so uncomfortable. Card 1.2 Takuri gets more and more shocked as he hits his heart. His foresight of the future could not make any achievements in the face of Hawkeye's weird speed. After a while, he suddenly backed up and shouted, "Let's try hard." Good. So the two of them stopped using the knowledge color at the same time, and the weapon color and Conquerors were wrapped around the weapon at the same time. Hawkeye's armed color and Conquerors are better than Katakuri. If he wants to make up the gap, he can only rely on the fruit ability. The two just fought each other for a few tricks, and Yan and Beckman saw the strength of the two-color hockey on both sides. Good. Jin nodded in agreement. At the same time, Beckman and Jin are also judging the gap between their two-color hockey and Hawkeye in their hearts. 287 beyond. Never mind. After a long time, Katakuri withdrew his trident resentfully, retreated a few steps, and got out of Hawkeye's attack range. He has already deeply realized that, as a person with fruit ability, it is really not wise to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a great swordsman. Especially when knowledge color cannot be suppressed, and armed color is not as good as Conqueror's. Seeing Katakuri's sudden retreat, Hawkeye didn't pursue him, and let him stick the trident on the ground. Do you want to use the fruit ability to deal with it next? Looking at Katakuri's posture, Beckman and Jin saw his intentions at once. Mahawk's armed color is stronger than mine, and not inferior to yours. Jin said with emotion from the side. Taking a panoramic view of the battle between the two, he also came to the conclusion of comparing with Hawkeye. He still remembered that when he was on Ghost Island, Hawkeye's armed color was advanced, and it was almost the same as him. Now it's more than that. Are you saying he didn't work hard enough? That's not the case either. Even Kaido has been cultivating crazily at 23 these years, how dare they relax? If it's not a matter of effort, it's... At this moment, Jin finally understood what talent is. And why did Linley give Hawkeye such a high evaluation? Really? Beckman nodded heartily. Hawkeye's armed color. Now it is not inferior to him. Even if it is inferior, it will never be inferior too much. Insignificant. Almost no difference. But the problem is, he doesn't have Conquerors, and he was many years older than Hawkeye. Therefore, there is a lot of time that can be used to study the armed color and knowledge color, especially before obtaining the fruit ability. And you must know that when he was on Ghost Island, Hawkeye's armed color was far inferior to him. When the two were feeling emotional, Katakuri in the center of the training ground went towards Hawkeye again. But this time, the fruit awakening ability was directly used. Nuo Tuan sang, I saw countless donuts appear out of thin air in front of Katakuri. And stick out horned balls from it, quickly transforming into huge arms covered with armed colors. A multi-directional attack was carried out on Hawkeye. Boom 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 boom. The sound of fist speed explosion sounded. From this we can see how fast this move is, explosive sleep. Seeing this, Hawkeye remained unhurried. Because in his eyes, under the premise of turning on dynamic vision, these huge arms and fists attacking him are still too slow. But he didn't mean to avoid it. The supreme sharp knife, Yi, waving instantly seemed like a phantom, and countless slashes slashed at every arm that attacked him. Bang bang bang. In a blink of an eye, the slash and the fist of the arm collided one by one. Perhaps Mochi has considerable resistance to blunt objects, but it definitely does not include slashing, especially when armament hockey is not as good as his opponent. The result of the collision is obvious. Everything ended with Nuomi's arm being cut off. When Mahawk's armed color surpasses Katakuri's, there is actually no suspense in this battle. Ember said lightly, just like Katakuri and you, once Conqueror's elemental kill is fired, your soul fruit will lose its effect, and his glutinous rice balls may not be able to defend against your bullets, but if they want to penetrate the glutinous rice balls, hit them again. It becomes a difficult task if the Nuomi people are covered with armed injuries. Speaking of which, we are interlocking and restraining each other. I really can't do anything against Katakuri, but it is also difficult for him to resist your Fire Dragon King, and your Fire Dragon King is often my Fu Carlos offset. Speaking of which, Beckman, according to Linley, you have almost perfected the pet bar. The elements of water, fire, ice, thunder, magma, earth, etc., have been created after going to Andy to learn from them. On the contrary, he the mentioned equipment bar, it seems that it hasn't been downloaded yet. Jin recalled Linley's vision for the soul fruit, and asked curiously. Even if Katakuri's element kills and restrains your element, as long as the number is enough, it is enough to make him exhausted. Beckman explained, the key to the equipment column is the suitable devil fruit ability, such as shoes. The most suitable fruit is the teleportation fruit, but this fruit has not yet been found by the contemporary capable person, and maybe it has not been eaten yet. Speaking of which, if you want to create suitable equipment, and have a huge power, it's just one aspect, and you need a lot of time to accumulate. Otherwise, if you want to realize that vision, you won't show it at all. Otherwise, if everything is in order, even Kaido, I have the confidence to fight. In the past few years, since Linley obtained the method of capturing devil fruit from Teach, he has actually captured a lot of devil fruit abilities, but unfortunately, there are not many suitable for you. Jin nodded. But don't worry, I believe it's just a matter of time. Speaking of it, I really don't understand what Linley's mind is thinking. He can think of such a rich development direction. Years before Linley had grown to 400, how could New World have Whitebeard and Kaido? While the two were communicating, the fight between Hawkeye and Katakuri also came to an end. Do not fight, Katakuri said with a depressed face. Mihawk, you are the youngest among us. I originally thought that in the past few years, I could still make a difference, but I didn't expect the speed of improvement to be so fast. This is too shocking. The last person like this was Linley. Although Bullet is smaller than them, his growth rate is not as fast as Hawkeye. It's just restraint. Hawkeye shook his head. Don't be humble, I'm not as good as you, but your knowledge seem to be quite extraordinary. What direction are you going? Obviously, it is no secret among them that they have reached the pinnacle. The ultimate that strengthens the five senses, I call it dynamic vision. I see, I don't know which one is stronger than Beckman's, fatal lock. Beckman, who was walking towards the two, heard the words and said with a smile. Mihawk, take a rest first, it's up to us next. Jin, will you go first or me first? Random. 288 Bullet's real opponent. Just when Hawkeye and Beckman, Jin, and Katakuri played against each other. On the other side of the League Island, Bullet and the Red Earl were sitting on the beach, lazily basking in the sun. Since the two are in the alliance, they are not responsible for many affairs. Therefore, apart from daily practice, the only thing to do is to form a fighting force with distinct personal styles. It is similar to the duties of the leader of the Whitebeard pirate team. So many years have passed, and the team has been established for many years, basically there is no need for two people to stare at each other. That's why it's so, leisure. This is quite similar to Kaido. It's just that Kaido is more leisurely than the two of them, he's just a hands-off shopkeeper, he doesn't care about anything. In addition to drinking on weekdays, the rest of the program is only boring practice. But he himself never tires of it. Bullet and the Red Earl were not unworthy of Linley's attention. The truth is that both of them have the kind of solitary character compared to Beckman, Jin, Katakuri and others. Otherwise, the Red Earl would not have wandered alone on this sea for so many years. For the Red Earl, staying in the alliance, in addition to keeping his promise, is basically equivalent to staying in the alliance for retirement. Bullet's situation is also quite good. Apart from training and leading the team, what I look forward to the most is the fight against Linley every year. Well, Bullet sighed softly, picked up a glass of strong wine, and drank it down in the warm sunshine. But the Red Earl's wine glass contained a glass of red wine. Seeing Bullet's bored appearance, he said with a smile, "Why, haven't gotten out of the fight 2 months ago. It stands to reason that you should get used to it." Perhaps the two joined forces at the same time because they were defeated by Linley, so the relationship between the two is very good on weekdays, and they are also very close, as if they have become a pair of friends. Hearing this, Bullet put down his wine glass and said sullenly, "How can you not get used to it? It's just that the gap between you and that guy is getting bigger and bigger. I can't understand. Obviously on weekdays, that guy is not as diligent as us in his cultivation." 2 months ago, Bullet played Linley again. Although the latter looked very serious, the game was not decided until Bullet's physical strength and hockey were exhausted. But Bullet always had a feeling. If Linley really wants to defeat him, he probably doesn't need to make a lot of effort. As the color of knowledge becomes stronger and stronger, this intuition becomes stronger and stronger. Do you still remember what he said when drinking with Kaido a few years ago? You were right. Bullet frowned, thinking. The Wano-kuni warrior that Roger valued so much, Kazuki Oden, before his execution, uttered the prophecy they saw in Raftel, and mentioned a name. Joey Bowie. Bullet remembered. However, although he was also a member of the Roger Pirates, he chose to leave after learning that Roger was suffering from an incurable disease, so Kazuki Oden joined after he left. But he once paid attention to the name as well. 20 years from now, Joey Bowie will come to Wano-kuni, defeat the Beast's pirates, and start Wano-kuni. According to Kazuki Oden's meaning, that is, 10 years later, the reincarnation of Joey Boy will appear in Wano-kuni, defeat Linley, defeat Kaido, and open Wano-kuni. And Linley's answer at the time was, "Whatever Joey Boy, I'll kill myself." Hee. Bullet smiled. Although I believe that Roger will not be aimless. But, I can't think of anyone in this world who can defeat that guy. Maybe Kaido is still possible, but that guy, even if that person is Joey Ibn Zun resurrected. So, you see what I mean. The Red Earl picked up the red wine glass and took a sip lightly. Right. Bullet grinned dumbly. Of course he understood what the Red Earl meant. Linley is a character who can compete with the legends in history. I can't compare to myself, but it's actually no big deal. It seems that in this life, there is no possibility for me to leave the alliance. There's nothing wrong with that. The Red Earl said disapprovingly. I believe it won't be long, we will be able to witness history. Linley's footsteps will never stop at the battle between Shinchi and world government for world dominance. It will inevitably happen. I believe it is impossible for you not to see this fact. Indeed. Bullet nodded. This is really something to look forward to. After all, the grievances with Marine have not yet been settled. You are different from me, the Red Earl said with a smile. As we get older, even if we get a devil fruit in the form of a vampire, after awakening, our strength has already come to an end. On the contrary, although you have made rapid progress in the past few years, there is still a big upper limit for growth. And now what you need is no longer a battle that is far from Linley, but a contest that is really similar. This contest, Linley can't give it to you, and I can't give it to you. Kaido and Linley are stronger than me, so I can't give it to you. In the alliance, Beckman is probably the only one who can fight against you. But, he has just stepped into our class not far away, and there is still a gap from you. Quote, you mean, Bullet responded immediately, Hawkeye, not bad, positive. The Red Earl nodded slightly. You also know that my knowledge is somewhat unique. Although he didn't show his sharpness at the banquet these days, he can tell, he is stronger than Beckman, and I believe it will be at the current stage. Your best friend, if this is the case. Hearing this, Bullet's eyes lit up immediately. Since he joined the then 2-regiment alliance and the current alliance, his strength can be said to have improved rapidly. Under Linley's guidance, not only comprehended the Conqueror's entanglement, but even the armed color stepped into the pinnacle field step by step. And it's still Linley's road. Nuo Dahao, armed color hyphenation point ultimate compression. Because this is the path that suits him best. There is no other reason. The truth is the quantity of his armament hockey. It is too amazing. Choose the post of extraordinary people. Therefore, even if it is only a high-level armed color in the original book, it will not even be entangled with conquerors. With the fruit awakening and the alternative development of the armed color devil form, it can steadily enter the general level. But now that I understand Conqueror's entanglement, the realm of armed color is even higher, but it is not inferior to the strength from Impel Down in the original book. But you must know that in the original book, he has painstakingly cultivated an Impel Down for more than 20 years, and has accumulated more than 20 years. It's only been 6 years now. Moreover, the pinnacle of armed color is only a step away. Just like the Red Earl said, there is an urgent need for a strong man of comparable strength to fight a life and death battle, break the limit in a desperate situation, and achieve the pinnacle. And now, this guy shows up. Hawkeye, 289 clear card. Accepted. On the training ground, Hawkeye sheathed his knife and nodded slightly to Beckman. It's just that judging from his slightly gasping expression at the moment, it seems that this battle won't be easy. Now you are truly ahead of us, Beckman said with deep emotion. With Katakuri and Jin losing one after another, after Hawkeye took a break, he fought him. Maybe he had already prepared in his heart, this battle, Hawkeye fought particularly hard. After all, Hawkeye is not like Katakuri, he can win because of restraint. As soon as he comes up, he can throw out the elemental killer, directly abolish his soul fruit ability, and then use the Nuo fruit ability to restrict his actions. What Hawkeye showed was only swordsmanship and sword moves. It is completely different from Jin's passive beating and fleeing in embarrassment. Hawkeye resisted from the beginning to the end, and finally broke up his elements abruptly, forcing him to fight at close quarters at an even faster speed. What it means for a gunner to be close is self-evident. Not surprisingly, he still lost at 913 after all. And it defeated him upright. The only good thing is that Hawkeye won't be easy. The soul fruit, although it is just a replica, but with your gun technique, even if I am not careful, I will lose. Hawkeye scanned the potholed ground of the training ground with lingering fear. All kinds of traces of elemental damage, the vast majority, are caused by Beckman. If he hadn't mastered dynamic vision, he might be seriously injured if he was not careful. Not everyone can be safe and sound under this kind of crazy bombardment. Compared to your sword skills, this is nothing. Beckman couldn't stop shaking his head when he thought of the sword skill that Hawkeye had used just now. Your swordsmanship is even stronger than Gion. Who would dare to believe that you are so strong before you have achieved great success? What will it be like once you truly achieve great success? After staying on the island of the Alliance for many years, Beckman has fought against people, of course not only Katakuri and Jin, Bullet, Red Earl Najin, and Smoothie have all fought against each other. Among them, Gion and the Red Earl are relatively pure swordsmen. And all of them have mastered swordsmanship. On the other hand, Hawkeye's swordsmanship at this time is actually not great. In the absence of Dacheng, it is better than Gion's Dacheng swordsmanship, even compared to the Red Earl. This potential is terrifying. He immediately realized that once Hawkeye's swordsmanship was perfect, he could truly become a black swordsman. Take the leap to Kaido and Big Mom levels. Madame Gion is also one of the most powerful swordsmen in the world, so she may not be as good as me. Hawkeye's tone was humble. Okay, don't compliment each other. Hawkeye, your knowledge is really extraordinary. What kind of principle is it? Katakuri and Jinjian ended the fight and walked over together. When I was fighting you, foreseeing the future, saw your reaction, but every time I reached a critical point, I would have the illusion that I couldn't react. I want to ask this question, too. Jin empathized and said, when I'm close to you, this feeling makes me forced to give up defense and choose the speed mode to enhance the reaction speed, so I can barely resist, and it will inevitably become incapable after a long time. That's right, they're right. You've been targeted by me from the beginning to the end. It stands to reason that with such intensive bombing, there should always be gaps in your counterattack. As such that, Hawkeye didn't mean to hide it at all, and explained the principle of dynamic vision. It is the tradition of the Alliance to exchange ideas after the war. Because that's what Linley, CDEI, does. Under his leadership, there are almost no secrets among the mysteries that each class has grasped from each other. For example, General Emperor level and General Emperor level, Deputy level and Deputy level. Of course, what you know is what you know, but it may not be able to reproduce it. And there are many benefits to this. In the same class, when both of them know the details of each other, how can one of them win? This is a test of all aspects of the background. The reason why some strong men are rampant in the sea is because their abilities or Hawkeye's secrets are not known to outsiders. That's the way to win by surprise. Once the secret is known to outsiders, it may be defeated in a blink of an eye. Examples of this abound in the original text. But in the Alliance, what is popular is that even if you know my secret, you still can't beat me. It's like a sign. On the one hand, we need to take countermeasures against our own shortcomings. On the other hand, keep iterating your cards. This kind of thing that can be eaten all over the world with one trick will not happen in the Alliance. Just like Beckman and Katakuri, although the former is restrained and the latter knows all the cards, they still have a 30% winning rate. Since Eagle Eye recognized this sharing mode when he was on Ghost Island, the four of them then began to share their experiences with each other. Including but not limited to the direction and principle of two-color Hawkeye's pinnacle, Conqueror's winding, swordsmanship, racial talent, fruit ability, etc. A long time. In the distance, two figures suddenly came towards the training ground. Hawkeye was the first to notice, and the three of Beckman followed suit. Bullet, Mr. Redfield, why are you here? Hee. The Red Earl swept across the messy training field, and said with a smile. It seems that you are so engaged in the chat. The old man and Bullet didn't want to disturb, but, Mahawk, the old man thinks that you need an opponent who can be evenly matched. Equal opponent. Hawkeye froze for a moment, then looked at Bullet. The moment the eyes of the two sides collided, a strong fighting spirit surged out from their bodies almost instantly. If it's Bullet, then it's still unknown who will win. As soon as the Red Earl said this, the three of Beckman all nodded in agreement. It's not that they don't have the self-esteem and arrogance of being strong. But Bullet is definitely stronger than them. This, they all agree. This is the case in the league, the facts must be recognized, and the fight must stand at attention. Not to mention Katakuri and Jin, even Beckman himself, against Bullet, the winning percentage is only 190%. It seems that we can enjoy a wonderful battle next. 290 Hawkeye versus Bullet. Bullet, Hawkeye whose line of sight collided with Bullet, violently, the introduction of Beckman and others on the former emerged in his mind. Fruit ability user and physique powerhouse. Compared to his fruit ability, his body wood is simply ridiculously strong. And the armed color, extremely amazing. Yes, it's so big that it's almost as big as Big Mom and Kaido. And, quality, is because Linley's armed color reaches its pinnacle, ultimate compression. Even if it's just 1 foot, but on the basis of such an amazing quantity, the quality can also be compressed to an incredible level. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Bullet is the most suitable opponent for Hawkeye, even more suitable than Redhead. Even some time ago, Hawkeye and Redhead had a close fight, but for the former, that battle was not really a hearty one. Bullet, I have admired you for a long time. In the league, the praise you have received is second only to Mr. Laidfield and the few above, and Beckman and the others are full of praise for you. Through their mouths, I have already how much I know you, but you are not familiar with me, so I can't take advantage of you. Hawkeye said with a straight face. If you want to win a hearty battle, you must ensure that both sides are on the same level in terms of strength and intelligence. Otherwise, it is not fair. Hawkeye certainly won't let this fight, leaving any factors that might be affected. Also, Bullet nodded solemnly. Between the strong, maybe a word can understand each other's persistence, so Bullet didn't refuse. So Hawkeye recounted what he was good at in front of the Red Earl. I see. Bullet nodded, looking solemn. As they looked at each other again, the fighting intent of the two sides seemed to materialize in the sky above everyone. At this time, the Red Earl, Beckman and others have retreated to the edge of the training field, waiting for the next wonderful battle. King. On the training ground, Hawkeye drew his knife out of its sheath, and quickly dyed the supreme sharp knife, into pitch black with armed color. Zila, it's all set and ready to go, with dark red lightning representing the Conqueror's twine. Bullet didn't give up too much, and turned on the devil form, in an instant. While his whole body turned black and purple, his fists were also wrapped with dark red lightning. Boom. Almost in the blink of an eye, the two left their original positions at the same time and collided with each other in the air. At that moment, the domineering air wave rushed straight into the sky, splitting the clouds in the sky into two, revealing the royal proof of the Conqueror's confrontation. At the same time, everywhere on the island of Alliance, almost the vast majority of people saw the shocking scene of the clouds above their heads being split into two. Who's fighting? It actually split the sky apart. Those who made this exclamation were basically those who joined the Alliance not long ago. But even those who have experienced the Battle of Ghost Island and the Battle of Moby Dick, after many years, have to feel that this cracking scene is shocking enough. Ton. Interesting. Hiccup. On the top of a mountain on the edge of the island of Alliance, Duo is drinking wine from a gourd. Sensing the movement in the air, he couldn't help but look up with interest. One of them was Bullet, who was his opponent. Apparently, Kaido didn't recognize Bullet's opponent as Hawkeye in the first place because he hadn't seen Hawkeye for many years and the distance was far away. Dad, can't you see who Uncle Bullet's opponent is? The one who spoke was Yamato, who was already slim and had an excellent face. Beside her are the rapidly growing Black Maria, who has grown to more than 6 meters, but is becoming more and more mature, and Jack, who is more than 7 meters tall. Who else? In the league, the only guys who can play like that with Bullet are Linley, Redfield, Ulauzi and Linley. It doesn't look like Redfield's style. Kaido was lost in thought. It can't be Linley in the first place. Because Bullet and Linley played against each other, they couldn't play such a scene of breaking the sky. Why? The emergence of the split sky scene, to some extent, represents the evenly matched conquerors of the two parties. Asking for flowers. If Bullet's conquerors meets Linley, how can it be evenly matched? It's even less likely to be Linley. Because whenever Linley comes to the island of the Alliance, he will come to find him immediately. How can he find the time to go to Bullet to fight alone? As for Redfield, it's not like his style. Because he will not entangle Bullet with bombing conquerors, but will suppress Bullet with superb and experienced experience. So, who else could it be? Ah, father, you can't guess. What, Yamato, do you want to know who it is? Just go and see. The place where they fought should be the training ground. Jack murmured beside him. I'm not interested. 0. Yamato shook his head lightly. It's not that Linley Big Brother is back. What's so interesting? When Linley Big Brother comes back, I'm going to give him a surprise. So, Jack, Maria, come and practice with me. I have some ideas that may be on the verge of success. Oh, Kaido took a sip of his wine and said with a cheerful smile. Oh, Yamato, it seems that Laozi's 4 elephants 8 trigrams made you feel a lot. It's a pity that Laozi's 4 elephant 8 trigrams rely on the ability of the Azure Dragon form, so you can't teach it if you want to, and you don't learn the Wine Dragon 8 trigrams. I don't drink alcohol, but the 8 trigrams of 4 elephants did give me a lot of insight. Since wind, fire, thunder and cloud can be integrated into myself, why can't ice? Kaido nodded and smiled. Okay. Then you are good at cultivation. Since you won't go, then I will go to Laozi. Jack looked at the back of Kaido leaving, and when he thought of what happened to him next, he couldn't help showing a bitter face. Turning his head to look at Yamato who was eager to try, he said cautiously. Why don't you guys practice first, and I'll go and have a look. It's not impossible. Yamato smiled, but you have to practice the ice cliff mode with me first. Maria, you can come too. Kang kang kang. Boom boom boom. On the training field, after Hawkeye and Bullet fought conquerors with no score, they began a deadly, fist-to-body fight, of 291 armed realization and ultimate compression. What an amazing armed color. What a violent collision. Is this what Hawkeye is talking about in the ultimate compression that Linley is good at? At this time, the supreme sharp knife 12 crafts, Yi, in Hawkeye's hand. If the knowledge is in the direction of ultimate's perception of objects, you can see that Yi, at this moment seems to have become a real, black knife, and above the knife, there is also a layer of flowing haki attached. Double haki, double attack. This is one of the strengths of the armed forces. It is also the most suitable direction for a swordsman to reach the pinnacle of armed color. And Bullet, the armed color covered by fists and even the whole body, although it has only one layer, is highly compressed, and its strength has been raised to an incredible level regardless of offense and defense. That's ultimate compression. Through compression, strengthen the strength of 310, Chi. Learned from Linley, but it is the most suitable armed color for Bullet to reach the pinnacle direction. With his current state, it is enough to increase the strength of the armed color to about 1.5 times of the original. And, maybe the strength of possible compression, has no upper limit. The two of them only spent a few minutes, and they didn't know how many times they clashed. Maybe hundreds, and possibly took office. If you want to ask whose armed color is more full, Bullet without a doubt. However, Hawkeye's armed manifestation, and the double attack of haki attached to the armed color is only one aspect. The reason why it is said that armed manifestation is the most suitable direction for a swordsman to reach the pinnacle. It is because it can be highly compatible with the saber, greatly improving the sharpness of the saber, and upgrading it to his current ultimate. Therefore, no matter how strong the Bullet armed color is, if the compressed armed color cannot be continuously entwined with energy, there will be a risk of being broken by Hawkeye. Ultimate compresses offense and defense, but the best defense is offense. This eternal truth, good, enjoyable, although the sense of crisis is constantly transmitted to his heart, Bullet is unafraid. The confidence to punch to the flesh and even use the body to resist the supreme sharp knife comes from the devil form. The principle of the devil form is to integrate the armed color into one's own skin and muscles, so that the speed, strength, and defense can all be greatly improved like a ghost from hell. This is one of the reasons why he is called the heir of the devil. With the growth of haki, this growth model can achieve more and more growth. Therefore, he can be unscathed by connecting the supreme sharp knife, Yi, with his fist and body. Boom 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 boom. The sound of the two black knives and purple fists colliding could be heard endlessly. The earth, when strong air waves and aftermath swept across, began to fill with countless cracks. For a while, gravel flew and dust overflowed. It turns out, he fought us, and more or less kept his hand. Jin on the outside of the training ground saw this scene, and said sincerely to Beckman and Katakuri. Ask yourself, if Hawkeye came up this fierce, when he fought him. Even if he turns on the defensive state all the time, I'm afraid he can't stand it. Not to mention the overwhelming knowledge dynamic vision. That guy Linley has really vicious eyes. Do you still remember when Hawkeye first went to Ghost Island? What level of strength was he among us? The worst. Linley was able to face all of us, and he was sure that he would become only under Linley in the future. The world's second swordsman, now it seems, is worthy of the name. Thinking of the past, Beckman has to admire Lin Fu's unique vision. Aren't you too, Beckman? If it weren't for Linley, who would have thought that you, who are not well known, are now able to reach the level of Bullet and the others? The emotion in Katakori's heart was no less than that of Jin and Beckman. Thinking of a young man whose reputation has gradually risen in recent years, the feeling still remains. I won't mention his confidant. None of them is easy. That young man named Lu Chi, since he ate the copy of Master Kaido's Blue Dragon form, combined with his body skills, has gradually shown the limelight, and if it takes time to catch up with us, it will not be surprising at all. The Red Earl who was on the side didn't interrupt, just smiling. However, he couldn't help thinking of the scene he saw when he joined forces with Bullet and performed, see through people's hearts, on Linley. #B-. It is no exaggeration to say that it is an important reason why he is willing to keep the alliance. Now to what extent have you grown? I'm afraid even Kaido and Linley can't force your true strength. Linley and Bullet have played against each other in recent years, and he has been present in almost all of them. With his knowledge, he clearly saw Linley's ability to do a job with ease. But how easy is it to say? Even at his level, he couldn't tell at all. It's like a world boxing champion who can make a fat boy turn around with just one finger. As for how strong the fighting power of this world fighting champion is, I'm afraid no one will know. Everyone has their own thoughts, or sighs or contemplates. The battle between Hawkeye and Bullet is also approaching a fever pitch. Although both of them have stepped into the peak of armed color with one foot. But in the end, not quite getting in. There are many limitations. Similar to Katakori's, foreseeing the future, it requires a high degree of mental concentration and calm emotions. But with the intense consumption of two-color hockey, Hawkeye's half-step knowledge has reached its pinnacle, dynamic vision, which can no longer be used at will like in the beginning. And the half-step armed color has reached its peak, with the intense consumption of armed color and physical strength. It's on the brink of collapse. Don't look at Hawkeye's armament that doubles the attack and attaches to 0.9 at the very first moment. But that also means double the consumption of armed colors. And it's basically the equivalent of doing two things at once. This not only tests the quantity of his armed color, but also tests his spiritual will. Otherwise, if Yi is really trained to become a permanent black knife, all these restrictions will disappear. This is where the real strength of the armed forces lies. Use the smallest consumption to achieve the most deceptive attack, even if his upper limit is twice the strength of his own armament hockey. But once it reaches its peak, the normal consumption can achieve such an effect. It's so scary. Armed color, less than 30%. If this continues, Hawkeye, who was aware of his own situation, frowned. 292 Shuang reached the peak. Hawkeye's weaponry, physical strength and even spirit are all exhausted. But the strange thing is that even so, he still hasn't fallen into a disadvantage. Because Bullet isn't much better. There is no other reason. After all, he only stepped in with one foot. Not really the pinnacle, the real, ultimate compression. Otherwise, if you are like Linley, you can master it like you use your fingers. Then, if the armament hockey is digitized, it can often be compared in this way, using 3 units of armed colors to compress into 1 unit, increasing the strength by 2.5 times. The loss is only 0.5 units. This is the consumption necessary to compress the armed color. In this way, although hockey consumes 3 times, it can increase the armed color attack by 2.5 times. Very explosive, and from start to finish, ultimate compression, is perfect for high bursts. However, the current Bullet, because it only steps in with 1 foot, needs to use 6 units of armed color to increase twice. The improvement is limited, but the consumption is several times. Such a comparison, the gap is very far. Moreover, the strength of the explosion may not be comparable to the double attack of Hawkeye's armed manifestation. If it weren't for the confidence brought by the devil form, it would be impossible to withstand the attack of the supreme sharp knife. But the devil form also consumes a lot of energy. In this way, even with his massive armed color, it cannot withstand such consumption. If the consumption of Hawkeye is double, and there is no need to cover the whole body, then Bullet's consumption is at least 5 times higher, and 10 times as possible, which is simply astronomical. If the loss required for compression is reduced to the extent that Linley did, then, if the armed color is completely revealed on the night, then, almost at the same time, similar thoughts flashed through the minds of both of them. BT, eager to really step into the pinnacle of armed color, so as to break the deadlock, break the bottleneck, win and improve your strength. This is also the most fundamental purpose of this battle. Sometimes, under normal circumstances, without external stimuli, it is often difficult to break the bottleneck alone. Even if you can, I'm afraid it will take time to accumulate. Because mentality, no matter how eager to break through, but always relaxed. Regardless of whether it is intentional or not, it does not depend on human will. And maybe there is always an idea. Although it hasn't reached the peak yet, half a step is actually enough. Playing against someone who is too strong, such as Linley, such as Kaido, is really too good to beat. You deserve to lose, and if you fight against someone who is too weak, or in other words, someone who is slightly inferior, you can also achieve success and win if you reach the peak in half a step. That being the case, the half step and the real summit doesn't seem to be that important. Because of this reality, it is more difficult for the two to break through the bottleneck. Only true parity, only in the time between life and death can one stimulate one's potential, quickly stimulate breakthroughs in realms, and do things that are impossible to do normally. But now, the two can be said to be engaged in a life and death contest. The knife is deadly, punching to the flesh. If you are not careful, you will be seriously injured. No one kept their hands, nor did they dare to keep their hands. Linley once said, on the training ground, the terrifying collision caused by the two was still going on, but Bullet released his knowledgeable perception ability at this moment, and recalled the scene when Linley instructed him to ultimate compression with all his heart. Every word, savor carefully, and every demonstration movement, in his mind, seemed to be countless times slower. At the same time, due to the exhaustion of Haki, physical strength, and spirit, Hawkeye also gave up continuing to use dynamic vision. So as to maintain the one mind, two purposes, and maintain the stability of armed realization. How can I practice the black knife? Hawkeye kept thinking about this question that he had thought about countless times in his mind. As we all know, covering the sword with the armed color will dye the sword black. However, to become a permanent black knife, you don't need to paint a layer of black dye on the sword. As long as the armed colors covered on the sword are exhausted, the black will fade away automatically. So what about permanent? It's like immersing a sword in water, and after taking it out, there will be watermarks, and it will evaporate quickly. This state can only be maintained if it is continuously soaked. But who can maintain it continuously? There must be a way. For so many years, only Shimotsuki Ryoma, the Wano-kuni sword god, practiced the eternal black sword, and with his own power, blocked the world government and the coveted Wano-kuni from the gate of Wano-kuni. Quote, how did he do it? The eternal black knife is to let the sword become a water knife since then, with a layer of water attached to it all the time. What is the key point here? Suddenly, Hawkeye couldn't help thinking of a concept Linley mentioned. Despite that word, he didn't understand the meaning at all. Enchant. On the sword, use a certain form to establish a circular armed color system. As a result, the sword becomes an enchanted weapon, which is what is often called the eternal black knife in this world. This requires doing everything possible to integrate the armed colors into the material and even the soul of the sword. And this, Linley 600 once mentioned a premise. That is to input a large enough armed color for night, and cause a qualitative change through quantitative changes, so that the material of the weapon can be permanently changed, and the armed color can be preserved and then resonate with the spirit of the sword. The former, he has tried countless times over the years. It can be said that as long as you have free time, you will input armed colors into night. Only the latter, as we all know, there are often slow sword spirit, blade spirit, etc. That is to say, weapons have souls, can take the initiative to choose the master. There are countless examples of this in the original text, and choosing the master is just one of the manifestations of the spirit of weapons. More importantly, how does the owner of the weapon resonate with the spirit, so that the owner of the weapon no longer needs to maintain the weaponry by himself, but entrusts the spirit to do it for him? Quote. Suddenly, Hawkeye and Bullet's eyes lit up at the same time. The original counter-bang action suddenly retreated at the same time. Afterwards, stood there motionless. At this moment when it is about to reach the limit, Hawkeye seems to perceive the spirit from night. And Bullet, at the same moment when his thoughts became clear, he suddenly felt the control of the armed color. Afterwards, Shuang stepped into the real peak. 293 The black sword has been accomplished, but will the mastery of swordsmanship be far behind? At the same time, Linley, who was discussing with Hancock and the former Empress about the relocation of Daughter Island in Daughter Island, suddenly heard a system prompt. Contract target Hawkeye, comprehend armament Haki armament manifestation, permanent black knife 27 times the return. The demon god armament Haki armament manifestation, permanent black knife. Oh, Hawkeye has finally mastered his weapon skills to the pinnacle. Linley froze for a moment, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In this way, as long as the swordsmanship is perfect, Hawkeye's strength is almost the same as the original book. There may be a slight gap, only the knowledge and knowledge have not really reached the peak, making it a passive. But now there are still more than 10 years left from the timeline of the original work. It can be said that Hawkeye has possessed the strength in the original book at least 10 years in advance. This is the scary thing about enhanced talent and potential. I believe that the upper limit will definitely be stronger than in the original book. Linley, big brother, what's the matter? Seeing that Linley, who was discussing with the former Empress, suddenly stopped halfway, and looked lost in thought, Hancock couldn't help asking. Nothing. Linley came back to his senses, shook his head slightly, and continued to discuss with the two about the specific matters of relocating Daughter's Island. Because what happened to Hancock this time was extremely bad. After the current Empress learned about it, she finally let go. After all, Daughter Island is indeed too close to naval headquarters in the holy land of Mariajoy. This attempt to kidnap Hancock is believed to be just the beginning. If you don't move away, I believe this kind of thing won't be the last time. And it is impossible for Linley to stay on Daughter Island all the time. Based on this, the move of Daughter's Island to New World is a certainty. Peak. Around the training ground, the three of Beckman couldn't help shouting, seeing Yi, whose hand had completely turned into a black knife in Hawkeye's hands, and bullets increasingly restrained but increasingly terrifying aura. Witnessing the two reaching the pinnacle after a life-and-death battle. I believe this will serve as a vital reference for the three of Beckman on their way to the top. Really, seeing this scene, the Red Earl nodded slightly. His suggestion was right. As a result, Bullet's strength can be said to have risen to a higher level. Maybe still not Kaido's opponent, but compared to him and Linley, it is enough to compete. Come again. Both felt that the other had become stronger, and the fighting spirit in the eyes of Hawkeye and Bullet became stronger. The battle between the two is not over yet. Even if both of them reach the pinnacle, they still need to decide the winner thoroughly. War. Hawkeye's answer was only this one word, and attacking Bullet again, he only felt that the state at the moment had become very good. The scene where one mind, two purposes, and double consumption were needed to maintain armed realization is gone forever. Now performing armed realization is as simple as ordinary people covering weapons with armed colors. Zila. Again, in addition to covering the black sword, knight, with a layer of armed color, there is also an additional wrapping of conquerors in it. After resonating with the Yi spirit, the material of Yi has completely undergone a qualitative change. At this moment, Hawkeye's attack power can be said to have reached a peak. Bullet is no slouch either. A true pinnacle of advancement, his ultimate compression, has also undergone a radical change. The original time when 6 times the consumption can increase the strength by twice is also gone forever. Now 4 times the consumption can increase to 2.5 times the strength. Slightly inferior to Linley, but the increase in the upper limit brings about an overall improvement. For example, Devil form, with the increase in the strength of the armed color, the attack power, speed, and defense will all be enhanced simultaneously without exception. Boom 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 boom. As the two collided again, the training ground was shaken again. His attack just got stronger. The fluctuation of Hawkeye is much smaller than before. Hawkeye's eyes flickered, and he immediately noticed the changes in Bullet. The same goes for the latter. This supremely sharp knife from the Mohawk just feels sharper. Obviously Hawkeye is stronger, but it's even more difficult to defend than just now. Obviously, both reached the peak, which means that the two are still at the same level. But logically speaking, the Bullet, which is like a humanoid tank, has almost no shortcomings, so it should occupy the top. And in terms of defense, it can also use the ability of the combined fruit to fuse high-quality metals to enhance defense. It can be said that, to a certain extent, people like Bullet are Jonao's nemesis. But why is he still unable to occupy the top? Whether it was the Conqueror's Hawkeye that was cast at the same time at the beginning, or the midterm Hawkeye, physical strength, and spirit were almost exhausted, or both of them reached the peak now, there is still no change. All are evenly matched. The reason is simple, it's Hawkeye's swordsmanship. People in the world often have a wrong perception that swordsmanship is the collision of swords and chi. Straightforward, simple and straightforward, there is no skill at all. However, this is not the case. Otherwise, how could Bullet have been slashed countless times all over his body, relying on a large number of armed colors and devil form, to be safe and sound, and to slash hard? And from the beginning to the end, Bullet has no record of attacking Hawkeye's body. The so-called swordsmanship and the so-called moves are, in the final analysis, killing techniques. Use the most simple and direct techniques to kill the enemy. Although Bullet is good at physical skills, but because he is also a fruit ability user, he must not be able to focus like Hawkeye. What's more, Hawkeye's talent and potential are even higher than him. If Bullet's defense was poor, he would have been decapitated long ago, so he won't persist until now. Before Dacheng, swordsmanship is skill. So, what about Dacheng? Or what is Dacheng? From Beckman's experience, it shows one or two. Before Dacheng, no matter how superb his firearm skills were, no matter how good his gun skills were, the bullets would always hit in a straight line. But once it is completed, the bullet can turn around. This is simply unreasonable, and Dacheng just breaks the common sense. Still using the bullet as an example, some people can turn the bullet after they reach maturity. Also, Zhao's maybe some people just make the bullet faster. But maybe, some people's bullets can travel through space. After shooting the bullets disappear, as if they have passed through the barrier of space, and then suddenly appear beside the enemy. Which of the three is stronger? Maybe bullet turning and space shuttle have their own advantages and disadvantages, but the latter is definitely an existence that breaks the rules and even touches the rules. Hawkeye's great achievement must be similar to the harder ladder. So far, it has been delayed. If this continues, I'm afraid it will end in a draw. This is obviously not what the two want to see, but at this moment, Hawkeye was full of confidence. Because, as mentioned earlier, whether his swordsmanship can be mastered is closely related to whether he can practice black sword. Now that the black sword has been accomplished, can the mastery of swordsmanship be far behind? As expected, Bullet, who was slashed in the shoulder by the black knife, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis, which struck from the bottom of his heart. 294, Dacheng swordsmanship, void slash. Not good. The moment when the black knife, in Hawkeye's hand hit his shoulder. The sense of crisis that surged in Bullet's heart was almost materialized. So he went uncharacteristically without hesitation, changed the previous way of punching to the flesh, and his body quickly retreated. Then the next second, under the black knife, in Hawkeye's hand, there unexpectedly appeared a pitch-black crack in space that seemed to be able to absorb light. And that's not all. Watching Bullet flee, Hawkeye actually swung a knife at him again from the air. Then, in front of Bullet, who was constantly shrinking in size, a space crack appeared again. A sharp slash appeared from it, and slashed heavily at his abdomen. Puff, accompanied by the sound of muscle tearing. I saw that Bullet's abdomen, which was fused with the color of the weapon, was cut open with a long cut, and blood spurted out of it immediately. What? Bullet was stunned for a while. The severe and long-lost pain made him have an unbelievable expression on his face. How many years? In a battle with others, even if he will be defeated, he will never be broken so easily. Now, it was suddenly broken. Hawkeye's slash. Why did it suddenly become stronger? Beckman and others who watched this scene outside the training field were all taken aback. To know, at this time, Bullet has turned on the devil form. And after the armed color has reached its peak, it can obviously make people feel that the strength has become stronger. This makes his abdomen and even his whole body as hard as a normal big one. But now, he was suddenly defeated by his record in the space rift. Pity. But looking at Bullet's figure that was getting far away, a trace of fatigue flashed in Hawkeye's eyes, and he couldn't help sighing silently. It's a pity to him that if Bullet chose to fight hard with his body like before, I'm afraid the battle will be decided immediately. Because of that pitch-black crack in space. It was his latest sword move. It is also the culmination of the many swordsmanship he has learned over the years. 89. Just after, was completely trained as a black knife. His thoughts were like countless flashes of inspiration. Because of his incomparable devotion to kendo, he naturally entered a state of sincerity in his heart. It is also because of this that in the past it was just guessing and deducing the road, but now you can step into it naturally. And the knife that he swung casually seemed to be insignificant, but it represented the highest achievement of his own swordsmanship so far. Nothing is broken, nothing is not cut. This move is called Void Strike. It's just that, maybe he just realized it, so every time he slashes through the void, it will consume a lot of energy. Just now, the seemingly casual two knives made his already exhausted spirit even worse. And as we all know, the strength of the attack hit by the supreme sharp knife and the attack of swinging a slash is incomparable. It is also because of this that Hawkeye will be a pity. The latter can only break defenses, while the former can immediately create. It seems that the comprehension just now has not only made you go further in terms of armament. Seeing that Hawkeye withdrew his hands, Bullet covered his stomach and said solemnly. If Hawkeye's weaponry has improved as much as he has, it is absolutely impossible to break him suddenly. It will inevitably still be the same as before, the two sides will fall into a stalemate again, and each other will have nothing to do. Only by making more breakthroughs can this balance be broken. Good. Rubbing his temples, Hawkeye nodded lightly and said, with the perfection of the black knife, my swordsmanship has naturally entered the realm of great success. I see. After listening to Hawkeye's explanation, Bullet suddenly realized and nodded. Swordsmanship is the foundation of a swordsman's life, but he didn't expect, the previous eagle eye, the swordsmanship has not yet achieved greatness. When Beckman, who was not far away, heard the words, his eyes could not help but be filled with disbelief. It's just unbelievable. He is also a master of firearms, so he is naturally aware of the improvement in strength for him after the mastery. And Hawkeye was able to fight Bullet to this extent even if he didn't have great swordsmanship just now. Whether it's for him as a gunsmith, or for a swordsman or physicist, a certain technique is fundamental. His nature is gun art. And for Janao, it is naturally swordsmanship. To put it bluntly, before obtaining the soul fruit, his armed and knowledgeable colors were fully displayed by relying on gun skills. As we all know, the two-color hockey, before reaching the pinnacle, is a foundation to some extent. It's just that this foundation varies with the division of junior high school and advanced level. Only when you reach the pinnacle can you truly walk out of your own path. The roads are naturally narrow and wide, that is, high and low. The more clever you reach the peak, the more difficult it is to comprehend. The same goes for swordsmanship. Hawkeye's swordsmanship didn't become great until the armed color reached its peak. One can imagine how brilliant it will be. If you play a new round with a full state, the result is probably self-evident. For a moment, Beckman and the other four people who were watching came up with this idea unanimously. Quote. Suddenly, Bullet came back to his senses and said lightly, although he could also see that Hawkeye was quite tired at the moment. But it's not all exhausted. Still have the power to fight. If Hawkeye exhausts all his hockey, stamina, and spirit to turn on dynamic vision, again, and then cuts out the knife just now. With his current state, I am afraid it will be difficult to guard against him. And it's meaningless to be so poor. After being trained by Linley for many years, he is no longer obsessed with winning or losing. On the contrary, the harvest from the battle with Hawkeye completely met expectations. That's enough. Hawkeye nodded, but did not speak. Maybe it's the spiritual connection between the strong, and he obviously guessed what Bullet was thinking. Ooh, at this moment, a burst of heroic laughter came from the sky. I saw a huge green dragon descending from the sky, looked at the two who stopped, and said with a little regret. Looks like Lousy is late. However, I didn't expect the two of you to step into the pinnacle realm one after another. Congratulations. For such a happy event, a banquet must be held. 295 above the great accomplishment, the ultimate kendo. In terms of combat power, whether it is Hawkeye or Bullet, they have steadily entered the general level. However, in terms of realm, before this battle, there was no real peak. Of course, only generals are qualified to talk about reaching the pinnacle. Because, as long as any Hawkeye has reached the pinnacle, at least he is at the level of a general. Although Kaido is looking at Bullet and Hawkeye almost at the same time. But the time his eyes stayed on Hawkeye was obviously longer than that of Bullet. The reason is simple, because Bullet has almost reached the limit of what he can achieve. Bullet, who is originally a Fruit Awakening ability user, has cultivated his armed color to the pinnacle level, and he is already comparable to him in terms of level. You must know that he is only a Fruit Awakening ability user, and his experience and knowledge are as high as the pinnacle. The same as the Fruit Determination plus single Haki to reach the peak, the ultimate. But for those with Fruit ability, it is very difficult to master the two peaks. Even if you can, what the whole world can do is no more than 5 fingers or even less. How about Hawkeye? It is not a person with Fruit ability, just a great swordsmanship, plus a pinnacle of armed color, and he will win Bullet for sure. It can be predicted that for a genius like Hawkeye, reaching the pinnacle of knowledge is almost a matter of course. At that time, even those who are among the generals and are among the top fighters. It's a pity, if this kid reaches the pinnacle of knowledge and color at the same time, he can fight me. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help but feel a little pity. In the alliance, his strength is the watershed that separates Linley from others. Is the only king class. Since the creation of the move of 4 elephants 8 trigrams, the realm has not changed, but the combat power has leapt from the level of generals to the level of kings. With an absolute advantage, they defeated Whitebeard, whose strength had declined but was also king. And that was more than 5 years ago. Now, the 4 elephants of the 8 trigrams are about to become 1. At that time, maybe he is still expected to cross the threshold of the Super King level. It is also true, in the alliance, apart from Linley, he has no opponent at all. My old friend, Ant, just fought against him. But if he fights against Linley, he is definitely not an opponent. It made him very lonely. Linley is too strong to beat. No one can beat him. In other words, there is not even a close battle. For him who is warlike, how can he not change? Now, from Hawkeye, he undoubtedly sees hope. Yes, the strength of the two has skyrocketed, and our alliance will undoubtedly become stronger. For such a happy event, a banquet for the entire alliance must be held. For Kaido's proposal, Beckman and others all nodded in agreement. Also, Linley must be informed of this matter as soon as possible. He would be very happy if he knew. As he spoke, Beckman took out his phone bug in public and called Linley directly. Linley was really happy. At the moment when Hawkeye's swordsmanship was perfect, Linley heard the system prompt again. In fact, there was only a few minutes between this reminder and the reminder that Hawkeye's weaponry was at its peak. The target of the contract, Hawkeye, in the battle, integrates what he has learned and realized about swordsmanship in the past years, and masters it to a higher level, to achieve great success double return. Extremely known as the way of swordsmanship none. Extreme Kendo, the highest attainment of swordsmanship in the world. Washi, there is no trick to win, but there is a trick. With a single blow, you will touch the origin of the world. It turns out that the highest state of swordsmanship is not great achievement, but extreme attainment. Perhaps in the world of pirates, only I can step into the realm of ultimate attainment. Linley, who was still discussing with the former Empress and Hancock, was filled with emotions and fell into deep thought again. Linley big brother, why are you in a daze again? Do you have an opinion on the time to move out of Daughter's Island? If there is a disagreement, just follow your opinion. Hancock asked puzzled. This meeting is discussing the relocation of Daughter's Island, and has already talked about the time of relocation. Linley was always half speaking and lost in thought. It made her wonder if there was some dissatisfaction. The former Empress glanced at Hancock speechlessly. Asking for flowers. I couldn't bear to complain in my heart. This love brain. I'm afraid that no matter how reasonable her proposal is, if Linley is dissatisfied, she will find a way to satisfy him. As for myself, how can a lover be important? The former Empress couldn't help thinking sourly in her heart. Opinion, not. Linley was about to say something when the phone in his pocket rang suddenly. Hold on, crooked, Bullet's armed color is also at its peak. Linley was taken aback. It was completely unexpected that Bullet would also step into this level at the same time. As the whole league celebrating together. It should be so, sure. This matter must be done specially. The time is set in 7 days, right? At that time, I will rush back, and by the way, I will move the daughter island to the vicinity of the Alliance Island. Pat, just as Linley hung up the phone, the former Empress' unbelievable voice sounded. Peak, the highest state of Haki in the legend. Your Excellency Linley, according to you, is it possible that besides Bullet, there are other people who have also achieved the pinnacle of achievement? Although it is said that Daughter's Island is far away from the world, she has heard a little about the legendary state of reaching the peak. Now more than one member of the Alliance has stepped in at once, which made her unable to stop being shocked by the depth of the Alliance. Yes, in addition to Bullet, Hawkeye also stepped in. It happens to be a banquet for them in 7 days' time. Why don't we move to Daughter's Island as soon as possible without delay? At that time, we can catch up with their banquet. Well, all right, everything is according to Lord Linley's wishes. Naturally, Hancock would not have any objections to the statement made by the former Empress. Linley, big brother, this way, I can see you often. The news that the Alliance was going to hold a large banquet was quickly known to the world government. Because Hawkeye and Bullet have achieved the pinnacle of achievement, there is no intention to hide it, so the CP organization easily learned of the news. For a time, there was undoubtedly an uproar within the CP organization, and even among the 5 elders. 296 Find another way in the fruit system. There are often strong generals at the Emperor level. There are not many peaks. As we all know, One Piece world is divided into 2 power systems, Devil Fruit system and Hawkeye system. Both exist independently and complement each other. The upper limit of the former is determined by the ability of the Devil Fruit eaten. Weak fruits have a low ceiling, while strong fruits have a high ceiling. Some people say, there is no rubbish Devil Fruit, only rubbish developers. This sentence is actually bullshit. There is a qualitative difference between ordinary zone and Eudemons from the very beginning. In the same awakening, there is no thought of who is stronger and who is weaker. The latter Hawkeye system, in the final analysis, is to develop itself. Everyone's potential is different, but strictly speaking, in terms of the number of people, the Chi system will always be more than the Devil Fruit system. However, even with such a huge base of 833, there are actually not many people who can practice any color of Conqueror's Hawkeye to the pinnacle. At least in terms of quantity, it is far inferior to the quantity developed to awaken Devil Fruit. Many people are often only half a step, and combined with other abilities, they are enough to be the strength of a general emperor. The general strength refers to the comprehensive strength. As long as any Hawkeye reaches the pinnacle, it must be the strength of a general. Fruit awakening is not the case. Katakuri in the original book is the best example. Develop the waxy fruit to awakening, and at the same time, the color of knowledge and knowledge will reach its peak in half a step. However, his strength is still far from the general emperor level. If the color of knowledge and knowledge reaches its peak, it's a surefire general. On the other hand, Hawkeye, when he first returned to the island of the Alliance, he was neither a fruit ability user, and the 2-color Hawkeye was only halfway to the top, but he was able to enter the general level steadily. It also means that 2 half steps are actually almost the same as reaching the peak with 1 color. But now the Alliance is all at once, and it is the 2 who have reached the pinnacle. The target is Bullet and Hawkeye, who are both focused on by the world government. For the world government, which has grasped the information of the powerful for 800 years, this is simply earth-shattering, bad news. Holy Land Mariajoy. On top of the tower at the highest point in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. After returning with the 6 paladins, Roland went to the retreat of Charlemagne, the head of the Knights of God, alone at the first time, and reported the specific circumstances of the failure of the mission. And not long after, when they received the alliance, 2 people stepped into the pinnacle level and came to the door again. The person who spoke was Shongerby. At the top of the tower, he was resting with his eyes closed, but when he noticed Roland's appearance, he opened his deep eyes. What happened? Roland said solemnly. I recently received news that Bullet and Mahawk of the League have reached their peak at the same time. Oh, Mahawk, has he grown to this point now? There was a flash of light in Charlemagne's deep eyes. The look in his eyes was as if the senior felt extremely relieved when he heard the news of the growth of the younger generation. Hee. Roland laughed at himself. Who would have thought that the 2 most outstanding juniors of celestial dragons are now pirates? Especially Mahawk. He has earned the title of Marine Hunter all these years, and now he has clearly joined the Alliance. If it weren't for this, he might not have achieved such an achievement, would he? Listening to Roland's self-mockery, Charlemagne didn't take it seriously. He always does. From the beginning to the end, even if it was the failure of the last mission reported to him by Roland, he was still calm and unconcerned about anything. It's the Figolon family. If they hear the news, they should be in a hurry, right? Roland said helplessly, still living in a small village in East Blue. Maybe there is a picture, but not necessarily. Correct. Roland thought of something, and asked curiously. Leader, do you have any clues about Tyrant's territory? 2 years ago, Charlemagne announced a retreat, seeking the first Conqueror's Hawkeye, that is, Conqueror's pinnacle breakthrough. Now more than 2 years have passed, but it has not been out of customs for a long time. For fruit-capable people like us, the 3-color peak has reached the pinnacle. How can it be easy to climb? Charlemagne shook his head lightly. That was the realm of Joey Boye and the king, 800 years ago. Fruit awakening plus tricolor reaching the peak. This is a state that many people can't reach in their lifetime. Charlemagne, if you also succeed, you may be the 4th person in this world to achieve this achievement in the past 800 years. Roland's eyes were filled with admiration, and he said sincerely, unlike you, I'm at the end of my way. Fruit awakening, coupled with 2-color peaking, has reached the limit, and there is no hope of any breakthrough. Don't be discouraged, Charlemagne said lightly. The Hawkeye system doesn't work, you might as well try to find another way in the fruit system. Hasn't the Kaido of the beasts from the Alliance already succeeded? If it's not bad, it's the second awakening of the fruit. Yes, the second awakening of the fruit. This is the fundamental reason why Kaido can be regarded as a king-level strength, although he is clearly not fruit awakening plus knowledge and knowledge. The second awakening of the fruit. Roland shook his head when he heard that. Easier said than done, if it is fruit awakening plus 2-color peak, or simply 3-color peak. It has appeared in these 800 years, although the number is extremely small. There are too many to count on one hand. But the second awakening of the fruit is much better. Why don't you, give the Kaido of the beasts a challenge. The corners of Charlemagne's mouth raised slightly. Perhaps only by experiencing it personally can we know what kind of environment it is. You and I both know that the settlement of the Alliance is not now, but in the future. And the first enemy the Alliance faces, 5.9, most likely won't be us. Now that the Alliance is getting stronger and stronger, let the 5 of them have a headache. Let's just prepare for the battle and wipe out all threats in one fell swoop in the future. Quote. Is it afternoon? When Roland heard this, his eyes lit up. On the other side, Shanks, who was in Windmill Town, naturally also received the news that Hawkeye had reached the pinnacle. Sure enough, it's not what Linley expected. Mihawk really took this step in such a short time. I don't know if it's the color of knowledge, or the color of arms. If it's the latter, hey Dao, I'm afraid I've already mastered it. Thinking of this, a sense of urgency filled Shanks' heart instantly. I can't leave too much behind. Either knowledgeable, or, the Overlord territory. 297 Even Garp is optimistic about the Alliance. Think back to the last fight with Hawkeye. At that time, he had already reached the pinnacle of knowledge and armed color. In terms of strength on paper, it is much better than Shanks. And myself, it's just that the color of knowledge and knowledge is barely halfway to the peak. If you hadn't mastered Conqueror's knowledge killing, you would forcibly suppress Hawkeye's knowledge, bringing the two sides back to the same level. How can there be no difference between the results? Knowledge kills, can't suppress the real peak. Shanks knew very well, don't look at the fact that, knowledge killing, only restrains knowledge and knowledge, making the knowledge and knowledge of both sides into a situation where there is no enemy. But once the opponent's knowledge reaches its peak, even if the knowledge kill does not fail, the effect will drop significantly. If Hawkeye had reached the pinnacle of knowledge this time, then if he fought him again at this time, he would definitely lose. If the armed color reaches its peak, the gap between the two sides will be even more serious. After all, the pinnacle of Hawkeye's armament is closely related to the great achievement of swordsmanship. He knew that. Either way, I can't be too far behind by 23. There are only 2 roads before Shanks of Yali Mountain. Either knowledge color, or conquerors, any one of this 2-color hockey reaches the pinnacle, in order to stand on the same level as Hawkeye again. Compared to knowledge, Shanks couldn't help thinking of the scene he had vividly remembered not long ago. The scene of Linley casting, the Overlord realm, in front of him. Perhaps, Conqueror's pinnacle is more suitable for me. Somewhere, he had a premonition that his first hockey to reach the pinnacle must be Conqueror's. Hey, Shanks, let me join you. Just as Shanks was holding the newspaper and lost in thought, a familiar voice came again. Looking down, who is it not Wong Luffy? The moment he saw him, Shanks was speechless. Why are you here again? Didn't you get taken away by your grandfather? That's right, why have you been entangled with us all this time, kid? Seeing this, Yuta, not far away, walked up to Wong Luffy with his hips akimbo, and asked, aggressively. Wong Luffy was just taken away by his grandfather not long ago. Unexpectedly, it was only a few days later that they ran over again. And it's that thing again, always clamoring to join the Red Hair Pirates. This makes Yuta very dissatisfied. Wong Luffy smiled silly, as if he didn't see Yuta's dislike, and said with great interest. While the old man was asleep, he sneaked out. I don't want to be with Dayton. Shanks, let me join you. In the middle of the conversation, Wong Luffy brought up the old story again. Never. As always, Shanks declined without even thinking about it. Joke. Who is Wong Luffy? Garp grandson. Is he crazy to have Wong Luffy in? The last time Garp came to the door, he had a correct attitude, so there was no conflict. If we really want to fight, I'm afraid Garp can take his entire pirate group by himself. After all, the current him doesn't have the strength in the original book. Oh, let me join, let me join. Wong Luffy chanted persistently, but Yuta couldn't stand it, and said that he wanted to teach Wong Luffy a lesson, so he dragged him out of the tavern. Shanks looked at Wong Luffy's back, but remembered the scene when Garp came to the door not long ago and had a private conversation with him. Even Garp is bullish on the alliance. Looking back carefully, Garp's words are now vivid. You're the kid on Roger's boat. I didn't expect to grow so big. Fortunately, you were not brought back to the Holy Land Mariajoy, but entrusted to Roger, otherwise there will be another moth in Celestial Dragons. Don't worry, don't be nervous, the old man is on vacation now, but he has no obligation to arrest pirates. Although the old man is a marine, he has the duty of arresting pirates. When he meets pirates, he will never show affection. If there are exceptions, Roger is the only exception. Since you are Celestial Dragons, you are naturally different from ordinary pirates, don't worry. Only, I have to say that your luck is really bad. With that guy Linley around, pirates other than the Alliance have lost the soil to grow in this era. The words that Roger said before he died actually benefited that kid. But in a sense, Marine has to thank the guy. The establishment of the Alliance represents the establishment of order in places beyond the control of the world government. It's a good thing, at least for the people in these places. Since you are a pirate, sailing alone is no longer feasible in this era. I would like to give you a suggestion, join the Alliance. I really want to see how much vitality the Alliance, a force that gathers the top pirates, can finally bring to this decaying world. Coming back from the memory, Shanks murmured. Join the Alliance. He believed that if he led the Red Hair Pirates to join the League for his own reasons, he would definitely welcome him warmly based on what he knew about Linley's character. In fact, it's not like he hasn't thought about it. Now most of the pirates who are regarded as the top ones have joined the Judgment League. Only the pirates who can't get along with 477 in the New World can linger on the Grand Line and mix with the Four Seas. But they are often captured by Marine. Days are miserable. Many pirate groups therefore choose to enter the New World and join the Alliance. He considered it. Even if the goal of the Alliance is to change the world, and the goal is more or less in line with him, he still did not choose to join. The reason is the prophecy that Captain Roger told him. Only Joey can change the world. For this reason, he has believed in it all these years. And now, Joey Poe has appeared. It was Luffy, the king he had been rejecting. Instead, he started to waver. Is this kid really the one in the legend? Can he really change the world? Can he really beat Linley? Those who have not fought against Linley in person will not know how oppressive Linley feels. Shanks can't even imagine. In this world, there is still someone who can beat Linley. So, after learning that Luffy is the legendary Joey Bowie, he was really shaken. On the other side, just as Linley moved the daughter island to the vicinity of the Alliance Island and caught up with the banquet. Soon the Alliance received a letter of challenge from the Knights of God. 298 Gauntlet. Confederate Island. All the banquet halls on the island were full at the same time, full of guests, full of voices, and extremely lively. The participants included almost the vast majority of the top leaders of the Alliance. Linley who came late, Kaido who always came to cheers, the elegant and noble Red Earl, chic and handsome Beckman, and so on. There are countless members below the top. While everyone was drinking and toasting, the vocal music was playing together, and the geisha from Wano Kuni performed their talents one after another on the stage. Push the atmosphere of the banquet to a new level. Quinn's attention at this moment was all attracted by the geisha on stage, and he was the loudest applause. The love that is ready to come out of the eyes is constantly being sent to the geisha. Beckman and others who were at the same table with him, seeing Quinn's cute side, all smiled knowingly, but they had no time to tease him and talk to each other with a smile. And many members of the Alliance who participated in the banquet inexplicably had a strong interest in Hawkeye, one of the protagonists this time. In this banquet, in addition to celebrating Bullet and Hawkeye's reaching the pinnacle level, there is also an official announcement of the addition of Hawkeye. It is no exaggeration to say that Hawkeye's cards are considered to be the most prosperous since the establishment of the Alliance. Linley, I didn't expect this comeback to cause such a huge commotion. I really deserve it. On the main table in the largest banquet hall, Hawkeye raised his wine glass and toasted Linley with a wry smile. He is naturally flattering. Linley and even the top executives of the Alliance are so solemn about his return, how can it not make people feel moved? Thinking of these years, even though he regarded himself as a member of the Alliance, he had not paid half a cent, and now he returned, but received such courtesy and enjoyed the benefits, how could he not be ashamed? In the past 6 years, you have not let me down. Linley said with a smile. A few years ago, your stage was not in the Alliance, and staying here will do you no good. Now that you have passed the growth stage, the Alliance in the future will definitely be your biggest stage. Being side by side with you has always been my goal all these years. Hawkeye also deeply agrees with this. If he chose to stay in the league without these 6 years of traveling, maybe he would improve, but he would never improve so fast. If swordsmanship does not go through a lot of honing, even if it is a great achievement, it is just a path. Not to mention the knife, which has become a black knife now. Ooh, Kaido on the side laughed heartily. I have to say, Linley, your vision is really vicious, and Mihawk's potential is boundless. With his joining, we have a little more chance of winning. Said, Kaido's eyes showed relief unconsciously. Back then, the Beast's pirates were just one of the major forces occupying New World. For Seastone, Hinata huddled in a 3-acre plot in Wano Kuni. Since Linley took over, he first formed an alliance with the BIGMOM pirates, successively repelled the invasion of the Alliance and Marine, and then broke into Impel Down, bringing out a large number of fierce prisoners, and then divided the soldiers, integrated New World, and formed an alliance. Today, the Alliance is the second largest power in the world after the behemoth world government. Constantly preparing to subvert the plan. The arrival of Hawkeye is undoubtedly even more powerful. Compared with that year, his pattern is much lower. Time is on my side. For 800 years, the world government has become more and more decayed, just like the old man who was about to die in Kuchiki. Beckman, who was the top advisor of the Alliance, went on to say. Although my alliance is a new force, and there is still a gap between it and the world government with a deep foundation, but the momentum of development is rapid. As time goes by, the odds of winning will become higher and higher. It is not impossible to catch up. This point is best reflected in the young generation of strong men. Once our alliance is fully prepared, it's time for the pinnacle world. Jin blushed excitedly and said, for this day, we have been working hard for 6 years. Mihawk, the greatest enemy in the world, awaits us in that holy place. It is said that the legendary demon sword, first generation Onitsu, is in the hands of the world government. As first generation Ghostly, Hawkeye's face changed slightly, and he seemed to think of something, but he didn't reveal anything, but sighed softly. I really want to compete with the holder of first generation Onitsu. Otherwise, the name, World's Second Swordsman, is somewhat misleading. Speaking of which, he has gradually gained the title of the World's Second Swordsman over the years. In the field of swordsman, Linley will be invincible if he doesn't come out. There is no need to think about surpassing Linley. I had no choice but to desire to make my name more worthy of the name. If that is a swordsman, you will have a chance to fight him. By the way, Mahawk, I heard you mention that kid Shanks, a while ago, he was able to draw with you. Bullet, who was drinking, suddenly asked. He was originally a member of the Roger Pirates, so he naturally knew the little boy Shanks back then. Listening to Hawkeye talking about the experience of these years and mentioning Shanks, I can't help but pay more attention. Good, Shanks' Conquerors is very special. It possesses an ability similar to Katakori's element kill, called Knowledge Kill. Before the color of knowledge reaches its peak, it is impossible to resist. It's just that if he keeps standing still, I'm afraid he won't be my opponent next time. Roger likes his talent. Bullet laughed. I believe he won't let you down. While everyone was chatting happily, Blackbeard on the other table was simple and honest on the surface, with a harmless appearance to humans and animals. In fact, his mind is paying attention to every move of the main table all the time. I heard the news about Shanks, and they were even able to draw with Hawkeye some time ago. An emotion called jealousy fermented in his heart. Jealousy is beyond recognition in his heart. So many years have passed. Dark fruit has not been heard from yet, and Linley is even more unforgettable. Want to hit the fruit called Sesshomaru form. No doubt it's a dream. Now even Shanks, who was left with 3 scratches by me, has grown to this point. At this moment, Blackbeard couldn't help but wonder whether it was a blessing or a curse for him to stay in the alliance. Just then, a loud cry broke Blackbeard's thoughts. Report. For a moment, the eyes of everyone in the banquet hall fell on the person who came. I saw the person walking towards Kaido respectfully, Qian Zhaohao, and handing over a post. Master Kaido, the CP organization sent someone to send this post to name the young ones and hand them over to you. Oh, CP organization. Kaido, who has always been a hands-off shopkeeper and ignored ordinary things, inevitably became curious. This CP organization sent him a post. What is the matter? You know, since he handed over the Beast's pirates to Linley, he has never been in charge of it. The most recent contact with the CP organization was nearly 7 years ago. It's still for Seastone business. Opening the post, when Kaido saw the above content, he couldn't help laughing again. Ooh, Roland, deputy head of the Knights of God, invited me to Ceylon Island in the Grand Line Com Belt. 7 days later, will the day be high? Hearing this, everyone was surprised. That's what Linley said. Develop the Seraphim form to the point of awakening, and at the same time be armed and knowledgeable, and reach the peak government's hidden power. 299 Following the trend, war letters are flying all over the sky. Roland, the world government powerhouse who fought against Linley Big Brother not long ago. From the legendary Knights of God, as the deputy leader. At another table full of women, all the seats were filled with familiar faces. Gion, Hancock, Smoothie, Robin, Yamato, Black Maria and others. Hearing the movement from the main table, they all looked sideways. After Linley returned to the Alliance, he would naturally inform the Intelligence Analysis Department of the Alliance about the details of the first battle that day. So almost immediately, information about Roland, the leader of the CP organization, and the Paladins became known to everyone. That guy, not only in the form of the Seraph of the Human Fruit Phantom Beast, but also the color of knowledge and color of arms, has broken through to the peak. This kind of person was originally a hidden combat power of the world government. Not long ago, it suddenly appeared in order to deal with Sister Hancock. Now why do you choose to stand in front of the stage? Challenge Dad. Yamato was puzzled. Everyone knows that the background of world government is by no means so simple. It is normal for some hidden masters who are not known to outsiders. But not long ago, the conspiracy against Hancock just went bankrupt, and suddenly they came to challenge Kaido by name. Putting the two things together, no matter how you look at it, it feels wrong. Another one, if you look at it from the bright side, Roland 723 will undoubtedly surpass Kaido in terms of paper data. This made Yamato both worried and puzzled. Yamato, don't underestimate Daddy. Gion shook his head and answered. Sister Hancock is still young, and Daughter's Island was very close to the world government back then, so targeting Daughter's Island and Sister Hancock is really normal. Now that we are going to fight in the open and above board, it is not an easy thing to do something secretly. After formally confirming the relationship with Linley, Gion called Duoduo the same as Lin Shui. Including her who changed her name like this, there is Smoothie. Except that she and Smoothie have not officially married Linley yet, in the Alliance, it is already public. Who doesn't know that Gion and Smoothie are the mistresses of the Alliance? Some good-natured people still secretly refer to the two as the First Lady and the Second Lady. If it's Kaido-sama, I really can't imagine what conspiracy the world government will have. Only 1 year younger than Hancock, the increasingly slim Luo Wu shook his head in confusion. She has never had a good impression of world government. So whenever the world government moves, it will think of the worst result. But Master Kaido is in the Alliance after all, second only to Linley in strength. For a moment, she really couldn't think of any conspiracy by the world government. Looking at the expressions of Linley Big Brother and the others, I seem to be very relaxed. Sister Yamato, don't worry, I believe Linley Big Brother and Master Kaido know it well. Hancock's tone was very kind. In Daughter Island, she is the Supreme Empress. However, in front of the Alliance, especially in front of Gion and Smoothie, she is a sister. Although the relationship with Linley has come naturally, it hasn't been officially announced yet, has it? Of course, even if it has not been made public yet, in fact, there is nothing that the high-level members of the Alliance do not know. Including Gion and others, too. Hey, even Jin and Beckman look relaxed. Yamato turned his head to look at the main table, and then he was relieved. Brother Kaido, don't care what the purpose of that guy named Roland is, if it's him, I believe he can make you happy, right? Jin looked at Kaido, who was laughing heartily, and asked with a smile on his face. In his opinion, isn't this just sending a pillow when you are sleepy? Brother Kaido just doesn't have a suitable opponent for a fight. No, the opponent has come to him by himself. Good, there are not many people in this world who can make lousy go all out to fight. If what Linley said is true, this Roland must be one of them. In the league, only Linley can fight him. The gap is a bit big. Linley can fight Kaido with almost the same strength, but this is definitely not what Kaido wants. People like Kaido always want an opponent who is evenly matched, or even relatively stronger than him. Instead of being far ahead of your opponents. The site is set on the island of Ceylon on the Grand Line Com Belt, which happens to be in the middle of the entrance of the world government and the New World. As this intended to test Master Kaido's strength, CDDA. After the Hand of Thunder, how about waiting until we know the strength of the Alliance's second combat force? Looking at the content of the gauntlet, it is clearly his personal behavior and the official calendar of the world government. Although he has full confidence in Kaido, Beckman can't imagine that Roland is awakening for the second time to see the legendary fruit. In order to seek a new breakthrough in the field of fruit through reference. Linley, on the other hand, has some guesses about it. If possible, I hope to watch the battle together. Katakuri suggested enthusiastically. Not bad, it's such a blessing to be able to witness the battle of a strong man of Master Kaido's level with his own eyes. If I can, my bullet will go too. Katakuri's proposal quickly received various responses. Who wouldn't want to witness the battle of king-level powerhouses with their own eyes? Lousy doesn't care, just worried that if too many people go, then Roland won't dare to come. That's right, after all, this is Roland's personal gauntlet. There are too many people there. I'm afraid they might be misunderstood. We're not interested in gang fights. Ha 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 ha. As soon as this remark came out, everyone burst into laughter. How about this? Linley said lightly. Anyway, the Alliance and the world government will not start the final battle in a short time. If this is the case, why not take advantage of the arrival of this gauntlet and take advantage of the trend? Who of you is interested in fighting with the Marine, CP organization, and even the Knights of God? Once a person fights, just go straight to the fight. For example, the leader of the CP organization, and for example, Marshal Marine Main Admiral. Trust me, it's going to be fun, right? Hee hee. Oh, Linley's proposal made everyone stunned, and then everyone's eyes lit up. I'm afraid they won't dare. It doesn't matter. Anyway, even if it's just a private act, it's the Shin government who started it. The letter of war issued by Roland did not actually discuss with the five elders, and directly ordered the CP organization to send it to the island of the Alliance. But after the CP organization, it is difficult for five elders to know. At this time in the Holy Land Mariajoy, the five elders, who were always inseparable, discussed again. Do you think two will take over Roland's fighter? If it's next, will you come alone, or with a group? Linley, will you show up? It is unlikely that we will come alone. After all, the Alliance is not wary of our world government. So, is it necessary for Marine to support the scene? Anyway, according to the meaning above, the solution to the threat from the Alliance is not in the present, but in the future. Roland means to fight Kaido alone, but if Kaido loses, the allies who lead the regiment choose to attack together, that would be bad. This kind of thing must be put an end to. While the world government is making various preparations for the battle between Roland and Kaido, the powerhouses of the world government received letters of challenge from different powerhouses of the Alliance. All of a sudden, letters of war were flying all over the sky, and there was no doubt that there would be an uproar among the two major forces in the world.